spiritual quality had to activate and optimize their danshin with the energies of these qualities, ensuring that the energies of the different qualities were perfectly and evenly distributed within the danshin. For those with dual qualities, it was a matter of precisely balancing the two energies 50-50, but starting from triple qualities, it became exceedingly difficult to balance the energies. Thus, for those with the same true spiritual roots but three qualities, it would take 1 to 3 months just to balance these energies, and from the fourth and fifth qualities, it was said to be the beginning of hell. Yes, one must perfectly balance the concentrations of 5 different energies, and during the evolution of the danshin with primordial chaos energy, these concentrations must not change at all. I understood the myriad gathering method and analysis of chi gathering as I read, comprehending the stages of chi gathering. After organizing my thoughts, I came to a conclusion. No problem at all. Uniformity of energies. That issue was completely resolved when I ascended to 5 energies converging to the origin, undergoing a complete transformation. The 5 qualities within me are now perfectly balanced. I just need to activate all the qualities and infuse them into the danshin. The notion that I must never lose focus or allow any fluctuation in the uniformity of qualities during the evolution of the danshin with primordial energy is meaningless to me. Compared to maintaining sword energy all day long, this isn't even difficult. Moreover, using the hidden consciousness technique gifted to me by the hunchback old man, my training speed should increase significantly, so time is not a concern for me. The last remaining issue was the spiritual energy needed for training. Rumble. The 1,000 or so spirit stones brought by the Mockley clan cultivators were still there. I spread the spirit stones I had poured out from my storage bracelet all around the cave, savoring their aura. This should be enough. It seems I wouldn't have to worry about training. After estimating the energy of the spirit stones, I put them back into my storage bracelet and went to see the Chingmun clan elder to receive my mission. Since I had to complete at least 4 missions a month, I thought it would be better to get it over with all at once and train in peace. When I arrived, the Chingmun clan elder gave me a simple and somewhat trivial task. He said to go to a small village in the Juringsung province of Byokra to verify if someone with spiritual qualities had appeared. I teamed up with a member of the Chingmun clan and headed to Juringsung. I had wondered where cultivators kept finding new members, and now I know. I learned something I had been curious about while carrying out the mission with a member of the Chingmun clan. How do the cultivator clans continue to replenish their numbers over hundreds of years? Inbreeding among family members with spiritual roots would eventually lead to intensified genetic diseases, and it seemed unlikely that they would marry members of other clans they were competing with. However, it seemed that the cultivator clans tasked their branch families with missions like this one, sourcing people with spiritual qualities from all over the country. It was surprisingly easy to find people born with spiritual qualities, almost annoyingly so. In the village, children who claimed to see ghosts, or those who continuously saw illusions, or whose minds were not entirely sound, turned out to be individuals with spiritual qualities in over 80 of the cases. It appeared that going to villages with rumors of children seeing ghosts or peculiar children was a way to find individuals with spiritual qualities. Although determining the specific type of spiritual quality requires detailed verification, at least knowing whether someone possesses spiritual qualities or not is easy to discern. Those with spiritual qualities or open spiritual channels have their consciousness protruding outwards from the upper danshin, forming a circle around their brows. Although these individuals had not learned any cultivation methods, making their consciousness only about twice the size of their heads, it is still easy to recognize, especially when compared to ordinary mortals who let out their intent in the form of threads, not consciousness. That child must be the one said to see ghosts. A member of the Chingmun clan who had teamed up with me and at the first star chi refining stage pointed out a child lying under a bridge in Miol village, Juringsung province. The child was bruised all over and seemed to be staring blankly at the flow of heaven and earth energy. He has an open spiritual channel. I observed the shape of the child's consciousness around his upper danshin, centered on his brow, and commented. The Chingmun cultivator nodded and descended under the bridge. The beggar family under the bridge seemed flustered by the sudden approach of someone in fine clothes, murmuring and getting up from their spot. What's the name of that child? Oh, my lord. This child's name is Gusen. If he looked rudely at you, I apologize. That child, he claims to see ghosts. Just then, the child named Gusen suddenly screamed and pointed at us. Wah, monsters, monsters, wah. It seems like it is his first time seeing someone with our kind of consciousness, and his reaction was quite extreme. The face of the beggar family head contorted in anger. This damned child speaking nonsense to important people. Bring a stick. We must teach him a lesson. It's fine. Instead, are you willing to sell this child to us? We'll pay a good price. Clink. The Chingmun member pulled out a purse full of money and handed it over. The head of the beggars looked at the purse, seemingly confused. What? Why would you want such a child? Enough. Are you selling or not? Prompted by the Chingmun member, the head of the beggars quickly grabbed the child and brought him over. Ah yes, we'll sell. Haha, lucky you. You're going to wear fine clothes and eat better food. Go follow them. No, Daddy, no, they're not human. People let out thoughts like threads, but theirs are round. They must be monsters. This damned child, still babbling about ghosts and monsters. Just follow them already. The beggar boy screamed in fear upon seeing our consciousness. The Chingmun member sighed and told me, "You take the boy. I don't want to deal with this dirty kid. All right." Eventually, after being beaten a few times by his father, the boy was sold to us, and his father brandished the purse full of money with shining intent. "Wah, wah," the boy cried out loud as I led him away. The Chingmun member, bothered by the noise, was about to use a spell to silence him, but I stopped him to let the boy cry his heart out. Cry. It's only fair given your situation. Unable to bear the boy's crying, the Chingmun member walked ahead quickly, increasing the distance between us, while I continued to hold the boy's hand, letting him cry. After the boy's voice became hoarse, I spoke to him in a calm voice. "Don't worry, we are not monsters. Just think of us as people like you." Sniffle, sniffle. However, the boy's consciousness was clouded with a dark blue color, the color of sadness. Will I never see my mother and father again? Well, perhaps when you grow up, you can come back to visit. Once you learn cultivation methods and grow strong enough to take on missions, you might be able to return. What do you mean? You'll understand later. Don't worry, you'll see them again. Hearing my words, the sadness in Gusen's consciousness seemed to lift slightly. I asked the Chingmun member walking ahead, what will happen to this child? First, he'll be taken to the clan for a talent assessment. If his talent is above true spiritual roots, he will be entrusted to external members of the clan for education. After learning the Qi gathering method, basic techniques, and rising to the level of Qi refining, he will be treated as an external member. However, if he has mixed spiritual roots, he will be given to the lower echelons of the clan. He'll study under them for a few years, go through Qi gathering, and once he reaches Qi refining, he will become part of the lower echelons. If he accumulates enough merit, he might even be promoted to an external member. What if we find someone with heavenly spiritual roots? I see. I gained a deeper understanding of how the cultivator clans replenish their ranks, as he explained. I soothed the child as we returned to the Chingmun clan's territory. After a thorough examination, the child was identified as having mixed spiritual roots and was to be adopted by a lower echelon member of the clan supported by a powerful family in Byokra. His life was bound to change significantly from before. I received another mission from the Chingmun clan elder and went off to find new candidates with spiritual roots, successfully completing 3 months' worth of missions. Although it took time to travel around Byokra, this mission involved tracking down rumors to their source and verifying whether individuals had opened spiritual channels. Bringing spiritual root holders back to the clan was treated as a separate mission, so I was not pressed for time. With about 3 months gained, I returned to my cave. Now, it's time to learn the Qi gathering method. After sealing the entrance of the cave with a wooden plank, I spread out 1,000 spirit stones and sat cross-legged in the center. The myriad Qi gathering method specific to those with 5 spiritual qualities, the 5-element secret. I began to absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy flowing around me, using the 5-element secret, and activated the spiritual roots in my body according to the secret's instructions. Whoa! Remembering how the 5-element spiritual energy harmoniously entered my body when I reached the 5 energies converging to the origin, I operated the 5-element secrets, and the 5-element spiritual energy began to be drawn into my danshan from the surrounding spiritual energy. Other cultivators would have focused all their effort at this stage to harmonize the spiritual energy, spending years just on this. My body's spiritual energy was already perfectly balanced, so simply pouring the existing energy into the danshan resulted in a perfectly harmonious concentration. In an instant, the danshan achieved perfect harmony of 5 elements. From there, I began to optimize the danshan for the 5-element spiritual energy according to the secret's instructions. Time passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and on the 5th day, I finally succeeded in optimizing the danshan for all 5 elements. Now I'm halfway there. The next step was to absorb yin and yang energies, circulate it, and transform it into primordial chaos energy, evolving the danshan to receive spiritual power. Typical cultivators with 5 spiritual qualities would take months or even years to absorb heaven and earth energy at this stage, but I was different. Woo. I drew spiritual energy directly from the 1,000 spirit stones around me. Kugagagugu. Clutching handfuls of spirit stones, I absorbed spiritual energy furiously. Due to being a 5 spiritual quality cultivator, the efficiency of energy absorption wasn't great, but I compensated with the sheer quantity of spirit stones. After absorbing a vast amount of spiritual energy, I divided it into yin and yang energies according to the 5-element secret. Then I circulated it in the danshan, mixing yin and yang energies to create primordial chaos energy. With this primordial chaos energy, I filled the Danshin and began its evolution. Kugagugu. Changes started occurring in the Danshin. Despite the drastic changes trying to disturb the balance of the harmonized five-element spiritual energy, I maintained perfect balance with firm consciousness and allowed the primordial chaos energy to work. How long did I continue to push primordial chaos energy into the Danshin using the five-element secret? Finally, flash, light seemed to emanate from the Danshin, and the primordial chaos energy no longer caused any further transformation. Instead, the Danshin began to operate the primordial chaos energy on its own, refining and collecting it into pure spiritual power. I exhaled and operated the five-element spiritual power inside me. The five-element spiritual power moved at my will. As I inhaled, the heaven and earth energy naturally absorbed into me following my intent. I realized that I had achieved great success with the five-element secret. The implication was clear. Now I can ascend to the chi refining stage. I opened my eyes, left the cave, and asked the mortals working in the Chungmun clan's territory about the current date. I learned that a month had passed since I started my closed-door cultivation. Since I've already completed 3 months' worth of missions, I have about 2 months left. I quickly decided. Returning to the cave, I took out the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation. With the remaining time, shall I try advancing to the first star of chi refining? Chi refining consists of a total of 14 stars. Previously, chi gathering was included in chi refining, making it 15 stars, but even then the foundation of chi refining began only after forming the law-transforming Danshin. As I read through the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation, I delved into the details of chi refining. Although casually referred to as stars from 1 to 14, the boundaries of each stage within chi refining were quite complex. To reach the first star of chi refining, one must understand all 72 incantations of the 72 earthly Sha true words Chinese letter, 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 and activate the corresponding 72 spiritual meridians. The second star involves mastering the 36 heavenly gang method, decrees Chinese letter, 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 building upon the 72 earthly Sha meridians and forming the corresponding 36 heavenly gang spiritual natures. The third star requires evolving the 72 spiritual meridian and 36 spiritual natures to accommodate 12 types of spiritual energy, corresponding to the 12 earthly branches Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, letter F98. The fourth star demands accommodating 10 changes of spiritual energy, corresponding to the 10 heavenly stems diagram Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The fifth star is achieved by unifying the 108 spiritual meridians and natures and 60 types of spiritual energy changes into 9 points, according to the principles of the 9 palaces Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The sixth star involves completing the entire spiritual energy meridians in accordance with the operation of the 8 trigrams Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The seventh star is when one performs a ritual to 7 stars among the 28 stars and 4 constellations, declaring their intention to walk the path of cultivation and being granted permission to receive more spiritual energy under the auspices of heaven and earth. The 8th star entails navigating spiritual energy through the 6 harmonies letter F9D1 and 4 directions of heaven and earth Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, filling the entire body's spiritual meridians. The 9th star aligns the properties and symbols of the 5 elements with the main attributes of the learned cultivation method, fully awakening the attributes of these methods. The 10th star uses the principles of the 4 images Chinese letter, Chinese letter to fully connect the completed and specialized 8 trigram spiritual meridians in order to create 2 channels of yin and yang. The 11th star involves fully penetrating the upper, middle, and lower danshins, corresponding to the 3 talents with spiritual power, achieving unification of heaven, earth, and man Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The 12th star entails continuously circulating the yin and yang channels of the dual poles Chinese letter, Chinese letter, eventually integrating the channels and becoming a flawless unified channel. The 13th star accelerates spiritual power through the unified channel, focusing the spiritual power into one-point origin within the danshin. The 14th star, the infinite Chinese letter, Chinese letter, involves exploding the concentrated mass of spiritual power to further evolve the inner part of the danshin. Successful evolution of the danshin, marked by the formation of a spiritual cloud within and a spiritual star's birth, signifies reaching chi building. That marks both the beginning and the end of chi refining. Can I see the end of this in my lifetime? From first rate to peak, from peak to 3 flowers gathering at the summit, and from there to 5 energies converging to the origin, it's achievable within each lifetime. but within the chi refining stage alone, there are immense differences in levels and realms. Now I understand why chi refining cultivators show such vast differences in abilities with just a one-star discrepancy. In the martial world, the differences within the same major realm were not so drastic. An early peak could defeat a mid-peak, and a mid-peak could overcome the threshold of 3 flowers gathering at the summit. But in chi refining, even a one-star difference could make direct confrontation nearly impossible. I also understood why so many chi refining cultivators spend their entire lives unable to advance beyond a single star. Without exceptional understanding of spiritual arts, one could spend a lifetime in cultivation and still not fully grasp all incantations of the 72 earthly Sha true words. It's not easy, indeed. After contemplating the 14 stars of chi refining, I turned to the methods written in the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation. Earth surpassing path to cultivation, water surpassing path to cultivation, wood surpassing path to cultivation, metal surpassing path to cultivation, fire surpassing path to cultivation. 5 methods were recorded. I chose the earth surpassing path to cultivation. The reason was simple. The internal energy method of the martial world that I had originally mastered, the dragon vein chi method, belonged to the earth Chinese letter attribute in the classification of cultivators heaven and earth spiritual energy. It's better to practice something familiar. While reciting the formula written in the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation, I chanted the 72 earthly Sha true words. The 72 earthly Sha true words is a spell that activates 72 spiritual meridians and is a fundamental technique in itself. For example, the true words of earth corner Chinese letter wood from beginning to end emanate energy from the spiritual veins corresponding to the earth corner star, resulting in earthen spikes bursting forth from the ground. I need to form the hand seals too. Of course, as one progresses to the higher stages of chi refining, hand seals and true words can be omitted, but for now, both were required to cast techniques. First, I need to activate the meridian corresponding to the earth leader star Chinese letter. Activating even one meridian would mean entering the first rank of chi refining. I sighed softly and activated the meridian with the true words of earth leader Chinese letter. 2 months passed. I came out of the stone chamber and breathed the outside air. Somehow, I had managed to activate the first spiritual meridian, the earth leader, but to do so, I had to use 100 spirit stones. The efficiency is terribly low. At this rate, I might not be able to activate all 72 earthly Sha meridians, even if I used all my remaining spiritual stones. Well, that's why I joined a cultivator clan. I could have become a loose cultivator, not joining the Chingmun clan. Stealing cultivation techniques from a couple of cultivators would have sufficed, so technically, coming here wasn't necessary. But the reason I chose to come to the Chingmun clan was to seek help in such difficult times. I first went to Chingmun Mok, the elder in Chi building, and declared that I had become a Chi refining cultivator. Elder Chingmun Mok, surprised, checked my meridians and only believed me after confirming the activated spiritual meridian. What did you do? You, with mixed spiritual roots, achieved chi refining in just 3 months. This is insane. Well, now I see why the main clan elders gave you a recommendation. He looked at me curiously and asked about the method I used. What method did you use to enter chi refining? I used a method from the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation, specifically the earth surpassing path method. The 5 surpassing paths to cultivation. I see. It seems to be a common technique, as even Elder Chungmun Mok recognized it immediately. That method is indeed the very basics of cultivation. It precisely outlines the essentials for chi refining. However, being just basic, it will not allow you to perform any special attribute techniques. I am aware of that. Hold on. He fiddled with his desk and pulled out a book. This is the Earth-Dwelling Method Chinese letter, an Earth Attribute Cultivation Method and one of the basic practices of the Chingmun clan. It is specialized in solid defense. You can learn this instead of the Earth-Surpassing Path, or alongside it. Since they have the same attribute, it will not significantly slow down your cultivation. You mentioned slow progress in cultivation mastery. That is inevitable due to your mixed spiritual roots, but there's a way to accelerate your cultivation mastery. I listened attentively to Elder Chingmun Mok's words. Generally, understanding follows breakthroughs. Once you break through a meridian or realm, the insights of the lower levels become instinctively clear. You have activated the Earth Leader Meridian, so you should have some understanding of what the Earth Leader true words mean, correct? Yes, I do. As you move from chi refining first star to second star, from lower to higher levels, and then to chi building, the meanings of the true words and formulas you learned before will become much more intuitively clear. Therefore, cultivators with heavenly or true spiritual roots quickly break through meridians and realms to understand these insights. However, those with mixed spiritual roots like you need to do the opposite. The opposite. understanding before breakthrough. First, fully understand and embody the meanings of the true words and formulas, engraving them in your soul. If you completely grasp the true words, you can activate meridians and breakthrough realms even without exceptional talent or quality. Understanding before breakthrough, I could roughly grasp what that meant. Cultivators born with incredible innate talents, those of the heavenly spiritual roots and true spiritual root, could break through realms and understand mantras just by sitting quietly and circulating their energy. However, cultivators with lesser talents, those of the mixed spiritual roots, had to first understand the mantras to activate their spiritual meridian and break through realms. And I too had experienced something similar. Cultivators are born with inherent consciousness and spiritual roots, while martial artists need to reach the five energies converging to the origin. To reach the world of consciousness used as natural as breathing by cultivators, martial artists must realize intent, understand life within intent, and eventually awaken all life's intents to reach consciousness. A genius realizes and unfolds a technique in one go. A dullard reaches the same level only after numerous attempts and trials. I had already experienced this countless times. There was nothing to fear or find difficult. I just had to do what I've been doing all along. Yes, also within the territory, every 10 days, members of the territory and external members gather for a discussion meeting to share insights about mantras and cultivation. Participating in it will be helpful. The advice I just gave you and the cultivation manual are gifts for your ascension to chi refining. If you want more advice, you'll have to collect and pay merit points next time. Now off you go. After thanking the Chingmun clan elder, I left the stone cave where he resided. Several days later, I attended a discussion meeting held within the Chingmun clan's territory. It was a meeting where chi refining cultivators of the first, second, and third stars gathered to discuss enlightenment. In the meeting, besides members of the clan, there were external members like me and even low-ranking members who had accumulated a lot of merit points. The meeting was organized with first, second, and third star chi refining cultivators forming their own groups. Naturally, I joined the first star chi refining group and participated in the meeting. First, I'd like to talk about the wall I've recently hit. The meeting progressed with each chi refining cultivator sitting cross-legged, taking turns to share their insights and the walls they recently faced. I too spoke a few words about the Earth Leader Star's spiritual meridian, and that day I was able to interact somewhat with other cultivators of the Chingmun clan. After a month of discussions and missions at the Chingmun clan's meetings, during one of my conversations with the clan's cultivators, I learned a rather shocking fact. So, you're saying you can't see this? That's right. Have you mastered some unique consciousness technique? Well, something like that. I smiled awkwardly and laughed with an external member of the Chingmun clan who was conversing with me. Today, I learned a shocking fact. Cultivators cannot see the color of intent. They seemed able to recognize its form, but beyond that, they only saw transparent consciousness and intent. A shocking fact indeed. I thought all cultivators could see the color of intent like me. Well, I never had anyone to compare with before. After all, reaching the five energies converging to the origin isn't common. I thought about the extent of consciousness a martial artist at the five energies converging to the origin would have, around the size of a chi refining third of fourth star. I was using the hidden consciousness technique to make my consciousness appear as small as first star chi refining, but in reality, my domain of consciousness was much larger. Moreover, I heard that not even chi-building cultivators, let alone those at the third star of chi refining, could see the colors of intent like I could, unless they had mastered some unique consciousness technique. The domain of consciousness awakened by martial artists is fundamentally superior to that of cultivators. In a way, it was the only area where martial artists surpass cultivators. From the interactions at the meeting, I learned another interesting fact about the Chingmun clan. A clan that venerates the Tao of combat is at the influence of their founder, and because of that influence, they hold an immortal combat meeting every year. The Immortal Combat Meeting was a martial contest that the direct and collateral members of the Chingmun clan participated in once a year. All those bearing the Chingmun surname, whether direct or collateral, were obliged to participate in the Immortal Combat Meeting, and their rankings within the clan were determined based on their performance. Therefore, members of the Chingmun clan fought desperately at every Immortal Combat Meeting, constantly striving throughout the year for it. I think I understand now why the Chingmun clan is rumored to have foul characters. Their personalities have likely become rough due to preparing for the Immortal Combat Meeting within the clan. It's a pity. If external members could also participate, one could raise their rank and receive a bounty of cultivation resources. I licked my lips softly. That's when it happened. Breaking news. Urgent news. A collateral member of the Chingmun clan rushed into the cave where the discussion meeting was being held and shouted. The Jin clan has finally usurped the throne of Yongyuo, replacing the Makli dynasty with the Jin dynasty. the Jin clan has now seized control of Yongyuo's political landscape. Therefore, the main house has decided to send an envoy to congratulate the Jin clan on their victory, and this envoy will be open to not only Chungmun clan members, but also external members. Moreover, the envoy will get a chance to meet and learn from a chi-building level figure who played a significant role in the Jin clan's usurpation of the Makli dynasty. Learning from an elder of the Jin clan. Which elder might that be? Well, it was someone I heard of for the first time. The name was Young-hoon, I believe. I felt a smile form on my lips. Kim Young-hoon has succeeded in this life too. How do I apply to join as the envoy? The Chungmun clan's way is always simple. Survival of the fittest. As it happened previously, the 20 spots for the envoy will be decided by making all the applicants fight, and the last 20 standing will be given the opportunity. But you should just give up. You seem to be at about the chi refining first star, so don't overdo it. However, I asked with a faint smile. To apply, do I just do it like other things and apply to Elder Chungmun Mok? That is correct, but for this position, there will be many powerful cultivators who have been preparing for the immortal combat meeting. Forget about it. Meeting a chi-building figure won't change your life, will it? I passed him and walked towards the stone chamber where Chungmun Mok was. Life won't change, but it's just about meeting an old friend from my hometown. If he helped the Jin clan usurp the throne of Makli, then surely his martial arts realm must have reached at least the 5 energies converging to the origin. How far had he reached in this life? How much had his martial arts grown? For a long time, I had wanted to cross blades with a martial artist of equal or higher caliber. Joining the envoy was very simple. While everyone gathered in one place to fight, I used the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts to hide my presence, and at the last moment, I ambushed the most exhausted of the remaining 20, knocking them out and becoming the victor. Some saw me and accused me of cowardice, but in truth, I could have annihilated all the chi-refining 5th to 6th star cultivators gathered there that day. They should be thankful I didn't fight and stayed quiet. I just didn't want to stand out and stayed a bit subdued. Regardless of the outcome, I was able to win the position. I headed to the Jin clan as an envoy along with one of the chi-building elders of the Chungmun clan. Everyone aboard. On the day the envoy departed, the chi-building elder climbed onto the bow of a large ship-shaped magical artifact and shouted at us. I boarded the ship along with other members of the envoy at a strategic location within the Chungmun clan's territory, and soon the ship rose into the sky. It's always fascinating to see. Although I could walk in the sky, flying in the void using the harmony of heaven and earth energy, and air was a different principle from this flying artifact. The heaven and earth energy itself was absorbed by the ship, generating a strange buoyancy. Then the ship gently floated up and suddenly zoomed forward. Whoosh. The ship quickly rose into the sky, piercing through the clouds, grazing the sea of clouds with its dragon-like frame. Judging by the speed of the magical artifact, it seems like we would reach Yongyuo in about a day. I can see why flying artifacts are popular. It wasn't like using void stepping. It felt like being on a comfortable airplane. I leaned on the deck, admiring the underside of the ship grazing the clouds, lost in thought. How far can a martial artist ascend? Has Kim Young-hoon evolved the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts in this life? The realm of martial artists is third rate, second rate, first rate, and then pinnacle. Next is known as the peak of the pinnacle. 3 flowers gather at the summit. Surpassing the 3 flowers gather at the summit is the 5 energies converging to the origin. That's the limit. Reaching the 5 energies converging to the origin is considered a legendary realm, achieved only once every few centuries, but no one has ever seen beyond it, except for Kim Young-hoon. Kim Young-hoon has reached a realm of martial arts never seen before in the history of martial arts, akin to a miracle. Yes, the current state of martial arts is continually being pioneered. For a martial artist, there is no higher place. Therefore, a martial artist must create their own higher realm. I slowly stroked the sword at my waist. Even as I entered the path of cultivation and practiced, I never once removed this sword from my side. While reciting mantras, I continuously trained with the sword, striving to find clues to the next stage. Of course, I was still only at the early stages of 5 energies converging to the origin, but even if I can't ascend further yet, Kim Young-hoon will show me the scenery beyond. And he will tell me that the time spent practicing martial arts was never in vain. I am now a cultivator, but at the same time I am a martial artist. As both a martial artist and a cultivator, I will not give up and will continue to run endlessly, because that is the life I desire. I will climb, and surely end this cycle and live a proper life. With that firm resolve, I gazed at the sky above the clouds, high and distant, yet clear and bright, a day later. We arrived at the Jin clan's main house. This is the Jin clan's main house. It was a volcano, a live one with lava bubbling up from below. The Jin clan's main house was located at the center of it. Were there volcanoes in Yongyuo? But I was surprised for another reason. In my several lifetimes, this was the first time I had seen a volcanic terrain. Excuse me, do you know where exactly the Jin clan's main house is located in Yangnuo's geography? I asked a fellow envoy. He answered me promptly, swallowing his saliva at the sight of the Jin clan's main house below. It's said to be near Jungang province in Yangnuo. I'm not too sure myself. Jungang province, I've been there before, but there was no volcano. No, could it be? I realized one possibility. The entire volcano is covered with an illusion barrier, so it remained undiscovered until now. I was astounded by the immense scale of Jin clan's main house's barrier and gazed at the main house. We're descending. The Qi building elder of the Chengmun clan lowered the ship, and we entered the Jin clan. We went into the Jin clan and, led by the Qi building elder, delivered a letter from the Chengmun clan's leader to the Jin clan's leader. This is core formation. Zap, zap. It felt like being near the fox. A vast area of about 30 zhang was covered by his spiritual power and consciousness. In the middle, a middle-aged man in red robes sat in the leader's seat, reading the letter from the Chengmun clan's leader. Zap, zap. Under the pressure openly emitted by the core formation cultivator, the Qi refining cultivators of the Chengmun clan, except for me, looked as if they were about to be crushed. My skin tingled under the spiritual power of the core formation cultivator, but that was it. At the level of 5 energies converging to the origin, I can easily deflect such pressure. Using my consciousness, I subtly deflected the pressure being exerted on me. After a while, formal greetings were exchanged, and finally, the moment I had been waiting for arrived. I will introduce the highest external member of the Jin clan who made significant contributions during the recent change of the throne. Kim Young-hoon stepped onto a small platform and greeted us. Greetings to the distinguished guests from other clans. I am the martial artist known as Young-hoon. Indeed, he had already ascended to the 5 energies converging to the origin in this life. His intent evolved into the form of consciousness, and even his appearance seems younger, a martial artist. What are you saying? Isn't that person a cultivator? Are they mocking us? Then a smirk appeared on one of the Jin clan's elders' lips. He is definitely a highly accomplished martial artist. Undoubtedly, he played a significant role in the recent throne change. As mentioned earlier to the envoys, wouldn't it be a good idea to test the skills of each clan's talents against this martial artist for the sake of friendship between the clans? I roughly understood the situation. The Jin clan had usurped the throne and was using this opportunity to show off their strength to the surrounding cultivator clans. And what better way to elevate their pride than having their martial artist defeat other clans' cultivators? Even so, how can a mere martial artist compete with cultivators? The Jin clan is taking things too far. The Chengmun clan's envoy, as well as envoys from other clans, looked displeased. Then the Jin clan's leader spoke up. I vouch for his skills. Those who do not wish to participate in the martial contest may retire to their quarters. No one dared to object after that. To ignore the individual vouched for by the core formation leader would be akin to disrespecting the leader himself. Before we start the banquet, we plan to have a brief martial contest as a form of entertainment. Does anyone have objections? No one responded to the leader's question. Seeing no objections, I guess everyone agrees. Let's start the martial contest. The first challenger was from the Gongmyo clan of Byokra, a Qi refining cultivator. As Kim Young-hoon and the Gongmyo clan cultivator faced off, discontented murmurs erupted here and there. I joined as an envoy to receive teachings from a Qi building figure, but now, how did we end up competing with a mere martial artist? A martial artist as a Qi building level figure. His consciousness seems only about the lower levels of Qi refining. It would be more believable to say a grasshopper by the roadside is a high-ranking official of Yangnuo. Silence, how dare you speak like that in front of the clan leader? The Chengmun clan's elder scolded, though his face was full of dissatisfaction. The martial contest began. Bang! Kim Young-hoon moved swiftly, and the Gongmyo clan's Qi refining cultivator who tried to cast a spell was knocked away. What? That. Kim Young-hoon casually brushed off his hands and said, the contest is over. Shock spread across the faces of the envoys. How did anyone see what happened? The area became noisy instantly, and soon another challenger from a different clan stepped up. A Qi refining 10th star cultivator from the Byok clan. They sent a relatively strong late-stage cultivator. Everyone's attention focused again, and the contest resumed. Whoosh! Kim Young-hoon charged at the Byok clan cultivator, who released a blue spell. Kim Young-hoon elegantly dodged all the spells and approached the cultivator, shattering his defensive spell with one move and throwing him aside. It's over. Again, the cultivators gasped in shock and the spectators became noisy. How could that? That was definitely a martial arts technique. How could a mere mortal? No one doubted the clan leader's words anymore. The atmosphere started heating up. Each clan sent challengers to Kim Young-hoon. It seems as if beating him had become a matter of pride for each clan. Even the Chengmun clan sent several late Qi refining cultivators, but all were defeated by Kim Young-hoon within 5 seconds. The atmosphere, which had been heating up due to the consecutive defeats of the clan's late-stage Qi refining cultivators to a mere martial artist from the Jin clan, gradually turned gloomy. In contrast, the Jin clan cultivator's pride was soaring. And again, when another Byok clan cultivator was defeated by Kim Young-hoon, it was the Chungmun clan's turn. Who will go? No one responded. Everyone knew that sending anyone would only embarrass the Chungmun clan. Well, if no one else will, I'll go. I stood up. Wasn't this why I came in the first place? Seeing me, the elder of the Chungmun clan sighed and said, well, if it's a chi refining first star, even if he loses, everyone will just think it's natural. I walked down to the martial contest stage and met Kim Young-hoon's eyes. Startled, Kim Young-hoon jerked in surprise as if he didn't expect to see me here. Swoosh. I drew my sword. Let's have an exciting fight. What realm has Kim Young-hoon reached in this life? What level of martial arts has he attained? Kim Young-hoon, though initially startled, smirked and for the first time drew his saber. All right, let's play. Flash, our intents clashed in the air. The duel began with the first movements of the Severing Mountain swordsmanship and the Severing Vein saber method. The moves transcending peaks and mountain force collided. As I sliced horizontally in the middle stance, Kim Young-hoon mirrored the move and then quickly shifted to a lower stance. However, my intent crushed the lower stance, transitioning into a form that could slash across Kim Young-hoon's face. The fight was at the peak level from the start. Red and blue lines crossed in the air. The sound of swords and sabers clashing rang out in the martial arts field. Ting, 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 dozens of attacks collided in a single exchange. Cliff edge, bouldered cliff, dragon vein, flowing ridge, entering mountain, ascending vein. I slashed upwards, then wildly downwards and back up again in a continuous flow. But cliff edge was deflected with mountain spirit, while blouted cliff and dragon vein were countered with the flowing techniques of severing vein saber method. Kim Young-hoon dodged dragon vein with mountain bird, then rapidly approached. The moves of entering mountain and ascending vein were shaken off with middle mountain, unsettling the ground to shake the opponent's balance. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 49 lights emerging peak, 49 sword energies flew towards Kim Young-hoon. Severing vein saber, mountain unfolding. Kim Young-hoon's more ferocious whirlwind of attacks repelled all my sword energies. Our swords and sabers clashed, and dozens of red and blue intents crossed in the air. A tremendous exchange happened in that brief moment, but still it was at the peak level. Our gazes met. No words were needed. As if by agreement, we both stepped into the realm of purple. The three flowers gather at the summit level. What had been just an exchange of moves was now a serious prelude. We read each other's intents, changing stances multiple times with each step. Taking 3 steps and changing stances 7 times, we finally settled on a single move after 8 adjustments. Kim Young-hoon fainted with the mountain wind and swiftly changed to mountain echo stance. I shifted from mountain echoes. Valley responds to echoing valley, repelling the momentum of mountain echo with my sword. The color of our intents grew more complex in the exchange. Each strike was an exchange of thoughts. Have you been well? With a whoosh, I countered with bouldered cliff, feigned entering mountain in the lower stance, and then smoothly transitioned to flowing ridge. I have been well. Have you been untroubled? The colors of our intents continued to exchange, untroubled. However, seeing you well relieves my heart. Kim Young-hoon's movements became more lively. Suddenly, he seemed to disappear from my sight, only to reappear, slashing upwards close to me. Mountain bird, shall we start playing for real now? Yes. The preliminary match ended. We both, as if agreed, entered the realm of 5 energies converging to the origin. Our consciousness domain overlapped. Using the layered mountain, I scattered sword gang in all directions to block Kim Young-hoon's strike. Immediately after, I used Mountain Tiger to concentrate the scattered sword gang into a single point directed at him. I have always wanted to ask. A dragon's head soared through the clouds. With white peak, he slashed upwards with dozens of saber gang, tearing apart the concentrated gang chi of Mountain Tiger. You told me you learned this martial arts from an opportunity. Following White Peak, the Severing Vein Saber continued with Great Trunk. His saber gang converged into a single powerful strike, aimed at me. Yet could it be that this martial art was not obtained by some opportunity, but something you created? Severing mountain swordsmanship, mountain and valley transformation. I flowed my sword gang into his saber gang, shaking it up as if causing an earthquake, dispersing his gang chi. Again, a profound exchange occurred between us. The fight in the realm of 5 energies converging to the origin was on a different level from the peak. Rather than predictable trajectories of intent, each movement was like a far-off illusion, almost akin to foreseeing the future. Kim Young-hoon's saber slashes towards my neck. My sword pierces through Kim Young-hoon's heart, but it was all an illusion caused by the killing intent in the realm of consciousness that we both shot at each other. At the same time, it was also a battle of techniques in the 5 energies converging to the origin. Quang, quang, quang. In the simple exchange of moves, gang chi envelops the void, sending sword gang and saber gang scattering in all directions. Even though it was just a clash of moves, in the 5 energies converging to the origin, the mere killing intent clothed in gang chi turned the fight into reality. with sword marks and saber marks wildly spreading everywhere. The floor of the sparring ground, made of blue stone, cracked all over. Before long, the boundary of the sparring ground was protected by a formation capable of blocking attacks from cultivators above the 14th level of Qi refining, holding off our Gang Qi. Yet even that formation trembled under the collision of powerful Gang Qi, lightning flashes. By now, our movements were likely completely lost to lower-level Qi refining cultivators with weaker consciousness. We traversed the length of the sparring ground several times. The trajectory of Gang Qi we emitted remained in the void of the sparring chamber, not yet faded, and then we collided in between. Why do you think so? The lights of our swords and sabers crossed in the void, each weaving the ferocity of a dragon and a tiger. Don't you know, if you taught me this martial art, you should know the intent imbued in it, the intent within the martial art. I know it all too well. No, I was there when Kim Young-hoon created the Severing Vein Saber method during the second regression of the Heavenly Demon War. The Severing Vein Saber method, a peerless martial art, was developed by Kim Young-hoon over several months by refining my Severing Mountain swordsmanship of 12 strokes. Originally created for slow learners, the Severing Mountain swordsmanship, with its kind and ascension-inducing strokes, was stripped of its simplicity. He integrated and extracted the essence of each stroke to create a new saber method. That was the Severing Vein Saber method, a martial art created by Kim Young-hoon for his own genius, and at the same time a martial art imbued with his thoughts during its creation. Back then, in the early regressions, he longed for his lost companions and the homeland he could never return to. It was evident even in the names of the strokes. Severing Vein, returning home. His saber, beyond the Severing Mountain sword's 49 lights emerging peak, carried a much more profound and intricate transformation. The strokes he created out of longing for home as a human, not a genius, rained down on me. Kim Young-hoon's reason for asking was probably the same. The martial art itself exuded the longing for home, the longing of a human being. Right now, he's asking me if I miss home as well. I questioned him in return. You're asking if I miss my home, aren't you? At this point in the regression, Kim Young-hoon believes that I created the Severing Vein Saber method. Therefore, he is asking if I long for my homeland. I certainly do miss it. Sometimes I miss it so intensely that I find myself weeping with my sword in hand. Using 9 Mountain 8 Seas, I deflect Kim Young-hoon's attacks dozens of times. Then, concentrating dozens of attacks into a single point, I intensify the pressure on him. Quang, quang, quang. Our battle has already turned the sparring ground into a complete dirt field. Pong. Once more our sword and saber collide, sending shards of the shattered blue stone flying between us. Our consciousness, having attained the 5 energies converging to the origin, becomes even more focused. Not just one fragment, but numerous shards scatter around us. The trajectories of Gang Qi. Countless astonished gazes peek through the dust clouds at us. Every facet of the space we stand in becomes clear in my mind. In this near-omniscient state, I lock eyes with him. But don't you know, the ultimate technique of the Severing Vein Saber method, the meaning of saber tomb, our intents communicated back and forth. Is that so? He smiled somewhat sadly and took up a stance. Recognizing his intention, I too properly assumed a stance. The heart you left in this martial art initially deeply resonated with me. In truth, it wasn't what I had left behind, but the heart that Kim Young-hoon had left behind in previous regressions. But listening to his intent, I unfurled the technique simultaneously with him, ascending vein, following ridge. However, as I practiced martial arts, elevated my realm, and finally practiced the record of surpassing cultivation in martial arts, I made a vow. Kim Young-hoon's saber cleaves through the void. Mountain force, mountain spirit, mountain presence. I must elevate my realm, surpass cultivators, transcend the ultimate in martial arts, and a battle surpassing extreme speed unfolds between us. I execute the techniques even faster. Flowing ridge, bouldered cliff, strange stone, landscape painting, dragon vein, cliff edge, 49 lights emerging peak. Definitely I will find a way back home. Mountain wind, mountain unfolding, mountain bird, mountain echo, mountain scream, middle mountain. Explosions occur between our sword and saber, blinding to the eye. In a battle that feels like it could numb the senses, I felt his will. How fantastical. His saber technique continuously unfolds. Dragon mound Chinese letter, white peak Chinese letter, great trunk Chinese letter, surpassing mountains Chinese letter, returning home Chinese letter. Our battle continues, and finally, the essence of Severing Mountain swordsmanship and Severing Vein Saber method emerges. Severing Mountain swordsmanship, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The 22nd move, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Severing Mountain, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Kim Young-hoon's intent flows out, and the name of the technique drifts into the void. Severing Vein Saber method, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The 15th move, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Saber-Tomb Chinese letter, the ultimate of a martial art for geniuses and a martial art for slow learners collide, bursting forth brilliance, with the spirit of transcending mountains, crossing one mountain after another, like a dragon crossing over peaks towards our homeland with the white peak and great trunk. No matter which mountain I surpass, I long so much to return home. But since that is impossible in this life, I shall make the ground under this saber my tomb. It seems as if I can hear Kim Young-hoon's will flowing through the severing vein saber method, beyond the ethereal gleam of light. When gang chi collides, shockwaves arise, and the formation covering the sparring ground shatters. Simultaneously, several chi-building cultivators rise up and hastily overlay a new barrier. Originally, the essence of severing mountain swordsmanship, severing mountain Chinese letter, and severing vein saber method, saber-tomb Chinese letter, are equivalent martial arts. Therefore, if they were to collide, it would either result in mutual destruction or a draw. But I saw something different. Kim Young-hoon was unfolding the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. It was the history of a new martial arts discipline created by a genius, passed down through generations, slowly unfolding in his hands, as if he was explaining it to me, unraveling it before my eyes. Ah, I see. This is the next step above the five energies converging to the origin. He showed me his vow, based on his deep longing for home, to raise his realm and someday return there. How fantastical. However, the reason we came to this world is probably related to the Ascension Gate, and if we ever want to return, we must enter the Ascension Gate. But the Ascension Gate opens only once every 1,000 years. Since it is open this time, it won't be reachable in a mortal's short lifespan. My goal was to become a cultivator, extend my lifespan, and become strong enough to challenge the Ascension Gate. He intended to do the same, but with his pure talent and will. The Kim Young-hoon who spoke, to bury my bones under the saber, he has surpassed him. Beyond the stroke of saber-tomb in the severing vein saber method, he unveils the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts, and from there unfolds gang chi compression sphere. Watching the detailed intricacies of the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts he was performing, I understood how to surpass the five energies converging to the origin. From now on, I will continuously pioneer the realm of martial arts. Someday, with the help of the Jin clan, I'll try to reach the Ascension Gate. The cultivators of the Jin clan said that the place where we were is the path leading to the Ascension Gate. If I could only get there. How fantastical, yet again. But I couldn't dare trample on his hope with the cruel truth. The Ascension Gate has already closed, and we would have to wait 1,000 years. How could I say such a thing? Instead of telling him this cruel truth, I asked something else. Why are you telling me this? I hope you too have hope. Is that so? I closely observed the gang chi compression sphere he released, and just as my sword was torn to shreds along with my sword gang, I was propelled backwards by a tremendous recoil. Quayang, I was violently flung back, slamming into the formation and spat out a mouthful of blood. What is the name of this realm? I stopped our conversation through intent and asked him with a smirk. After all, in the history of martial arts, he was the first to reach this realm. It was right that he name it. He had already reached this realm much faster. Perhaps in this lifetime, he might evolve the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts even further. Kim Young-hoon answered calmly. Ultimate pinnacle reaching the peak to create the ultimate. Ha 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 ha, such a fitting name for you. Thus, pondering the enlightenment of martial arts, I fainted. 'Cause I mean he has reached the Jumbajojuk realm, just doesn't sound right. Small cap pen letter 1D07 letter 1D21. Small cap pen letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L. Letter 1D0 for small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D00 small cap R letter 1D07. Letter 1D18 letter 1D1C small cap B small cap L small cap IS small cap H letter 1D07 letter 1D05. Letter 1D0F small cap N N0V3L FIRWE net. When I opened my eyes, the pungent smell of medicinal herbs assailed my nose. Red-stemmed bamboo, far-reaching grass, clustered earth. I recognized some, but more than half are unknown to me. As I inhaled the scent of medicinal herbs, I tried to recall their combinations, but it seems that most were beyond my knowledge. After circulating my energy to check my physical condition, I slowly rose from my seat. This place is, it appeared to be the medicinal hall of the Jin clan. While I was looking around, on the small table beside me, a red jade stone that was placed there turned blue. Simultaneously, in my domain of consciousness, numerous spell characters linked to the jade stone formed a connection, alerting me. Is this, informing others of my physical condition? The connection of the spell characters extended rapidly outside the room. Soon, a Chungmun clan elder of Chi building, Chungmun Byok, and what appeared to be a physician of the Jin clan entered the room. Respected elder, sit down. Ha ha ha. Are you feeling all right? Yes, I feel almost unscathed. Well, that's to be expected. Even the head of the Jin clan was excited watching your duel and ordered to take great care of you. It's surprising that he felt such excitement watching a duel between two chi refining cultivators, not even chi building. Haha, you've made a great contribution. Chungmun Byok, laughing heartily, patted my shoulder and spoke to the Jin clan's physician. If there's nothing unusual after examining his meridians, he can be discharged. Yes, understood. The physician of the Jin clan examined my condition and promptly declared me fully recovered, allowing me to leave. I followed Chungmun Byok to the quarters assigned to me in the Chungmun clan. My room was next to Chungmun Byok's, and before entering, he called me into his room. The door of the quarters closed with a thud, and Chungmun Byok, sitting down, flicked his fingers. A cushion flew in front of me and landed on the floor, and he gestured for me to sit. Sit down. Yes, first of all, you did very well in today's duel. You upheld the dignity of the Chungmun clan in front of the other clans. Today's event will be reported to the head of our clan, and you have definitely earned merit. But before the main house decides on a reward, I have something I want to know. He looked at me with clear eyes and asked. In my younger days, I read in an ancient text about martial artists of the five energies converging to the origin, who appear once in several hundred years. They are beyond the reach of ordinary chi refiners, with a lifetime of extreme hardship and martial arts training. Only by facing death can they possibly awaken to such a state. He is right. Unless one is an anomaly like Kim Young-hoon, who has unprecedented martial talent, or someone like me, an anomaly of time, typical geniuses cannot reach the five energies converging to the origin without preparing for death. Even if one reaches the extreme of three flowers gather at the summit, without properly completing a body transformation and strengthening the body, the upper dantian would swell and burst. Such beings, born against all odds, often have superior and more intricate consciousness than ordinary chi refiners. They can even wield the pure spiritual force that chi-building cultivators use, overpowering ordinary chi-refining cultivators. Pure spiritual force. Did you not know? When you reach chi-building, spiritual energy becomes incredibly pure along the activated spiritual pathways from chi-refining. Like this. A pure white light began to emanate from Chungmun Byok's hand. I was awestruck. Gang Chi. Do mortals call it Gang Chi? Chi-building cultivators call it pure spiritual force. It's force created by removing impurities and compressing the existing spiritual energy dozens of times. I watched Chungmun Byok effortlessly emitting Gang Chi from his hand without any intent and became speechless. Meanwhile, I noticed that the pure spiritual force he emitted was different from my sword gang. Mine is filled with intent, but his force is just massively compressed chi. Just like when I used the initial move of Chi Mountain, Heart Heaven, to infuse energy into my sword silk, creating Gang Chi for a few seconds. A chi-building cultivator just spews out crudely compressed heaven and earth spiritual energy. My sword gang might be slightly better in cutting ability, but without any realization, I was dumbfounded by Chungmun Byok, who could continuously emit Gang Chi, not just for a few seconds, but steadily. I'm overwhelmingly inferior in output. Moreover, the purity of his chi is much higher than my sword gang. It's free from impurities. More importantly, being able to emit Gang Chi so crudely means that I have a question. If I reach chi building, that Gang Chi, no, pure spiritual force. In chi building, pure spiritual force is the norm. It flows through the meridians instead of regular spiritual power. It densely fills the entire body with natural resilience, so what you martial artists call protective Gang Chi is effectively being constantly emitted. A monster whose meridians are filled with Gang Chi. A being almost constantly emitting protective Gang Chi, that is a chi-building cultivator. The reason only Gang Sphere can fight against chi-building is because they are monsters constantly spewing protective Gang Chi. To injure a chi-building cultivator, one needs power beyond Gang Chi. I was dizzy with the concept I hadn't even imagined before. Gang Chi instead of regular energy flowing through the meridians. Is this even human? No wonder the lifespan of chi-building cultivators greatly increases. Their bodies are filled with Gang Chi, continuously cultivating and expanding its volume. It would be strange if such monsters didn't experience a change in lifespan. Anyway, martial artists who have reached three flowers gather at the summit can emulate our pure spiritual force, and those of the five energies converging to the origin can do so quite freely. Those below chi building stand no chance. However, excluding such obvious information, martial artists of the five energies converging to the origin are so rare that I don't know what you might need. So tell me what you need for your reward from the Chungmun clan, something I need. After a moment of thought, I spoke to him. The elder of the Chungmun clan who oversees the territory I reside once told me about understanding before breakthrough. Since my spiritual root is of the five elements, my cultivation speed isn't fast. I would like to follow the method of understanding before breakthrough. Understanding before breakthrough. If it's about understanding spells and mantras, I'll recommend you as a disciple to Chungmun Ryong after I return to the main house. He may have given up on reaching core formation, but he's dedicated to researching spells, mantras, and formations. He'll be of help in your pursuit of understanding before breakthrough. And he stroked his beard for a moment and then said, the head of the Jin clan also found your martial prowess interesting and decided to grant you a reward. They'll fulfill any reasonable request, so think about what you want. After finishing his words, Chungmun Byok indicated that our conversation was over, and I stepped outside, mulling over. A reward from the Jin clan too. From his tone, it seems like they were willing to fulfill any minor request I have. Then is that possible? I contemplated a possibility, thinking about what to ask for. A few days later, I had the opportunity to meet the head of the Jin clan, Jin Yo-woon. He expressed great interest in me and asked if I had any wishes. Ask within a reasonable scope that they can fulfill. Before meeting the head, Chungmun Byok had earnestly advised me that reasonable meant something that could be fulfilled at the chi refining level or below. Then, I ask of you, head of the Jin clan. After a moment of hesitation, I finally voiced the wish I had been considering. Previously, when I briefly stayed in Yangnuo, I formed bonds with the mortals there. Later, I heard they were all used as alchemy ingredients by the Makli clan and that their descendants are under the care of the Jin clan. I would like to visit where they live. You mean the mortals working for the Jin clan? He paused, thinking, then called one of the elders of the Jin clan. Weren't those sacrificed by the Makli clan trained for assassination before? Yes, they were. But they lacked martial talent, and since Makli Jung was assassinated, we found no need to train them as assassins. We've educated them to do farm work or menial tasks in the territories. Then that should be fine. The head of the Jin clan nodded and said, I'll allow it. But even if it's the mortals' quarters, they work for our Jin clan. You being part of the Chungmun clan cannot freely roam our territory. You can only visit the mortals area and will be accompanied by a supervisor from our main house. Dismissed, I bowed to the head of the Jin clan and was introduced to two supervisors who would guide and watch me in the mortals' quarters. Among them was someone I know. We meet again. Indeed. Kim Young-hoon, representing the Jin clan, was waiting for me, dressed in a red robe. You are the junior I met during my active days in the martial world. May we talk for a moment? Of course. The other supervisor, a chi-refining 10th star cultivator, glanced at Kim Young-hoon and discreetly left. I was really surprised that you are part of the Chungmun clan's envoy. Looking at the size of your consciousness, you have learned the way of cultivation, have you not? I can faintly sense the pressure of your spirit. You have noticed correctly. For martial artists of the five energies converging to the origin, no matter how much they train in martial arts or wield a sword, the size of their consciousness does not grow. It becomes more detailed, as seen in the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts, and they can freely control consciousness or split it, handling more delicate aspects than ordinary cultivators. But the absolute size of consciousness does not increase. This was true for Kim Young-hoon, who had reached the ultimate pinnacle, as his consciousness was slightly smaller than mine, despite his high level. So, you've chosen to be a cultivator. That's one way to go. I want to know about what you said through consciousness when we fought. That matter. He walked out of the Jin clan's building with me, looking up at the sky and began to speak. When I first came here, I thought I would never return home. As I learned the severing vein saber method you taught me, that thought intensified, feeling the will imbued in that martial art. Even the saber move is called saber tomb. Isn't that too cruel? Anyway, until I reached the stage of the five energies converging to the origin, that was my thought. But after achieving the ultimate pinnacle and changing my mindset, I became confident in reaching the extremes of the ultimate pinnacle through the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. He extended his hand, energy gathered from his palm, forming a sphere. The sphere split. Dividing into 3, the split spheres spun around, multiplying into 9 spheres. I thought this wasn't the end. Currently, I can only face chi-building cultivators, and it would cost my life to take an arm off a core formation cultivator. Those in core formation are like natural disasters in human form. It's pointless knowing they can recover an arm in about a month. However, his eyes widened. I can tell this is not the end. Definitely not. We can go further. We will surely see beyond this realm. He continued speaking. The 16th and 23rd moves of the Severing Vein Saber method and Severing Mountain Swordsmanship are both named Endless Mountains Beyond Mountains. Surely there's a reason you named the final techniques of both martial arts that way. I remained silent. It was a misunderstanding that I had created both martial arts. The reason for the final techniques of both martial arts having such names was a bit different from what he thought. Surely, we can pioneer new realms. It's definitely possible. Kim Hyung, I looked at him and spoke. You said your goal was to reach the Ascension Gate, but to me, it seems like the Ascension Gate is just a reason, and maybe you're just more curious about the limits of martial arts. That might be true. He gave a bitter smile. But I do miss home, this homesickness. It never fades. Sometimes I think my obsession with martial arts is to forget this homesickness. Forget homesickness. In the colorless world of consciousness, I dismantled my consciousness and observed colors again. Noticing my gaze, Kim Young-hoon smiled awkwardly. His consciousness was filled with golden hues, the intent of joy. Though mixed with longing and sadness, Kim Young-hoon talking about martial arts seemed filled with joy. Well, isn't practicing martial arts fun? Honestly, I've never found anything that fits me as well as this. Maybe, as you said, I just enjoy practicing martial arts. Enjoy. Perhaps that was the source of Kim Young-hoon's talent. For me, martial arts were undoubtedly a part of life. Something I could call my historical achievement, but not exactly something I enjoy. Whether I practice martial arts to forget homesickness or simply because I'm happy doing it, my intention to go beyond the ultimate pinnacle is sincere. And you, being a martial artist, surely aspire to reach even higher realms. He grinned and said, "Come visit occasionally. As a martial artist who has reached the stage of 5 energies converging to the origin, you are the only one of this generation in the whole world. I'll gladly teach you whenever you come." I smiled and accepted his invitation. I had been worried when I first learned of his desire to reach the Ascension Gate, as he would not be able to achieve it in this lifetime. But knowing that Kim Young-hoon's focus was more on the pursuit of martial arts rather than the Ascension Gate itself lightened my heart. "Now that you're healed, shall we spar lightly?" "Ha ha ha, I thought you'd say that." I casually drew my sword from its sheath. He sent one of the gang's spheres he had levitated in his hand towards me. This move was imbued with the essence of the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. The record began with the ability to cut through others' consciousness and perception, as seen in the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. It then moved through the understanding of assimilating consciousness from the record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, to a martial study of dividing one's consciousness and controlling it. After wrapping the void with gang chi, I was able to detach my consciousness and insert actions into the gang chi, then manipulate it in the void. Of course, compressing gang chi to make it float like it's alive in the void was still beyond my capabilities. However, I lifted my sword, and using the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts, I divided my consciousness, inputting actions into it. Simultaneously, I infused gang chi into the sword. Vroom. Boom, the sword began to leave my hand. Concentrating my consciousness, the sword that left my hand started floating in the void. Boom. Following the techniques of the record, the sword containing gang chi rose into the void and collided with Kim Young-hoon's gang sphere. Using chi to control sword, I repeatedly divided pieces of my consciousness from a distance, throwing them at my flying sword, constantly inputting actions. Vroom, boom, boom. The sword tore through the void, following my will and utilizing the techniques of the record to cut through perception. However, Kim Young-hoon's gang sphere also cut through perception and seemed to disappear in the void. I frantically followed the trail of his consciousness with my eyes and found his gang sphere. Suddenly, the trail of consciousness twisted in the void. There, I quickly inputted consciousness into my flying sword again to dodge Kim Young-hoon's gang sphere. But in that brief moment, his gang sphere, as if alive, chased my flying sword. At the same time, Kim Young-hoon's consciousness clung to mine, interfering with my input to the flying sword. Though we didn't physically clash like before, a tremendous storm of consciousness collided in the void. Countless threads of consciousness clashed, and I managed to input the last action into my flying sword through this storm of consciousness and perception. However, crack. His gang sphere, as if dancing in the void, collided directly with the consciousness within my sword gang. Simultaneously, all the consciousness I had input into my flying sword were extinguished, and the consciousness of the gang sphere took its place. My flying sword was snatched by Kim Young-hoon. "How did you do that? It's as if the gang sphere is alive." "Of course it is alive. Are you joking, or is it true?" He smiled, retrieved the gang sphere, manipulated my flying sword a few times, then returned it to me. "It's true. Follow the path of record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts, and you'll understand the enlightenment of the ultimate pinnacle. Then you'll know what I mean. I'll remember that." I sheathed my sword and bowed to him in respect. "Ha ha ha, now that we've had enough fun, shall we go to the place you wanted to visit?" Guided by Kim Young-hoon and another cultivator from the Jin clan, I headed to one of the outlying territories of the Jin clan. Mortals are hard at work. There are carpenters, gem cutters, and blacksmiths. Some are farming, and others are gathering herbs. They are commoners working in the Jin clan's territory. Though they all look tired, there is no apparent abuse or suffering. Indeed, working in the territory of a cultivator clan meant consistent prosperity, regardless of famine or disaster in other countries. It was not a bad situation for them. Of course, it might be different for those working under a devilish cultivator clan like the Mackley clan. Upon my arrival in the territory, I was informed that I could only follow certain paths and was subjected to a mild restriction on my consciousness. Guided by Kim Young-hoon and a Jin clan supervisor, I started looking for familiar faces. They've all grown up so much. They were just boys and girls, students in training when I had infiltrated the territory years ago. Now, each one of them looked like a young adult. Jingya seems to be practicing medicine. I remembered she had learned assassination and poison skills under me in the previous life, and it seems she found her calling. Hie is weaving. Haha, she always had delicate hands, better suited for this than wielding weapons. Yol-O is working with wood. He looks much more suited for this. Is Di-hyun a carpenter? And so on. I observed my past life's disciples. All of them are healthy and alive, not enduring harsh training for assassination, but rather doing what seems to suit them. I was looking at my grown-up disciples from my past life when the Chi refining supervisor asked, "You came to see the children of your acquaintances, but you haven't spoken to anyone." "That's right. Why don't you talk to them?" Kim Young-hoon, too, found my behavior strange and asked. I gave a small laugh. "Then let's talk to the next person." The next one I visited was Na-kyun, the foolhardy disciple who first ran away from me and rashly decided to assassinate the emperor, and who died first. Is that Na-kyun's house? I went to Na-kyun's home to see what he was doing. There was smell of wood from his house, and he was carving something inside his small workshop. Na-kyun is a carpenter, it seems. What is he carving? I peeked into his workshop, and I could see he was carving a family. There was a statue of parents and siblings sitting happily together, with Na-kyun himself carved in the middle. It seems to be his family, who had been killed by the Makli clan. Looking closely, I saw that his workshop was filled with similar family sculptures. I quietly observed these sculptures. Suddenly, Na-kyun saw my shadow cast into the workshop, flinched, and looked up at me. "Who are you?" I gestured to the cultivator and Kim Young-hoon to leave us alone. They nodded and stepped back. "Is that your family?" "Yes, it is. Do you find your work fulfilling?" "Yes, but who are you?" he cautiously asked, eyeing the black robe of the Chungmun clan I was wearing, just a passerby. "Oh, I see." Of course, Na-kyun didn't seem convinced, his eyes holding a hint of suspicion. "So what brings you here? It seems you miss your parents." "Yes, they passed away when I was young. I miss them terribly and find myself doing this often." "Do you harbor any resentment for not being able to see your parents?" He became more respectful, thinking I was related to a cultivator clan, and answered. The day after we completed our grueling training, the severed head of Emperor Makli Jung, our enemy, was placed in our training ground. At first, I didn't know whose head it was, but after finding out, I felt a bit of my resentment dissipate. Of course, it didn't completely resolve my feelings, but it's not unbearably painful anymore. "That's good to hear. May I ask who you are?" "Just a guest of the Jin clan." "Oh, I see. I apologize. My place is like this and I have nothing to offer." "It's fine. I'll be going." I left Na-kyun's house, leaving him behind as he tried to offer hospitality. They're living well, that's good. Yet at the same time, I felt a pang in my heart. After all, these are not my disciples. My disciples are in another timeline. Thump, thump, I pushed the surging emotions deep inside. Then I went to the last house. It was Man-ho's house, the representative of my disciples. I've heard some interesting rumors about Man-ho on the way. As I approached Man-ho's house, a woman emerged from inside, waddling. Her belly is swollen with life inside her. Her face is one I know well. It's Khwa. "Man-ho, you succeeded after all." She was hanging laundry on the line. Suddenly, Man-ho ran up to her, passed by me without noticing, and rushed towards her. "Honey, I brought the persimmons you wanted." "Oh, you noisy man, you'll startle the baby. And look at your clothes, they're torn. I just mended them and you tore them again." "Sorry, honey. Oh dear, it's so hard to live with you." After scolding Man-ho for a moment, Khwa suddenly clutched her belly and sat down on the porch. "Oh, look at this. The baby is kicking." Really, with my heightened senses from being in the 5 energies converging to the origin, I clearly heard the sound of life kicking inside her. Man-ho, grinning ear to ear, put his ear to Khwa's belly and laughed. Unknowingly, I realized I was crying while watching them. Ah yes, you too had this possibility. Not a life of harsh training, covered in blood, listening to the ghosts and resentments of dead family members, but simply doing what you wish to do. Living a new life, you had this possibility. Sniff, sniff, I couldn't help but let the emotions I had pushed inside erupt a little. I am so happy that these children could grow up and live such lives. At the same time, I am so sad that these children are not my disciples, that they have no relation to me anymore. The children with whom I had a relationship were in another timeline, the children I could only teach blood and death. I was joyful at the vastly different lives these children are living, yet paradoxically pained that I would never see them again. This is the reality of regression. No matter what relationships I form, they all disappear, moving to another timeline. Even if I form similar relationships with the same people in each cycle, all the characters in each cycle are actually completely different people who just look the same. Unlike calling Kim Young-hoon, Young-hoon Hyung Nim, like the first and second cycles, I now call him Kim Hyung for this reason. Of course, since he was essentially the same person, I couldn't completely change how I address him, and in urgent situations or without thinking, I sometimes call him Young Hoon Hyung Nim. But regardless, the Kim Young Hoons are clearly different people from the ones in my past cycles. The same went for my disciples. The definition of a relationship lies in the time spent together. These are not my disciples who had spent time with me, they are entirely different people. On the first day of this life, I thought I had buried the memories of my past life, but how could human emotions be simply buried? The memories and emotions of teaching those children had become a part of my life. I'm sorry, my disciples from my past life. I'm so sorry for not allowing you to dream of such a possibility. As my emotions intensified, the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts that I had been unconsciously maintaining was released. Suddenly, Ki Hwa noticed me and was startled. "Oh, who is that? Ah, what, he's crying." I wiped my tears and smiled at them. "I apologize, seeing you two reminded me of some people I knew, precious people who I can never see again. Oh dear, we've had similar pains. If you don't mind, would you like to come in for a cup of tea? It's fine. Your peaceful home is more fragrant than any tea. May you have 100 years of harmony." I finished speaking and bowed to them before using the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. They were surprised to see me suddenly disappear like a ghost and looked around, then seemed to realize I was a cultivator and accepted it. "Have you seen everyone?" "Yes, I've met everyone I needed to." I avoided eye contact with Kim Young-hoon and looked up at the sky. Today my resolve has solidified even more. I will escape this cycle of regression, and to do so I will elevate my realm even further, to ensure my life is not invalidated by the play of time. A few days later, when it was time for the delegation from the Chungmun clan to return, I bid farewell to Kim Young-hoon and returned to the Chungmun clan. After paying a brief visit to the head of the Chungmun clan and being assigned a significant role, I was allowed to stay in the main house of the clan. I then became a disciple of a chi-building elder named Chungmun Ryong, introduced by Chungmun Byok. Taking a disciple's stance before him, I made a vow. Even if my body breaks to pieces, no matter what happens, I will aim for the higher realms. So you are the martial artist of the five energies converging to the origin, aren't you? Chungmun Ryong sneered upon our first meeting. Martial artists are all similar, mostly ignorant. I doubt you could even begin to understand the true words and law decrees I've been studying. I will do my best. Best, everyone has their limits. Know yours and behave accordingly. I don't particularly need a disciple, but since the clan leader commanded me to accept you for the sake of maintaining the Chungmun clan's dignity, I have no choice. With an annoyed expression, he threw a book at me. Chi refining first star. It seems you're at the first stage of the 72 earthly Sha. You've only activated one spiritual meridian, the Earth Leader spiritual meridian. I have no intention of properly teaching someone as clueless as you, so just read and learn from this. The title of the book was 72 Earthly Sha Commandments Explained. Given that it included the name Chungmun Ryong, it appeared to contain his insights on the 72 Earthly Sha true words. After throwing the book, Chungmun Ryong with a huff went into his room and warned me. "Just so you know, don't even think about entering my room when I'm inside. Speak from outside. I can't be bothered to see your face." After receiving his grumpy warning, I bowed and returned to my room to read the book. Although my cultivation was only at Chi refining first star, my pure strength is known to be above Chi refining 14th star, but below Chi building. Consequently, the resources provided to me as a cultivator increased significantly. I received 30 spirit stones per month and was granted access to the main spiritual vein of the Chungmun clan. I also gained access to the lower-level library of the clan's archive. Additionally, the number of mandatory missions I had to undertake was reduced from 4 to 1 per month. Of course, the difficulty of these missions increased, but they were manageable. I spent my time locked in my room, constantly studying the 72 earthly Sha commandments explained, and practicing reciting the true words and forming hand seals. Sometimes, when I felt suffocated, I would contact Kim Young-hoon in Yangwoo to spar and exchange martial insights. Constantly reciting true words, forming hand seals, and practicing spell techniques. 5 years passed like this. Chi refining first star. I've reached half of it. I had deciphered 38 of the 72 earthly Sha true words and activated 38 spiritual meridians. This was the result of continuously using spirit stones, accessing the dragon vein of the Chungmun clan's main house, and learning from Chungmun Ryong. "Master, I don't quite understand the meaning of the true word for the geographical star. You foolish boy. Even after giving you the 72 earthly Sha commandments explained, you still don't get it. You're so dull and infuriating." When I asked for guidance outside Chungmun Ryong's room, he ranted at me for a while. However, after the scolding, he eventually explained the meaning of the true word to me and shared his annotations. For the first year, he wouldn't even answer my questions. But after a year of persistently sitting outside his room from morning till night, asking for guidance, he finally gave in while grinding his teeth, calling me a stubborn fool, and began teaching me, albeit with curses. That's my interpretation of the geographical star true word. Are you satisfied now, you stubborn and dull fool? If it wasn't for the leader's command, I would have killed you long ago. After bowing to Chingmun Ryong, who was cursing from the other side of the door, I returned to my room to continue studying and reciting true words. While other disciples of the Chingmun clan enjoyed touring Byokra country, while others rested and slept, while others interacted and had fun, I, from morning till night, tirelessly recited the 72 earthly Sha true words and practiced hand seals, seeking enlightenment. One day my throat parched and I reached for a teacup which then slipped from my grasp. Luckily, my quick reflexes caught it, preventing it from breaking, but I realized why it had slipped. My fingerprints had been erased from constantly forming hand seals. Even while eating, I would recite true words and read the 72 earthly Sha commandments explained. Of course, I also diligently practiced martial arts while reciting true words. Buzz, whoosh, whoosh, my sword flew through the air. It wasn't me wielding it, its sword and danced in the air on its own. After starting to use dual energy sword control. I think dual energy because consciousness and gang chi from the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. I continuously practiced it while reciting true words and forming hand seals, even controlling the sword with my consciousness within my room. As I became more accustomed to detaching my consciousness and inputting actions into the sword with intent, my flying sword became as natural as if it were alive. But still, the path of 5 energies converging to the origin was vast and profound. And I was still only at chi refining 1 star. One day, after continuously practicing the dual energy sword control, 72 earthly Sha true words and hand seals for 10 consecutive nights, blood dripped from my hands. Literally, my skin peeled and bled from endlessly forming hand seals. Yet I kept on, undeterred by the bleeding, continuously forming hand seals and reciting true words. Indeed, it was only now that I bled, when wielding the sword. How much blood had flowed from these hands? How many times had they peeled and torn? Yet on the path of cultivation, only now had my hands torn to this extent. Drip, drip. Seeing the blood, I used dual energy sword control to clean the bloodstains in the room while using my internal energy to stop the bleeding. Continuing with the hand seals, the wounds eventually scabbed over after a day. But even after scabbing, the incessant hand seals caused the scabs to fall off, bleeding again. However, I did not stop. There was no time to stop. For the dull and those lacking in talent, every moment was more precious than 1,000 gold. Thus another 5 years passed. Click, 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 mumble, mumble. I recited the 72 earthly Sha true words from start to finish and formed hand seals. Then when I recited the final true word corresponding to the earth dog star, finally, I've understood all of the 72 earthly Sha true words. The last spiritual meridian was activated. Along with it, my ability to use spiritual power increased significantly, and my consciousness expanded slightly more. Chi refining 2nd star. Finally, I had reached Chi refining 2nd star. After 10 years, reciting true words until my tongue cramped, practicing hand seals until my fingers bled. Overjoyed, I immediately ran to Chingmun Ryong's room and exclaimed. From inside Chingmun Ryong's room, I sensed a slight disturbance in his intent. After a moment, Chingmun Ryong spoke irritably. Damn it, how could such a moron exist? It took you 10 years to reach Chi refining 2nd star. I can't deal with this. Such a fool for a disciple. Damn it, I'll speak to the clan leader and have you expelled. Days passed, however, and the clan leader of the Chingmun clan said nothing to me, and Chingmun Ryong remained in his room. I then studied 5 surpassing paths to cultivation, an earth-dwelling method in Chi refining 2nd star. After the 72 earthly Sha comes the 36 heavenly gang. Now, I had to recite and understand the 36 heavenly gang law decrees and condense 36 kinds of spiritual natures into my spiritual meridians. First, I went outside and recited the first of the 36 heavenly gang law decrees, corresponding to the heaven leader star, Rumble. Following the law decree of the heaven leader true word, the soil in front of me rose, forming an earth sphere at my eye level. Had it been water surpassing path or fire surpassing path instead of earth surpassing path, it would have created water sphere or fire sphere instead. However, since I hadn't properly condensed the spiritual nature corresponding to the heaven leader star and only used the law decree, the clump of soil soon crumbled and dispersed. The difference between the earthly Sha true words and the heavenly gang law decrees is that, while the former primarily relies on the energy emanating from the body's spiritual meridian, the heavenly gang law decrees mix the body's spiritual power with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to manifest techniques. Contemplating the differences, I fully practiced the 36 types of heavenly gang law decrees. Then, I went to seek guidance from Chingmun Ryong. Master, due to my limited understanding, I believe I need your guidance on the heavenly gang law decrees. HMPH, you should have had the sense to leave before I report to the clan leader. Are you still here? You dull thing, take this. Chungmun Ryong's door slightly opened and a book was thrown through the gap. The title of the book was 36 Heavenly Gang Commandments Explained, containing Chungmun Ryong's commentary on the Heavenly Gang Law Decrees, similar to the previous book on the Earthly Shah. After expressing my gratitude again, I was about to return to my room to study the 36 Heavenly Gang Law Decrees when he called out, "Wait, you fool. Are you aware of the recent news? Recent news. Tusk, even I know about it from my room. You're truly clueless, fool. Recently, our clan leader and the elders have been away. What has happened? It seems there have been atrocious massacres, too dreadful to witness, in the tribes and several cities near the eastern border of Byokra, next to the heaven-treading desert, as well as in the countries and cities beyond the desert. The exact reason is unknown, but not only the clan leader and the core formation elders of our Chungmun clan, but also those from the Jin, Makli, Gongmyo, Bayuk, and other cultivator clans have headed to the heaven-treading desert. It seems to be a serious matter, and the Chungmun clan might face some chaos ahead. Be careful, as if you do anything else, and know that once the clan leader returns, I'll petition to have you expelled." I bowed to Chungmun Ryong and returned to my room to study and read the 36 Heavenly Gang Commandments Explained. It was 6 months before the Chungmun clan's leader returned. That day, an emergency meeting was convened with all the elders, direct and collateral clan members, and key external members of the Chungmun clan. As a key external member, I was allowed to attend. What a formidable force. I silently marveled at the pressure from the chi refining and chi building cultivators filling the grand hall and their spiritual auras. Such a force could physically overturn a country, even without core formation cultivators. The clan leader Chungmun Yongjin had a grim expression after his 6-month absence. The reason for this emergency meeting today is to inform you that a great war might occur within the next 200 years. 200 years. I was startled by this time frame and listened intently to the clan leader. The details are complex, but from today, the Chungmun clan must prepare for this potential war. We will now prioritize merit over lineage. The Immortal Combat Meeting, previously held every few years, will now be conducted every 6 months. We will also hold an annual competition for external members. Everyone should focus on improving their skills. Now only the elders and senior members stay, others may leave. We bowed to Chungmun Yongjin and left, while others from the Chungmun clan gathered to discuss. I, having no close associates due to my solitary training, was left to ponder alone. That night after Chungmun Ryong returned late, I cautiously asked him, "Master, may I inquire about the basis for the clan leader's prediction? HMPH, why does it matter to you? You and I won't even be alive in 200 years. Just continue your usual training." Truly, his words made sense. I had about 30-40 years left in my lifespan. What use was worrying about events 200 years away? I should focus on the present. By the way, how many of the 36 Heavenly Gang Law Decrees have you mastered? How many spiritual natures have you condensed? Master, I have only managed to condense 3 natures. How frustrating. Read this book in 7 nights. Thud. Another book fell through the door gap. The book was titled Gangmyeong Record, containing comprehensive commentary on the 36 Heavenly Gang Law Decrees, seemingly an advanced version of the previous book. I bowed to Chungmun Ryong and returned to my room to read the book. Time passed quickly. 12 years. It took me 12 years to fully master the 36 Heavenly Gang Law Decrees and successfully condense 36 spiritual natures. Using the 72 Earthly Shah spiritual meridians as a foundation, the 36 Heavenly Gang spiritual natures adhered and spread their nature throughout my entire body's spiritual meridians. Whoosh. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was absorbed through my body's spiritual meridians and natures, increasing my spiritual power even more. Simultaneously, the spiritual meridians thickened and strengthened from absorbing the natures. After 22 years, I reached the 2nd star of chi refining. Phew, it wasn't easy. I sighed and looked at myself in the bronze mirror of my room. In the mirror, I saw myself with a fully grown beard. Shaving my beard would make me look in my mid-20s. But I was growing anxious. My life was significantly passing by. Could I reach the 4th star of chi refining before death? This pace was achieved only because I had access to the Chungmun clan's spiritual vein and abundant resources, along with Chungmun Ryong's focused teachings. If I had lived a normal life, it would have taken 30 years just to complete chi refining 1st star, over the last 12 years. Frustrated by my slow progress, Chungmun Ryong eventually stopped teaching from behind his door and began giving me direct advice. Although I was still not allowed in his room, at least I could now receive face-to-face guidance. Realizing that I could ascend to the 3rd star of chi refining with 36 condensed spiritual natures, I immediately went to Chungmun Ryong to report my achievement. The door opened, and a grumpy Chungmun Ryong with a long goat beard frowned at me. "You dimwit. Come in, let's see how well you've understood the 36 Heavenly Gang Law Decrees." I hesitated, then smiled and entered his room. His room was filled with various books, making it cramped. Sitting amidst piles of books, he was annotating a book intently. Sit down, and when will you stop that absurd practice? He didn't offer me a cushion, but glared at me as he continued annotating. I forced a smile. Outside the room, my sword, following my consciousness and dual energy sword control, was practicing severing mountain swordsmanship. Over the past 22 years, I never stopped practicing martial arts, cultivation, true words, and spells. I could now even dual energy sword control in my sleep, but Chingmun Ryong seemed displeased with my actions. I know your nature is that of a swordsman, but with your limited talent, even focusing on one aspect is insufficient. How long will you keep up this madness along with your practice? Apologies, master, but yes, I know. Martial arts are your life, right? I'm tired of hearing the same thing. Just be quiet and recite the law decrees. I recited the law decrees in front of Chingmun Ryong and answered his questions to assess my understanding. Soon after, he nodded in approval. Good, you have a decent understanding of the law decrees. Now that you can ascend to third star of Qi refining, it's time for appropriate teachings. Take this. He handed me a book titled 12 Earthly Branches Scripture. 12 Earthly Branches, Huangzhang, Dalu, Teiku, Jiazhang, Guxi, Zhonglu, Ruibin, Linzhang, Yais, Nanlu, Wuyi, Yingzhang. These are the 12 types of spiritual energy you will be able to receive. The key to the third star of Qi refining is to evolve the 72 spiritual meridians and 36 spiritual natures. There are 5 elements of spiritual energy, which further split the 12 types. From these, 60 variations arise. However, knowing the types corresponding to the 12 earthly branches is enough to calculate the remaining 48 variations. You must understand all these variations and how spiritual energy operates in the world. Yes, I will take note. No, don't just take note. Read it here, right now. Until now, you used to read books in your room and come back with questions. But I can't take it anymore. Just read it here and ask questions as they arise. In fact, just live here. I was momentarily taken aback but then bowed to him, expressing my gratitude. Enough with the noise. Stop with the formalities and just finish reading the book. Urged by Chingmun Ryong, I quickly began reading the book, Qi Refining Third Star. The stage of 12 earthly branches begins with understanding the 12 types of spiritual energy. From this stage, a cultivator can start to deploy formations based on the types of spiritual energy, allowing them to manifest illusions and strange magical formations. To understand the 12 types of spiritual energy, it was essential to practice deploying formations based on Chingmun Ryong's advice. Fortunately, I had a knack for formations. Also, having learned techniques like Qi illusion transformation and Qi mechanisms under Kim Young-hoon in my previous lives, I was adept at mastering formations. The 12 types of spiritual energy are said to resemble waves. The range of frequencies from a certain point to below was called Huangzhang spiritual energy, and the range beyond that was called Dalu spiritual energy. I endured Chingmun Ryong's constant beratings of being foolish and slow while trying to comprehend and master these types. 6 years passed. Whoosh, I evolved my spiritual meridians, thinking of my entire body as a formation diagram to receive all the energy of the 12 earthly branches. I imprinted each spiritual meridian and nature with the energy of the 12 earthly branches. And then, flash, sigh, I successfully completed the third star of Qi refining. Now, only the step beyond the 12 earthly branches separated me from the fourth star. I opened my eyes to find Chingmun Ryong glaring at me. You finally succeeded. How slow can you be? Only now have you grasped the 12 earthly branches and completed third star of Qi refining. Despite having the strength of the 14th star, why do you take so long to learn? Haha, master. The martial arts and cultivation methods I've learned are entirely different fields, aren't they? He gathered several books and led me outside. You've laid the spiritual meridians with the 72 earthly sha and can manifest spells from your body. You've condensed the spiritual natures with the 36 heavenly gang and learned to resonate spells with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With the 12 earthly branches, you've understood the types of spiritual energy and can mimic the flow of heaven and earth's spiritual energy in your formations. The ancient characters representing the 72 earthly sha, 36 heavenly gang, and 12 earthly branches floated around Chingmun Ryong. And now you will enter the 10 heavenly stems diagram. If a cultivator's formation imitates the flow of heaven and earth, you need to learn the 10 heavenly stems diagram to fully harness the power of formations. The 10 heavenly stems diagram are ancient characters created by imitating 10 principal changes observed in the sky. Each character contains a principle of the heavens. Understanding the 10 principles of Jia Chinese letter, Yi Chinese letter, Bing Chinese letter, Ding Chinese letter, Wu Chinese letter, Jai Chinese letter, Zheng Chinese letter, Xin Chinese letter, Ren Chinese letter, and Gui Chinese letter will allow you to complete the fourth star of Qi refining. The 10 heavenly stems corresponding to the 10 heavenly stems diagram moved according to Chingmun Ryong's will. Simultaneously, a formation of trees and plants unfolded around him. Based on the 12 earthly branches, the 10 heavenly stems were integrated into the formation. Whoosh, 10 changes multiplied by 12 types of spiritual energy, creating dozens of variations. At the center of these variations, Chungmun Ryong absorbed all the changes back into himself. See, this is the realm you must reach. This time, for heaven's sake, complete the 4th star within 3 years. I expect nothing more from a frustrating disciple like you. From that day, I began learning about the 10 heavenly stems diagram under Chungmun Ryong's guidance. Jia Chinese letter starts with Dalam tree Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter and ends with Gui Chinese letter, which is rain dew water Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. Each of the 10 stems contain principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements. The 10 changes in spiritual energy essentially start from dividing the universe's 5 elements into yin and yang. The interpretation of yin-yang and 5 elements as the world's 10 principles. Apply the yin-yang 5 elements to the 12 earthly branches. The branches also contain interpretations of yin and yang, so by correlating them. Under Chungmun Ryong's tutelage, I learned about the 10 heavenly stems diagram, the earth-surpassing path, and the earth-dwelling method provided by Chungmun clan. I also acquired the supernatural spells recorded in the earth-dwelling method. Earth residence Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. Earth-dwelling formation Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. As I formed hand seals and recited incantations, the earth around me gathered, forming a formation. I enhanced the formation's power by applying the 12 types of spiritual energy and 10 changes to it. Boom, 6 hexagonal earth shields formed around me, encircling me. It was a defensive spell from the earth-dwelling method. I guided the spiritual energy, rotating the earth shields. Rumble. The heavy earth shields rotated around me, their weight and speed formidable enough to shred a person upon contact. The shields were so infused with spiritual power and energy that even sword silk couldn't cut through them. Qi refining 4th star. Now, I was in a similar realm to Emperor Makli Yung and his son Maki Hyan of Yongyuo. From Qi refining 4th star, the battle involves dominating the surrounding space. Using spiritual power to lay a formation and enhancing it with the 10 heavenly stems diagram, one can completely dominate the surrounding space. I could now, like Makli Hyan in my past life, control my surroundings with the earth element and fight. Master, look, I have succeeded in manifesting the formation. You fool, is that something to be proud of? Only just manifesting the formation now. Enough with the noise and focus more. Chungmun Ryong seemed perpetually exasperated with me. 5 years passed. I managed to fully grasp the transformations of the 10 heavenly stems diagram over 5 years. Whoosh, spiritual power unfolded, manifesting a formation diagram. 12 types of spiritual energy and 10 changes mixed, creating over 60 variations. Assimilate these 60 changes in spiritual energy into my meridians. Rumble, the earth element spiritual energy scattered in the formation around me returned, merging with the corresponding spiritual meridians. Assimilate, rumble, rumble, rumble. Numerous changes surged through the spiritual meridians like a raging torrent. Based on my understanding of the 10 heavenly stems diagram, I carefully absorbed the changes into my spiritual meridians. The spiritual meridians evolved. They became wider and capable of accommodating more changes. And when the spiritual meridians had fully absorbed all the changes, I finally broke through the long-awaited barrier. Finally, I completed the 4th star of Qi refining. I am now at Qi refining 5th star. Finally, as I opened my eyes, a loud cheer rang in my ears. It was my master. Finally, this damn fool has reached the 5th star of Qi refining. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, seemingly thrilled. This damn slow-witted disciple. I won. I managed to guide you with your terrible talent to the 5th star of Qi refining. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, my foolish disciple. We embraced and shouted in triumph together. It's interesting how we're reminded of the fight against Makli Hyan and Wang Shen. Those two always had that huge whirlwind surrounding them, which didn't seem like a regular spell, and definitely not how Qi refining cultivators fight in other novels. Now we understand the mechanisms behind the whirlwind, and that it's actually a formation. I find it pretty cool that one of the main combat methods of cultivators in this novel is a formation domain that aids them in casting and boosting spells and techniques, and that fighting for space with their formations plays a big role in who wins. This damn dullard. If I had known how hard it would be to teach him Taoist cultivation, I would have sent him away a long time ago. He coughed and pushed me away, stroking his beard as he spoke. I smiled and replied to him. It took 10 years to complete the 1st star of Qi refining, 12 years for the 2nd star, 6 years for the 3rd star, 5 years for the 4th star. In total, it took 33 years. My body, rejuvenated through a complete transformation, seemed to age slowly. I still looked like I was in my 30s even though I was in my 60s, but I was increasingly concerned about the approaching end of my lifespan. In this life, I have even undergone a complete transformation. Yet, will I still die of natural causes? It was unknown. However, I was certainly getting a bit anxious. Master, I am sorry to ask, but could you perhaps teach me about the next stage? Yes, you know your place. A talentless person should quickly advance to the next stage. The fifth star of Qi refining follows the principles of the 9 palaces. You must converge the variations of your 108 spiritual meridians and 60 types of spiritual energy into 9 points. Attempt the integration of the 9 points into one, with the concepts of Tei, Shepti, Xunyuan, Jiao, Tianfu, Qinglong, Hanji, Taiyin, and Tianyi. Start the integration of your spiritual meridians flowing through your body. I quietly sat and listened attentively to his words. The 9 palaces also connect with the principles of the 8 trigrams, serving as a stepping stone to the next stage. By mastering the 9 palaces, you can control the formation freely, bringing about any change within it. He demonstrated the formation of the wood attribute in front of me. The formation, created by the flow of the 12 earthly branches, enhanced its power to the extreme when combined with the 10 heavenly stems. As the 9 palaces integrated, the formation began to transform. The wood energy spread in all directions, changing erratically and disharmoniously under my master's will. If you successfully incorporate the principles of the 9 palaces into the formation, you can completely control and freely change the formation, achieving complete freedom within it. This reminded me of a few Qi refining 5th star cultivators I had fought against. Indeed, from the 5th star of Qi refining, the use of spells became incredibly flexible. Alongside him, I began to learn how to perceive the 9 points of integration of the 9 palaces, how to converge the numerous flows into 9 paths, and how to combine spells to use even more powerful ones. I delved into the 9 palaces, even bleeding from my hands from the effort of mastering its techniques and reciting related mantras until my throat was hoarse for 7 years. Wuong. Integration was successful. The 108 spiritual meridians flowing through my meridian channels, the 60 variations, all converged significantly into 9 paths, and the previously diverse spiritual meridians settled in order. Qi refining 6th star, I exclaimed in ecstasy. I tried moving the spiritual power flowing through my meridians. Instantly, the formation unfolded, and inside it, changes occurred according to my will. Kuguk. Using the earth-dwelling method, 6 hexagonal shields condensed around me. But as I clenched my fist, the earth shields crumbled and transformed into earth spears. Now that I could change the formation at will, even defensive spells could be somewhat converted to offensive ones. Of course, their defensive power was still stronger. Let's see. I summoned the flying sword that was moving on its own in the distance. Fat, the sword flew through the air towards me. For the past 40 years, I had tirelessly practiced the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. It was now just a matter of inputting actions, and the movement has become incredibly free. Also, the knack of sending intent has become much easier. I called the sword in front of me, charged it with Sword Gang, and then sent the Gang Chi-infused sword flying far away before shooting it back towards me. Pong! A sonic boom sounded. I launched an Earth Spear, transformed from the Earth-dwelling method's formation, towards the Gang Chi-infused sword. Quang! The Earth Spear and the sword collided. A gust of wind blew, a loud boom resounded, and when the dust settled, only my flying sword remained. However, since I controlled the sword, I could feel the rebound and estimated the power of the Earth Spear. It has the power of Gang Chi used by 3 flowers gather at the summit martial artists. It was powerful enough to easily destroy the defensive spells of Qi refining cultivators. This ignorant one, so energetic this early in the morning. And then through the dust cloud my master walked towards me smiling. Congratulations, you useless guy. How lacking must your talent be that it took you 7 years to reach Qi refining 6th star. Still, I will complete the 6th star as quickly as possible. That's right. The 6th star, the stage of 8 trigrams completed path, is the easiest in Qi refining. If you can't do this, I really might kill you. He spoke thus, but he looked very pleased, his intent colored with the golden color of joy. Do not worry, master. I have already studied the 6th star in advance. I learned that it involves completing the spiritual meridians according to the principles of the 8 trigrams. It's a field I am somewhat confident in. HMPH, confident, you say. But it's completely different from the internal energy methods martial artists like you're used to. If you don't understand the images of the 8 trigrams, you can't do anything. He handed me a stack of books. Read all of these. I personally annotated these for a dullard like you. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time if it's too difficult for someone with your lacking talents. Then please do well. I also delved deeply into the 8 trigrams. Kaian Dui Li Zhen Zun Kan Zhen, can I completely master the 8 trigram images? I solved several questions I had about spiritual roots. For instance, there are only 5 types of spiritual roots in the 5 elements. Yet, how could the Mackley clan cultivate methods outside of the 5 elements like wind and yin? Of course, I heard about some special spiritual roots and spiritual energy, the rare ones such as Jian Myung-hoon's heavenly golden thunder body and Kang Minhee's ghostly yin transforming immortal root. But typically it's said that no cultivator can go beyond the 5 elements' spiritual roots. And now, by studying the trigrams, I understood methods beyond the 5 elements. The 5 elements are interconnected with the 8 trigrams. Kyan and Dewey are metal, Li is fire. Kan is water, Zhen and Zun are wood, Zhen and Kun are earth. In this way, someone with a wood element could use Zun, representing wind, to specialize in wind-based spells. The more I studied the trigram images, the more I could overlap the flow of the 8 trigrams with the formation, and integrating the 8 trigrams into my spiritual meridians was the easiest part of my cultivation so far. The difficult part was understanding the meanings of the 8 trigrams, and I spent a lot of time on that. After 3 years of delving into the 8 trigrams, I completely mastered and concluded the formation within the same time frame. As the formation concluded, I felt all the spiritual meridians in my body, following the 8 trigrams, become activated. All the spiritual meridians throughout my body connected, forming a circle, Kugagugu. The flow of spiritual power in my meridians became incredibly free, and its speed was terrifyingly fast. In the midst of this pure and swift flow of spiritual meridians, I sensed something strange, something impure. Is this the internal energy from the Dragon Vein Chi method? The internal energy from the internal energy method, impure compared to the spiritual energy of cultivation, remained impurely in my meridians. I feel irritated by it, but I'm not sure why. However, I didn't think much about the internal energy from the Dragon Vein Chi method and reported the results to my master. Kahaha, excellent, truly my disciple. My master was very happy, patting my shoulder. This stupid one. It took you 43 years to complete Chi refining 6th star and enter the 7th. You really are a dullard. Although he said that, he looked very happy. Suddenly, he took something out of his pocket, that is. I trembled slightly at the sight of what my master took out. Your achievements seem to be growing, which eases my mind. Even if it's just a little, I want you to have some accomplishments in this life. This is a gift for you. What he took out of his robe was a small silk box, exuding a familiar fragrance. When my master opened the box, inside were 3 pills emitting a faint red glow. Blessing pill. For mortals, it extends life by 10 years. For Chi refining cultivators, it can extend life up to 8 years, or 6 years if some resistance has developed. It's a precious elixir. Master. I'm sorry, what? He frowned as if he couldn't believe what he heard. Am I hearing things wrong? Surely I heard you correctly. You heard me right, master. I cannot consume that pill. Are you mad? This is an elixir that can extend life by 8 years. Do you not understand how precious and valuable this is? You foolish boy. Master, do you know the ingredients of the blessing pill? At my words, he looked at me as if I was speaking nonsense. How would I know that? I've spent 250 years dedicated to studying spells, mantras, and formations. Do you think I had time to learn about alchemy, a completely different field? Pill refining knowledge is difficult to obtain unless you're a professional alchemist. The Mackley clan is famous for alchemy, so even their collateral branches know a fair bit about it. As I always say, a dullard should focus on just one field. So not only my master, but many others are unaware of this alchemy. They don't know what the blessing pill and chi building pill are made of. Should I tell him? After a moment of hesitation, I closed my eyes and said, I am sorry, master, but I have reasons why I cannot consume that pill. Please believe me. Damn it, you refuse the elixir that your master went through so much trouble to get. Fine, it's yours anyway, do with it as you please. I'm leaving. Annoyed, my master handed me the silk box and left. I stared blankly at the blessing pill in my hand. Mackley Hyan's words still echoed in my ears. Elixirs made from humans. Should I really consume this? I bit my lip. No, it's not right. No matter how much it could extend my life. No matter how precious it is to continue the ties of this life. If I abandon my humanity in this life, it's all for naught. I apologized inwardly to my master, then went to a mountain near the Chingmun clan's main house. There I dug a hole and buried the 3 pills. After covering them with earth and forming a small mound, I performed a solemn ritual and recited a prayer. Of course, there were no souls lingering in these remnants, but I prayed for the peace of the souls sacrificed for the pills. I'm sorry, master. Even if it is a gift from my master, I cannot consume something made of humans. What am I doing? Honestly, it would have been in my best interest to consume it without question. How much longer do I have to live, and who am I to know? It's best to extend life whenever possible. I just reached Chi refining 7th star, and there's still so much ahead, unclear and uncertain. While I've made significant progress in 5 energies converging to the origin through practicing the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts, the next stage still seems far away. Unlike the realms I achieved so far, 3 flowers gather at the summit. 5 energies converging to the origin, the ultimate pinnacle, felt too far away and elusive. This life alone would not be enough, perhaps another life might be needed. Thus, the elixir promising to extend life by over 10 years is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for me. but no matter how great the opportunity, I cannot bring myself to consume it. It wasn't just about this pill. I resolved never to swallow any elixir created through wrongful means. I slowly descended the mountain and returned to the Chingmun clan's main house. I went to greet my master. Have you come? Yes. Well then, let's study regarding Chi refining seventh star. My master, perhaps a bit hurt by my refusal of his gift, opened the book with a somewhat gloomy expression. The seventh star is known as the Seven Stars Ritual. It involves offering rituals to 7 of the 28 celestial stars, governing the spiritual nature of heaven and earth. It's essentially declaring to the celestial deities that you are embarking on the path of immortal cultivation. Up to now, completing your spiritual meridians through the 72 earthly Sha true words, 36 heavenly gang law decrees, 12 earthly branches, 10 heavenly stems diagram, 9 palaces integration, and 8 trigrams completed path was, in a way, preparing the altar for this 7 stars ritual. Your body, your formation, and your spells become an altar to connect with the celestial deities. He continued his explanation. In fact, there's nothing special you need to realize at this stage. The 7 stars ritual involves using your body as the altar and your soul as the priest to conduct a ritual communicating with the celestial deities. Of course, you'll need to learn how to conduct the ritual, calculate the best time to receive the celestial star's power, and interpret celestial patterns. Reading celestial patterns is a skill I had previously learned during my time as chief advisor in the Woolen Alliance, so it didn't seem too difficult. In reality, besides learning about a few unknown stars and their associated symbolism, there wasn't much new to learn compared to before. Is the 7th star one of the easier stages? Furthermore, since the ritual involves offering to the 7 stars and receiving celestial energy bestowed by the heavens to evolve the meridians, most cultivators quickly pass this stage. Of course, for those with a heavenly spiritual root, calculating the exact time is crucial in the 7th star stage. But that was a unique case, not applicable to me. Following my master's guidance, I read the constellations, calculated celestial patterns, and determined the most auspicious time for myself. Fortunately, the right time wasn't far off, and my master, using his authority as an elder, built a small altar for me at a place where the dragon veins converged near the Chingmun clan's main house. Tonight is the right time for you. Yes, prepare thoroughly. Have you fully grasped the ritual process? Yes, of course. And are you satisfied with this constellation? 28 celestial stars represent the spiritual nature of heaven and earth. Among them, choosing the constellation that best fits the night's timing and receiving blessings from its 7 stars is the key to the 7 stars ritual. I heard that depending on which constellation you offer rituals to in Chi refining 7th star, it determines the stage in Chi building where you'll receive assistance. Yes, I'm very satisfied with this constellation. It was chosen by you, Master, after all. HMPH. Flattery, never mind. The sun will set soon. Prepare for the ritual. Yes, I arrived at the altar and completed the process of transforming my body into a small altar using my spells. Now, as the sun set and the stars began to cover the sky, I plan to start the ritual. The sun sets, and the stars begin to rise. Begin, I'll assist you. Yes, I started the ritual, offering it to the celestial deities, moving the formation around the altar, in the midst of the ritual. And thus I pray to the celestial gods and warriors for blessings. Whoosh. The wind blows, what? Both my masters and my expressions began to change. Rumble, rumble. The sky was clear. Just moments ago, there wasn't a single cloud, and my master had precisely calculated the weather to choose this night. It was supposed to be clear tonight, but suddenly dark clouds began to gather in the sky. The sky is obscured. The clear moonlight and stars hid behind the clouds. My altar, preparing to communicate with the stars, lost its connection and dissipated. The celestial deities descending from the sky were abruptly cut off. Don't panic, it's just an unexpected cloud. Plus, I don't feel any water vapor. It's not a storm cloud that will bring rain, just a passing one. The wind is strong, so it'll soon pass. Master, can you disperse it? Foolish boy, didn't you listen to my explanation? I can only assist your ritual. Direct intervention is impossible, especially in matters related to the heavens. If I interfere with the heavens and blow away the clouds, your ritual will immediately fail. Then I'll wait. I paused the ritual for a moment and looked up at the sky, waiting for the clouds to disperse. And then it was morning. As the stars vanished and the sun rose, the clouds dispersed as if they were never there, as though their only purpose had been to obstruct my ritual the previous night. How can this be? Although I was quite surprised, my master seemed even more bewildered, staring at the sky in disbelief. Heavens obstructing a cultivator's auspicious time. No, this can't be. There must be some mistake. Yes, that's it. I'm sorry, my disciple. It seems I miscalculated the auspicious time. Master. However, I couldn't help but feel an ominous sense about it all and questioned him. Can such a celestial phenomenon occur due to a miscalculation of the auspicious time? No, of course not. that was just an anomaly. Yes, perhaps it wasn't the auspicious time, but a serious miscalculation of the weather. My disciple, I'll recalculate the appropriate time soon and will perform the ritual again. Understood. I sighed softly and stepped down from the altar. After all, life doesn't always go as planned. I knew better than anyone that life doesn't always follow our desires. I decided to wait as I had always done. We calculated another auspicious time, set up the altar again, and prepared for the ritual. This time it's certain. We'll definitely receive the celestial deity's energy. I've even precisely calculated the weather this time so. However, as night fell, the sky darkened, not with the darkness of the night, but with ominous clouds. Large curtains of clouds covered the entire sky, appearing out of nowhere. This is impossible. My calculations can't be wrong. My master was so panicked he shouted. Again, it's happening again. What is this? Thus, the second ritual also came to nothing. Let's try again. A setback like this can happen twice. Ha ha ha. This time I'll calculate the perfect auspicious time and set up the altar properly. Months later, my master had calculated another suitable time for me. Furthermore, this time we headed east of Biokra, to a place in the middle of the heaven-treading desert, not rich in spiritual energy, but where clouds never formed. This area is known as the windy plains of the heaven-treading desert, where the wind is strong and the air is dry, so clouds absolutely never form. Since the surrounding area is a rocky desert, there won't be any sandstorms either, so this time the ritual will surely be completed. Again, as the sun set and the stars rose, I began to prepare the ritual. This time, everything seemed to be going smoothly until the final stage of the ritual, when I was about to receive the celestial energy from the stars. Rumble, rumble, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. The clouds, before I could even finish the ritual procedure, completely covered the dry desert sky. No, 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 no. My master cried out as if his own ritual had been interrupted, but the clouds remained immovable, blocking the sky and cutting off the celestial energy. Oh, why can't my disciple succeed? Why, rumble, rumble. My master's spiritual power surged towards the sky, attempting to clear the clouds. The formidable spiritual power of a chi-building cultivator lit up the night sky as the clouds dispersed. But perhaps because my master intervened with the heavens, the stars that had been sending down their energy stopped. And so the ritual ended. Why is this happening? Why? He chewed his lips, pacing around for a while and then sighed. Let me find out why this is happening. Let's go back, my disciple. We returned to the Chingmun clan's main house on my master's flying artifact. After that, he frequented the clan's library, rummaging through all sorts of ancient texts. He had always been a man of many books, but now he was pulling out even more books in a frenzy, searching for something related to my condition. About a month later, my master came to me with bloodshot eyes. I've found out about your condition. What could it possibly be? After a moment of hesitation, biting his lip, he spoke. The next moment, I felt as if my heart had crumbled at the words that came out of my master's mouth. The world is forbidding you. It's a symptom shown by the heavens to those whom they forbid immortal cultivation. Forbid immortal cultivation. You were not born with the fate to be a cultivator. I'm sorry, my disciple. There's nothing I can do for you. Forbidden me that I cannot cultivate. Master, I don't quite understand, and I have a question. What is it? Does fate truly exist? Yes, it does exist. What we humans call fate definitely exists, and it affects every living being in this world. My fingertips were trembling. If fate truly exists, then what about the free will of living beings? Doesn't it mean it's non-existent? If free will doesn't exist and everything is predetermined, then what's the meaning of all this? Well, it's not exactly like that. Cultivators who have received the blessing of the 7 stars, controlled by the celestial power of heaven, can faintly perceive fate starting from the chi-refining 7th star. You might think you've only learned about astronomy and reading the constellations, but from the moment a cultivator is granted permission by the heavens, they are allowed to vaguely perceive the heavenly mechanism. The master's explanation continued. Of course, it's impossible for a human to directly witness the vast entity known as fate. However, it's possible to read the very basics of it. From the chi-refining 7 stars, a cultivator can read their own lifespan and know how much of their life remains. Lifespan. Are you saying that a human's lifespan is predetermined? Yes. Then, what is the purpose of cultivation? Why do cultivators continue to cultivate even knowing their lifespan is predetermined? That's because, while lifespan is certainly fixed, it's not absolute. Lifespan not absolute. For instance, a cultivator at the chi-refining stage has at most the same lifespan as a mortal. But from the chi-building stage, they receive additional lifespan from the heavens as they ascend in their cultivation. The chi-building stage grants 300 years of lifespan, the core formation 600 years, the nascent soul 1200 years, and heavenly being 2400 years. Although the exact lifespan varies, a cultivator receives a new lifespan from heaven as they elevate their realm. That's why cultivators themselves bring change to the heavenly mechanism, and since ancient times, cultivators have also been called heaven defiers. Then can I too receive a new fate as a cultivator? It's not necessarily so. While it's said that a human can receive a new fate in reality, the heavens often grants a fate that transcends lifespan from the beginning. His complexion grew dark, born with natural talent, spiritual meridians, and spiritual roots. The fate one is born with becomes the standard of whether one can change their lifespan. Am I destined not to become a cultivator, born with a fate that cannot escape its own fate? It seems so, I asked in astonishment. Then, is there really no way? I've looked and there seems to be none. I'm sorry, the lifespan set by the heavens. I don't understand it. Aren't the heavens just a concept? Isn't the blue sky what we call the heavens? The heavens are not merely that. It's the law that flows through this world. A vast and immense principle. That's what the heavens are. Indeed, the heavens, this world, does not permit me. We are all born with a fate given by the heavens, grow up and die. Cultivators may defy the heavens and cause changes in the heavenly mechanism. In reality, no cultivator can escape the grace of the heavens that gave them birth. Therefore, while one can overcome their lifespan, the fate to do so is also granted by the heavens. Master held my hand and said, I too have experienced it, although I can't compare to you. His voice was trembling. I spent my life striving and striving, bloodied my fingers forming hand seals and my voice hoarse from chanting mantras. Through a lifetime of effort, I barely reached the chi building stage. But with my talent, the early chi building stage was my limit. Master was a person of 3 spiritual roots. He had true spiritual roots quality, but his spiritual meridians were weak, and he was born with impurities in his body, so he could only stay at the early chi building stage. My obsession with enlightenment and lifelong dedication to mantra and spell research was to enable my disciples, even with lesser talent, to ascend as much as possible in their cultivation realms. And you, a person of 5 elements spiritual roots, from a lowly mortal to reaching the chi refining 7th star. You've splendidly proven the values I've pursued, but it seems everyone has their limits. The words I heard on the day I first met him, those words were meant for me, but now they were directed at himself. I'm sorry for being such an inadequate master. I'm sorry for having such a fate and not being able to do anything for you. No, I too am sorry for being so inadequate. The two of us clenched our teeth and apologized to each other. There's nothing more I can do for you, but although it might not be possible, I'll still try. I'll scour through more ancient texts and rituals to see if someone not born with the fate of a cultivator can be granted permission by the heavens. What else can someone abandoned by the heavens do? Heavens have set our fate, but it has not dictated how we live within it. So let's struggle as much as we can together. Our eyes met. That's the best I can do for you as your master. I didn't answer. I just clenched my lips and bowed my head. Though silent, we understood each other's hearts. From that day, my daily life changed significantly. I no longer formed hand seals until my fingers bled, nor practiced cultivation methods. Instead, I scoured the Qingmun clan's library with my master, searching through all sorts of ancient texts and ritual books. What is the criterion for those permitted or not permitted by the heavens? Is it because of my internal energy? Or is it because, as a martial artist born without spiritual roots, I forcibly acquired spiritual roots by reaching the 5 energies converging to the origin? Or is it because I came from another world? Or because of my regression? Or is it just my fate? However, among the ancient texts, content about humans rejected by the heavens were extremely rare. It was exceedingly difficult to find. Nevertheless, as I read books about the heavens, the heavenly mechanism, and fate, I began to understand the concept of fate a bit more. It was said that from the chi refining 7th star, cultivators begin to read their own fate. Of course, it isn't detailed, only a rough estimate of their lifespan, and as their cultivation realm ascends, they become more accurate in knowing how much lifespan remains. A chi-building cultivator vaguely knows whether upcoming events in their life will be good or bad. By the core formation stage, this becomes more detailed, understanding the auspiciousness and danger of forthcoming events. For those above the nascent soul stage, there was no information on how accurately they perceive fate, but it was said to be more precise than core formation cultivators. I also found books on human free will. For example, if a mortal is granted about 80 years of lifespan by the heavens, do they necessarily live for 80 years? What happens if a cultivator with bad intentions kill a mortal who has an 80-year lifespan prematurely? The answer was, the heavens only bestows fate, but it doesn't concern itself with how a being walks that fate. In short, humans are given a path named fate, but due to external pressures or their own will, some may not fully complete the path of their destined fate. So that's it. As I read books about fate, I thought about what had happened to me before. Even though my initial life and health conditions changed in many lives, I died on exact the same day at the same time under the same circumstances. Does that make sense statistically? Even when my health varied in each life, I once thought that maybe fate really existed and that perhaps I had no free will. But then, when I beheaded Crown Prince Mackley Hyun, for the first time I died before my destined lifespan and thought that lifespan wasn't fixed. However, according to this book, the heavens granted me a lifespan of about 50 years. If I walk the path of fate properly, I can live according to that lifespan. But if I die earlier due to external pressure or my own choices and will, then I cannot complete the path of the fate granted to me. If fate is a path given to humans, then humans have free will, as asserted by this book. Of course, the problem is that one cannot go beyond the path of the fate given. The book similarly explained fate. Heavens gift humans with fate, but not all humans can walk the path of their given fate. Some due to lack of willpower, others due to external circumstances. But even if one walks the path of fate to its end, there's no path laid out by the heavens beyond it. That would be the limit of that existence. Humans can live freely until they reach their fate, but reaching beyond is impossible. Living freely during the life gifted by the heavens is the right and virtue of all mortals. With the statement that every being should live freely and gratefully within the life given to them, the book came to an end. Is this book like that? I thought the fate described in the book was similar to the book itself. I don't know how much content the author of the book wanted to include. But there's a limit to the size and amount of the paper, and the book has its own limits. The author writes the desired narrative within the set length of the book, but cannot exceed it. No narrative can go beyond the book. When the book is closed, the story ends. This is the concept of fate. Then is this really the end for me? Really am I? No, it's not. I clench my teeth. Even if closing the book means the end, my story continuously returns to the beginning. Surely heavens have bestowed this fate upon me. If heavens have given me this fate, there must be a reason. I have overcome fate time and time again. In my first life, I was just a miserable beggar destined to die. But what about now? I have mastered the sword. With mediocre talent, I reached the 5 energies converging to the origin, a legendary realm in martial arts. I forcibly acquired the ability to cultivate, said to be possible only for those born with spiritual roots. Even though fate weighed me down, I have surpassed it time and time again. There must be a solution, there must be a solution. I read and reread ancient texts like a madman. One day, my master came with a book, his eyes bloodshot. I found an ancient text in the upper archives of our clan. The book master brought had no title and looked like it was about to turn to dust. Read it. I read the book. It was a collection of ancient unofficial histories. These stories included a young man melting ice in a river with his body heat to catch a carp for his sick mother in winter, and a blind man regaining his sight after praying to the heavens. A story of an old man whose life was extended by performing 1,000 rituals for the heavens, even though he was supposed to die. Although it's unofficial history, and mostly about mortals, don't they share something in common? Yes, miracles happen in impossible situations. Right, especially the last story in the collection about the old man gaining extra life after performing rituals. Maybe, keep trying and trying again and it will happen. Yes, these stories contain the lesson that if one devotes all their sincerity, even the heavens are moved. Even mortals can move heavens with their sincerity. Master's voice trembled. Of course, it also means that what we've been doing so far might not be sincere enough. Indeed, who hasn't made an effort? But if one makes an effort and the heavens do not open its doors, what should be done? Let's keep trying rituals. If the heavens reject us once, we try 10 times. If 10 times, then 100. If 100, then 1,000 times. Let's keep performing rituals and endlessly ask if it's really impossible. Master spoke with clenched teeth. Let's ask if this is really where we end. Yes, Master, I also looked at him firmly and nodded. From that day we traveled everywhere, reading the stars and attempting rituals. Of course, every time we attempted a ritual, clouds would gather, blocking the celestial energy from the heavens. Once we even went to a place called Mount Gugwal in Yangnuo to perform a ritual. Master thought that since the peak of Mount Gugwal pierced through the clouds, the ritual there couldn't be covered by clouds. But even on a peak higher than the clouds, ghostly clouds appeared soon after we performed the ritual. As if the heavens, defying the laws of physics, would not let me onto the path of cultivation. Master and I went to many famous mountains and rivers, selecting 7 stars among the 28, performing rituals incessantly. While performing rituals, I also intermittently learned from my master about the Chi refining 8th star. The knowledge of the Chi refining 8th star, the 6 harmonies path, involves applying the 6 harmonies of heaven, earth, and 4 directions to the ritual, stimulating the spiritual power through the method. This stage allows cultivators' formation to grow larger and their spiritual power to fill their entire spiritual meridians, becoming much stronger. Unfortunately, the training methods of the 8th star were useless unless the 7th star was fully mastered. I continued to consistently digest the theory and enlightenment. Meanwhile, I also met Kim Young-hoon from time to time, learning about martial arts and embodying the enlightenment of the 5 energies converging to the origin. TME passed. The day my lifespan was to end was drawing near. Do you have any questions about the 5 elements? Not today. Good, let's go prepare for the ritual. My lifespan was not much left. I had hoped that reaching the 5 energies converging to the origin would extend my life, but by looking at the books in the Chingmun clan's archive, I realized that I was likely to die with the same lifespan as before. My progress has been significant lately. I have understood the Qi refining 9th star, 5 elements origin, not just the Qi refining 8th star, 6 harmonies path. Of course, I still couldn't practice the cultivation methods of the 9th star. But in terms of pure understanding of the path, I was on par with a Qi refining 9th star cultivator. Recently, I was also previewing content related to the Qi refining 10th star, 4 images unity. Still, the process of integrating the 9 palaces' spiritual meridians and spiritual roots into 2 branches is highly advantageous for me. It was mainly about integrating the meridians, so it was a realm I could certainly reach if given time. Let's begin. The sun is setting. Together with my master, I started the ritual. Of course, clouds gathered again this time, blocking the celestial energy. It's a failure again. Well, yes. My master nodded and sighed softly. Again, I could hardly remember how many times we had tried. Let's go to the heaven-treading desert tomorrow and try again. It seems the clouds will gather later there. Master, what is it? I opened my mouth to my master, who was trying to smile while collecting the ritual tools. I hope we don't perform the ritual tomorrow. What are you talking about? The celestial energy will be present in heaven-treading desert tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then when? I have something I need to do, master. Could we postpone it for just tomorrow? The next optimal day for the ritual is a month later. Can you return to the Chingmun clan by then? At that, I gave a bitter smile and said, I will return 20 days from now. That day was the exact day I had been dying in all my lifetimes, the day my lifespan was to end. I infused spiritual energy into a palm-sized flying paper boat. Buzzing, as the spiritual energy was injected, the paper boat swelled in size, took on color, and transformed into a wooden boat. Let's go. I jumped onto the wooden boat, infused it with spiritual energy, formed hand seals, and at the same time, magical runes rose from the boat as it swiftly kicked through the air. 3 days later, I arrived at the border of Byokra and Yangyuo using the flying artifact. Flying artifacts at the Qi refining stage travel at the speed of a normal boat. Apparently, to reach the speed of an aircraft, one would need a flying artifact at the Qi building stage or at least have the personal flying skills of core formation cultivators. I enjoyed the scenery and feeling the wind on the paper boat. I looked around. There it is. Flash, as soon as I spotted my target, a brilliant white saber gang surged towards me. I swung my hand, emitting my own sword gang. Our blade gangs weaved through the air like snakes, clashing several times, and after a while, the saber gang that was shot at me was neutralized. Jump, I leapt down from the air and used the light fall technique to fall slowly. It's been a while. Yes, your sword control has improved since I last saw you. I've never stopped practicing sword control. Dual energy sword control isn't just about making a sword move through the air. It involves elevating the control over the sword to a realm beyond unity with the sword, mastering every aspect of the sword. From the sound and material of the sword, to the aura emitted by one's martial arts, sword energy, sword gang, mastering everything with consciousness. That's what dual energy sword control is. Therefore, from the moment one achieves dual energy sword control, a martial artist at the 5 energies converging to the origin can freely manipulate not only the sword, but also the sword gang in the air. Of course, manipulating a sword that's not in my hand fundamentally means projecting my consciousness from a distance into the sword. The difference in the 5 energies converging to the origin realm is how naturally one can move a distant sword, but you still have much to learn. Keep training. Yes, I will. I nodded and withdrew the flying boat still hovering in the sky. Kim Hyung, I heard you started cultivating recently, and it seems true. I felt the pressure of his spiritual power and the size of his consciousness and asked. He smiled awkwardly and said, well, since cultivation techniques are quite convenient in daily life, like flying artifacts, of course I'm only at Qi refining 2nd star. I have no intention of going beyond that, just using it to assist my martial arts. It's more useful for me to hone my martial arts than to rely on such miscellaneous techniques. I see. His martial arts talent was unparalleled, but it seems his aptitude for cultivation was still better than mine. Even without a good master like me, and focusing more on martial arts, he still reached Qi refining 2nd star. Recently started, so being at Qi refining 2nd star means his aptitude is a little better than mine. Kim Young-hoon chatted casually about how he almost went mad learning the 72 earthly Sha true words, then asked me worriedly, are you sure you're okay with this, agreeing to such an extreme request? It's fine. I'm happy to contribute to the Chingmun clan and I agree with your view. Although the Mackley clan lost Yangyuo's imperial authority to the Jin clan, the Mackley clan's main family wasn't significantly damaged, just lost their influence over Yangyuo and the right to oppress its mortals. The Jin clan stopped interfering with the Makli clan's affairs after obtaining the imperial authority, while chi refining cultivators from each clan dying in skirmishes wasn't much of a concern unless they were high-ranking. It was a principle to release chi-building elders caught in battle after receiving a ransom. After the Jin clan obtained imperial authority, Kim Young-hoon had little he could do for justice. However, he didn't give up and found loopholes in the agreements between the Jin and Makli clans and other surrounding cultivator clans. According to what I found, if cultivators from the Jin or Makli clan at the chi-building stage clash and are captured within Yangnuo, they are released after the clans pay a ransom. However, if a cultivator invades the territory of another country, even at the chi-building stage, they can be killed by cultivators from that country's clan. He smiled bitterly. In a few days, I'll drive a cultivator from the Makli clan to the border of the Byokra. Once I exhaust the Makli clan cultivator's strength, you can step in and finish them off. That way I can get rid of scum, and you can kill an invader from Yangnuo's Makli clan without any issues of righteousness. Yes, that makes sense. Kim Young-hoon excitedly explained his plan, and I listened calmly. After hearing all his plans, I made a request. Kim Hyung, I gave you the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts previously. Yes, the unparalleled martial arts you gave me steadily led me to the ultimate pinnacle. I've also added my annotations to the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. Then, knowing your character, you would still have the manual with your annotations. Could you let me read it? Well, that's not impossible. Kim Young-hoon seemed to have recently acquired a new method of storage, as he pulled a thick manuscript from a fist-sized pouch at his waist. The record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts had clearly thickened since I had given it to him. The title hasn't changed. Considering the added content, I would have thought he'd want to leave his mark by changing the title. But Kim Young-hoon smiled bitterly and said, I couldn't change it. I've been following this martial arts manual, merely adding annotations here and there. I added some content, but it's mostly records of trial and error about advancing beyond the ultimate pinnacle. I haven't surpassed this martial art. How could I dare change the title of such a martial art by only adding a few lines of trial and error? Looking at the thickness, it seems more than a few lines of trial and error. The book was 3 or 4 times thicker than when I first gave it to him. It's more than just a few annotations or trial and error. Kim Young-hoon had poured all his effort into trial and error, trying to find a way to surpass the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. Well, even though it's thicker, the fact that I failed remains true. But with this much, it seems different from the original record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. Why not change the title a bit for distinction, if you insist? He said with a self-deprecating smile. Then let's call it not the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts, but the record of surpassing path and martial arts, Kowadowamuda. Whether it's the original title or the new one, the meaning of transcending the path of cultivation remains unchanged. He only changed one character in the title, which hardly made any difference from the original. It's a bit disappointing, but if he doesn't want to change it, what can I do? I read and memorized the entire manuscript. Maybe it's because I became a cultivator and learned things like the 72 earthly Sha true words, or perhaps cultivating enhances memory as it expands consciousness. As my consciousness expanded, my memory improved significantly. I used to have to read and reread thick manuscripts several times in my previous lives to engrave them in my mind, but now just reading once was enough to imprint everything in my memory. Wait here for a few days. I'll drive the cultivator from the Makli clan to the Byokra border soon. I'll wait. I sat down and adjusted my physical condition. Kim Young-hoon handed me the record of surpassing path and martial arts to read more if I wished, then took out his flying artifact and flew off towards Yangnuo. The weather is nice. According to the astronomical and heavenly mechanism knowledge I learned from my master, the sky would remain clear until the time Kim Young-hoon mentioned. Then let's take this time to slowly write and organize. I climbed onto a reasonably wide rock, spread out a basic formation to prevent anyone from approaching, and took out a desk, paper, inkstone, and brush from my storage device. I began writing my will, a letter to leave for my master. Even though Kim Young-hoon will exhaust the chi-building cultivator's strength, those at the chi-building stage didn't reach their positions through luck. Each one was an extraordinary being, a formidable foe not to be underestimated. Even if they're weakened, my life would be in danger. But I didn't care. I came here to die. A disciple who struggled all his life and achieved nothing, just to be rejected by the heavens and die when his lifespan ends. I couldn't imagine how painful and helpless it would be for my master. How much had I despised and felt powerless about myself in my past life for not being able to guide my disciples properly. Yet if a disciple foolishly fights an overpowering opponent and dies in battle, while the master might feel resentment and sorrow, he won't feel self-loathing. Thus I won't die by the fate set by the heavens. After all, I'm going to die soon. I'll foolishly fight against an overwhelming opponent and die in that way. That's what I decided. Slowly, I continued writing my will. Although it's a will, I couldn't let my master find out that I was going to die. I intended to make it seem like I was just patrolling the Byokra border and asking about my master's well-being. After writing and erasing my will several times, I finally composed one that was satisfactory. When should I send this? Using a transmission talisman, I could send small items with little mass and not require much spiritual energy to a designated person. The transmission talisman's speed was similar to a flying artifact. If I sent it now, it would reach my master in about 3 days. Sending it before the battle starts would be most appropriate. If I send it now, my master, upon receiving the letter early, might calculate the heavenly mechanism and arrange a ritual for me to perform near the border. If I send it after the battle starts and my lifespan is about to end in a few days, then the letter will reach my master 3 days later, sparing him from witnessing his disciple's death. Yes, let's do that. I carefully folded the letter, attached the transmission talisman, and prepared it so that it could be sent to my master with just a burst of spiritual power. Days passed. The day Kim Young-hoon promised arrived. Rumble, rumble. In the distance, dark clouds filled with yin energy were approaching. However, it was much smaller in scale than a typical heavenly phenomenon and seemed artificial. They're coming. A chi-building cultivator from the Mackley clan, bringing clouds with him, was approaching. Flash, flash. Behind him, beams of light burst forth as someone chased after the chi-building elder. It was Kim Young-hoon. It starts now. The last chapter of this life. The time for one final thrilling moment. Whoosh! I infused spiritual energy into the letter with the transmission talisman. It glowed blue and transformed into the shape of a blue hawk. The blue hawk-shaped transmission talisman flew at incredible speed towards the direction of the Chungmun clan. I used the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts and hidden consciousness technique to erase my presence in consciousness, and even used the earth-dwelling method to hide underground. Shortly after, rumble, rumble, swoosh, dark clouds covered the sky and rain began to fall. Hidden underground, I looked at the center of the dark clouds. The chi-building elder there had a familiar face. That person is, when we established the palace of heavenly demons. He was one of the 50 chi-building elders who came to destroy the palace. That chi-building elder. Remembering the old days, I recalled establishing the palace, evading the bounty placed by cultivators, and killing them one by one. Eventually, we defeated an early-stage chi-building cultivator and rejoiced with Kim Young-hoon. The next day, 50 chi-building cultivators surrounded and crushed the palace like exterminating pests. That Mackley clan elder lured Kim Young-hoon with flattery, recalling the despair, regret, and plight of the weak. But now that fearsome chi-building elder from that time was not present. Curses, these damn Jin clan bastards. Distorted with anger, he desperately waved a flag-shaped artifact controlling the dark clouds. Wearing tattered blue robes and bleeding from all over, he was nothing more than prey. You bastards, can't you stop? According to the treaty between the Jin and Mackley clans, you can't kill me. I demand to be treated as a legitimate prisoner of war. Stop attacking immediately. Form the array. Yes, elder. Several chi refining cultivators from the Jin clan waved their formation flags behind Kim Young-hoon, creating a barrier filled with fiery energy. The Mackley clan elder was trapped in the barrier, and Kim Young-hoon flew towards him with a sneer. You turned innocent villagers' towns into bloody pools. You felt nothing. Now that your life is in danger, you struggle. You scum. Die, boom. Several saber gangs flashed around Kim Young-hoon and flew towards the Mackley clan elder. Don't be absurd. Just because I harvested a few pests for materials, you're trying to kill a chi-building elder like me. You're making a big mistake. If you kill me, do you think you'll be safe? Roar. As the Mackley clan elder waved his flag, the dark clouds moved. The clouds coalesced into a cloud dragon in the sky, lunging at Kim Young-hoon. He's stronger than Mackley Wangshin. I assessed the chi-building cultivator's skill based on his cultivation methods. For a while, saber gangs and the chi-building elder's spells clashed. And then, slash, arg, a gust of yin wind from the Mackley clan elder tore off Kim Young-hoon's arm and waist, while a saber gang from Kim Young-hoon broke through the elder's defensive spells and similarly tore a chunk from his waist. That wound is dangerous. Chi-building cultivators, being more than human, could withstand such injuries, but Kim Young-hoon, at the early stage of chi-refining second star, only has a mortal's physical body. In fact, hadn't Kim Young-hoon fainted from such injuries when he faced Mackley Wangshin in the previous cycle? But then it happened. Hurry, the chi-refining cultivators from the Jin clan, who had set up the barrier, each took out a handful of talismans from their storage artifacts. Flash, flash. Dozens, maybe even hundreds of healing talismans flew to Kim Young-hoon's wounds, sticking to them profusely, and several Jin clan cultivators performed healing spells from beyond the barrier, suturing his wounds. Ah, I see. The Jin clan brought along chi-refining cultivators skilled in healing as backup. Kim Young-hoon's condition was fully restored, and he began to shoot saber gangs with a renewed face. Why, you bastards? You just trample on the treaty between the Jin and Mackley clans whenever you feel like it. You can't kill me. I demand to be treated as a proper prisoner of war. Stop this attack at once. Silence. We won't be punished according to the clan rules, and instead will be recognized for reducing the Mackley clan's forces and receive rewards. Crazy fools. Already upset over the massacre in the heaven-treading desert, and now you commit the insane act of killing a chi-building elder. Do you think you will be safe? While remaining hidden, I found an opening on the Mackley clan elder. Now, I concentrated my consciousness, refined my energy. The opening was small, but it was there. Therefore, I needed to widen it. Record of surpassing cultivation in martial arts, the essence. Lurking in the shadows, endless attack. Flash, my focused consciousness shot towards the Mackley clan elder like a ray of light. Simultaneously, he clutched his head and screamed, "Arg." Seeing this, Kim Young-hoon also concentrated and used the same technique of lurking in the shadows, endless attack on the elder. With two masters unleashing the decisive move of lurking in the shadows, endless attack, it must feel as if his head is being chopped. I won't miss this chance. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Deep mountain, releasing all the chi I had gathered at once, I burst through the ground and soared into the sky. In an instant, I dove into the embrace of the Mackley clan elder. This ends now. Flash. Brilliant sword gang formed on my drawn sword. My sword gang slashed at him from within his embrace. Normally, a chi-building cultivator would subconsciously emit protective gang chi, but the Mackley clan elder, having exhausted his spiritual power fighting Kim Young-hoon, had weaker defenses than even a chi-refining cultivator. Boom, my sword gang pierced through his thin protective gang chi, severing his neck. Cut, in that fleeting moment. Flash, a blue light burst forth from within his embrace. A life-saving artifact. The moment the life-saving artifact activated, the Mackley clan elder rocketed upwards at an incredible speed, and my sword gang could only graze his chest instead of striking his neck. Swoosh. Even so, it was enough to slice through his ribs, half his liver, and completely sever one of his lungs. The Mackley clan elder, bleeding profusely, was still alive. Cough, cough, grlgrglgh. Despite spitting blood foam and barely holding together his falling intestines with spiritual power, he remained alive. Grunt, gasp. That uniform, Chungmun clan, you damned, colluding with Jin clan. Despite having one lung crushed, he forcibly maintained his bodily functions through spiritual power, terrifying vitality. But if left alone, he would eventually die from depleting all his spiritual power. Grunt, cough, Chungmun clan descendant, spare my life. I promise enormous compensation from the main family. Many cultivators from different clans are currently on edge due to the massacre in the heaven-treading desert. In 200 years, there will be a great war, and every cultivator, including chi building, is crucial. I silently held my sword, infusing it with sword gang. Seeing this, the Mackley clan elder gritted his teeth. You fool, don't you understand what's important? I will ensure proper compensation for crossing the Byokra border. Please, I beg you. Buzz, yeek. He dodged my sword gang and started infusing energy into the life-saving artifact. He's pouring his life force into it. Simultaneously, his figure turned blue and reached the edge of the barrier with astounding speed. That's a core formation's escape technique. The life-saving artifact seemed to allow lower-level cultivators to mimic the flying techniques used by core formation cultivators. Damn it. I won't die like this. No way. Boom. The elder released all his power in a burst, shattering the barrier like a paper wall, creating an escape route. The backlash caused the Jin clan chi-refining cultivators who had set up the array to spit out blood. Read full story at N0V3L, FIRTAP-E-net. You can't escape, ha, catch me if you can. He gripped the life-saving artifact on his chest and used the escape technique again. In a blink, he moved another 30 meters away. Catch him? Yes, I swiftly kicked through the air, shooting sword gang. You fools. I won't die so easily to your schemes. Flash. He activated the life-saving artifact again, and with a blue light, his figure moved further away once more. That direction is. The faces of me, Kim Young-hoon, and other Jin clan chi-refining cultivators twisted. He is flying towards the Mackley clan's outpost on the Yongyuo border. I'm aware. Kim Young-hoon and I furiously pursued the Mackley clan elder, and a chase across the border region began. Whoosh, I swung my sword, shooting sword gang, and quickly formed hand seals to recite the Earth Imprisonment incantation, corresponding to the Earth Imprisonment star. Earth Imprisonment, rumble. Pillars of earth shot up, attempting to trap the Mackley clan elder. However, as he formed hand seals, a gust of yin wind tore through the earth bars, scattering them back towards me. Flash, I assessed the space, dodging the falling debris, and leapt into the air. At the same time, I unleashed a powerful sword slash with transcending peaks. A semi-circular white sword gang shot towards the elder. Ha. As he formed hand seals, yin energy coalesced into dark clouds, enveloping him and deflecting my sword gang. Simultaneously, the dark clouds transformed into a cloud dragon and shot towards me, but I charged straight towards him. Unstoppable. Flash. A tremendous wave of intent resonated behind me, and the sound of gang chi compression sphere echoed. Boom. A fist-sized orb of light passed by me, entering the cloud dragon's mouth, exploding it, and rushing towards the Mackley clan elder. I cannot die, Flash. He again infused life force into the life-saving artifact, disappearing with a blue light, and simultaneously an explosion of Saber Gang erupted at his former location. A storm of light. Numerous light streams filled the space in front of me as if painting with saber scars. As the explosion subsided, I burst through the light storm, extending a massive sword strike towards the fleeing Mackley clan elder, severing Mountain Swordsman. Chi Mountain Heart Heaven, the sword gang enhanced and expanded, widening its range as it extended towards the elder of the Mackley clan. Whoosh, my elongated sword gang struck down the elder, sending him crashing to the ground below. Frowning, I formed hand seals to create an earthen prison. The sword gang's impact felt dull. It didn't cut through. Even amidst this, he had managed to raise his protective gang chi, turning a deadly strike into a mere hit. Earth imprisonment, rumble. Pillars of earth rose, encasing the elder of the Mackley clan. However, with a powerful shout from within the earthen prison, my spell shattered and exploded. Indeed, chi-building cultivators are in a league of their own. Neither sword gang nor spells could deliver a decisive blow. But it didn't matter. I had successfully hindered him. Kim Young-hoon arrived anew, unleashing a barrage of gang spheres. 9 spheres cascaded towards the elder. Flash, flash, flash. A storm of light relentlessly pressed in. Amidst the tempest, a blue streak of light flickered. I cannot die, not like this. The elder of the Mackley clan desperately activated his life-saving artifact, narrowly escaping Kim Young-hoon's onslaught. His abdomen is torn open and one arm had vanished. Yet he forcibly regenerated an arm using spiritual power and continued his escape. Not even a cockroach. I was astounded by his tenacity. What kind of human is this? Chi-building cultivators don't die easily unless their head, heart, or dantian is completely destroyed. That saying is indeed true. Chi-building cultivators can substitute the functions of lost organs with the spiritual power they've cultivated. Though the concept seemed absurd, it was proven true. Of course, he would die once his spiritual power was depleted. But for now, he remained alive. Kim Young-hoon and I relentlessly pursued him. While I hindered him, Kim Young-hoon followed up with lethal attacks. The elder continually resorted to his life-saving artifact, narrowly escaping each time. This cycle repeated, and despite being nearly dead, the elder kept consuming pills from his storage bag, barely managing to survive. It's hard to end this in one strike. The biggest problem was his efficiency, countering the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts technique of erasing perception. He has more and stronger magical artifacts than Mackley Wangshin, and it seems the technique had become well known due to previous confrontations with the Mackley clan. And he has so many pills, he kept popping them like snacks. Dragging this out is troublesome. The day was fading. I clenched my teeth and launched my flying sword after the Mackley clan elder. In any normal situation, this would be pointless. For chi-building cultivators, unless their protective aura's weak point is precisely targeted, sword gang and sword strikes are ineffective. But the elder, now pale as a ghost, dodged my flying sword. To the nearly dead elder, even my flying sword posed a tremendous threat. Swoosh, my flying sword again narrowly missed the elder. In a chaotic battle, it's hard to precisely control a flying sword. A stable footing was necessary. I landed and touched the ground, swift as the sky. I chanted the Sky Speed Star incantation and cast a spell. Rumble, the earth coalesced, forming a circular platform under my feet. As I changed my hand seals, the platform slid across the earth. Rumble, the ground beneath became my vehicle. Trees and rocks swiftly passed behind me. High above, the now slower elder of the Mackley clan was visible. I on the ground and Kim Young-hoon in the sky surrounded him, unleashing gang spheres and sword gangs. Standing on the platform, I took a stance and gripped my sword. I'll end this. The end of life is always poignant. How painful were the moments of death, but the death in this life seems particularly meaningful. The sun had set. Before dawn the next day, my life would come to an end. Here I go, severing mountain swordsmanship. 11th move, cliff edge, crash. I didn't unsheath my sword. Still in its scabbard, I sliced through and launched my sword gang towards the sky. With incredible speed, my sword gang shot upwards, and from above, 9 orbs of light descended. Caught in between, the elder of the Mackley clan panicked, then resignedly smiled and formed a hand seal. Huh, you've won. The sky was filled with light. Amidst the storm of light, I saw the elder of the Mackley clan being diced, his protective aura scattering away. Cough, the cultivator, once soaring in the sky, now fell to the ground. Thud, barely alive, his remaining spiritual power was equivalent to a chi-refining 1st or 2nd star cultivator. Even that was fading. His life force flickered and his heartbeat weakened. You may take his last breath. Understood. I approached the dying elder with a weary body. This cultivator, who had once brought storms and darkened skies, now writhed pitifully, a mere insect. I recalled my past life. The dark clouds he summoned, the sinister gaze he cast down upon us. Now, this once mighty chi-building cultivator lay in such a state. To think, at the brink of death, You chi-building cultivators are no different from the mere mortals you so much disdain. I calmly lifted my sword. At that moment, I am no different from mortals. The elder of the Mackley clan with bloodshot eyes stared at me. Don't make me laugh. I am Mackley Yun Ryon, an elder of the great Mackley clan, a distinguished cultivator. Flash, don't dare compare me to mere mortals. His body swelled, emitting a putrid stench and blue light. I immediately realized his intention. Self-destruction. Swoosh. I hastily retreated as a blinding explosion enveloped the area. What's this? The explosion was massive in light but limited in destructive range and power, more like a flashbang than an explosion. Suddenly, I understood his plan. Kim Hyung, we must escape. In this vicinity, Kugagugu, the stench of rotting corpses wafted through the air as a stream of green water, heavily mixed with corpse poison, surged towards us like a river. Kurururuk krarararuk, queek, kiyek. I hastily leaped into the air to avoid the green stream, but from within it, zombies poured out and leaped up, swinging their nails at me. Damn, this is. Cha! The green stream whirled up into a vortex. From the center of the whirlpool, a middle-aged cultivator in blue emerged, holding a whisk. The sheer size of this aura, this pressure of spiritual power, another chi-building cultivator, and this overwhelming spiritual aura, not just any ordinary chi-building cultivator. Late-stage chi-building, a powerful figure on par with Mackley Wangshin. A distress flare suddenly burst into the sky, and it turns out to be a rescue signal sent by Yun Ryon. The cultivator in blue at the center of the whirlpool flicked his finger, and the green waters brought him the clothes and the evening dew left behind by Mackley Yun Ryon. He was an excellent alchemist. The high-quality elixirs he created numbered in the tens of thousands. He grinded his teeth as he glared at us. The cultivator from the Chungmun clan and the decisive weapon of the Jin clan. It seems you've cleverly exploited the treaty between Jin and Mackley to kill Yun Ryon. Realizing the situation, he alternated his gaze between me and Kim Young-hoon, beginning to gather spiritual power. Do not think you can die easily. However, Kim Young-hoon sneered and unleashed another powerful technique. I wonder where you get such confidence. Even Mackley Yun Ryon, who reached the 4th stage of chi building, couldn't stop me. Do you really think I would fear someone only at the 3rd stage? Ha ha ha, I know you're exhausted from dealing with Yun Ryon. Even if the low-level cultivators of the Jin clan assist, their spiritual power is nearly depleted. You are not enough. If I were alone, that might be the case. But the brother from the Chungmun clan with me has power just below the chi building stage, beyond the 14th star of chi refining. Together, joining forces, he laughed dismissively. Ah, you seem to be under a misunderstanding. When did I ever say I came alone? Kuwu, the dark night sky. Dark storm clouds were gathering again. Similar to the phenomena caused by Mackley Yun Ryon, the clouds seemed to mimic his techniques. Though the clouds were about a quarter the size of those summoned by Mackley Yun Ryon, cold sweat ran down my back. It seems as if the sky is covered with yin energy. One of the later generation disciples from our clan happened to be nearby gathering materials, so we came together. Uncle Mackley Goon, you left too soon. The newcomer was a young man dressed in blue. With an ethereal look, he managed his spiritual power effortlessly, revealing his formidable presence, mid-chi building. And almost transitioning to the late stage, a direct descendant of the Mackley clan, a figure worthy of being called a later generation disciple has appeared. Yes, but who sent the flare signal? Yun Ryon has passed away. Upon hearing this, the young man's face twisted in shock. Yun Ryon, how could such a great alchemist? It seems like Jin and Chungmun clans conspired together. Using the pretext of crossing the border into Byokra, they assassinated Yun Ryon. These despicable scum. The young man from Mackley clan grimaced with malice. You don't know who you've killed. The most respected alchemist under the core formation elders of Mackley clan. Many disciples have lost the chance to learn from him, and you cannot imagine how many precious elixirs that could have been refined are now lost. I stared emotionlessly at the ranting young man, preparing my technique. Lucky me. Killing you here will save hundreds, maybe thousands of lives. Today was likely my last day. I had chosen this place as my grave. I wasn't afraid to die, but what weighed on my mind was, Kim Hyung, run as far as you can. Kim Young-hoon dying here without being able to reach his goal. While I was okay with my imminent death, I wished for him to live a little longer. I'll try to buy as much time as I can. Using endless mountains beyond mountains, I charged at the younger, seemingly weaker mid-chi building cultivator. Ha, this is laughable. Kulu. Yin wind gusted. Beyond the yin wind, a ring of yin energy flew towards me. Using severing mountain swordsmanship, I cut through chi building spell and occasionally used my own techniques to counter. Cut through everything. I slashed, parried, and dodged numerous spells, finding a sliver of an opening. Cut, my sword in a swift motion, aimed at the mid-stage chi-building young man. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 20-second move, severing mountain. All 21 forms unleashed at once, exploding through my sword. Break through, severing mountain. The final form, named for its power to even cut through mountains, surged towards the mid-chi-building man. and then, Kong, my sword broke. Not just the sword, but the sword gang covering it shattered into pieces. Was it a defensive spell? No. A counterattack? No. Did he use a magic artifact? No. The mid-chi building young man was doing nothing, just emitting protective gang chi using pure spiritual force. He looked at me as if I was a joke. His mere presence was enough to repel the onslaught of sword gang from a 5 energies converging to the origin martial artist. So this is a chi building cultivator. A novice who had just entered chi building could be dealt with using the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts and other martial arts, risking life in a fight. However, a cultivator who has truly experienced chi building and reached the mid-stage is an impossible opponent for a 5 energies converging to the origin martial artist. Unlike Makli Yunryeon, who was nearly beaten to death by Kim Young-hoon, this young man is full of spiritual and physical strength. Ah, I see. I realized I have no chance against him. Even facing Makli Wangshin in my past life was possible only because his strength had fallen from the 3rd stage of chi building to the 4th star of chi refining. Anything beyond that is out of reach. Is this all you have, you insect? Kwang. Immensian energy gathered in the young man's hand, forming a dragon claw. The dragon claw struck me, sending me crashing down into the forest below. Cuke. If I hadn't instinctively released my strength and deployed a defensive spell, I would have died in one blow. There was a clear difference in our levels. Cough, cough, struggling to rise, I spat blood, unable to move my legs. I saw pieces of my intestines mixed in the coughed-up blood. It seems my intestines are ruptured. Cough, cough, koha, kahoha. I coughed up blood, looking up at the night sky covered in dark clouds. The green-robed cultivator was already pressing Kim Young-hoon in combat. I can't be more ashamed. Running away, buying time. I had been overwhelmed so easily, now lying helplessly. Shameful, utterly shameful, an unaccomplished life. I never achieved anything, merely confirming that even the heavens have rejected me. I barely reached the mid-stage of 5 energies converging to the origin. After the 7th star of chi refining, I only studied in theory, never reaching higher as the heavens forbid it. Even my death, which I thought would be somewhat honorable, turned out to be a miserable end, treated like vermin. Pathetic. Chumun clan's martial artist of 5 energies converging to the origin is you, daring to face a cultivator with just some lump of iron in your hand. Even the little cultivation you have is only up to the 7th star of chi refining. Pathetic and useless. The young man from Makli clan clicked his tongue, forming a seal. Since you dared to kill a member of my clan under the pretext of border invasion, I too will kill you under the same pretext. My body was lifted by his spell, crossing the border between Byokra and Yangnuo. Regret killing a great alchemist of my clan as you die like an insect. He formed another seal. I felt a bitter smile on my lips. An insect like fate, true enough. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape this fate. What could I do when even the heavens deny me? No matter how hard I tried, it was impossible to reach beyond. I closed my eyes, waiting for death that was approaching. An unfulfilled life. The end of a tenacious life came just like that. I thought it was my 7th return. Kwang, an explosion sounded, and the binding spiritual power of the Makli clan cultivator dispersed. I opened my eyes and looked at the person who freed me, a very familiar back. Aster, my master, Chungmun Ryong, stood in front of me. How did you come here? I asked in confusion, but master didn't turn to me and replied shortly. Didn't you send a letter? Yes, but that should take at least 3 days to arrive. HMPH, 3 days, you've always been slow, but is even your letter to your master slow? Before you left, I put a much better transmission talisman in your storage device. Master sighed and waved his hand. In his hand was my crumpled letter. Did you think I wouldn't know, you fool? I could tell your emotions just from your handwriting. I thought I had written with maximum emotional restraint, but it seems impossible to fool the eyes of my master. My disciple, why are you so frustrating to the end? I have conducted rituals and read the celestial omens with you countless times. I have read the celestial omens concerning you by myself hundreds of times. Did you think I wouldn't know that your end is near? It seemed that you knew your life was coming to an end, so you sent the letter. But what is this? Did you come here wanting to die honorably? Did you really intend to fight and die without telling me anything? Master scolded me with a tone of anger. I couldn't help shed tears. Master's intent was a deep, dark blue, the intent of sorrow. Like the dark clouds covering the sky, his intent was also deeply colored with sorrow. I'm sorry, and then I had to hear the words I least wanted to hear from my master. I failed you. I couldn't do anything for you. No, it's not your fault. I don't know how much time is left in your life, but still, shouldn't you say goodbye in front of your master? Master still didn't turn to me as he spoke. Somehow I knew why. Master's voice was trembling. Yes, I will do that. Then it happened. Makli-jun chuckled and shouted at my master. Ha, your disciple crossed the border of Yangnuo recklessly, so I have to deal with him. Step aside. You seem to be under a strange misunderstanding. It's not the chi refining cultivators who are forbidden to cross borders without permission, but the main forces of each clan, the chi building cultivators. Therefore, my disciple has no reason to be judged by you. Huh, that's interesting. Then, as a chi building cultivator from Byokra, you are also currently standing in Yangyuo's land, so you fall under judgment too. Yangyuo's land, Kagagugu. Green spiritual energy began to swirl around Master. Young one, you are mistaken. The territories among cultivator clans are not clearly defined by mortal laws. It's not about the borders of Yangyuo or Byokra as defined by mortals. The territories are based on the dragon veins Chinese letter flowing through each land. The territories are marked based on the land where spiritual energy suitable for each cultivator clan flows. It's the countries of mortals that have been established under those territories, not the other way around. Kagagugu, Master's formation diagram spread around him. Simultaneously, the nature of the energy around us changed. Kagagugu, the energy of the dragon vein is changing. The original spiritual energy of this land was pushed out and started to recede. In other words, dragon veins are the proof of the territory of cultivator clans. So long as I maintain the dragon veins, this land is our territory. Now it's the opposite. You have invaded the land of Chungmun, Byok, and Gongmyo, the three clans of Byokra. Get lost. If you dare to disturb the last moments between me and my disciple, I will not forgive you. Eek. Makli Jun formed a seal, trying to drive away the dragon veins summoned by Master's formation diagram. However, whether it was due to the difference in skill and experience in handling spells and formations, his attempts to counter the formation were all thwarted. I will not allow anyone to harm my disciple. What nonsense! Regardless, you have invaded the land of Yangyuo, belonging to Jin and Makli clans. I will personally judge you. Judge, how dare a mere child try to judge? Did I not tell you? As long as the dragon vein encompasses this area, it is the land of the three clans. In terms of dragon veins, formations, and basic spells, there's no one in Byokra, Yangyuo, and Shengjai who can match me, Chungmun Ryong. What do you know to speak so foolishly? Ha, nonsense. Well, Chungmun Ryong. I have heard of that name. Makli Jun sneered as he continued. Among the chi-building cultivators, there are three great figures, Makli Yun Ryon in alchemy, Gongmyo Chen Sik in artifact refining, and you, Chungmun Ryong, in formations and basic spells. I once researched who these revered individuals were. I wondered how dare anyone compare themselves to our Yun Ryon of the Makli clan. Gongmyo Chen Sik may be a vulgar man, but his skills are undoubtedly strong. As for you, you have trained for hundreds of years and yet are still at the early stage of chi building. Even that at the tail Chinese letter and not the winnowing basket Chinese letter. How dull, stupid, and lazy must one be to not even fully reach the early stage of chi building? He laughed mockingly, revealing his murderous intent. Such a master, such a disciple. I heard that in the main house of Chungmun clan, there's a useless creature that just consumes food and does nothing, studying basic spells, understanding before breakthrough, sitting idly. That fool over there who sought teachings from such trash must be as stupid, dull, lazy, and as worthless as that trash. This place is now the land of the three clans. Then if I kill you, the dragon vein will recede and it will become our land again. Kagagugu, dark clouds writhed above his head. Yin energy surged from him, coloring the surroundings. I looked at those dark clouds blocking the sky, the will of the heavens rejecting me. Master speak, disciple, has lived a life achieving nothing. It's shameful. Master clenched his fist, but he paused for a moment as if to listen to what I had to say. But, Master, I know your strength. After clashing with that chi-building cultivator this time, I am even more certain of it. Staggering, I stood up and approached my master. Although you are at the early stage of chi building, I have realized that you can definitely defeat that man. Doesn't that mean everything you have done has meaning? That the years of your efforts have value? Master, I feel that my life is nearly spent and I humbly ask you. I knelt behind him and made my request. The teachings you have given me, all the hardships you have endured in your life, they have meaning. I wish to see it with my own eyes. Please make that rude man regret his words. You should not be subjected to such disrespect. All right, Master finally turned around to face me. He hugged me once and then held my hand, rough and calloused, the skin of a life spent in hard training. Of course I was planning to do so. My disciple, Kuwu, a cloud dragon, descended upon us from the sky. Save your melodrama for after you're dead. Flash, boom. As Master raised his hand, the cloud dragon exploded. Master turned his back again and glared at Makli Jun, speaking. First, there are a few things in your nonsense that need correcting. Kagagugu, green spiritual energy once again burst forth from around Master. Would Chinese letter element spiritual energy. First, as you said, I am indeed a dull, stupid, lazy trash. However, my disciple is not dull. The dull ones are those stupid fools who rely on their innate qualities and are lazy in their efforts. The spiritual energy of wood moved, drawing a formation diagram around Master. Second, my disciple is not stupid. He may lack talent, But how could a stupid person learn martial arts and break through the cultivation barrier? The ground filled with green burst with light. Third, my disciple is not lazy. He practiced incantations until his throat was sore, practiced hand seals until his hands bled, and continuously practiced his unique swordplay amidst all this. He is definitely not lazy. The green spiritual energy converged from various places, and sprouts of energy began to emerge from the ground. Within a radius of 10 zhang, approximately 30 meters, Master's domain spread, with countless sprouts of spiritual energy bursting forth. The darkness in the sky seemed to be pushed back by the light emerging from the earth. Fourth, my disciple is not trash. He has worked harder and respected me more than the naturally talented but undisciplined scions of the main family. If such a person is trash, then who in this world is not? Ha, as if to prove you're not an insect, you're ardently defending your insect-like disciple. Fifth, Paya, green trees of spiritual energy grew around Master. A forest formed entirely of spiritual power emerged. You may dismiss me as an insect, but the Chingmun clan does not solely base its hierarchy on inherited bloodlines. Chingmun clan venerates the Tao of combat. Our ranks are determined by the immortal combat meeting held every few years. Those with low ranks are pushed to the outer domains, while those with high ranks are granted the right to stay in the main house. And I have been researching and developing techniques in the main house for nearly 150 years. So what? You're still just at the first stage chi building. I am at the second stage. With the assistance of the third stage chi building cultivator, who is about to suppress that external elder from Jin clan, you have no chance of winning. Sixth, Flash, the forest of spiritual energy suddenly grew massive. Kugugugugu, my lifetime of dedication to understanding before breakthrough the teachings I have given my disciple were never wrong. Countless trees combined to form a giant tree, reaching towards the sky. Disciple, I am an incapable master. Thus I could neither do anything for you nor could I give you anything. But the teachings I taught you, everything you've learned. Qwu, cloud dragons converged and roared towards the giant tree. That they were never wrong, that they were not meaningless. That's all I can show you, disciple. You and I, we were never wrong. Then the giant tree began to move. Starting now, I'll prove it. Quagwagwagwa, the branches of the giant tree extended. Suddenly, thorny branches shot towards the sky, trapping the cloud dragons. Is this the principle of the earthly imprisonment incantation? No, I was shocked as I closely observed the giant tree. It wasn't just a mass of spiritual energy. Hundreds, thousands, millions, even billions of incantations and spells composed the giant tree. Innumerable incantations and magical runes formed the giant tree, and simultaneously spells began to shoot from the giant tree. Quagwagwang. A cascade of light surged. Thousands of spells fired from the giant tree began to puncture holes in the sky. The dark clouds tore apart, revealing the starry night sky. What is this? Understanding before breakthrough. Breakthrough followed by understanding. Many talk about them as if they are equivalent. Breakthrough followed by understanding sounds grand, but isn't it just a fancy way to describe relying on innate talent to easily ascend in realms? Mackley Jun hastily employed spells and magical abilities. Yin energy gathered, and rain began to fall. But the giant tree radiated light. My master atop the giant tree formed seals at an unseen speed and shouted, to reach ascendance through endless practice of incantations, spells, and hand seals. That is understanding before breakthrough. Those who use spells relying solely on instinct, without any understanding. Compared to us who master all spells and ascend based on them, how can we be on the same level? The giant tree's spells clashed with the cloud dragon's magical abilities numerous times. Each time the air vibrated, and waves of spiritual energy swept through heaven and earth. When I ascend to a realm through understanding before breakthrough, I am confident to overpower anyone in the same realm. Each time the giant tree collided with the cloud dragon, the appearance of the giant tree began to change. The tree gradually transformed into a human figure. The wooden figure swung its arms. The cloud dragon's yin energy descended from the sky. Ziyang, whirlwinds howled, and the clouds formed circular ripples. Mackley Jun's cloud dragon was torn apart, and the wooden figure became more distinct. The wooden figure, resembling Master's appearance, took the form of a towering giant, rooted deep in the earth, reaching towards the sky. That was Master. Master was the giant tree. Thump, thump. Oh, it's beautiful. At the same time, I felt my heart strangely pounding. The day I was to die. The time of my death was approaching. Can I live? I hadn't fully grasped what Master was showing me. How could it be time to die already? It felt so unfair. Heaven above, you gave me nothing, and yet why do you so cruelly take my life away? Thump, thump. I suddenly realized my heart was exhibiting abnormal symptoms. Heart attack. Though my body was injured in battle, it still had plenty of vitality. My internal organs were slightly damaged, but not fatally. I wondered how the heavens would take my life. It seems like it would be a sudden death. Is this how it ends? I tried to focus on Master's battle as my vision blurred. Master, this unworthy disciple. I felt indignant. Master was fighting so hard for me. And what about me? A mere decree of fate. Was I to leave without fully receiving Master's final gift because of that? Can humans truly not defy their fate? No, it can't be. What about cultivation? What about the elixirs made by the Mackley clan? Can I defy my fate with such elixirs? I refuse to accept it. Even if it meant dying, I wanted to imprint this scene in my memory. My master's final battle. I channeled spiritual power into my hand. The power that chi-building cultivators call pure spiritual force. I pressed my hand, filled with force, against my heart, forcibly pushing the force into it. Ugh, it was excruciating. My heart felt like it was about to burst. Yet, stimulated by the energy, my heart started beating again. Thump, thump, thump. Heavens above, what will you do now? My heart beats again. I wouldn't die just yet. Kugagagugu. Suddenly, a tree behind me broke and fell towards me. Ignoring the pain in my heart, I rolled away, narrowly avoiding the tree. Crash. As I touched the ground, a venomous snake emerged from a hole and bit my fingertips. A powerful poison, judging by the snake's pattern. Is it fated that a dying man must die? Nonsense. I won't die like this. Sheik. I manipulated my internal energy to expel the venom infiltrating my bloodstream, expelling it through my fingertips. Thump, thump, thump. And when heavens above couldn't kill me in several ways, it stopped my heart again. But I kept stimulating it with energy. My heart will not obey. Without the painful stimulation of energy, my heart would stop instantly. But now is the time. Thump, my heart beats. On this day, at this time, at this moment, I was supposed to be dead, but I am, alive, forcibly stimulating my heart with energy. Though I would die when my spiritual power is exhausted, I am still alive for now. Heavens above, I am alive. Though I may die soon, I will embrace this moment. Despite the excruciating pain, I continued to watch Master's battle. The giant tree increasingly resembled Master. Finally, flash, the tree completely transformed into Master's image. My formation is complete. My giant tree-akin master began to form seals. Paya, the master-like tree, disproportionate in size, also formed seals at an astonishing speed, just like Master's usual speed. Around the wooden giant, even larger spells began to appear. What is this? It's not over. Kugagagugu, again, thousands of spells. This time in an enlarged state, headed towards Mackley Jun. The cloud dragon he released was barely a match for the basic spells used by the wooden giant. There was more. Bright light flashed, and a formation diagram spread around the master resembling wooden giant. The nearby mountain range fell within its influence. Isn't this the formation range of a core formation cultivator? Activate. As Master formed a seal, so did the wooden giant. Simultaneously, sprouts around it grew into trees. Then the trees combined, soaring into the sky. The giant tree pierced the clouds. Disperse. With the massive force from the giant tree, it seemed to tear apart Mackley Jun's dark clouds in a circular motion. The beautiful starry night sky hidden behind the clouds was revealed. Conclude. Simultaneously, buds sprouted, flowers bloomed, and fruits formed on the ends of the branches of the giant tree. The fruits shone like stars. The little sprouts that had grown from the earth now shone like stars in the sky. Go, the fruits fell. I knew. Each of these fruits was a concentration of uncountable spells. Mackley Jun, with a stunned expression, watched the shower of fruits falling toward him, uttering incoherent sounds. Quagwagwang, a storm of light swept over. A massive spherical explosion occurred, and that was the end. Inside the explosion, there was no trace of Mackley Jun, not even his clothes or belongings. Go. However, that wasn't the end. The remaining fruits, floating gently, flew towards the late chi-building cultivator of the Mackley clan who was fighting in the distance. What? Quang. As Mackley Goon made a gesture, a massive wave of green water rose, seemingly blocking the fruits. But seizing the opportunity, Kim Young-hoon, who had flown towards him, unleashed a barrage of gang spheres. No, in an instant. Kim Young-hoon's strand of gang chi pierced Mackley Goon's heart, causing him to fall to the ground. A few remaining fruits also fell towards where he lay. Quang, another massive explosion enveloped the area. Thump, thump, as Master's spell-formed body, towering high into the sky, began to crumble. Thump, thump. Simultaneously, I realized my spiritual power was nearly depleted. Just a little more, just a bit more. I had to bid farewell to Master. Converting all my internal and spiritual energy into force, I forced my heart to keep beating. My meridians tangled, and my body was in shambles. But even as I coughed up blood, I greeted Master. Returning to the ground, Master looked pale. I may have overexerted myself a bit, but I have shown you everything. I saw his complexion and asked, "You've depleted your vital energy." HMPH. I could have defeated that guy in a war of attrition, drying up his blood. Using the wooden man technique to its completion, and then attempting a second transformation would have been enough to win comfortably. I only ended it quickly because it seems like you couldn't hold on much longer. Thump, thump. My disciple, you are my pride. The scions of the clan came to me for teachings, but not one of them could withstand my harsh words and critiques. But you stubbornly stayed until the end and received all the teachings of my understanding before breakthrough. Master walked over to me, held my shoulder, and placed a hand on my forehead. This is all I can do for you. All I can give you is the knowledge you couldn't learn. wuong, knowledge started flowing into my mind. A technique to directly infuse knowledge into consciousness. I received the spells Master just used and the chi-building techniques he had mastered. It may seem useless to a disciple about to die, but this is my heart. If it's not a burden, take it. Master's grace, I smiled, stood up, and faced the dawn. In the background, daybreak was coloring the sky. Despite forcing my heart to beat, I survived a whole day longer than my fated lifespan. However, this seemed to be the end. My internal and spiritual energy were all depleted. This was it. The morning sun shone over the mountains. Thump, now truly the end. But as a disciple, I cannot end it like this. If I only receive from Master without even expressing gratitude, how can I be a true disciple? Boom, my internal energy was completely exhausted, but I punched my chest fiercely. My chest bore the imprint of my fist. With my punches, my heart was forced to beat again. Boom, boom, boom. If I'm going to die, let it be more painful. Master, realizing what I was doing, trembled his lips, made a decision, and sat down in a meditative posture. I prostrated before Master, who was sitting cross-legged. Once, twice, thrice. My heart stopped again, but I kept beating my chest to force it to beat. 4, 5, 6 times. Drip, drip. Why was it still dark blue around me even though the dark clouds had cleared? Why was it still raining? Ah, it's not dark clouds. It was Master's sorrow and tears. 7, 8, 9 times. I performed the 9 prostrations. The 9 prostrations are not simply bowing 9 times to one's master. They represent 9 different ways of prostrating, a tradition that originated in martial arts and became distorted. But even if the tradition was distorted, it was insufficient to express my feelings. What's important in a ritual is not its origin, but whether it suffices to express one's heart, for the last time once more. After offering 10 prostrations, I addressed Master with a hoarse voice. Go on then, farewell. Tears fell. I thought they were from Master's face, but they were falling from my eyes as well. Rest, my beloved disciple. With those final words, I closed my eyes. As dawn painted the sky, a master, having received his disciple's prostrations, shed tears over the now cold body of his disciple. You were the giant tree in my heart. Initially a bothersome little sprout, but as 10, 20 years passed, the sprout grew into a tree, growing and growing, becoming an irreplaceable giant tree, a pillar supporting the heart of Chingmun Ryong. But now that giant tree was no more. Rest in peace. A disciple who has strived all his life. Chingmun Ryong wished for his disciple's posthumous peace, laying the body that had died while prostrating properly. Chingmun Ryong took a seed from his pouch and placed it on the disciple's chest. As he infused wood element spiritual energy into it, the seed began to react. Pa, kugagagugu. The seed sprouted rapidly, covering the disciple's body, growing into a giant tree. Soon the tree grew so large that it surpassed any in the nearby forest, and only then did Chingmun Ryong withdraw his hand. The tree was a quince tree. Chingmun Ryong, caressing the tree that resembled his disciple, spoke, I will not forget you. Whoosh. As if the soul of Seo Yun Haiyan was ascending, a strong wind blew from the base of the quince tree up into the heavens. Chingmun Ryong looked up through the branches of the quince tree into the sky. This was Seo Yun Haiyan's 7th return. I slowly opened my eyes. My chest still ached. Was it because of the heartache I experienced just before dying in my past life? Or was it phantom pain from the fierce beating of the heart? Or perhaps it was the sorrow of never being able to see my master again, with whom I had formed a bond. I, your disciple, will etch Master in my heart. Though separated forever by a separate timeline, our time together will not be forgot. After making this short vow, I formed a hand seal. There was not a speck of spiritual power in my body, but the hand seals, perfected through understanding before breakthrough, could be activated with just the faintest energy flowing inside me. With a burst of energy, as the hand seal was activated, the other companions around me, just about to wake up, fell back into sleep without me needing to do anything. After using the hand seal, I felt a throbbing in my head. This sensation, something is wrong with my upper dantian. It felt like something massive was crammed inside the upper dantian. After a moment of contemplation, I realized what it was. My consciousness has reached the level of chi refining 7th star. Considering that the consciousness of a 5 energies converging to the origin martial artist is around the level of chi refining 3rd or 4th star, the size of my consciousness, having cultivated further to reach chi refining 7th star, was about the size of chi refining 10th star. It was strange that my upper dantian remained intact, given that a consciousness of that size was compressed within it. It seems my body, not yet having undergone rejuvenation in the 5 energies converging to the origin, is struggling to cope with the upper dantian. To address this pain, I dug up some yellow bamboo roots nearby to eat and immediately entered rejuvenation. Once again, the 5 elements of heaven and earth energy flowed into my body, and I regained the 5 elements' spiritual roots, grasping the qualities of a cultivator. Only after undergoing the transformation and acquiring a body capable of withstanding the consciousness did the headache cease. Simultaneously, the compressed consciousness in the upper dantian unfolded properly after reaching 5 energies converging to the origin, revealing its form. It was the same size as my consciousness in the previous life. I felt a faint sense of nostalgia looking at it. Something else has been transmitted through time. At the same time, I grasped one of the laws of regression. What regresses are only my soul and consciousness. If the consciousness grows before regression, its size is maintained. I first took my companions to a cave and kept them asleep with a sleep spell. Then I pondered about this life. Heavens do not permit me. What should I do? The main reason for becoming a cultivator was to investigate the Ascension Gate. In my past life in the Chugmun clan, I had used the clan's library to learn about the Ascension Gate. The information wasn't much different from what I already knew. Nevertheless, the Ascension Gate is a spatial rift that opens once every 1,000 years. Once open, it gradually shrinks over 6 months before fully closing. To withstand the spatial pressure inside the Ascension Gate, one must at least have the defensive power of a cultivator at the heavenly being realm. Once the Ascension Gate closes, one must wait another 1,000 years to see it again. 1,000 years. To wait that long, one needs at least the lifespan and power of a cultivator at the nascent soul realm. That's why I decided to become a cultivator. Even if I master martial arts, it only maintains the peak conditions of the body, not extending life. A fact I had verified in my past life. However, I can't further my cultivation. Then what should I do? How should I do it? Is there a way to find out? Even though my master had imparted the knowledge of chi building and the latter stages of chi refining to me, I could never surpass chi refining 7th star. What am I supposed to do? I must try at least once. I clench my teeth. Yes, there's nothing I can do, but the seniors of Heavenly Being will visit in a few days. The Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, Black Ghost Valley, Heaven Creation Sect. Furthermore, the Sea Dragon King and Hunchback Old Man. I should plead with them. Even if it means groveling, I should ask them for a way. Clenching my teeth, I began to cultivate the law-transforming dantian, equalize the 5 spiritual qualities and settle them in the dantian, then harmonize with the yin-yang energy to polish with the primordial chaos energy. Perhaps because I had already achieved this state in my past life, I stayed awake for 2 nights and completed the chi-gathering phase, creating the law-transformation dantian. Now I was ready to enter the 1st star of chi refining at any time. The day came. Once again, the Grand Master of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, the Elder of the Black Ghost Valley, and the Sect Leader of the Heaven Creation Sect, 3 heavenly being cultivators descended upon us. There are 4 with spiritual roots, The Grand Master of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, Jin Byako, drew us in. Heaven and earth energy naturally resonated, pulling me, Oh Hyan Siok, Jian Myung-hoon, and Kang Min-hee forward. Once again, reactions similar to my previous life burst forth. The Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Body, a legendary constitution, ghosts, ghostly yin transformation, immortal root, unique holy body, ha, I can't stop laughing. Then their gazes finally turned to me. At the stage of completing chi gathering, it looks like you are originally a cultivator. Oh, look at this. The size of your consciousness is at the level of chi refining 10th star, Jin Byako exclaimed upon seeing the size of my consciousness. Then greed flickered in the eyes of the others again. Let's test the aptitude. At the same time, heaven and earth energy forcibly infiltrated my body, tearing through it. Crack, crunch, arg, I gritted my teeth and endured his cruel aptitude test, and after a while it was determined that I had the 5 elements' spiritual roots. As the 5 energies radiated brilliance, the 3 cultivators immediately showed disappointment. I had high expectations due to the unusual size of your consciousness for a chi gatherer. This one seems unremarkable. But considering you have not activated any spiritual meridians and have just begun learning cultivation. That level of consciousness is not bad. Only Sir Chang-ho showed some liking towards the size of my consciousness. If things continued this way, Sir Chang-ho would only give me a recommendation and leave. I knelt on the spot and shouted loudly, I greet the great seniors of immortal cultivation. I have forced open the divine consciousness by reaching the 5 energies converging to the origin through martial arts and have longed to become a cultivator. Please show mercy to this lowly one and accept me as a disciple. Whoosh, I swung my gang chi imbued arm in the air to demonstrate my worth. I can also handle the pure spiritual force used by chi-building cultivators. My combat power is above chi-refining 14th star, less than chi-building. If you take me, you'll gain the strength of a chi-refining 14th star immediately. Please grant me this opportunity, seniors. 5 energies converging to the origin. There certainly was such a thing. Jin Byako and White Bone Ghost Devil of the Black Ghost Valley appeared indifferent, while Sir Chang-ho of the Heavenly Creation Sect showed significant interest. Oh, you speak the language of Byokra. Are you from there? He asked me in his native language instead of through consciousness, and I responded likewise. You could say that I have a branch family in Byokra. However, he seemed uninterested in me beyond a recommendation. I asked with gritted teeth, Why won't you give me a chance? You won't regret taking me. If it wasn't the time for the Ascension Gate to open and you had come to the Heaven Creation sect, or even to the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect or the Black Ghost Valley, you would have been good enough to be an inner disciple. But now it's different. We are already planning to promote our most important members in the sect during Ascension, and every additional person increases our burden exponentially. These individuals have legendary, almost mythical qualities like the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Body, Ghostly Yin Transformation Immortal Root, and unique Holy Body, which is why we are willing to bear that burden. So my qualities are not enough to take me with them. I looked at the three heavenly being cultivators and asked, "Then may I ask one thing? You dare treating us as if we're free to indulge you." Crash, Jin Bayako roared angrily, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Boom, arg, I was struck by lightning, screaming in agony. It felt like my body was burning in flames. Am I dying? What a nasty temper. Whoosh. Sir Chang-ho flicked his finger, and wood element spiritual energy enveloped me with healing power. I was quickly healed from the electrical damage. Cough, ha, heh, taking care of your fellow countrymen, are you? You're all too quick-tempered. This junior might have something interesting to ask. It's too much to strike with lightning just for speaking. Sir Chang-ho commented, clicking his tongue. Trusting Sir Chang-ho, I decided to ask my question, even at the risk of dying. Seniors, if you have no intention of taking me, could you kindly advise how one might surmount the barriers of the heavens themselves, forbidding the path of immortal cultivation? I aim to reach Chi refining 7th rank and perform the 7 stars ritual, but what should I do if dark clouds arise in the sky every time, blocking the heaven and earth spiritual energy? White Bone Ghost Devil frowned at my question and pointed at me. Pop! Simultaneously, both my arms burst open. Chang-ho indulged you, and now you overstep your bounds. Do you really think you have the right to speak to us? Geez, if you don't know, just say you don't. Crazy, I tell you. Sir Chang-ho clicked his tongue and restored my arms. White Bone Ghost Devil pulled Kang Min-hee close to them, looking too annoyed to bother with me anymore, and floated into the sky. The phenomenon of heavenly rejection. I recall reading about it in the sect's archives. Jin Bayako seemed somewhat interested in my question and pondered briefly before answering. As far as I know, the ritual will break if someone else helps, so you should push away the anomalies of the heavenly rejection phenomenon yourself. Ha ha ha, look at his face sinking. Well, it's not helpful advice, is it? How is a chi refining cultivator supposed to fend off the heavenly rejection phenomenon with their own power? Even a 3-year-old could give that answer. What can I do? He's annoying. I'm leaving. Crash, boom. Jin Bayako, frustrated, struck me with lightning again before floating away. Arg, once again I felt my body burning in pain, but Sir Chang-ho's healing technique barely saved my life. It's nothing. When you reach heavenly being, everyone's character becomes a bit off, so just bear with it. For now, I'll give you a recommendation for the Chungmun clan. With your consciousness, you would have been welcomed anywhere before the Ascension Gate opened, but it's a shame. I still bowed deeply before him and said, even if you appeal, everyone else is busy taking their most important members and future talents with them. You won't find anyone to take care of you, but aren't there some who go alone without a faction? I heard of one person with a hunchback and controls puppets having no faction. Sir Chang-ho frowned at my words. What? You're going to appeal to the Mad Lord, that lunatic, he exclaimed through consciousness, not vocal. Hearing this, Jin Bayako and White Bone Ghost Devil, who were preparing to leave, looked back down. The Mad Lord, why is that crazy old man's title coming up? Why are you bringing up that spine-chilling lunatic? Their reactions were not good, even drawing the two cultivators back. Jin Bayako's face was turning red with anger. You're not planning to appeal to that crazy Mad Lord, are you? Yes. I questioned in surprise, recalling how he had been friendly when he learned I was a martial artist who reached 5 energies converging to the origin in my past life, even gifting me the hidden consciousness technique. White Bone Ghost Devil also sternly advised me with a hardened face. You know about the Mad Lord, but do you not know what kind of person he is? He might seem sane at times, but he frequently suffers from madness and bouts of insanity. He's more terrifying and spine-chilling than any devil arts cultivator or clan. You might have read some sane records about him, but he is mostly insane, so do not engage with him. Sir Chang-ho also spoke to me with a face full of concern. Didn't you say you were a martial artist of the 5 energies converging to the origin? The Mad Lord's peculiar obsession with martial artists is well known. Wasn't his young lover a martial artist from the 5 energies converging to the origin? Ever since her death, that madman became notorious for capturing martial artists and transforming them into puppet-like creatures. I advise you not to approach him. If caught by the Mad Lord, you could be transformed into a living puppet. He shook his head in dismay and sighed. Anyway, if you don't want to throw your life away, not only should you avoid speaking to him, but also hide immediately if he appears to avoid being detected. Remember my words. Forget about unnecessary thoughts and take this recommendation letter to the Chungmun clan. I numbly received the recommendation letter from Sir Chang-ho, who repeatedly warned me against encountering the hunchback old man, the Mad Lord, before leaving. What's the deal with him? I recalled the seemingly sane hunchback old man, feeling deep conflict within. No, before that. I pondered, looking at manager Kim Yoon, who seemed puzzled by my conversation with the cultivators in the language of Byokra. I should do something about manager Kim. If what they said was true, it wouldn't be good for manager Kim Yoon to be caught by the Mad Lord. But even if I intervene, manager Kim will awaken that vast consciousness, and the Mad Lord will come for her. Having properly learned cultivation, I now understood the status and ability of heavenly being cultivators. Just their thoughts could naturally resonate with heaven and earth's spiritual energy. How could I possibly contend with such monsters? Not figuratively, they could literally turn a country to dust in a single blow, amidst worry and anxiety. Once again, Deputy Manager Oh Hai Seo awakened the power of calling wind and rain. See Dragon King Seo Hweol, sensing the origin of her power, came to take her. I kneeled before Seo Hweol and asked a question. I, a mere mortal, wish to ask a question to Lord Sea Dragon King. Please graciously accept my inquiry. Go ahead. Do you, Lord Sea Dragon King, know of a cultivator called the Mad Lord? Upon hearing this, Sea Dragon King Seo Hweol, who had never lost his solemn and dignified expression, suddenly contorted his face. That damn lunatic. Ahem. Why do you ask about that madman? It is now clear. The hunchback old man. The Mad Lord is indeed a madman feared by all. To see such a reaction from the composed Sea Dragon King, I wish to know why everyone dislikes the Mad Lord. Drop the honorifics for that bastard. That madman has a very perverse sexual desire, using his puppets for it, although most heavenly being cultivators have some mental issues after living for thousands of years. The Mad Lord is one who's sane in just one aspect, and insane in all others. Never engage or converse with him. He usually captures those who speak with him, transforming them into living puppets. I was speechless, my face blank with shock. I also realized how lucky I had been so far. No, was it because he was very pleased to take manager Kim Yoon as his disciple. Indeed, other individuals, despite their ferocious nature, left us alone, but the Mad Lord always tried to kill me and Kim Young-hoon, persisting only because manager Kim stopped him. Every time we would have died if manager Kim hadn't intervened. Thinking more about it, he was indeed a madman. To leave manager Kim to such a madman would be too cruel. Thump, I kneeled before the Sea Dragon King and begged, please, Lord Sea Dragon King, kindly accept this woman, Kim Yoon, as your disciple or kin. But why should I do that? Seo Hweol, who seemed agitated by the mention of the Mad Lord, returned to his usual demeanor and questioned me. I explained everything to him. We are beings from another world, each having gained unique abilities upon coming to this world. Manager Kim Yoon is soon to awaken a consciousness surpassing even heavenly being cultivators, that the Mad Lord covets her talents, likely to take her as his disciple. Hearing your situation, it's quite pitiable. Caught in the eyes of the Mad Lord. However, Lord Sea Dragon King seemed more moved by the Mad Lord's interest in manager Kim than by our sudden arrival from another world. But how do you know all this? This is the ability I have gained. Something like a prophecy. I refuse if you're asking to be taken too. Those who have reached a certain realm have a sense of fate and know roughly about the future. Prophetic abilities are the most useless. I do not mind. Please, I beseech Lord Sea Dragon King to take her. Seo Hweol seemed to ponder for a moment before speaking. It's a big burden for me to take another person. Taking this girl is already a huge burden, but I'm willing because her abilities will be a tremendous help to my race. But to take another one. However, I'm too worried about what might happen to her with the Mad Lord, and if what you say is true, her consciousness might indeed be useful. He looked at me narrowly, pondering. What if what you said is a lie? If that girl doesn't awaken any abilities, she's unappealing to me. If Lord Sea Dragon King believes I have lied, then you may devour me. According to my ability, she will awaken her power within today, so just wait until then. After a moment of thought, he slowly nodded. If her ability is a lie, I'll just leave her near the Ascension Gate. The Mad Lord won't be interested in her anyway. But the Mad Lord's power is so immense that if he notices her awakening, it might be hard even for me to contend. If her ability is as you say, it could be very helpful, so I'll keep an eye on it. After speaking, Sea Dragon King approached manager Kim Yoon and grasped her wrist too. Kim Yoon, unaware of what was happening, struggled in surprise. Quite rebellious, sleep for a while, whoosh. A gentle wave of consciousness from Sea Dragon King put Kim Yoon, Kim Young-hoon, and Oh Hai Seo to sleep. I ended up talking more than expected. Since fate has brought us here, I can't take you, but I can let you out of the ascension path. How about it, whoosh? Sea Dragon King flicked his finger, and a spatial rift opened inside the cave, revealing a dark entrance. Well, if manager Kim goes with Sea Dragon King, there's no reason for the Mad Lord to come here. After thinking for a moment, I approached the sleeping Kim Young-hoon. Then I formed a hand seal. My consciousness connected with his upper dantian. I touched his forehead and used the same technique my master had passed down in my previous life. Knowledge of Yangyo Byokra and a bit of Shengzi's language seeped into Kim Young-hoon's mind. Along with the severing vein saber method, severing mountain swordsmanship, and various martial arts. Also, the record of surpassing path and martial arts, record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, and other techniques accumulated by Kim Young-hoon in my past life. In this life, I hope you, Kim Hyung, won't face danger because of me. Lastly, I imparted the cruel deeds of the Makli clan and the information that killing Emperor Makli Yeung would reduce their atrocities. If Kim Young-hoon kills Emperor Makli Yeung, the Jin clan wouldn't uselessly operate assassination squads. Thus, my disciples would naturally return to being ordinary people under the Jin clan. After imparting knowledge to Kim Young-hoon, I placed him into the spatial rift. Goodbye, Kim Hyung. I might not see him again in this life. Ho, aren't you going? No, I breathed in the air of Ascension Path. Outside the Ascension Gate, the heaven and earth spiritual energy here was denser than in Yangyo and Byokra. Even if I went outside, I wouldn't be able to break through Chi refining 7th star. Therefore, in this life, I will train within Ascension Path, amidst this dense spiritual energy. I will continuously perform rituals for the heavens. Sincerity can move the heavens. Will the insights and techniques my master imparted upon me become meaningless? If the heavens forbid, until the heavens grow weary or insane, I will devote this life to earning heaven's permission. The Ascension Path has much denser spiritual energy, so there might be a different possibility. I wish to remain in the Ascension Path. You intend to cultivate within the spiritual energy of Ascension Path. Not a bad idea. However, this place is difficult to enter for anyone below the level of nascent soul. Heavenly being cultivators have already taken all living creatures above Chi building and core formation as materials. If you train here, you'll spend decades in immense solitude. I am prepared for that. Well, if that's the case, there's nothing I can do. I wish you luck. We all nodded and closed the spatial rift. Holding Kim Yeon and Oh Hai Seo, he then stepped outside the cave. Flash, a blue light enveloped my vision, and soon a blue dragon was seen soaring into the sky. I stepped out of the cave and looked up at the heavens. In this life, I will continuously seek the heavens' permission from within Ascension Path. If I devote 50 years to constant rituals, even the heavens will not dare to deny me. Master, your disciple, I will ensure the knowledge you imparted does not go to waste. With this vow for my current life, I gazed at the sky. I first wandered around various parts of Ascension Path. I visited the dwelling of the core formation demon fox, but all that remained were bloodstains and white fur. The fox was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that Sea Dragon King's statement about the heavenly being cultivators capturing all creatures above Chi building and core formation level was not an exaggeration. The fox's cave does have denser spiritual energy. I absorbed some of the spiritual energy around the fox's cave. However, since Ascension Path itself had spiritual energy 4 to 5 times denser than Yangyo and Byokra, it didn't really matter where I practiced. First, I returned to my original cave, stored some food, and began practicing the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation. After a month of practicing, I managed to activate the spiritual meridian corresponding to the first level of the 72 earthly Sha, the Earth Leader Star. Practicing with all my heart in the dense spiritual energy of Ascension Path seemed to have expedited the activation. Following the training method of understanding before breakthrough from my past life and enhancing my understanding of true words and hand seals also seemed to help greatly. I'm relieved to have quickly overcome the most worrying hurdle. The Earth Leader Star Meridian was one I had forcibly activated by absorbing random spirit stones in my previous life, practicing breakthrough followed by understanding. Despite later enhancing my understanding of the Earth Leader true word and practicing hand seals, I was a bit worried, but it turned out well. Now that I've activated the spiritual meridian and reached Chi refining first star. Though it's a bit challenging, I should be able to use basic spells. Perhaps it's time to head towards the Ascension Gate. I decided and looked in the direction where Jin Bayak Ho, White Bone Ghost Devil, Sir Chang Ho, and Seo Atrial had flown. Entering the Ascension Gate seemed only feasible for those at the level of heavenly being or higher, but exploring the outskirts might be possible. Maybe, just maybe, there could be clues around the Ascension Gate. Previously, I couldn't return once I left Ascension Path because the Mad Lord instantly threw me and Kim Young-hoon into spatial rifts. It was different now. All right, let's go. I set out towards the direction of the Ascension Gate. Whoosh, 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 I flew through the air, stepping on the threads of heaven and earth spiritual energy, taking in the landscapes of Ascension Path. Though not yet at the Chi building level, I saw all kinds of bizarre creatures. I also spotted unfamiliar herbs, strange plants, and very peculiar spiritual herbs. Most of the special spiritual plants seem to have been taken by the heavenly being cultivators, lacking the precious ones. After days and nights of leaping through the air, Rumble, rumble. Around the 10th night, I saw a bizarrely shaped thundercloud in the distance. Swirling without any air currents, it condensed and stormed in the sky. Right below the center of the thundercloud, on the ground, a white light radiated. That's the Ascension Gate, perhaps the very cause that brought my companions and I to this world. I gazed quietly at the Ascension Gate. I wanted to get a closer look. Rumble, rumble. Lightning constantly struck from the thundercloud. Incredible lightning. Below the thundercloud, lightning poured down like rain at an incredible speed. Below the clouds, dark spatial rifts were opening, twisting as if to capture anything that came near. The space around the Ascension Gate was distorted, with black spatial rifts opening their mouths, writhing as if to devour anyone who approaches. I need at least core formation strength, maybe even higher to approach that. I clicked my tongue, unable to muster the courage to get closer, and could only observe. As I observed the Ascension Gate and thundercloud, below the thundercloud, above the Ascension Gate, something was floating in the air. What's that? It was too far to see clearly. Even focusing my internal energy to enhance my vision only made it vaguely visible, and I couldn't make out what it was. The faint object continuously absorbed the lightning from the thundercloud, floating gently, looking very suspicious. Damn, I'm really curious about that. After pondering, I looked for a safe spot near the Ascension Gate and resumed my cultivation. Once I accumulate more spiritual power, I should be able to use the 10 Li Eye spell get a clearer view. 2 months passed. The size of the Ascension Gate halved over time. In the meantime, I managed to activate about 12 more spiritual meridians. The ample spiritual energy of Ascension Path certainly helps, but the speed is much faster since these are the meridians I had already opened through Understanding Before Breakthrough. Understanding Before Breakthrough is a method of accepting spiritual energy not through inherent qualities, but through acquired effort and understanding. The higher the understanding of true words, the faster the training progresses. Having been personally taught by my master, my comprehension of basic true words is unrivaled. I operated the spiritual power flowing through the meridians, utilizing the 10 Li Eye technique to examine the object above the Ascension Gate. Objects within 10 Li appeared as if they were right before my eyes. It's a steel. The steel absorbed the constant thunderbolts from the thundercloud, using that power to float in the air. There was something written on it. Leave it behind for future generations. Relinquish your desires and ascend. Those who do not adhere will face calamity. On closer inspection, the top part of the steel was gone. I couldn't read the top part, but the remaining inscription seemed like a warning left by a cultivator for future generations intending to pass through the Ascension Gate. What does it mean to leave behind? Is it referring to spirit stones, spiritual treasures, or elixirs? Another thing. The inscription on the steel was written in an ancient language used for education in Yangyuo, Byokra, and Shengzi. Having studied it for cultural reasons, I could barely read it, but I knew the steel's language was at least several thousand years old. Just a warning left by a previous cultivator for future generations. I felt somewhat deflated. I had expected some grand secret, but it was just an ordinary warning. Even that seemed to imply more of a mental preparation before entering the Ascension Gate than a special warning. I guess I don't need to worry about that. Disappointed, I decided to return to my original location. Training here wasn't bad, but the distant thunderclouds and spatial rifts made it a challenging environment for concentration. After another 10 nights, I returned to the cave where my companions and I had first settled. For now, I'll try to regain the cultivation I achieved in my past life as quickly as possible. Having learned the Understanding Before Breakthrough training method, I should be able to quickly recover my cultivation with the high spiritual energy density of Ascension Path. I sat down and began to cultivate. About 10 years passed. I opened the 72 earthly Sha meridians. I condensed the 36 heavenly gang spiritual natures. I adapted the 12 earthly branches spiritual types to my meridians. I imbued the 10 heavenly stems diagram spiritual changes. I unified the 108 spiritual meridians and 60 spiritual natures with the 9 palaces one origin principle. I completed all the meridians according to the 8 trigrams. Rumble, I felt the full activation and integration of the major spiritual meridians throughout my body. Using the earth-dwelling method and the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation, I formed a hand seal. Earth court, rumble, mud walls rose around me, and a mud house was constructed. I stepped out of the mud house, tested various supernatural powers and spells, and then took a deep breath, 10th year of my return. In just over 10 years, I reached the Chi refining 7th star, a cultivation that took me over 50 years in my past life. And what remained was the 7 stars ritual. I had to choose 7 stars among the 28 celestial stars and ask for the descent of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. I knew all the methods and procedures for performing the ritual. I also knew how to build an altar. I understood how to calculate the auspicious timing and observe the stars. All that was left was for the heavens to grant permission. In this life, definitely, I will surpass this stage. After reaching Chi refining 7th star, I observed the constellations, calculated the timing, and chose a date for the ritual. This day at this time will be suitable for the ritual. I gazed at the sky. Based on my observation and sensing of spiritual energy, the weather was predicted to be clear for the next 10 nights. The ritual was 2 days away. Would the heavens grant me permission? I used the earth-dwelling method and the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation to gather earth and stone, building an altar and decorating it with spiritual herbs and fruits from the vicinity. And then the date of the ritual arrived. The sun sets, and the stars gather, a beautiful starry sky. But knowing the cruelty hidden in this beautiful sky, I did not lose my vigilance as I commenced the ritual. The ritual begins. I see Oyun Hyan, a mortal who seeks the path of immortal cultivation. Wearing simple clothes and ascending the star ritual altar, I examine the terrain and wish to honor the 7 stars of the Eastern Jia East Azure constellation. I offer to the 28 celestial stars and 6 dings and 6 Jias of heaven and earth, expanding each direction. For the Eastern Jia Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, the spirit of the Azure Dragon Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, corresponds to the stars of horn, neck, root, room, heart, tail, and winnowing basket Chinese letter, 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 forming the image of Azure respect Chinese letter, and planting it. For the southern Bing Ding Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, the spirit of the red vermilion Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, corresponds to the stars of well, ghost, willow, star, extended net, wing, and chariot Chinese letter, 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 forming the image of yang respect Chinese letter, and planting it. For the western Zhengzin Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, the spirit of the white tiger Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, corresponds to the stars of legs, bond, stomach, hairy head, net, beak, triple star Chinese letter, 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 forming the image of white respect Chinese letter, and planting it. For the northern Rengui Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, the spirit of the black turtle Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, corresponds to the stars of ladle, ox, girl, emptiness, rooftop, chamber, wall Chinese letter, 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 forming the image of yin respect Chinese letter, and planting it. For the central Wu Jai Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, the spirit of the yellow emperor Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, arranges the yellow spirit flag Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, according to the order of the 5 directions Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, and planting it. After Seo Yoon Hyan has trimmed his nails and disheveled his hair Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, he humbly offers this prayer. Holding a piece of bark inscribed with ritual text in my right hand and a stone incense burner in my left, I recite the ritual text towards the celestial constellations. I select the constellations that suit me from the 4 and address the 7 stars. As a mortal Seo Yoon Hyan, wishing to walk the path of immortal cultivation, I appeal to the 7 stars of the Azure Respect constellation, horn, neck, root, room, heart, tail, and winnowing basket, to graciously consider this. The 7 stars governing the Eastern Jia's fate, the stars of horn, neck, root, room, heart, tail, and winnowing basket. I pray to these 7 stars, performing the ritual dance. I draw a stone sword representing the constellation and perform a sword dance symbolizing the 7 celestial stars, elevating the spiritual energy of the altar. Grant this humble star the opportunity. I humbly beseech thee, heavens above, bestow upon me the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Heavens above, grant me strength. As I continued my ritual dance, I looked up at the sky and stretched out my arms. Heavens above, the sky was covered in dark clouds, despite my observation of spiritual energy predicting clear weather. Heavens above, the starlight's energy was cut off. Continuous communication with the stars was essential, but as the stars' spiritual energy was cut off, naturally, the energy of the altar also faded. The ritual ended just like that. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I expected this. I never thought the heavens would easily grant me power. It was the same in my past life, and perhaps it will be the same in the future. But I will not give up. I can't give up for my life to reach even higher, and to not make my master's efforts meaningless. Heavens above, no matter how proudly you stand in my way, I will definitely somehow reach that place. Boom, I rolled my feet, collapsing the altar, and quietly glared at the sky. The dark clouds on that day, the first ritual after my return, was unusually dark. The timing for the ritual came around roughly once every fortnight. I consistently refined the ritual implements, continuously offering rituals to the heavens every half-month. As a mortal Seo Yoon Hyan, wishing to walk the path of immortal cultivation, I appeal to the 7 stars of the Azure Respect constellation, horn, neck, root, room, heart, tail, and winnowing basket to graciously consider this. Seoyun Hyun, wishing to walk the path of immortal cultivation. I appeal to the 7 stars of the yin respect constellation, ladle, ox, girl, emptiness, rooftop, chamber, wall to graciously. To walk the path of immortal cultivation, I appeal to the 7 stars of the white respect constellation, legs, bond, stomach, hairy head, net, beak, triple star to walk the path. I appeal to the 7 stars of the yang respect constellation, well, ghost, willow, star, extended net, wing, and chariot. Rotating through the 28 celestial stars and their 4 constellations, I earnestly entreated different constellations with every favorable opportunity. O constellation of Eastern Jiayi, please accept me. O constellation of Southern Bingding, please permit me. O constellation of Western Zhengzin, please look upon me. O constellation of Northern Rengui, please raise me. O stars, this human pleads to you. Please, please. I performed the rituals with every return of the moon's cycle, again and again, 24 times in a year. Occasionally, I held additional rituals during special auspicious times, totaling 36 attempts in a year, and each time I failed repeatedly. The heavens kept pushing me away. 1 year passed, then 2, then 3, and as time went by, 10 years elapsed. 10 years. During that time, there were about 500 attempts. Combined with the 24 officially sanctioned auspicious times in a year and a few special occasions, I conducted 572 rituals, and all of them failed. Each time, the heavens stood in my way. Oh heavens! As I watched yet another ritual collapse, I softly called out to the sky, "Please, give me strength." The sky was covered in dark clouds, without any response. This was probably my 573rd failure. For over 10 years in a place devoid of people, I cried out to the heavens again and again. My beard has grown bushy, and my clothes has completely worn out. Recently, I have been weaving grass into garments, not because I needed clothes in the absence of people, but to maintain a minimum of decorum for the rituals. They say that if the heart is sincere, the heavens will respond, but it seems the heavens of this world do not know such sayings. Did they truly have no response, even after a human devoted 10 years? I don't know. Lately, it all seemed futile. Buzz, whoosh, whoosh. I watched a stone sword I had carved for the rituals, controlled by dual energy sword control, perform a dance in the air. So lonely, loneliness. I hadn't known about it before. I had always spent time among people. Even when my hands bled from training, I at least had my master and Kim Young-hoon for company. But now I have truly become alone. Watching the lonely sword dance performed by the flying sword, I suddenly grabbed another stone sword and infused it with sword energy. How about playing around for a while? Thinking of the flying sword as Kim Young-hoon, I rushed at it. The flying sword used the severing vein saber method, and I, the severing mountain swordsmanship, danced together all day long. For about a week, I completely lost myself dancing with the sword. Moving my body to exhaustion seemed to relieve some frustration in my mind. My swordsmanship became more natural, feeling more advanced than before. The flying sword, imbued with mountain wind, shot at me quickly. I grabbed another sword and deflected it with secluded valley, then counterattacked the imaginary opponent with bouldered cliff and strange stone. Now my skill in controlling the sword have improved so much that it felt as if the sword floating in the air was not controlled. It seemed as if the invisible Kim Young-hoon was holding the sword and swinging it at me. Kim Hyung, how is my skill? Buzz, whoosh. The flying sword charged at me, aiming at my feet with Dragon's Mound. I adopted transcending peaks and then countered from the lower position with Echoing Valley. But the flying sword, having no one actually holding it, didn't suffer much damage. Is it so? Am I still inadequate? But haven't I improved a lot? Kim Young-hoon, holding the flying sword, sighed, commenting and lecturing on my posture. After talking with Kim Young-hoon, I examined my swordplay, corrected the points he mentioned, and swung my sword again. It certainly seems a bit better. I see. Using my intent in this way seems more helpful. Kim Young-hoon clicked his tongue and pointed out my internal energy and intent use again. I kept refining my technique as he advised, progressing forward. Kim Young-hoon smiled and nodded at me. Then he said that chatting was unnecessary during a martial arts match, grabbed his sword again and lunged at me. Ha ha ha, let's have fun. I laughed heartily and clashed with Kim Young-hoon. Several days passed. That day too, I unconsciously calculated the celestial movements, prepared the ritual altar in advance, and checked the ritual tools. And I received martial arts guidance from Kim Young-hoon. Wait, Kim Hyung, what's wrong with my stance? Kim Young-hoon sighed in frustration and demonstrated his martial arts skill in front of me. After watching his demonstration for a while, I still couldn't figure it out. I really don't understand, let's just spar. Kim Young-hoon grinned, took up his sword, and charged at me. I too danced with the sword and clashed with him. But did Kim Hyung originally use a sword? His main weapon was a saber, wasn't it? Suddenly, that thought occurred to me. To make it more fun to play with Kim Young-hoon, I refined a rock into a stone saber using a spell. Kim Young-hoon examined the saber, seemed pleased with it, and then attacked me with Mountain Bird. Yes, indeed, it's more enjoyable to spar with Kim Hyung using a saber. We danced with our sword and saber, again and again. I calculated the auspicious times for rituals and conducted them when the time was right. Invariably, I failed again. I destroyed the failed ritual altars with Kim Young-hoon and repeated the martial arts sparring hundreds of times. Days and nights passed like that. One day, while sparring with Kim Young-hoon, we moved far from the original cave, not towards the Ascension Gate but in the opposite direction. That is, the direction from which Jin Byuk-ho, White Bone Ghost Devil, and Sir Chang-ho had come from. Come to think of it, Kim Hyung. If we keep going in that direction, will we reach places like Byokra and Yangwoo that we know of? Since we don't know how it's connected to the geography we're familiar with an ascension path, Kim Young-hoon, swinging his saber at me, suggested that we keep going in that direction to find out. Haha, great, let's keep going and have a blast. Once again, his saber clashed with my sword. About 2 months later, Kim Young-hoon and I finally reached the end of Ascension Path. This is. I was speechless at the sight. Kim Young-hoon also seemed stunned, holding his saber loosely and just staring at the end of Ascension Path. Now I understand why we never knew the direct passage to Ascension Path from Chungmun Clan's library in my previous life. I chuckled and walked towards the edge of Ascension Path. Ascension Path was floating in the sky, a giant landmass imbued with spiritual energy, floating above the sky. Below us, the ground was a dim expanse. At the same time, I realized where Ascension Path was located, the heaven-treading desert. What was visible below was undoubtedly an endless desert. As far as I knew, the only desert like that was the heaven-treading desert. Why the desert was named Heaven Treading. The name Heaven Treading Desert was a topic of debate among scholars from Yangwoo and Byokra. Some said it was named Heaven Treading because of a legend that it was connected to the sky. Others said it was because many who crossed the endless sands of the desert died and ascended to heaven. Some even thought Heaven Treading was a transliteration of a word from distant eastern desert countries, but now I clearly understand the reason. Ascension Path and the Ascension Gate, a place with an entrance to ascend to the heavens. It seemed that numerous cultivators had named it Heaven Treading, treading on heaven. Amazing Kim Hyung. I looked at Kim Young-hoon, wanting to express my feelings, but was startled to see him. Kim Young-hoon's figure had become blurry. No, it cannot be. Ha ha ha. I took my sword and charged at the blurred figure of Kim Young-hoon. As I collided with the indistinct shadow, we exchanged a few blows. I found a gap in the shadow's defense and managed to split it in half with my sword, killing it. And so the shadow was cut in half and died. Thud. The saber that the shadow had been holding, no, the saber that I had been controlling all by myself, fell from the air. That's right, Kim Young-hoon. I sent him off alone 23 years ago. It was then that I remembered. For about 2.5 years now, I have been half out of my mind. Seeing the breathtaking and majestic sight that Ascension Path was floating in the sky, I momentarily regained clarity and came to my senses. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. I collapsed on the spot, giggling and then bursting into laughter. According to the calculations I made in my semi-insane state, tonight would be the day when the time for the ritual would come again. However, I had neither set up an altar nor prepared or brought any ritual implements. Just sitting there, I laughed for a while and then cried. The stars began to rise, heavens above, heavens above, heavens above. Without performing the ritual, I just called out to the stars. How much longer? How much longer must I stay in this place? Please send me to the next star. Please prevent me from going more insane. Heavens above. The night passed and dawn broke. Then I witnessed something extraordinary. Whoosh. The stone saber I had made for the imaginary Kim Young-hoon, which I had split in half, began to float in the air. A faint figure started to reappear. The figure I had split in two. Each half of the figure, now holding the upper and lower parts of the saber, began to grow new bodies on their opposite sides. Wriggle, wriggle. New bodies fully formed, and the reality of the two Kim Young-hoons became clear again. This time as well, they were Kim Young-hoon. The two Kim Young-hoons, each holding a saber, aimed at me. Their transparent eyes asked me to stop my futile thoughts and engage in a duel. Heh heh heh. I felt saliva dripping from my mouth. My eyes bloodshot. I chuckled and stood up shakily, holding the stone sword. Ha ha ha. I rushed towards the two Kim Young-hoons. Crazy or not, what did it matter? Yes, let's just play and think later. It was another 6 months before I managed to defeat the two Kim Young-hoons. I roamed around, engaging in battles with them. Finally, I elevated my Severing Mountain swordsmanship to the extreme and succeeded in cutting down both Kim Young-hoons simultaneously. There lay the bisected corpses of the two Kim Young-hoons, still smiling eerily. Aren't you resentful that I've cut you down? Despite being bisected, the two Kim Young-hoons shook their heads. Seemingly, they were happy to see my martial arts improve. From the bisected bodies of the two Kim Young-hoons, new bodies began to sprout again. Wriggle, wriggle. Now the two Kim Young-hoons have become four. Each of them was armed and surrounded me. The fight was about to get even tougher. All right, let's do this. Months passed again. Whenever the time was right, I held rituals towards the heavens, and each time they failed, I, along with the now six Kim Young-hoons, would demolish the altar. Why, I screamed towards the heavens, smashing the altar with the Kim Young-hoons. Why won't you grant me permission? Heavens, why still? If this much sincerity isn't enough, then what more do you want from me? Boom, the sixth Kim Young-hoon swung his saber, shattering the last piece of the altar. I thanked him and sat down, exhausted. Kim Hyung, I spoke to the Kim Young-hoons. I know, I've lost my mind right now, but in a way I'm both insane and rational. The repeated failures and the loneliness of not being able to converse had led to these illusions. I pondered over my feelings and formed a hypothesis about the Kim Young-hoons in front of me. You all are the Kim Young-hoons I remember from my past lives, aren't you? At my words, all six Kim Young-hoons nodded. Excluding the Kim Young-hoon from my first life without regression and this current cycle, they were the six Kim Young-hoons from the 6 cycles of regressions, the ones I remembered and longed for. I'm sorry for dragging the departed into my delusions. They smiled wryly, saying it's just my imagination, what does it matter? I chuckled and grasped my sword. Blink. I closed and opened my eyes. Their figures vanished, leaving 6 floating stone sabers. Blinking again, they transformed back into 6 Kim Young-hoons. 7 years passed. Heavens, grant me strength. Heavens, please accept me. Whoosh. Once again, I clenched my teeth at the sight of the obstructing dark clouds. Still, I am not granted permission by the heavens. It was different from when I transitioned from first rate to the peak. Back then, though there was an indescribable huge wall blocking me, I could feel the existence beyond that wall and devoted my life to breaking through. But now it's not a huge wall. It's like being thrown alone into an endless space. There's no wall, nothing at all. I can't even see the next realm. When will the heavens permit me? There's no promise, just me clinging to the cold and lofty mercy of the heavens, waiting for the next realm. I must try. Crack. My fingers, imbued with gang chi, gripped the stone altar made by the earth-dwelling method, leaving imprints. Yes, I must try. No matter how much the heavens ignore me, even if I am just a struggling bug, until they accept me, I must keep enduring. Yes, if not today, then tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, then the day after. Until they accept me, I will keep trying over and over. Heavens above, I am waiting. Boom, I stamped my foot. The altar crumbled. Beside me, 6 Kim Young-hoons, each performing their own ritual dance, assisted me as we furiously pounded the altar together. I will definitely reach you. Swoosh, at some point. I was able to overcome the 6 Kim Young-hoons. The heavens would still not permit me. All I did was swing around pieces of stone. Even that was just a figment of my imagination. Were the Kim Young-hoons before me the real ones? No, they weren't. If they were the real Kim Young-hoons, they would have shot a single gang sphere and blown me away. What I was fighting were just Kim Young-hoons supported by my imagination. But I have now overcome all the Kim Young-hoons I have longed for. Now, whom do I have to fight? Who do I have to compete with to express this torment? That's when it happened. Wriggle, wriggle. The illusions of the 6 Kim Young-hoons I had overcome. Their corpses began to squirm, and from those wriggling of corpses, something began to grow. It was the leader of the Shadow Guards and its members. The Shadow Guards grew from Kim Young-hoon's corpses, and the 6 Kim Young-hoons squirmed and grew again. Now, along with the 6 Kim Young-hoons, the Shadow Guards have appeared. Haha, not bad. The combined attack of masters is better the more there are. Drooling from my mouth, I shouted. Come at me, all of you come at me. Fine, I will make the weapons for you. I formed a hand seal, made stone weapons for the Shadow Guards and Kim Young-hoons, infused them with gang chi and threw them. They took my weapons and all rushed at me. Every time I fought, I felt a tingling pleasure in my head, blowing away the pain and despair of my ritual failures. Ha ha ha, it's so fun. So very fun, I'm enjoying this. My intent was somehow a dark blue hue, but I didn't care and shouted. Great, 2 years passed, 32 years since regression, 22 years since the start of the 7 Stars ritual. That day I was drooling from my mouth, taking the combined attack of several members of the Shadow Guards and several peak masters I had met, and the combined attacks of the Kim Young-hoon group. We were fighting, crossing a mountain in the sky. Suddenly, while fending off the extreme attack of the Shadow Guard leader, I noticed something different down below. That is, I felt my eyes widen, gestured to the people playing with me, and went down. It was a stone building, a trace of civilization. I hurriedly ran to the stone building. This place is. Inside the stone building, there was no sign of life. At most, some spiritual herbs or poisonous plants growing in various places, and low-level spiritual beasts that came together to bare their teeth at me. But such creatures, seeing the Shadow Guards and peak masters of the great sects and the group of Kim Young-hoons following me, were surprised and fled with wide eyes. Strange. These are supposed to be visible only to me because I've lost my mind. Why are those creatures running away? After thinking for a while, I realized that many weapons floating in the air following me would be a terrifying sight. Well, good. Anyway, this building is. The building seemed to be made in a style used thousands of years ago. Inside, there wasn't much to see. It's not made for people to live in. It was too cramped for that. This wasn't so much a building as, it feels like a shrine. I looked at the altar or something similar and became certain of my thoughts. At the top of the altar, there was a large square indentation, as if something had been placed there before. An ancestral tablet or some kind of stele. Wait, a stele. I came out of the building and looked at it hastily. I hadn't noticed because I rushed in, but this building didn't just seem neglected due to age. Around it were stones that seemed like remnants of the stone building, and the bottom part of the building was ripped out, and the terrain around the stone building. It was as if a very powerful person had plucked this stone building from its original place and thrown it here. The terrain around the stone building was deeply gouged on one side, as if thrown and leaving a mark on the land. I looked in the direction the gouge pointed. It was towards the Ascension Gate, the indentation on the altar inside the building. Its size is exactly the same as the stele that floated above the Ascension Gate. Perhaps this stone building was originally erected where the Ascension Gate was. And one of the heavenly being cultivators had plucked the building and thrown it here for some reason. Is there a hidden secret? While searching near the stone building, I found something delightful. This is a fragment of a stone with oracle bone script written on it. It was too ancient for me to identify correctly, but from what I know, it seemed to mean thunder Chinese letter. I searched around the fragment with the character for thunder, but found nothing more. I'm curious now. Is there some hidden secret in this place? What does this oracle bone script of thunder mean? Is it related to the thunderclouds near the Ascension Gate? It's getting interesting. As I came up with various hypotheses and my mind cleared, the many figures around me became transparent. Only numerous stone weapons floated in the air. Shall I look for more of these similar buildings? With that intention, I wandered around the island, looking carefully. The size of Ascension Path was immense, as big as combining several cities. It seemed to be about the size of South Korea. At the center of the island was the Ascension Gate, and this place was shaped like a circular land floating in the air around the gate. But despite my thorough search, I couldn't find any more buildings like the stone building. It's hard to find out more without further clues. I sighed and went near the Ascension Gate for the first time in a while. The gate was closed due to the time past, but the spatial rifts and thunderclouds around it remained. But I saw something I hadn't noticed before. Traces of the stone building near the Ascension Gate. Stones that looked of the same material as the stone building were scattered nearby. It seemed like the base of the stone building. I examined the stones, then went back to where the stone building was located. The direction the stone building flew from the Ascension Gate was north. I suddenly realized that the size of the stone building and the part near the Ascension Gate, which seemed to be its base, didn't match. The base part is almost 10 times bigger. This meant the original stone building was much larger. But why was only this stone building left here? I thought about whether the remnants of the stones had weathered and crumbled, but there weren't many such remnants nearby. Then, there was a larger stone building when the cultivator blew up the building. When they ripped and threw the building, only this part fell here and the rest, further north, fell outside the area. I ran to the northern edge, looking down at the desert below. Tusk, all sand. Maybe it was buried under the sand. The stone, having touched it a few times, was very sturdy and not easily damaged. I might have to dig under the sand nearby later, or since I've mastered earth spells, I could dig underground. Anyway, I'll investigate later. I decided such and looked up at the sky. Despite my sudden doubts and curiosity, I haven't paid much attention, but now I need to perform the ritual again. How long must this continue? Suddenly, the urge to give everything up overwhelmed me. How long must I keep doing this? Perhaps I was doing something foolish. After all, maybe the heavens have no intention of permitting me, no matter what I did or do. Am I just working in vain? Am I foolishly lingering in this place for nothing? Master, I clenched my teeth. Boom, I stomped my foot and the earth rose up, forming an altar. As you said, Master, sincerity can reach the heavens. I will give it my all. Not yet. I can't give up yet. Even if I do give up, it will be after I've dedicated this entire life to trying. Because there have been too many who have pushed me forward in my many lives. Many figures surrounded me. Some held weapons, others didn't. There were Kim Young-hoons, subordinates from my time as the Woolen Alliance chief advisor, from the time of the Palace of Heavenly Demons, the Shadow Guards, and my disciples and my master. Only then did I realize, I haven't gone mad, I wasn't crazy. I was just longing for them so much that I called them to me. The many people in my memory were merely projected before my eyes according to my will. I will not give up, I said, looking at everyone, looking at the Kim Young-hoons, looking at my disciples, looking at my master. For the sake of not forgetting your help, I gathered the ritual utensils, adorned the altar, and prepared for this night's ritual. Heavens above, grant me strength, allow me. I cried out, looking at the sky filled with dark clouds, but the heavens remained silent, without any response, just silently looking down at me. It was a failure again. I did not give up. Heavens above, grant me strength. Heavens above, allow me. I earnestly prayed, performing and praying through the ritual over and over. The heavens did not look at me, but now I also stopped looking at the heavens. Instead, each time I performed the ritual, I looked at the numerous figures around me, those who had pushed me forward, the many connections who had supported and sustained me. Even if I can't meet them anymore, they are with me in my heart. Heavens above. I will not give up because I am not alone. From a certain point, I stopped smashing the altar in anger after the ritual ended. Instead, I focused on gathering stones to build the altar higher and stronger. My altar grew taller. Eventually, it would reach the sky. As time passed, the figures surrounding me became more and more distinct. As the tower grew taller and stronger, the 6 Kim Young-hoons who fought with me, the shadow guards, several peak masters, and my disciples. Over 500 disciples, the shadow guards, Kim Young-hoons, elders and protectors of various great sects, the loyalists I fought with in the Jin clan, they all came out with weapons and sparred with me. At first, it was overwhelming, but after a few years, I was equally fighting against them all. As my skills improved, the figures participating in my sparring increased. Most were martial artists wielding weapons, but also the petty bandits, water bandits, and unorthodox sect martial artists I had captured. Even the first-rate masters I had sparred with, the number almost reached 2,000 as the range expanded. 35 years into regression, 25 years since starting the 7 Stars ritual. How many thousands of times have I failed the ritual? I can't even remember, but I sense that I will not be broken. I am not alone. How can I be alone with so many accompanying me? Heavens above, look, humans cannot reach the heavens alone, but no human is ever completely alone. Within the many connections and relationships inside us, humans are born and live. Heavens above, you may not look at me, but I am not composed of just myself. Therefore, the heavens cannot ignore us. I now ascend the giant altar, almost as tall as a 4-story building. Thousands of weapons float in the air below the altar. When I blink, the weapons are all held by numerous figures. Besides those figures holding weapons, thousands more without weapons look at me. Some might call me a madman who creates imaginary figures in his madness. From that perspective, I am indeed a madman. But from the perspective of longing for people, am I really mad? Every human is born, grows, and dies within humanity. People inevitably seek others. Is it madness for people to crave others, for people to crave life? For people to yearn for higher places for that? Heavens above, I cannot give up now. I murmured, looking at the countless figures. I know, they are all illusions created by my loneliness, longing, and yearning. But if I can only break free from the cycle of regression and fate, I can find them all again, retrieving my life as it was. And for that, I must ascend higher. As I ascend the altar, I shout towards the heavens. Heavens above, look, I will not give up. I cannot give up. So grant me strength, so allow me, the ritual began. Am I truly mad? The numerous hopeful gazes looking up at me from below felt so vivid. The dark clouds in the sky still haven't cleared, but I wasn't in pain or disappointed that the ritual failed. My master climbed up to the altar and patted my shoulder. Let's try again next time, he said, the one who believed in me again and again. I nodded and smiled back at him. Even if they are the delusions of a madman, the numerous eyes gazing up at me from below the altar seemed to me like the stars in the sky. I haven't met the stars in the sky, but I have successfully looked back at the stars on the ground with my own strength. I will try once more. My master beside me calculated the celestial changes and timings again, and I recalculated the timings and performed the ritual again. The heavens blocked me many times, but I also challenged it many times. At one moment, the Kim Young-hoons took their sabers and flew towards the heavens, as if to open the sky for me, but still, the sky with clouds are high. After flying a certain distance, the energy in the sword control was exhausted, and they fell back to the ground. I couldn't directly ascend to the sky during the ritual. If the ritualier leaves the altar, the ritual would immediately stop. Sometimes, in a fit of passion, I asked the numerous figures for help, sending thousands of sword controls towards the sky. But as before reaching the sky, the energy was exhausted and the weapons fell. After several more attempts, I tried concentrating the gang chi of thousands into a single weapon and sent it flying. It could reach the sky, but by the time it reached the clouds, its energy was so depleted it had no more power than ordinary sword gang. With that level of power, it did no more than slightly shake the massive dark clouds. The shaken clouds attracted even more clouds, thickening and leading to another failure. Failure, failure, failure. But I smiled. The continuous repetition of failure. But based on those failures, I was constantly moving one step higher. My altar grew taller day by day, and more figures became tangible. Heavens above, I will not give up. Heavens above, grant me strength. Permit me. Now from the altar 9 floors high, I glared at the sky through the dark clouds. The 36th year. I gradually got better at sending sword control further, yet still not enough to clear those stubborn clouds. I smiled, step by step like this. I will gradually get closer to the heavens. The 37th year. I realized something had changed in my dragon vein chi method. I have successfully materialized 5,000 figures and was infusing them with gang chi. I remembered that it's nonsensical to handle such tremendous internal energy with typical martial arts internal energy methods. What's going on? Why? I focused on my dragon vein chi method for a while and noticed a faint pressure and suction forming at the center of my dantian. The pressure and suction further compressed my internal energy, increasing its total amount. I realized this phenomenon was vaguely similar to what is described in the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. That's right, I was now entering the peak of 5 energies converging to the origin, 2 lifetimes dedicated, and only now am I reaching this point. Kim Young-hoon would have already reached the ultimate pinnacle with the record of surpassing path and martial arts by now. Maybe he even found a clue beyond the ultimate pinnacle, but I didn't mind. Why? For some reason, Kim Young-hoon no longer seemed so unreachable. The sky didn't seem so high either. Maybe I suddenly looked at the altar I had built. It was now 15 floors tall, about 45 meters, an immense height. I slowly climbed the altar and unfolded today's ritual. Whoosh, dark clouds rolled in again. But this time I shot my highly compressed gang chi towards the sky. It seemed to shake the sky a bit more. Of course, the sky still didn't show any gaps. I grinned, showing my teeth. Heavens above, do you see? This insignificant bug is starting to shake the heavens. Will you truly not allow me? Heavens above, look carefully, for one day you will have to allow me. I smiled at my master, who was happy to see the tremor in the sky. Time passed again. I reflected on my approach to sword control. With a clearer mind, I observed the figures gathered around me. How can I send gang chi even further? There was a time when I was pleased thinking the figures had materialized. But upon sober reflection, it wasn't that the figures materialized, rather. My skill with sword control had improved through incessant practice, increasing the number I could handle. Yet, despite the increase in numbers and technique, there was a limit to how far I could send sword control. Recently, with the pressure forming at the center of my dantian, my internal energy has increased, pushing the limits slightly further. But that was about it. The fundamental issue was that beyond a certain distance, controlling energy became difficult, and the consumption of internal energy increased. I asked the figures around me, how can I send you further away from me? I questioned Kim Young-hoon. Kim Hyung, you must know. How can I send sword control even further? What is the principle behind sending your gang chi so far? Kim Young-hoon just smiled without answering. I know it too. This Kim Young-hoon is just my imagination, incapable of answering what I don't know. Therefore, I ponder alone endlessly. How should I do it? How can I send my power all the way to the heavens? I calculate the times while pondering how to send sword control further. Time passed and my technique improved, but the fundamental problem remained unsolved. However, the figures gradually became more tangible and clear. Suddenly, I had this thought. Why did the figures in my mind materialize? It's because I long for them. Then, are these now materialized figures fake? They are my delusions. If everything is my delusion, are these figures in vain? They're not in vain. Empowered by delusions and madness, I've reached the peak of 5 energies converging to the origin. Why did the delusions affect reality? It's not that the delusions affected reality. I spoke to myself in a question and answer format. These figures are all connections I've had, my dear ones. Therefore, it's my connections that have had an impact. If my connections have moved to another timeline, aren't they as good as non-existent? It's different even if the connections have disappeared. I remember what everyone left behind. Everyone is connected here. Why are they connected inside you? That's because I lift my head. The one I was conversing with met my eyes. They make up who I am. I had thought of this before. Humans are not formed alone. Humans emerge, grow, and eventually die within the framework of us. Therefore, I am not just made up of myself. All the phantoms I had witnessed up to now were in fact myself. Russell, numerous figures were absorbed into the being before me, who became distinctly visible. It was me. Looking at myself, I smiled. If everything I thought was separate was actually a part of me, wouldn't my martial arts be the same? Right. I have been lost in madness and delusion, reminiscing about many people from my past, yet they were all just aspects that constituted me. If the parts that make up me had been maneuvering sword control, couldn't I, as my complete self, also maneuver sword control? Have you gained enlightenment? Yes. It's not a split personality, is it? Haha, it seems not. Then let's proceed. I look at the me before me, smiling, and extend my hand. Gang chi burst forth from my hand. The me extends both hands. The gang chi emitted from my hand began to transform within his hands. Simultaneously, I could see the face of the me before me. Numerous faces passed across the face of the me. Among them were those I killed, those I hated, those I longed for, and those I cherished dearly. There were enemies, subordinates, comrades, disciples, and also my master. I recall a night when the numerous gazes upon me felt like starlight. All those countless stars are within me. The stars within me converge in my hand. A whirlpool of gang chi converge into a single point, creating a star more beautiful than anything else in me's hand. The me hands that star to myself who is watching. I smile and accept the star. Then the me is absorbed into the star. Finally, I understood what Kim Young-hoon meant when he said there was life within the sphere, beyond inputting actions like sword control, finally infusing oneself into it. That is, ultimate pinnacle, reaching the top of the pinnacle to create the ultimate pinnacle realm, both my past and present lives. Only after dedicating 2 entire lifetimes do I step into this realm. The 40th year of my regression, after about a century, finally, I stand up from my place. Time is approaching again. The sun sets and the stars rise. I look at the altar I have built. The altar is 60 floors tall. It's an altar built over several decades. Wasn't it time to reach the heavens? Holding a star in my hand, I slowly climb the altar. It is fully night, and it is time to begin the ritual. I see Oyun Hyun, a mortal who seeks the path of immortal cultivation. Wearing simple clothes and ascending the 7 stars ritual altar, I examine the terrain and wish to honor the 7 stars of the Eastern Jia constellation. I offer to the 28 celestial stars and 6 dings and 6 Jias of heaven and earth, expanding each direction. For the Eastern Jia Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, the spirit of the azure dragon Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, corresponds to the stars of horn, neck, root, room, heart, tail, and winnowing basket Chinese letter, 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 forming the image of azure respect Chinese letter, and planting it. For the southern Bing Ding Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, the spirit of the red vermilion Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, corresponds to the stars of well, ghost, willow, star, extended net, wing, and chariot Chinese letter, 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 forming the image of yang respect Chinese letter, and planting it. For the western Zhengzin Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, the spirit of the white tiger Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, corresponds to the stars of legs, bond, stomach, hairy head, net, beak, triple star Chinese letter, 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 forming the image of white respect Chinese letter, and planting it. For the northern Rengui Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, the spirit of the black turtle Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, corresponds to the stars of ladle, ox, girl, emptiness, rooftop, chamber, wall Chinese letter, 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 forming the image of yin respect Chinese letter, and planting it. For the central Wu Jai Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, the god of the yellow emperor Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, arranges the yellow spirit flag Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, according to the order of the 5 directions Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, and planting it. After Oyun Hyun has trimmed his nails and disheveled his hair Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, he humbly offers this prayer. I recite the ritual text towards the celestial constellations. As a mortal Oyun Hyun, wishing to walk the path of immortal cultivation, I appeal to the 7 stars of the azure respect constellation, horn, neck, root, room, heart, tail, and winnowing basket to graciously consider this. I gather the spiritual energy of the altar and raise the star. Grant this small star an opportunity. Thus, I pray, heavens above, grant me the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Heavens above, bestow upon me your strength. Thunder rumbles ominously. As expected, the heavens are covered with dark clouds. I stretch my arms towards the sky. The star that I infused with my essence, a creation of human endeavor, began to ascend towards the heavens. The energy of the star is not excessively consumed, for within it I had already embedded another aspect of myself. Me perfectly controlling the energy brings the consumption rate to near zero. The star slowly ascends to the heavens and finally touches the clouds. Heavens above, heavens above, heavens above, heavens above. I call out time and time again. Heavens above, towards that vast darkness. Release your power to me. With that shout, light burst forth. The star explodes, piercing through the heavens. The clouds tear apart in a circle and starlight from above begin to descend. Sincerity moves the heavens. The heavens are not moved. They simply exist. Then, like a worm tirelessly squirming, I must reach them. The gang sphere I created exploded, and a stream of light surged forth. Within it, the aspect of myself that I had infused, all the connections from my past lives looked down at me from the heavens. Kim Young-hoons from my past lives, my disciples, my master, they all smile at me from the heavens. Stretching both my arms towards the heavens, I embrace the spiritual essence of heaven and earth falling upon me. This moment, practiced and envisioned countless times, I would not let slip away. I activate my meridians to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, looking up towards the heavens. Heavens above, I have won. Thus I completed the 7 stars ritual and successfully advanced from Chi refining 7th star to the 8th star. For anyone confused about the sudden website change, go here, announcement notice. Crackling, thundering. From the dark clouds in the sky, a blue light flashed, followed by the sound of thunder. Somehow, if the sky also had consciousness, I thought its color would be fiery red. It seems as if the sky, angered, was challenging me who forcefully dispersed the clouds. Strike me if you can. I squeezed out Gang Chi and levitated it above my hand again. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of sword gangs gathered above my hand, forming a sword gang sphere. With a burst of light, another star appeared above my hand. Fortunately, the sky did not strike me with heavenly lightning. It just rumbled, as if deciding to observe for a while, dispersing the clouds. Could I block the lightning now? I smiled wryly at the thought, but it seemed impossible to stop lightning with a gang sphere. How could I block a force that strikes at the speed of light? The power contained in the gang sphere is sufficient, but the speed is lacking to block it. Well, anyway, I'll think about that later. I gazed at the gang sphere I had formed in front of me. In the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts, many parts that I didn't understand before now made sense. The trials and errors of Kim Hyung. For example, the gang sphere is not just a bomb to be thrown and explode. I sat cross-legged on the altar, closing my eyes and floating the gang sphere. Although the gang sphere seems powerful, it is just a brute mass of energy. That meant, with a deep breath, I could inhale it into my body. Of course, it was just reabsorbing my internal energy, so there would be no increase in cultivation. However, the pressure and suction that formed in the danshin, now I understand why that suction occurred. It was a sign that I was approaching the ultimate pinnacle beyond the 5 energies converging to the origin. The gang sphere entered my body, settling in the danshin. I infused intent into it, so much so that I felt like I was condensing myself into a small bead. The danshin is the field of the mind, right? I condensed myself into the field of the mind, so it would be strange if there were no changes. The gang sphere and the danshin settled naturally at the center of pressure and suction. It took root, and I felt the pressure and suction increase many times over. Until now, my danshin was a mix of cultivated spiritual power and martial arts internal energy. But as the gang sphere exerted suction, the mixed internal energy was all drawn into the gang sphere. Simultaneously, the internal energy flowing through my meridians, along with spiritual power, separated and was drawn into the center of the gang sphere in the danshin. I felt it. The internal energy could enter the gang sphere as much as my consciousness allowed. It felt like the limit of internal energy in my danshin has expanded enormously. In the gang sphere and the danshin, the more I infused energy, the more it compressed endlessly. No, the gang sphere in the danshin can no longer be called just a gang sphere. It has become something different, mingled with the nature of the danshin. Yes, instead of a gang sphere, it would be better to call it an inner core. As the inner core formed, I realized something. That's it. Before, I felt apprehensive about the internal energy of the dragon vein chi method flowing through the spiritual meridians. I didn't know why I felt that way then, but now I understand. Humming. As I practiced the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation, I felt the spiritual energy entering much faster than before. The manipulation of spiritual power became much easier. It was like living in a smoggy city and then coming to the countryside with clean air and breathing freely. So far, the cultivation method was hindered because the internal energy in the meridians was mixed with spiritual power. In a previous life, there was a time when I thought Kim Young-hoon had a slightly better aptitude for cultivation than me. He reached the 2nd star of chi refining faster than me, without a good teacher or much time. But thinking about it now, it wasn't that he had slightly better aptitude. He just didn't have a mixed energy like me, but stored his internal energy well in the inner core, preventing the internal energy from mixing turbulently. Inhaling the heaven and earth spiritual energy, I practiced my cultivation. It was much faster than before. At the same time, I utilized the hidden consciousness technique, a technique that compresses consciousness to speed up cultivation. With the efficiency of the hidden consciousness technique, it felt vastly superior compared to before. At this rate, isn't this efficiency comparable to that of a true spiritual root instead of a mixed spiritual root? I was astonished by the tremendous efficiency of my cultivation. Of course, whether it is a true spiritual root or a mixed spiritual root, both are still considered inferior spiritual roots. But for me, who has a mixed spiritual root, such an increase in cultivation efficiency was incredibly significant. After checking the speed of my cultivation, I started to explore other effects of the inner core. Whoosh, internal energy burst forth from the inner core. Simultaneously, the inner core became a central axis, forming a central origin. Unlike before, when I layered gang chi in the void to form a gang sphere, it was now possible to create a gang sphere directly within the gang sphere emitted light from my palm, scattering its radiance. The technique that Kim Young-hoon had shown before. If it weren't for the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts he left, I too would have struggled to transform the gang sphere into the inner core. I'm fortunate I could create the inner core immediately after resolving the trial and error. I clenched my fist again, absorbing the gang sphere. Then I stood up and flexed my feet. Boom. In an instant, I closed a distance of 5 meters. The strengthening of my body through internal energy reached extreme levels. My reaction speed, strength, and stamina have become incomparably stronger. Hop, I drew internal energy from my inner core and threw a punch. Crash, the internal energy, which previously could only weakly cover my sword, now displayed tremendous power when released from the inner core, shattering a boulder 1 meter in diameter. There is no waste in my internal energy use. My control over internal energy is now perfectly refined. Using the same techniques would now yield much stronger effects. I practiced various techniques several times while familiarizing myself with the inner core. Simultaneously, I pondered the difference between the golden core formed by core formation cultivators and the inner core I created. Does the golden core formed by core formation cultivators have the same effect as my inner core? After some thought, I concluded that they were entirely different, despite any superficial similarities. After all, the martial arts of the martial world are just degenerated versions of cultivation methods. Even if they look similar, they are never the same. When a core formation cultivator forms a golden core, their power can shatter mountains and split seas. While a chi-building cultivator like manhwaedshin could destroy 1 or 2 pavilions with a whirlwind, a core formation cultivator with the same spell could lift and obliterate the entire palace with a whirlwind. Perhaps a core formation cultivator could level an entire imperial city in the time it takes to count from 1 to 10 with their eyes closed. In comparison, my inner core only improved the efficiency of martial arts and sped up the use of gang sphere. After experiencing the abilities of the inner core several more times, I checked the effects of completing the 7 stars ritual of chi refining. Looking at the sky, I felt as if I could understand what celestial energy is. Accepting the heaven and earth spiritual essence, it seems I could interpret the will of the heavens. Of course, as a chi refining cultivator, I couldn't understand much, but looking at the sky, I clearly knew how much life I have left. I also had an intuition to guess the weather for the next day by looking at the sky. My lifespan is always the same, so it's useless for me, and the weather can be calculated using the methods taught by my master. As my realm advances, my ability to read celestial energy will grow stronger. I felt that in the future, I will be able to vaguely glimpse fortunes and destinies. I felt confident that I could quickly master both the 6 harmonies 8th star and the 5 elements 9th star of chi refining. This confidence stemmed from my past life, when after getting stuck at the 7 stars ritual, I continuously previewed the realms beyond, almost fully grasping their meanings. Settling down, I began practicing the 8th star of the earth surpassing path method. The influx of heaven and earth spiritual energy was incomparably faster than before. The internal energy that had been hindering my spiritual power usage were all absorbed into my inner core. With the hidden consciousness technique also in effect, my cultivation speed accelerated to the level of a true spiritual root cultivator. A year passed. With the addition of the dense spiritual energy from Ascension Path, it took me just over a year, with some trial and error, to advance to the 9th star of chi refining. The 6 harmonies involved stimulating the consciousness in the 4 cardinal and 2 diagonal directions with spiritual energy, increasing the size of the consciousness, and filling the entire spiritual meridians with spiritual power. With a complete understanding of this realm and consistent practice, I was able to reach it quickly. Now at the 9th star, the 5 elements. From this stage, the properties of the basic cultivation methods began to be significantly emphasized. Previously, the basic spells were like controlling ordinary elements, but from the 9th star, one could exert proper mystical abilities. Hop, boom, as I formed the hand seals and activated the mystical abilities recorded in the earth-surpassing path, a massive wall of earth rose before me. The 2-meter-high earthen wall, formed with spiritual power, was not only solid but also capable of shooting earthen projectiles, allowing both offense and defense. I could also ride on the collapsed wall as if sliding on the ground, build earthen houses, and freely use earth-moving techniques. The range of mystical abilities and techniques related to the earth element has significantly increased compared to before. From the stage of the 5 elements, the process of forming true words and hand seals for spells and mystical abilities, matching the properties of the cultivation method, is greatly simplified. Snap, quickly forming basic hand seals, I completed an earth element spell that previously required a full set of true words and hand seals. Around this time, I decided to leave Ascension Path. For the 6 harmonies, dense spiritual energy might be necessary, but from the 5 elements onwards, it's not needed. I just needed enough spiritual energy of my own element. For that, it was better to enhance my earth attribute spiritual power on the ground below rather than on Ascension Path. I looked at the residence where I had stayed for over 41 years. Next to it was an altar, 60 meters in size, bearing my traces. After a brief look, I turned and headed towards the outskirts of Ascension Path. Below the Ascension Path, after packing basic food and water, I jumped down. Whoosh, the wind lashed at me. The ground approached rapidly. Suddenly, flash, I felt like I was passing through something and feeling strange, I looked up to see that ascension path had vanished without a trace. Was it surrounded by some kind of barrier? After all, the heaven-treading desert was frequently traversed even by mortals. If such an enormous floating island existed, it would surely be well known. Unable to hide my amazement, I drew a gang sphere from my palm and shot it into the sky. Flash, boom, the gang sphere was suddenly blocked by the void and crumbled away. It seems easy to leave from the inside, but hard to enter from the outside. Anyway, I had finished what I needed to do on Ascension Path, so it didn't matter. The desert ground drew nearer. Reading the wind's course, I kicked the void. Boom, boom. As I decelerated rapidly and the sandy floor neared, I landed on the ground almost as if stepping downstairs. Thud, swoosh, sand scattered all around. I formed a hand seal using Earth attribute spiritual power to shake off the sand flying towards me. Let's see, where should I go first? Perhaps I should head north, where the suspicious stone structure seemed to have flown off, or maybe west, towards the direction of Byokra. The decision didn't take long. I should head north. I miss human interaction, but the stone structure in the north intrigued me more. I decided to wait until nightfall. When night fell and the stars rose, I read the constellations to ascertain my current location and roughly determined the position of Byokra. Then, forming a hand seal, I created a dirt platform from the sand and rode it across the desert. Whoosh. As I headed north, I constantly employed the earth listening technique towards the underground, thinking that if there was a stone structure, it might be buried under the sands of the desert. The stone is unique, unfamiliar, very solid and sturdy. Even if it was a building from thousands of years ago, it wouldn't have eroded by now. It should be possible to find it. Whoosh, days passed. A sandstorm blew in. I bent the earth attribute spiritual power around me to deflect the sands from the platform. Days passed since heading north. I'm constantly using the earth listening technique to scan underground, but nothing's been found. It seems it was either further north or buried too deep for my earth listening technique to detect. It has to be one or the other. Honestly, searching the entire heaven-treading desert seems a bit foolish. How long would it take to comb through this desert? Perhaps it was wiser to give up and head to Byokra to see familiar faces. I'll head north for one more day, and if there's nothing, I'll change course to Byokra. Whoosh, as I faced the sandstorm, I sighed deeply. Everywhere I looked, there was only sand. Then I saw something. Up ahead, there was something protruding above the sandy surface. It was a small stone, its color identical to that of the stone structure. That's it. I quickly maneuvered the platform towards the stone. This is mostly buried. This small part seemed to have emerged due to the sand being swept away by the sandstorm. Using the earth listening technique, I determined the extent of the buried section. It definitely seems to be the same material as the stone structure, but just a part of it. It was like a plaque. I formed a hand seal to excavate the stone from the sand. The rectangular stone plaque had ancient script inscribed on it. However, the back part was either broken or damaged, not visible. Looking at the damaged part of the plaque, I realized that its shape matched the fragment I had seen next to the stone structure on Ascension Path. There must be a Chinese letter thunder character following this. What could this ancient script mean? I interpreted the script on the stone plaque, slowly deciphering its meaning. This is metal. No, does it mean shining, golden color? I should interpret it as Chinese letter, gold it seems. Recalling my studies as a chief advisor of the Wulin Alliance, I carefully deciphered the script. Then I felt an odd sense of unease. This is spirit, a divine being. I should interpret it as Chinese letter, divine, and the last character before the damage is. I furrowed my brow while interpreting the last of the three characters inscribed on the plaque. Chinese letter, heaven. Following this, there's a fragment on the Ascension Path stone structure that fits perfectly, with the Chinese letter, thunder character. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, golden divine heaven thunder. My eyes widened. Golden divine heavenly thunder sect. Did the stone structure have a connection with the golden divine heavenly thunder sect? Thinking about it, the monument under the thunderclouds absorbing lightning was quite fitting for the golden divine heavenly thunder sect. But what was strange was the treatment of the stone structure. It appears to be a building or shrine related to the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. Why was a building of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, whose Grand Master had gone to the Ascension Gate, torn apart and discarded like this? While frequenting the Qingmun clan's library, I had read about the locations of famous cultivation sects. Heaven Creation sect in the northern grasslands of Byokra, Black Bone Valley on one of the islands in the southern sea of Yangnuo. Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect in the western mountains of Shanghai. Considering Yangnuo, east was Byokra and beyond that, the heaven-treading desert. West of Yangnuo was Shengzi. Why was a plaque from a sect located in the western mountains of Shengzi lying in the middle of the heaven-treading desert, in the completely opposite direction? Was this area once the territory of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect? However, every historical text I read stated that the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect had been active in the western region of the Shengzi for nearly 3,000 years. If that's the case, then the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect being located here would be an event from at least 3,000 years ago. Cultivators live very long, resulting in history being immensely vast, far surpassing common sense. It's impossible to know what happened during that lengthy period. I might have to look into it later, or maybe ask Jin Bayek Ho in my next life. Considering his temperament, if I dared to ask such a question, he'd likely strike me down with lightning for speaking so boldly as a mere chi-refining cultivator. Thinking about it soured my mood. Why are cultivators so brutally violent? I was lost in these thoughts when the sandstorm intensified. I saw something beyond the sandstorm. Focusing my vision, I glimpsed what seemed to be a castle shrouded in the storm. A dark castle stood beyond the sandstorm. Is someone there? Just as curiosity began to stir, a sudden realization hit me. I smell blood. I felt a sinister and ominous energy emanating from the castle. With the experience and intuition accumulated over several lifetimes and a hint of inspiration granted by the heavens, I was warned. It is extremely dangerous. I decided to keep my distance. I set down the stone plaque of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect and turned my disc around, quickly heading south along the way I had come. After a while, I managed to escape the sandstorm. Whoosh, phew, that was intense. The sandstorm was one thing, but the malevolence and the blood scent felt from that castle seen through the storm were enough to send chills down my spine. Heaven treading desert. I thought it was safe, being nothing but sand. Perhaps it's more dangerous than I thought. Come to think of it, around this time, there were reports of a massacre near the Heaven treading desert. Because of that incident, the neighboring clans of Chungmun, Bayak, Gongmyo, including the Makli and Jin of Yangnuo, the clans in Shengzi, and the core formation cultivators in the states further east of the Heaven treading desert were all on high alert. Was that castle related to what I just saw? I surmised that the castle was likely connected to the reported massacre near the Heaven treading desert. Had I foolishly continued towards that castle out of curiosity, I might have been on my way to the next life by now. Shivering, I continued south along the path I had come. Night fell again. It was time to check my location using the constellations. Wait, something was off. The desert landscape had changed due to the sandstorm, so I hadn't thought much of it. Even if the positions of the surrounding sand dunes had shifted greatly, it was to be expected. But after observing the constellations, I felt something amiss. I fled south upon seeing the castle, but why? Had I ended up near Byokra in the far west? Shudder, a cultivator's formation array. That place must have been inhabited by a high-level cultivator, with an immensely vast formation spread around. I was able to exit with my direction skewed just by approaching the outskirts of the formation, but if I had ventured even slightly closer. I need to get out of the Heaven treading desert as soon as possible. I steered the disc westward, heading towards Byokra. 20 nights passed. The Heaven treading desert really is vast, I muttered, pulling out a seed from my pocket to eat. I was running low on food and water I brought from Ascension Path. Only monsters who have reached chi building can survive without food for long. Being just a mere chi refining cultivator, I needed food to live. Though having formed an inner core, I could last much longer than ordinary people, but constantly using spiritual power and moving like this was a different story. I'm almost there. Just a day or two more to the eastern outskirts of Byokra, a territory of the Gongmyo clan resided there. Among the desert tribes under Gongmyo's domain, I should be able to find food and water. The next day, whoosh, dry, so dry, my throat is parched. I had run out of water. The last of my food was a tree fruit I ate yesterday. Hunger is bearable, but the thirst is unbearable. It felt as if my throat is burning. Just a sip of water, that's all I wish for. Even though I had formed an inner core and ascended to chi refining, I was not yet beyond human needs, so I gritted my teeth against the intense thirst. I never thought I'd miss those detestable Makli clans so much. More precisely, I yearned for their water-based spells. The earth-surpassing path is convenient, but in this extreme situation, it is far from a method to procure water. Damn, I'm dying of thirst. Am I going to die from a lack of water in this life? I've died several times, but it's not an experience I'm keen to repeat. That's when I saw them. Far away, someone in white robes appeared. A person, perhaps they have water. I hurriedly formed a hand seal to speed up the platform. The person in white was a woman with black hair. Her pure white robe contrasted with her jet black hair. She wore a multicolored glass bracelet on her wrist and a jade ornament on her waist. Her appearance was more serene than beautiful, with an air of stubbornness about her. She had a domain of consciousness around her brow. A cultivator. Excuse me, I stuttered, speaking to someone else for the first time in ages. Perhaps, you seem thirsty. Please drink. I took the water pouch she offered and drank desperately. Water, lukewarm, but it was the most heavenly drink I'd ever tasted. Gulp, 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 no need. There's a city not far from here. You're traveling from the east, right? You're dressed oddly. Ahem, I have my reasons. What's the name of this nearby city? It's called Chinsik City, just a little southeast and you'll find it. It seems you're a fellow Taoist. If you use the same technique you used to get here, you'll arrive in just a moment. She shook her head at my words. It's only natural to help travelers in the desert. I'm fine, take care. I have to find materials for my magical artifacts around here. She formed a hand seal and surfed away on the sand like a wave. About Chi refining 13th star, such a kind lady. I bowed in the direction she had gone, paying my respects, then steered the platform in the direction she had indicated. Just as she said, in a short while, I arrived at Chinsik City, located at the eastern end of Byokra. Chinsik City, named after Gongmyo Chinsik, the Chi building cultivator from Gongmyo clan. As I heard from the Chingmun clan, it was a famous place where all kinds of magical artifacts were traded. Also, the glassware produced in the city was considered artistic, sought after by many places. Of course, I had no interest in such things. I beat up some bandits around Chinsik City, turned them in for a bounty, and used the reward to buy basic clothes, water, and food. Then I headed towards the western part of Byokra, towards Chingmun clan's territory. My lifespan is now down to about 9 years. Though I've been delayed by 40 years, focusing only on rituals, I intend to check on the connections from my past life. First, I decided to visit my master. Master resides in the main house of the Chingmun clan. Being part of the main house of the Chingmun clan, a family that values the Tao of combat, meant one had to be within the top 50 in the Immortal Combat meeting. It also implied that Master was in one of the most crucial positions in the Chingmun clan. For an ordinary clan, a nobody like me suddenly meeting an elder in one of the most important positions of the clan would be nearly impossible. Of course, that's if it were an ordinary clan. Applicants for the training conference led by the Chingmun clan, please come this way. The Chingmun clan, following in the footsteps of their founder Sir Chang Ho, revered the Tao of combat. Apart from the Immortal Combat meeting organized for the Chingmun clan members, they gathered Chi refining cultivators every few years for a training conference, a sparring competition to recruit external clan members. The winner, runner-up, and third place of the training conference would all enter the Chingmun clan as external members, while other finalists would gain the right to become the family's lower-ranking cultivators. But the most important thing was that the winner of the training conference could make a small wish to the Chingmun clan, such as meeting a Chi-building elder for a brief time to receive teachings. Your registration is complete. Next. I approached the registration desk and said to the officer, my name is Seo Yoon Hyun, origin from Byokra, Chinsik City. My cultivation is Chi refining 9th star of the 5 elements. I am practicing an earth attribute method. Chi refining 9th star. The officer looked at me with surprise. He was an external member of the Chingmun clan at the Chi refining 6th star. No, senior, with your level, you don't need to participate in the training conference. Just apply for the external member recruitment and pass the interview. You'll be accepted right away. Most lower-ranking Chi refining cultivators were around the 2nd or 3rd star, and most external members were between the 4th and 9th star. Cultivators above that level were treated almost like blood relatives by the Chingmun clan. Before the Ascension Gate opened, Chi refining cultivators were common across the continent, and being at the 9th star was considered ordinary. But now, with many powerful cultivation sects ascending to higher realms, cultivators have become rare, and even being at the 9th soft Chi refining is highly regarded. The typical winners of the training conference were usually Chi refining cultivators of the 5th or 6th star, but now a heavy hitter like me had appeared. As I looked around, I could feel the other participants coughing and avoiding my gaze. Haha, it seems that those who are new to the Chingmun clan registration desk get quite confused. Let me guide you to the right place. No, it's fine. I have always admired the Chingmun clan's training conference. Please allow me to participate, but I know that anyone can participate in the training conference hosted by the Chingmun clan, except for Chi-building cultivators. The officer, troubled by my insistence despite the difficulty of my participation, sighed and registered me. I could see the varying thoughts of the other cultivators around me. As I stepped out of the registration area and left the building, I heard a sigh of relief from inside. That's a nasty character. He's just going to trample over the juniors and enter the Chingmun clan. How can we beat a Chi refining 9th star? Shouldn't we just give him a bye? Unfortunately, even outside my area of consciousness, I could hear their complaints and frustrations, as my hearing had become sensitive after rejuvenation and forming the inner core. I'm sorry about this. Typically, an ordinary external member wouldn't meet a Chingmun clan elder unless they make significant contributions, but as the winner of the training conference, it is a different story. Besides, I don't plan to join the Chingmun clan in this life. Not all winners of the training conference become external members. If I give up my eligibility, it will naturally go to someone else. Holding the participation plaque, I entered the Chingmun clan's territory to rest. 1 month later, the training conference was held. The winner, Seo Yunhyan, and naturally I won. There was no real battle to speak of. The participants at the Chi refining second or third star gave up as soon as they met me. Cultivators at the fourth and fifth stars couldn't withstand a single strike from me. Cultivators at the sixth star of Chi refining, who have achieved the 8 trigrams completed path, could only somewhat match me in a contest of spells, but they still lost due to the overwhelming difference in spiritual power. Now I was capable of overpowering lower-level Chi refining cultivators with sheer strength. I wish those at the second and third stars had challenged me more bravely. The Qingmun clan might have offered them a position after the competition. Looking at the Chi refining cultivators who conceded immediately upon facing me, I felt a bit of regret. Knowing the Qingmun clan's reverence for the Tao of combat, I am certain they would have appreciated even a show of fighting spirit. The winner of the competition is granted an official recommendation to become an external member of the Qingmun clan and one wish. If a Chi refining cultivator makes a fitting wish, the clan will surely grant it. Do you have anything in mind? The person overseeing the competition was Qingmun Buck, whom I had met before. I told Qingmun Buck that I wished to meet and receive teachings from Qingmun Ryong. Qingmun Ryong, you say? He's my cousin, and indeed, there's no one better than him in basic spells and formations. I would like to return the recommendation for external membership. Elixir refining, artifact refining, and formations are the 3 arts. Qingmun Ryong is the leader of. Wait, what did you say? Qingmun Buck's eyes widened in disbelief. Entering this competition, my intention was to meet Grandmaster Qingmun Ryong, an expert in basic spells and formations. You. Do you not understand the significance of becoming an external member of a cultivator clan? I understand perfectly, but there are people I must meet without being bound by the rules of a cultivator clan. I also needed to check on my disciples' well-being in the Jin clan. Being the winner, you'd normally have 1 hour to meet with Elder Ryong of the main family. If you become an external member, I can extend your meeting time to 3 hours. Still refuse. I apologize for declining your offer. Fine, have it your way. Qingmun Buck looked at me displeased, announced the second and third place of the competition, and declared that a smaller competition would be held in 2 days to award the recommendation I forfeited. A few days later, I entered the Qingmun clan's territory with Qingmun Buck. As I was not an external member, we met in a less significant territory rather than the main house. I followed Qingmun Buck to an old thatched house in the territory. The simple yet neat house seemed well suited to my master. Ryong, here's the one who requested to meet you. I'll leave him here, take care of it. I'm busy, so I can't stay. Take care, brother. From inside the house, a familiar voice responded, and Qingmun Buck flew off on a flying artifact. I took a deep breath, knelt in front of the house, and bowed deeply. What are you doing? Qingmun Ryong asked, sensing my actions through his consciousness. Smiling, I responded, I am honored to meet Grandmaster Qingmun Ryong, a pioneer in formations and basic spells. Slick talker. I don't like slick ones. Come in and let's see what you want to discuss. The door opened, and I cautiously entered. He didn't look at me but was busy annotating a book. Even on the day we meet, he continues his routine work. Really, you haven't changed. What is it? Don't just stand there with a sour face. If you have something to ask, ask. I'm busy, so make it quick. Understood. I sat down and asked him about the things I didn't understand regarding the Chi refining 11th star of the 3 talents, the 12th star of yin-yang unity, and the 13th star of the One origin. Qingmun Ryong, upon hearing my detailed questions, stopped annotating and looked at me. Not as shallow as you look. Let's address your questions. We discussed intensely for an hour. After an hour, Qingmun Ryong, who had the right to dismiss me, frowned and said, let's add another hour. You seem to have a lot of curiosity. Another hour passed. Already an hour, I'll give you one more. Listen well. The concept of yin-yang unity is about. After 3 hours, he stroked his beard. Teaching so shortly like this won't do. I'll give you 3 more hours. If you don't understand by then, be prepared for discipline. Thus, I spent the entire night with Qingmun Ryong. The next morning, I feel somewhat relieved. Did you understand the theory? I heard you refused to become an external member of the Qingmun clan. With your understanding, you could have risen in the ranks and been treated as a quasi-blood relative. Even if you've learned the theory, applying it is different. If you became an external member, I can formally teach you. How about it? Qingmun Ryong was offering to be my master again. I smiled slightly and spoke. I appreciate your offer, Grandmaster. However, if I'm bound by the Qingmun clan's rules, there are people I will not be able to meet. Well, can't help someone who won't eat what's served. Go on, you should have at least grasped the theory by now. I stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, teacher for a day, a father for a lifetime. Though today's lesson was brief, I will never forget your teachings. You're a fool. If you were really going to treat me as a father, you should have just joined the main house. Go on, I have no attachment or interest in you beyond today. After leaving Qingmun Ryong's house, I bowed once more towards his room and left the Qingmun clan's territory. A teacher for a day, a father for a lifetime. I will not forget you, master. Even as I travel through the rivers of time repeatedly, I left the Qingmun clan's territory and headed towards the Jin clan's domain to check on Kim Young-hoon and my disciples. news about Kim Young-hoon was easier to find than expected. He was known as the Heaven Cutter. He was the one who beheaded the last emperor of the previous Makli dynasty, Makli Yeong, and a founding contributor to the current Jin dynasty. Kim Young-hoon, after receiving various martial arts from me, seemed to have reached the ultimate pinnacle as in his previous life. Upon learning about the atrocities of the Makli clan and that killing Emperor Makli Yeong would reduce these atrocities, he brazenly stormed the palace and beheaded the emperor. The Makli clan was furious, sending cultivators after him, but they were killed by Kim Young-hoon. Even chi-building cultivators died, and the Jin clan, recognizing his potential, decided to protect him. This was information I heard from a lower-ranking cultivator of the Jin clan. Senior, is the tea to your liking? Yes, it's quite good. In Byokra, I initially struggled to find the Chungmun clan's territory. But in Yangnuo, having traveled extensively during my days in the martial world, I was familiar with various territories, including the Jin clan's main house. The only place I didn't know was the Makli clan's main house. This lower-ranking cultivator was someone I had a brief connection with during my days as chief advisor in the Wulin Alliance. Back then, he was someone who groveled before me and Kim Young-hoon, barely hanging on at the 36 heavenly gang decrees of the Chi refining second star. When he realized I had reached the 5 elements, he immediately bowed and called me senior, offering me tea. I asked him a few questions and learned about the recent events in Yangnuo. So, where are you at in the 36 heavenly gang decrees? I'm currently consolidating the decree of heavenly ferocity. Do you have any difficulties understanding it? I shared detailed explanations about the 36 heavenly gang decrees and provided guidance on his difficulties. Initially interested, he soon showed signs of boredom and confusion, so I wrapped up the lecture. I'll stay here for a few days. Regarding Heaven Cutter, inform the Jin clan about my arrival. While I'm here, I'm willing to answer any questions regarding cultivation. Relieved, the Chi refining cultivator nodded and went to contact the Jin clan. I understood why my master valued me. Geniuses don't need his teachings, but those who do lack perseverance. I felt a tinge of bitterness. A few days later, Kim Young-hoon arrived. It's been a long time, it has indeed. After 40 years, we stood awkwardly for a moment. You seem to have become a cultivator. Your consciousness and spiritual power. Yes, I've reached the middle-high level of chi refining. Good. This world is suited for cultivators. How have you been? There have been various events, but Kim Hyung no, Director Kim Young-hoon. I raised my hand and a little star formed on top of my palm. Astonishment appeared in his eyes. Let's have a match. What kind of duel would it be, with both of us having reached the realm of ultimate pinnacle in martial arts? That is, Kim Young-hoon stared blankly at the gang sphere that had formed in my hand. Twitch, twitch, the whirlwind of formidable intent contained within the gang sphere. Realizing its significance, Kim Young-hoon trembled all over, his eyes bulging as he stared at me. Then he started to laugh. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Staggering, he suddenly collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down his face. His intent, incomparable to what I had seen before, was shining in a brilliant golden light. There was another, besides me, who has reached this realm. Whoosh. His intent blazed even brighter, resembling a sun in its intensity. However, I felt a chill run down my spine. The sun-like intent before me seemed like the jaws of a lion, ready to pounce at any moment. He is excited. Until now, I thought the martial world was filled with fools. The vast majority linger in the secondary stage of physical combat, and those with exceptional talent could only see intent in basic red and blue hues. At most, they reach the 3 flowers gather at the summit, seeing maybe 3, 4, or at best, a dozen colors of intent. I never expected anyone to reach the same realm as me. I desperately hoped that someone might reach the 5 energies converging to the origin, but... Siarak crackle, small stones and sand on the ground vibrated with energy. The lower-ranking cultivator of the Jin clan, sensing the ominous atmosphere, already flew far away. The realm of 5 energies converging to the origin, a stage that scarcely appears once every few hundred years across the continent. Yes, it's understandable since it's an enlightenment that overturns the inherent limits of one's birth, but it's always been so utterly empty. I tensed up. Kim Young-hoon is very excited. That means, even when fighting cultivators, it was only about matching levels. There was no one who could truly exchange martial prowess with me, no one who could fulfill my deep craving. Kim Young-hoon opened his right palm. From within his palm burst a star, and like me, a gang sphere appeared. Finally, I can resolve this grudge. With a brilliantly shining smile, he lifted the gang sphere. Whoosh, the gang sphere spun and split into 3. Then each of those 3 split again. 9 gang spheres. 9 gang spheres lined up behind Kim Young-hoon. Let's play, whoosh. In an instant, Kim Young-hoon's figure vanished from before my eyes. There wasn't even a moment to read his intent. It was sheer speed. I instinctively ducked, driven almost entirely by reflex. Boom, the sound of breaking air echoed, and Kim Young-hoon's saber slightly trimmed my hair. Is he crazy, swinging at me with the intent to kill? Apparently, he lost his mind upon encountering someone of a similar level after 40 years of solitary existence. If it weren't for the reaction speed granted by the inner core, I would have been dead. Kim Young-hoon's intent was palpable. "What are you doing playing around? Come at me properly." Whoosh. Suddenly, Kim Young-hoon's palm was right in front of me. Blinded by the dazzling light of the gang sphere targeting my head, his movements seemed choppy and hard to follow. Back in my past life, it was just a playful spar. Is this the power of an experienced master who has reached the ultimate pinnacle? I exerted all my internal energy to counter the gang sphere flying at me with my own. Light erupted, pushing us both back. Countless sword and saber scars sparked, creating a storm. I need to create some distance. I quickly formed another gang sphere and prepared for the next move. Fast. Aside from the fact that he could create 9 gang spheres at once, he was too fast for me to even react. It was a relief that Kim Young-hoon was using slow moves. If he had used his extremely fast moves, I might have been killed instantly. I need to get to a more isolated place, like a mountain valley. Then, Kim Young-hoon's hand grasped my head. What SSSSSH, boom, an immense force erupted from his palm, sending me flying far away. I was thrown from the manor where the chi-refining cultivator lived, away from the mortals, and crashed into a valley outside the city. Cough, I spat out a mouthful of blood and got up. If I hadn't instinctively used protective gang chi, my head would have been crushed. What's going on? It feels like time is being cut off. My reactions are, it's not just the effect of the inner core. There's something different about Kim Young-hoon. Thump. Just like before, Kim Young-hoon unnaturally appeared right before my eyes. It's as if a scene from a movie has been abruptly cut. This isn't like the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, which cuts perception to create illusions. He's just solely too fast. He's moving so swiftly that even with my reaction speed at the ultimate pinnacle, his actions appear disjointed and impossible to follow. What are you doing? Why aren't you reacting properly? Kim Young-hoon looked at me quizzically for a moment and then seemed to realize something, nodding his head. Ah, I see. You haven't been at this realm for very long. That's true. Well then, you're probably not adept to using the power of this realm. If you properly harness the power of this level, you can easily do this much. Now that I look at it, you're only managing one gang sphere at a time. He inhaled deeply, smiling as if enjoying himself. Well, this is more a matter of technique than talent. Once you learn it, you should be able to apply it easily. I'll teach you, so grow while sparring. Wait, I'm not. I wanted to say that I'm not a monster who grows during battle like him, but I had to hurriedly deploy defensive gang chi to block Kim Young-hoon's kick, coming at me with extreme speed. Boom, a giant rock behind me, about 3 meters in size, couldn't withstand the shockwave released and shattered into pieces. Don't worry, I'll teach you so you can grow. His intent echoes around me. I concentrate to the utmost to survive and enter the world of intent. At that moment, what? Why are there 10 Kim Young-hoons? I quickly alternate my focus between the real world and the world of intent. In reality, there is clearly only one Kim Young-hoon, but in the world of intent, there are 10 of him. And in the place where Kim Young-hoon stood in the world of intent, there were gang spheres in reality. 1 Kim Young-hoon and 9 gang spheres. First of all, gang sphere isn't just a bomb to throw and explode. Thud, 10 Kim Young-hoons rush at me simultaneously. He seems to have controlled his speed, and this time our reaction speeds are similar. However, in the world of intent, 10 Kim Young-hoons vividly assault me. Even a single hit from one of them is dangerous. One is an ultimate pinnacle master, and the other 9 are gang spheres that could slice my body apart upon explosion. The biggest problem is that the gang spheres are also using intent to fight. It's as if 10 masters of equal level are surrounding and competing with me in the world of intent. Naturally, I'm overwhelmed in the battle of intent, and I allow Kim Young-hoon's punch through my guard. Thump, Gang sphere isn't just a compressed bomb of internal energy. It's another self, a split spirit. It's a stage far beyond dual energy sword control or dual energy saber control, where you input the next action into the weapon with your intent and consciousness. Here, you input your very self into it. That's why once you can handle one gang sphere, your combat power multiplies. We exchange blows. If I attack the lower body, 10 Kim Young-hoons stab at me from all directions, and while dealing with them, Kim Young-hoon's knee strikes my waist. If I thrust at the midsection, 10 Kim Young-hoons use different techniques to disrupt the flow of intent. In the meantime, the real Kim Young-hoon strikes my shoulder with the back of his blade. When I attempt to strike high, Kim Young-hoons from all around attack me, forcing me to hastily retreat. As I radiate intent, branches and pebbles rise around me. I imbue the branches and pebbles with energy, creating thousands of sword energies to counter the many Kim Young-hoons. Flash, flash, flash. A bright light sweeps through, and 9 of the Kim Young-hoons simultaneously explode. With a whirl of light, countless saber marks slice through my sword energies. Then from behind the real Kim Young-hoon, another 9 Kim Young-hoons walk out again. In reality, he's drawing gang spheres from his hand, but in the world of intent, it's a completely different scene. Another self. Spontaneously, I extend my hand in the same manner as Kim Young-hoon with a blank expression. Gang sphere also emanates from my palm. Simultaneously, another me emerged from behind, grasping the gang sphere that had burst forth from my palm. Ah, I understand. Somehow it all makes sense. Myself. Yes, if sword control involves inputting intent into a weapon for its next action, then gang sphere involves inputting myself into the gang chi. If I truly enter into within, then myself becoming another source of intent is also possible, is it not? Whoosh, my vision split. It felt as if my consciousness had been divided. I only had one consciousness, but now I feel as if I have two. Simultaneously, my own figure became distinctly visible in the world of intent. In front of 10 Kim Young-hoon stood two of me. Their eyes sparkled with interest. So, are you getting the hang of it now? Indeed, I smile wryly and assume a fighting stance. The other me also took up a different fighting stance. This was more about technique and understanding the realm rather than talent. Thus, even I lacking talent managed to grasp it in such a short period. The situation of 10 against 1 and 10 against 2 will be quite different. Whoosh, whoosh. The exchange of intents ensued, and so did the actual exchange of blows between me and Kim Young-hoon. Good, you seem to have grasped this much. Shall we move to the next stage? Kim Young-hoon's complexion seemed to burn with a golden light. Simultaneously, one Kim Young-hoon walked towards the original body and merged within. From a visual perspective, Kim Young-hoon had placed one of the surrounding gang sphere in his hand. Dangerous. The moment my instincts warned me, I didn't hesitate to leap into the air. Boom! A fan-shaped energy burst forth, cutting the spot I had been standing on and the trees beyond. It was as if, just like before, time had been cut off. And then Kim Young-hoon, who suddenly appeared in that spot, looked at me. Crash, cough. Before I knew it, Kim Young-hoon's hand was clutching my face. I instinctively spread my protective gang chi, and Kim Young-hoon's foot kicked my stomach 3 times. Bang, boom, boom. Explosions resounded as I soared into the sky. Had I not used protective gang chi, my waist would have been gone. Puff, I pierced through the clouds. A sea of white clouds spread beneath me, but I had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery as I focused my consciousness and spread my protective gang chi. Watch carefully. Boom, once again, Kim Young-hoon, who suddenly appears in front of me, swings his saber. Clouds trail from behind. Considering your level, I've only doubled the speed. Kyuong, he struck me down with his saber, and I plunged through the clouds back to the ground. If it wasn't for the reaction speed granted by my inner core, I wouldn't have lasted this long, doubled the speed. I recalled the merging of 2 Kim Young-hoons. Clearly, he retrieved his consciousness inputted into the gang sphere. No, it's not just retrieval. Whoosh. Once again, Kim Young-hoon appears right above me, spinning in the air before striking down with his saber. I barely managed to block his strike with my sword. Boom. The ground of the mountain valley caves in and spider web-like cracks form around it. I endured his attack while observing his movements in the world of intent, not just retrieval. Kim Young-hoon wasn't moving alone. He was moving together with another. The 2 Kim Young-hoons were overlapping. Ah, I see, they were in sync. The 2 Kim Young-hoons synchronized their thoughts, doubling everything about themselves. Aha, I'm not a martial arts genius. So I don't gain incredible enlightenment or grow tremendously during a fight. However, I am a master of martial arts. What Kim Young-hoon showed me was a technique, applicable within the realm of the ultimate pinnacle. Being a master within the same realm, I could immediately understand such a technique through countless experiences. Come on, whoosh, my distant gang sphere, another me, flew towards me, and then it overlapped with me. The thoughts of my physical and mental bodies began to synchronize. The speed and efficiency of my thoughts doubled. Suddenly, the world seemed to slow down. Simultaneously, the control and reaction speed amplified by my inner core increased manifold. Vroom, Kim Young-hoon swung his saber again, but this time I caught it up close. Kim Young-hoon's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You finally understood. Excellent. His thoughts were conveyed through his intent. I also communicated through intent. It's only this much for now, but can you accelerate your thoughts by up to 10 times? 8 gang spheres gathered around him. That's right. Let's have a real battle. Boom, my sword pierced through his defense and thrust into his abdomen. Thud, at that moment I executed a series of 7 attacks, entering mountain, cliff edge, dragon vein, joy of mountains and peaks, mountain tiger, mountain echoes, valley responds, flowing ridge, ascending vein. Boom, I struck Kim Young-hoon's chin with the flat of my sword, sending him flying into the air. It seems he was safe, having quickly deployed protective gang chi, but he looked down at me with a shocked expression. What, I thought you could only handle 1 gang sphere. Why suddenly so fast, it feels like. I had experienced a completely different realm each time I progressed from first rate to peak, from peak to 3 flowers gather at the summit, and from there to 5 energies converging to the origin. However, from 5 energies converging to the origin to the ultimate pinnacle, it was just a slight increase in reaction speed after forming the inner core. Apart from that, there was only a difference in enlightenment compared to 5 energies converging to the origin. I thought it was a bit of a stretch to completely overshadow the previous realm, but now I truly feel it. The world seems to move slower. I've truly stepped into the next realm. I emitted gang chi throughout my body. I couldn't flow gang chi through all my meridians like chi-building cultivators, but for a single moment I could wrap my entire body in sword gang. For an instant, I became the sword. Ascending vein. Boom. I used ascending vein with myself as the sword and rushed at Kim Young-hoon, who couldn't react in time and took the hit. Kyuang. He was sent flying to a distant mountain peak, leaving spider web-like cracks and our blade marks on it. Ha ha ha, so that's it. Kim Young-hoon laughed heartily, dusting himself off. It was a sudden attack, but it seems he nullified the damage with his protective gang chi. He was unharmed. Taoist cultivation. You're in the latter stages of chi refining. Does that mean your consciousness is larger than mine? He seemed to realize the secret of my reaction speed. Yes, until now I couldn't react to his speed. However, once I learned the technique to accelerate my perception and thought, I moved much faster than him despite using the same number of gang spheres. That's because I'm at the 9th star of chi refining, with an abnormally large consciousness, practically at the 12th or 13th star in reality. Even with the same body and gang sphere, the efficiency and capacity of acceleration differ. The size of the consciousness itself makes the amplification rate different when it's boosted. Martial arts and Taoist cultivation complement each other. It's like being in a different weight class. Even if you learn the same technique, if the size of your consciousness is different, you're at a disadvantage. Kim Young-hoon grinned and gathered his energy. Well, good, it's a very unique experience. Since a large consciousness for a cultivator is like a physical trait, come at me. It'll be fun, Wuong. One of the gang spheres circling him absorbed back into his body. Kim Young-hoon's acceleration tripled. Let's fight with everything. Whether it's cultivation spells or whatever, come at me. Ha ha ha. Once again, Kim Young-hoon and I clashed. I formed hand seals, altered the terrain around me, and engaged him. Our fight started in the morning and lasted until evening. The surrounding mountain valley completely collapsed. In the end, I lost to Kim Young-hoon. But unlike before, Kim Young-hoon was no longer an absolute wall. High, but a wall with a somewhat visible top. That was now the difference between me and Kim Young-hoon. Huff huff, Kim Young-hoon stood up using his saber, now missing many edges, as a cane and laughed. It's been a long time since I had this much fun. I feel the same way. I smiled wryly at my completely shattered sword. I couldn't get up. All the strength in my body was drained away. By the way, you contacted me through a lower-ranking cultivator. Are you planning to join the Jin clan? With your ability and my recommendation, you could become an external elder right away. That would be nice, but I came here to check on something rather than the elder position. I struggled to get up, feeling sore all over. There are mortals working in the Jin clan, some people I know. If it's about mortals, I can arrange a meeting. So you won't join the Jin clan? I nodded slightly. I have only about 10 years left in my lifespan. In that time, I intend to elevate my chi refining cultivation as much as possible. In this life, I plan to head to Shengzi, Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. I need to see if that sect, said to be located in the western mountains of Shengzi, has any connection to the Ascension Gate. Maybe it has something to do with why we ended up here. I was able to visit my disciples in the Jin clan's territory with permission from Kim Young-hoon. This life was not much different from the previous ones. Ki Hwa gave birth to 2 children. Man-ho became a father and was teaching his children. They seem to be good parents. Nak-hyun's sculpting skills have grown much more than in the previous life. He also got a new wife, a woman I didn't recognize, probably someone he met in the Jin clan's territory. Jingyi is still weaving silk, and the silk she produced was of extraordinary quality. He had married Kwak Gi, but they didn't have children yet. They are all familiar connections from past lives, but there are slight changes due to the butterfly effect. All of them are doing well, and none of them are dead. After secretly visiting the village where they reside, I left the territory with Kim Young-hoon. It's good to see everyone doing well. Do you know these people? If I know them, I know them. If I don't, they are strangers. May I ask what kind of relationship you have with them? What kind of relationship? After a moment of thought, I replied, just a connection. No matter what name you give to a connection once made, what use is it? It's just a connection. Even if it's not a master-disciple relationship, these are connections that will not be forgotten in my heart. Just a connection. Kim Young-hoon seemed curious, but he did not press further after sensing my complicated thoughts. He escorted me out, and we had several conversations. What I had been doing for the last 40 years, whether I had difficulties while learning martial arts, how I mastered cultivation methods and martial arts to this extent. I learned a lot in the country of Byokra. Like Kim Hyung, I opened my eyes one day and found myself in a completely different place. Ha ha, is that so? When I woke up, the language of Yangyuo and unfamiliar martial arts were engraved in my mind, so there were no big difficulties. I experienced the same. Must be the doings of those monsters in Ascension Path, right? I attributed the knowledge I had passed on to Kim Young-hoon for survival to the deeds of the heavenly being cultivators in Ascension Path. Tusk, even after abducting our colleagues and doing this, well, the past is the past. I can't do anything about it now. He clicked his tongue and sighed, and we shared various insights about martial arts. In the western borderlands of Yangnuo, there I received 3 books from Kim Young-hoon. The Record of Surpassing Path and Martial Arts, a martial art system those monsters put in my head. It's the same book, but with added insights from trial and error to reach the next realm. You might find it helpful too. Is the title still Record of Surpassing Path and Martial Arts? I asked Kim Young-hoon as I received the expanded martial art book from him. However, Kim Young-hoon only clicked his tongue in a self-deprecating manner. Why change the title? It's just a collection of stupid trials and errors I've added while clinging to it. I'm honestly doubtful if there's even a realm beyond the ultimate pinnacle. It's like a diary of foolishly bumping into things until something comes out. Sometimes I wonder if the ultimate pinnacle is the limit that a martial artist can reach. What's so funny, I couldn't help but laugh at his words. The limit that a martial artist can reach. How many times have I heard that from Kim Young-hoon? Yet time and again, he had created realms beyond that limit, shattering boundaries. He kept growing stronger and reaching higher. That was Kim Young-hoon. There are endless mountains beyond mountains and endless paths within paths. I slowly recited the proverb. There might be something beyond what you think is the end. If it's Kim Hyung, you'll definitely reach beyond that. If you don't plan to change the title, I'll accept it as Record of Surpassing Path and Martial Arts. Flattery won't get you anywhere. Well, anyway, are you really going to Shengzi? Yes, there's something I need to find in Shengzi. The Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect located in the western mountains of Shengzi. I plan to search for it to gather more information about the Ascension Gate. It's a pity. I was hoping you would stay and spar with me more. I wish I could, but there's something I need to find. All right, I understand. Do visit sometimes. I silently performed a fist salute to him. Kim Young-hoon reciprocated with a fist salute, and thus we exchanged brief farewells. Shengzi is also known as the Land of Scriptures. It is overflowing with all kinds of scriptures and erudition, and as a land of scholars, numerous poems and collections of poetry were abundant in the streets. Although my knowledge of the Shengzi language was minimal, I learned to speak it fluently with the enhanced mental capabilities of a cultivator. After learning the language, I wandered around various parts of Shengzi to gather information. The country was ruled by a total of 7 cultivator clans. However, the presence of these clans did not necessarily make them superior to Yangnuo or Byokra. The Jinlu clan, slightly more powerful than the Makli and Jin clans individually, dominated half of the country. The remaining half was controlled by a coalition of 6 smaller clans: Ha, Jio, Jun, Yoljian, Ori, and Jian. As a nation rife with numerous cultivator clans, a plethora of philosophies and scholarly works from each clan made it a holy land of scriptures and learning. This was the essence of Shengzi. I roamed the country, gathering information. 1 year after arriving in Shengzi, after inquiring among the lower-ranking cultivators and branch families of the cultivator clans, I discovered the best source of information regarding the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. If you're looking for information about the once preeminent Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, the Shengzi Imperial Archives should have plenty. The Imperial Archives. Remarkably, the Shengzi royal family is not a branch of any particular clan but is purely composed of mortals. In a situation where multiple clans maintained a delicate balance of power, a brutal conflict among clans, similar to Yangnuo, would occur if a specific clan's branch family occupied the throne. Thus, the 7 clans agreed to let mortals form the royal lineage. During their 700 years of rule, although unable to collect precious cultivation methods, the Nan royal family consistently gathered historical texts, which were considered less important by cultivators. Hence, the imperial archives are said to be rich in histories of various cultivation sects, especially extensive secret records of the once dominant Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. The challenge, however, was accessing the imperial archives. Cultivators are barred from even entering the palace, let alone the archives. This restriction was created by the 7 cultivator clans to prevent cultivators from other clans from controlling the royal family. Therefore, not only the heads of the 7 clans, but also loose cultivators and mountain hermits were barred from entering, and a powerful barrier was set inside the palace. This is troublesome. Can't enter if I can't break the barrier. I asked the low-ranking cultivator in front of me for clarification. So does this mean there are no cultivators inside the palace at all? It's completely inaccessible to them. That may not be entirely true, Senior. I've heard there are a few high-level chi refining cultivators in the palace serving as royal guards. They receive special talismans from the 7 clans to resist the barrier, to protect the royal family in emergencies, or to replace the emperor when the royal family goes against the will of the 7 clans. So it's possible to enter then. Yes, that's correct. It seems necessary to see and judge the barrier myself. Upon arriving in Jinjing, the capital of Shengzi, I observed the layout of the palace and the flow of spiritual energy around it. Based on the knowledge of formations I learned from my master and testimonies from various mountain hermits, the barrier around the palace wasn't to prevent cultivators from entering, but to suppress their spiritual power inside the barrier. Meaning, a cultivator inside the barrier without a special talisman from the 7 clans would be no different from an ordinary mortal. So what this means is, I smirked, radiating sword energy, while observing the people entering and leaving the palace and the martial artists inside. I can just walk in. Whether my spiritual power is restricted or not is irrelevant. The barrier didn't completely prevent entry to those with spiritual power but suppressed it once inside. However, I had other strengths besides that of a cultivator. Whoosh. After cutting perception with the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, I casually entered through the main gate of the palace. Rumble. Upon entering, I certainly felt my spiritual power being suppressed, but my consciousness, internal energy, and inner core remained unaffected. After all, if martial artists couldn't use their martial skills inside the barrier, it would be impossible to handle emergencies in the palace. Moreover, the cultivators who are allowed to use their power are all just at the chi refining stage anyway. In case of an emergency, it seems possible to overthrow the royal palace and escape without any problem. I wandered around the palace looking for the royal library and sneaked in. Let's see, books about the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. Books. I started my reading through the sea of books in the library. I learned an astonishing fact while reading books about the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. The sect was established a staggering 123,000 years ago. 123,000 years. It's a figure so absurd it's almost laughable. What kind of insane number is that? I dismissed it as a joke or a legend and looked through other books. However, other books stored in the royal palace, written in Yangnuo or Byokra languages, also dated the emergence of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect to around 123,000 years ago. While there were slight differences in the years, every book indicated the same era. Is this for real? After all, even a heavenly being cultivator has a lifespan far exceeding 2,000 years. Considering that it's only been a little over 2,000 years since the common era on Earth, these monsters with lifespans over 2,000 years. Thinking this way, even the absurd figure of 123,000 years seemed somewhat plausible. And this sect, the Black Ghost Valley, 500,000 years. Is this just a numbers game or is it real? I quickly dismissed the exaggerated figures of Black Ghost Valley from my mind and focused back on the information regarding the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. Holding on to such head-aching figures was only going to lead to confusion. I scoured information from books about the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. Information cross-verified in several books was deemed credible. Information mentioned only in 1 or 2 books was taken as folklore. In this way, I gathered credible information about the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, which is as follows. The Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect was established around 123,000 years ago by a Taoist cultivator named Yangsu Jin. I could find no records of this Yangsu Jin in the royal archives. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. However, there was an unusual record about him, the phenomenon of heavenly rejection. It's the same as what I experienced. During his chi-refining 7th star, when he was undergoing the 7 stars ritual, dark clouds covered the sky, refusing his acceptance. But unlike me, who had to tear through the clouds with a gang sphere to complete the ritual, Yang Sujin's immense talent allowed him to overcome the heavenly rejection on his own. There were no records of what kind of talent he possessed. It's fascinating. Someone from 123,000 years ago also experienced heavenly rejection. But the intrigue didn't end there. Surprisingly, in Yang Sujin's era, there were about 5 or 6 others who also experienced heavenly rejection. 5 or 6 others. Regrettably, there was no information about who they were or how they overcame the heavenly rejection. One of them reportedly failed to overcome it and died of old age. Anyway, the appearance of so many rare holders of heavenly rejection at the same time in one era was a point of concern. It's troubling. But without any decisive clues, it was impossible to draw any conclusions hastily. The most unique record about Yang Sujin was regarding the establishment of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. And so, when the ancestor reached out to the sky, the heavens parted, and a gate of light opened above the capital city Gashan of the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom. Through it fell the sect's divine artifact. Named after the Taoist title of Yang Sujin and the name of the divine artifact, he established the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. The people of the Holy Kingdom, in reverence, built a shrine in Gichin City to worship the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, a gate of light. I concluded that this tale is credible after cross-verifying information from other books. I carefully examined the descriptions of the Gate of Light described in various books. This is the Ascension Gate, it is certain. And the country referred to as the Holy Kingdom in many books existed 123,000 years ago. 123,000 years ago, the heaven-treading desert wasn't a desert, but a land flowing with milk and honey. So the Ascension Gate in the heaven-treading desert was at the center of the Holy Kingdom, and the stone shrine and ascension path is from 123,000 years ago. Those stone fragments are from 123,000 years ago. They did seem dated, but I didn't realize they were that old. Ordinary stones lasting that long seem doubtful, but in a world where beings like flying immortals exist, it's not too far-fetched. After gathering various pieces of information, I came to a conclusion. The Ascension Gate must have been created by Yang Su-jin, the founder of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. Was this person responsible for bringing us here? No, that doesn't seem right. The heavenly rejection phenomenon experienced by Yang Su-jin during his chi refining stage, and the 5 or 6 others who experienced it during the same era. And then there's me and my colleagues. No decisive connection between these events was discovered. However, I somehow felt that Yang Su-jin was also a plaything of the heavens. The area around where Yang Su-jin opened the Ascension Gate was originally unstable in space, with many spatial rifts. This information was also cross-verified in various books. At the capital of the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom was Gichin City. It was said to originate from the phenomenon where space in the sky frequently opened and closed. If only there was more detailed information. Perhaps due to being an event from 123,000 years ago, even the Royal Library, which held information from cultivators, lacked detailed circumstances. Most of the information was like hearsay about things that had happened back then. So what exactly is the divine artifact of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect? I searched through several books again to find information about the sect's divine artifact, but all I could find was, the divine artifact of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect is a core secret of the sect, not disclosed to the public. What was known was that every member of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect had a close relationship with the divine artifact in their cultivation. The divine artifact was greatly revered within the sect and passed down only to the sect leader from generation to generation. Of course, it's a divine artifact, so it makes sense to be treated importantly and passed only to the highest echelons like the sect leader. It was so obvious that it was a bit frustrating. I continued to look through other books, but information about the divine artifact was nowhere to be found in the Royal Library. Just because there was information from 123,000 years ago in the Royal Library, it didn't mean they had all the books from that entire period. There were only books about very famous events over thousands of years. The incident of Yang Su-jin opening the Ascension Gate and establishing the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect was too famous, so there was a lot of documentation. Is this a book of folklore? While rummaging through the library, I found another book of folklore about the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect and started reading it. The book of folklore contained many interesting but not necessarily credible contents. One of them was about how Yang Su-jin opened the Ascension Gate. It speculated that Yang Su-jin didn't receive the divine artifact from beyond the sky when he opened the Ascension Gate. Instead, he ascended to the higher realm as a heavenly being, obtained the divine artifact there, and then created a rift in space when he returned to this world with it. Indeed, this seems fitting as the reason why the Ascension Gate connects to the higher realm. A rift created while descending from the higher realm, hence connected to it. However, there was something strange in the speculation discussed in this folklore book. If that's true, then Yang Su-jin had a reason to ascend to the higher realm as a heavenly being and then to return to this world. I desperately searched for information about the later years of Yang Su-jin. Generally, the records were similar, but his death was oddly recorded differently in each book. Some said he committed suicide. Others said he ascended again to the higher realm. Some even said he went mad with dementia, spouting nonsense before entering a spatial rift. Others said he died of old age when his lifespan ran out, and some said he simply disappeared. Why are they all different? But one thing was clear, Yang Su-jin was either dead or had vanished. What a peculiar person. Neither his birth nor his death is clear. The problem wasn't that the records were old and inaccurate, but rather that there was simply no information. There are many records that at least roughly estimate the birthplaces of other Black Ghost Valley leaders or heads of large sects from the same era. However, there is absolutely no such speculation about Yang Su-jin. Perhaps I paused my thoughts and continued to read and reread other books, hoping to glean some new information about the Ascension Gate or something else. My lifespan was rapidly coming to an end. I stayed hidden in the Royal Library, constantly reading and compiling information. I never stopped practicing the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation. As a result of extracting the earth attribute spiritual energy and applying the principle of the 5 elements to all my spiritual meridians, I completed the 5-element stage in just over 3 years and advanced to the 10th star chi refining, 4 images stage. The 4 images stage involved splitting the spiritual power of the 8 trigrams inside my body into yin and yang channels based on the logic of the 4 images. I had already fully grasped this part through understanding before breakthrough, and since guiding spiritual power was my primary objective, I was able to proceed it sufficiently with the experience of training in internal energy methods, Kugagung. Through my unwavering dedication deep within the royal palace, a sanctuary rich in spiritual energy, and by diligently practicing with the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts as my guide, I successfully mastered the 4 images stage in just 18 months. This accomplishment paved the way for my progression to the 11th star of Chi refining, 3 talents unity stage. The 3 talents unity stage involved further strengthening the spiritual meridians to connect the paths of the 3 danshan's lower, middle, and upper. After another 3.5 years, I barely managed to break through the 3 talents unity and entered the 12th star of Chi refining, yin-yang unification stage. Heaven, earth, and man are one. The 3 talents are one. That was the enlightenment I gained from the 3 talents unity. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, I realized that my gang sphere has also undergone some changes due to the enlightenment gained from the 3 talents unity. What is it? I feel like I almost understand. Why does Kim Young-hoon always split one gang sphere into 3, then those 3 into 9? Can't he just create 9 gang spheres from the beginning? I lack just a paper-thin enlightenment, but I can't figure it out. What enlightenment am I missing? Heaven, earth, and man are one. Regardless, I completed the 11th star 3 talents unity and entered the 12th star yin-yang unification. The yin-yang unification stage involved continuously circulating the yin and yang power in the divided meridians, merging the 2 yin-yang dual channels into a single unified channel. Key in the yin-yang unification stage was the constant circulation of spiritual power, similar to the flow of internal energy, making it possible to progress through this stage more rapidly than any previous ones. Perberbyong. In about 6 months, I completed yin-yang unification and entered the 13th star Chi refining, unified origin stage. And then, my lifespan was almost over. Uong. That day too, I took out a book to read and felt the flow of spiritual power inside me. The 13th star Chi refining, unified origin stage is about rapidly circulating the unified spiritual power in the meridian and concentrating it to a single point in the danshan. This too required an understanding of the unity of spiritual power and demanded enlightenment. I knew I was close to completing the 13th star. In this life, I might not see the 14th star, the limit of Chi refining, but in the next life, I will definitely be able to reach it. But the Chi building stage is a problem. The path to the 14th star Chi refining, infinite, seemed solid, as I had learned it well from my master. However, reaching Chi building is a different issue. Even cultivators with true spiritual roots need immense effort to reach the Chi building stage. It was realistic only for those with heavenly spiritual roots to ascend to the Chi building stage through mere cultivation. That's why elixirs like Chi building pills made by sacrificing humans was circulated everywhere. But I can't take Chi building pills. I detest the idea of even putting such a repulsive thing in my mouth. Eating pills made from grinding up fellow humans. There must be a minimum line of morality that humans should not cross. However, realistically, with my mixed spiritual roots, it is nearly impossible to reach the Chi building stage. What should I do? While searching through the Royal Library of Shengzi, I extensively looked through the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect and other books for over a decade. I tried to find cases of reaching the Chi building stage without Chi building pills. Those who had reached the Chi building stage without them either had unusual physiques or were heavenly spiritual root bearers, or they were exceptional true spiritual root bearers. There were no cases of mixed spiritual root bearers reaching the Chi building stage without Chi building pills. What should I do? My lifespan is now truly nearing its end. So far, I have only reached the 13th star of Chi refining after 2 lifetimes of dedication. For an ordinary dullard, reaching this stage would have been practically impossible. So then, can I really reach the Chi building stage? Time is running out. Why does a single lifetime last only about 50 years? Why is it so strictly predetermined? If only I had a bit more time, I could do a bit more, just a bit more. Time, Chi building stage. My lifespan is too short to reach the Chi building stage, but new lifespans are granted only from the Chi building stage onwards. What should I do, Sarak? Suddenly, while rummaging through a book, I discovered an interesting theory about lifespan. People say that human lifespan is determined by the heavens. Therefore, if humans want to overcome their lifespan, they must succeed in Chi building to receive a new lifespan. However, I think differently. Perhaps the heavens do not grant lifespan. The heavens merely record the predetermined lifespan and assign fate to prevent humans from surpassing that record. In other words, if a person gains enough power to defy even the fate sent by the heavens, the heavens will record that person's fate again. The length of the newly recorded fate is about 300 years. If that person again gains the power to surpass even the 300-year fate, the heavens hastily record a new lifespan once more. Perhaps this is the true meaning behind the saying that the heavens grant lifespan. I took special note of this passage. It was among the most interesting arguments I had ever seen. Why is this recorded at the front, a long time ago? The story of a man who melted ice in the middle of winter with his bare body to catch a carp for his mother to eat, and other examples of if there's will, there's a way tales. This phrase was recorded at the beginning of a collection of classic folklore that contained these tales. It's as if the author or compiler of these folklore, who thinks the heavens grant lifespan, had this idea. I flipped through the front and back of the folklore collection. However, there was no author's name on the collection, and it was just a collection without a title. The two folklore collections in the Royal Library and Chingmun Clan's library were identical in every aspect except for the cover and the preface. I tried stimulating the paper in several ways, such as infusing it with internal energy and spiritual power, heating it with fire, and moistening it with water. But the book merely became tattered without revealing anything hidden. Was it a wasted effort? I clicked my tongue and put the folklore collection back in its place. It was an intriguing claim, but it was neither proven nor anything more than the personal opinion of the person who compiled the book. But if it's true, it's a very interesting claim. According to this statement, even if one doesn't reach the chi building stage, if one possesses enough power to defy all the fate bestowed by the heavens will reset one's lifespan. Then, as a martial artist who has reached the ultimate pinnacle, possessing the power of the early stages of chi building, can I overcome my lifespan? Certainly, in my previous life, I lived a day longer than my predetermined lifespan. The heavens caused me to have a heart attack, but I forcibly squeezed out gang chi to stimulate my heart and managed to stay alive until sunrise. Of course, it was just one day, and I'm not sure if that counts as overcoming my lifespan. Nonetheless, it meant that if one has power, it is possible to overcome lifespan, even if just by a speck. Can I overcome my lifespan? Somehow, the theory put forth by the anonymous compiler lingered in my mind. The compiler's words somehow resonated with me. I have about a month and a half left in my lifespan. Can someone who has reached the ultimate pinnacle obtain chi-building levels of lifespan? When one's lifespan is about to end, the heavens invariably create a fate that leads to their death. In the final moments of my past life, absurd misfortunes occurred continuously, like a tree suddenly falling or a venomous snake biting me, culminating in a sudden heart attack. But if I constantly channel gang chi to forcibly keep my heart beating, the heavens are forced to allow me to live a bit longer. If that's the case, what if I continually channel gang chi? What if I never stop, thus preventing death? Then perhaps the heavens might reset my lifespan. Just like chi-building cultivators who circulate their entire body's meridians with pure spiritual force akin to gang chi. Perhaps by continuously stimulating my heart with gang chi, I could extend my life for some time. And now, having formed my inner core, maybe, just maybe, I can endure until my lifespan is reset. My internal energy has immensely increased compared to my last life, when I was merely at the 5 energies converging to the origin. Isn't it worth a try? I first raided the royal secret vault for useful spiritual herbs and fruits, stuffing and compressing my inner core with internal energy. Then, I set up a formation near the celestial altar, unbeknownst to anyone, where the Nan royal family of Shengzi conducts rituals. Afterward, I unfolded the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts and sat atop the celestial altar, slowly organizing my mind and body. I also endlessly contemplated and sorted out my thoughts on the enlightenment of the 13th star chi refining, unified origin, exploring it through the method of understanding before breakthrough. It must have been half a day, if not a full day, since I settled on the celestial altar. I was immediately discovered by patrolling eunuchs. Hey, you there. Who are you? However, I ignored them and didn't respond. This fool, do you know what place this is? Only His Majesty, the Emperor, can ascend this sacred altar for offering rituals to the heavens. Swoosh. One of the eunuchs drew a dagger, its blade imbued with internal energy, indicating he was a first-rate master. But as I flicked my hand, the force from my internal energy gently pushed the eunuch away, sending him flying far off. Since the force was intended to repel, not harm, the eunuch landed softly on the ground. His face turned pale as he screamed. Guards, an incredibly powerful master has invaded the celestial altar. Guards, guards, as the eunuch shouted, guards swarmed in, surrounding the celestial altar and pointing their spears and swords at me. You disrespectful rebel, how dare you ascend the altar where only the Emperor is allowed for heavenly rituals? Get down right now. A place for offering rituals to the heavens, a familiar place indeed. For the past 40 years, I had spent my life performing rituals to the heavens. There was no one here better at offering rituals to the heavens than me. Bring someone who can perform heavenly rituals better than me. Then I'll step down. You insolent fool. Die. Whoosh. The palace soldiers charged at me, their weapons imbued with internal energy. However, I just smirked and raised my hand. Whoosh. Wah what? No, no. My spear, my sword, hundreds of weapons under my sword control technique levitated into the air. Whir. The many weapons spun in the air and in a flash. Bang, bang, bang. They flew back to their owners and lodged themselves precisely in front of them. SSSHHH. The atmosphere froze like ice. They all came to a realization that I wished could have annihilated them all in that instant. A high-ranking official pushed through the soldiers and approached. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Greetings, esteemed one. I am Wuk Jian, the left minister of Shengzi. Are you by any chance a cultivator?" It seems even high-ranking officials of Shengzi were well versed in knowledge of cultivators. He was exceedingly respectful towards me. If I were a cultivator, how could I recklessly use such strength in the royal palace? I've heard that only the senior members of great clans are allowed to use magic within the palace. Are you perhaps a new inspector sent from one of these great clans? It seems they referred to the cultivators from the cultivator clans who monitored the royal family as inspectors. However, I shook my head and spoke. That's not the case. Then, if you truly wish to know, like I said, bring someone who can perform rituals to the heavens better than me. The high-ranking official seemed to understand my intent, and with a swift gesture to the eunuchs and in a low voice he commanded, "Bring the inspectors here. Hurry." A short while later, "What is this guy doing? Haha, judging by his appearance, he's a cultivator. Which clan do you belong to? He doesn't have any clan crest. Could he be a hermit? 3 from the Jinlu clan's branch family, and 6 from the other 6 major clans' branches. A total of 9 chi refining cultivators of 8th and 9th stars surrounded the celestial altar. Crazy fool, coming into the royal palace as a mere hermit and stirring up such trouble. Don't you know that in the royal palace, unless one uses a special talisman, all spiritual power and spells, except for the minimal amount flowing inside for cultivation, are sealed? Swoosh, swoosh. All 9 cultivators simultaneously pulled out talismans and activated them. Flash, the talismans emitted light. Simultaneously, around each of the 9 cultivators, a transparent barrier formed, fitting perfectly to the size of their consciousness. They could use their abilities within the barrier. Die, you stupid hermit. Boom, in the next moment, the first 8th star chi refining cultivator who spoke was struck by my released force and sent flying. Swoosh. At the same time, I used my sword control technique to pull the talisman from the 8th star cultivator towards me. Activate. Flash. The talisman in my hand shone brightly, creating a barrier of the same size as my consciousness. I could feel the spiritual power flowing inside me now being released outside. I was able to use spells again. Rumble. I unleashed the pressure of my 13th star chi refining spiritual power without restraint, and my hidden consciousness under the hidden consciousness technique was fully revealed. Despair began to dawn on the faces of the other chi refining cultivators. A 13th star chi refining, almost at the chi building stage. Wait a minute. If he's at the unified origin stage, isn't that practically the step right before chi building? Cough. Senior. It seems these juniors have been impolite. Please forgive us. Their faces drained of color as they started begging profusely before me. However, I flicked my hand and used the sword control technique to snatch away the other special talismans, known as breaking seal talismans, from their grips. With this, even on my death day, I wouldn't have to worry about being unable to use spells inside the palace. I heard that even chi-building cultivators were prohibited from using spells inside the palace without these talismans. They too would need the talismans to operate here, but no clan would dare to send their people here because of inter-clan restrictions. I would also be restless if a stranger barged into the palace, and then a rival clan sent their forces to deal with it. They would likely be desperately trying to dissuade each other and be entangled in political strife. Perhaps the 7 great clans might send 1 chi-building cultivator each. But for a mere chi-refining cultivator like me, the cultivator clans aren't leisurely enough to send chi-building cultivators. There would likely be a prolonged debate among the cultivator clans about what to do with me. If I sit here doing nothing, the debate will only lengthen. By then, my death day would approach. I wasn't concerned. If I overcome my lifespan, so be it. If not, so be it as well. Let's see what happens. Time passed, and my moment of death was drawing near. I had summoned the high-ranking officials and the emperor, revealing my identity as a cultivator, and ensuring that no one could approach me for the next few days. Therefore, no one came near. The likelihood of humans killing me was almost non-existent. In case of earthquakes, the barrier covering the Shengzi royal palace also protected it from such disasters. As for venomous snakes and insects, they couldn't make it unnoticed to my seat atop the celestial altar. Moreover, such creatures couldn't exist in the royal palace in the first place. Now, the only way the heavens could kill me was a heart attack, and even for that heart attack, I have already prepared enough internal energy. In my past life, I barely survived a day, but now my internal energy was much more overwhelming and I wasn't quickly exhausted or depleted like before. I could last much longer. If I endure and endure, perhaps the heavens will reset my lifespan. If I survive, the cultivator clans will come for me. If my lifespan extends, I will be treated as a late-stage chi refining 13th star cultivator and will have the option to join one of the 7 great clans. Even if I die, it wouldn't matter since I've caused such a commotion in the heart of Shengzi without any repercussions. Come forth, heavens, I am fully prepared. And so my time of death has finally arrived. There is nothing that could suddenly kill me, no poisonous insects or snakes. The altar, built of sturdy stone, wasn't high enough to collapse and kill me, and being on the altar, there was nothing to fall and hit me. Moreover, the barrier covering the imperial palace would protect against any earthquake damage. In short, aside from a heart attack, there was no way for the heavens to kill me. The stars began to rise, heavens above. It's been a long time since I've uttered those words. This time as well, I will wrest my fate from you. It doesn't matter if you don't give it to me. I will claw my way up and seize it myself. Thump, thump, my time of death has come. Thump, 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 boom. While anticipating, my heart stopped. But then, boom, the gang chi emitted from my inner core in the lower dantian travels upward to the middle dantian, stimulating the heart nearby. Simultaneously, my internal energy restarts my heart. GRRR. Of course, stimulating the heart with gang chi is excruciatingly painful, but I clenched my teeth and did it anyway. A little pain, what of it? I will not die today. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of gang chi stimulating my heart like thunder rang loudly in my ears. Boom, I will not die. Boom, boom, boom. The stars shine down on me, as if they are watching to see how much this insect struggles. Boom, boom. Ha, you lengthen this. Boom, it hurts, but even if it is a fleeting life, I do not want to die. I felt my life flashing before my eyes, recalling a conversation with Kim Young-hoon. When he asked about my past disciples, what did I respond? Just connections. My connections in this life were very short. I spent 40 years in a mad frenzy and ascension path. The rest spent hidden in the archives of the Shengzi Royal Palace. Even my meeting with Kim Young-hoon and my master was too brief, but that too is a connection. Just a connection, but still a connection. I don't want to die, I want to live. I hope these connections don't become meaningless. They can be nameless, insignificant, short and brief, just connections. But I hope they don't disappear due to an unstoppable fate. That's all I wished for. Ooh. Boom, boom, boom. It felt like my heart is about to burst. Excruciatingly painful. But I clenched my teeth and endured. How could resisting fate be easy? I endured and endured, until dawn. If I can live this time, I'll go back to Ascension Path. My altar would still be there. If I live, I should visit Kim Hyung again. I promised to visit often, but have been holed up in the archives for 10 years. If I live, I must greet my master. I don't know if he'll meet me, but he hasn't forgotten me. If I live again, I continue my thoughts, enduring this pain. If I live, crack, my hand, filled with energy, crushed the altar's floor. I clenched my teeth so hard, my gums bled. If you allow me just a little more time. I shouted to the heavens. How many more connections stored in my heart could I make? Boom, boom, why do you oppose me? No matter how much I stimulated, my heart stiffened. As time passed, more gang chi was needed to beat the heart. Are you so anxious to block me? I kept pouring gang chi, sending all the spiritual power circulating in my meridians to the inner core, converting it to internal energy. I squeeze out all my strength. Boom, 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 my inner core erupted like a volcano. Boom, 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 haven't I said it myself? There's endless mountains beyond mountains and endless paths within paths. Having encouraged Kim Young-hoon with such resolve, how could I not look beyond the end? Definitely, I will see what lies beyond. It felt like my heart was being wrung out in real time. In real time, it felt as though the myriad stars in the sky were pressing down on me, urging me to give up. It was as if the high heavens were trying to deny me completely, crushing down on myself. Whoosh, I activated the formation I had laid out around me. Boom, the pressure of the spiritual energy generated from the formation gathered at my chest, stimulating my heart along with gang chi. Boom. But then it seems as though the heavens had once again decreed my death. Astonishingly, an anomaly occurred in the formation, and the pressure of the spiritual energy became more than 20 times stronger. At this rate, my heart would physically burst. Bang! However, I surround myself with protective gang chi, shake off the pressure, and deactivate the formation. Go ahead, keep trying. Despite the pain, I still have enough internal energy. The stars move across the night sky, and the cold dawn passes. Perhaps because I was directing all my internal energy and spiritual power to keep my heart beating, the spiritual power in my meridians, which usually kept me warm, was not functioning and my whole body started trembling. It's cold, but the morning sun will surely rise if I can just endure this dawn. It is said that it is the coldest just before sunrise. I could feel the heat draining from my body. It's okay, I can endure this. I still have plenty of internal energy. This level of cold won't kill me yet. Heavens above, stars. I look up at the sky, growling at the countless celestial bodies staring down at me. I demand you rewrite my lifespan. In the distance, the sun began to rise. It's warm. I had died around this time in my previous life. But this time it would be different. The heavens will rewrite my lifespan themselves. The morning sun gradually rose over the horizon. I clung to hope as I watched the morning sun. But then dark clouds started to cover the sun. Rumble, rumble. This wasn't the quiet dark cloud that simply blocked the sky and me during the heavenly phenomenon. These clouds, flashing with blue light, were like fierce beasts baring their fangs. Boom, boom. I continued to stimulate my heart with Gangchi staring blankly at the sky. A cultivator's intuition, faintly sensing the celestial energy from the heavens, a gift from the 7-star ritual. I sensed the celestial energy, telling me that today was my day to die. It is useless to struggle. The heavens were saying that. Don't make me laugh. Flash, light burst forth from my heart. The star born from me flew towards the heavens. What do you mean it's useless? Why can't it be done? If the clouds come, I'll tear them apart. Flash, the gang sphere exploded, tearing the clouds in a circle. But there were still too many clouds in the sky, and I only managed to create a small hole. The other clouds continued to flash blue, growling menacingly. Rewrite my life. I launched another gang sphere. Even if I have to tear apart all the clouds, I won't die today. And then, before the gang sphere could reach the sky again, Kuong, a streak of blue heavenly lightning, struck down at me with the speed of light. My protective Gangchi shattered. The defensive spells I had prepared were broken. My skin charred, my bones burnt to ash. Heavens above, I'm just a nobody who cherishes connections, just an ordinary fool, just a human wanting to live a little longer. Was that such a great sin? Even my scream was swallowed by the blue thunder and vanished. I looked at the sky amidst the light. The heavens do not change, therefore they are eternal. Therefore they are the unified principle, a singular existence. I felt its will with all my body and soul, completing the Chi-refining 13th star unified origin. I reached Chi-refining 14th star, then everything went dark. As I reached the peak of Chi-refining, I disappeared from the world. That was my 8th return. I slowly opened my eyes. It was the familiar scent of the forest. How merciless! Why do I keep regressing? I quickly formed a hand seal and used a sleep spell to knock out my companions who were trying to regain consciousness. Thud, thud, thud. I recalled the last moments of my past life. I was struck by the heavenly lightning dropped by the sky, and at the last moment I reached the 14th star of Chi refining through my realization regarding the unified origin. That enlightenment was still with me. The heavens are both a singular entity and eternal. And to embody the principle of this oneness within me, the path of cultivation, after all, might be about becoming like the heavens. I had encapsulated the principle of the heavens within me. Now I have reached the peak of Chi refining. After completing the 14th star, the infinite spiritual cloud, all that was left was to attempt Chi building. Zing, arg, suddenly blood gushed from my nose. Crack, crack, my head started throbbing insanely. It felt like my eyes would pop out. My upper dantian was rattling. The consciousness from the peak state of Chi refining in my past life had returned with me. This could lead to serious trouble. I hurriedly ran to where the yellow bamboo roots were, grabbed handfuls of them, and chewed and swallowed them. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As I quickly consumed the herbs, the energy of the dragon vein Chi method circulated throughout my body. With considerable internal energy, I began rejuvenation, being at the stage of 5 energies converging to the origin. Crack, crunch. Every muscle and bone in my body twisted and reformed, achieving an optimal state of harmony. The harmony of the upper, middle, and lower dantians perfectly aligned. And finally, flash, brilliant light flowed from my eyes and the intense pain in my upper dantian subsided. Phew, I decided to go further and form my inner core, condensing Gang Chi into the air. The Gang Chi interwove and formed a Gang sphere. I slowly absorbed the Gang sphere into my dantian. As it writhed, the Gang sphere settled completely in my dantian. The Gang sphere mixed with the nature of the dantian, fixing itself securely and evolving anew. After a while, I confirmed the presence of my inner core at the center of my dantian. I had regained a body nearly identical to my previous life. Phew, although I had not trained much since my return, it didn't matter. This takes care of the immediate crisis. I worried about the increasing size of my consciousness. Eventually, if this continues, won't I return only to have my head explode instantly? It seemed crucially necessary to find a solution. This is dangerous. I remembered the heavenly lightning that struck me in my past life and pondered over it. When I struggled fiercely, it felt like it was determined to kill me. Even a fool could understand. The heavens are not inanimate. Well, maybe that vast sky is just an inanimate object, but the flow of heaven and earth, energy through the heavens, the flow of fate, is like a living thing, trying to crush and burst those who defy it, and I must continue to rise against these heavens. First, I should move the others. I lifted each of my companions, making sure they were not wet by the dew, and carried them one by one to a cave to lie them down. The events at the beginning of each return are always the same. I put my companions to sleep, eat yellow bamboo roots, and undergo rejuvenation. The next day, a fox comes and deliciously bites off my arm. It's been an unchanging cycle that's never varied, until today. What's happening now is something I've never seen before. The fox was staring at me. Yes, strange, very strange. You have a peculiar scent. Ignoring my unconscious companions, the fox continued talking to me through consciousness. Originally, I planned to simply kill you on sight, but since you acknowledge me as the master of this forest and perform the rites, I'll spare you for now. Although I thanked the fox, I felt a strange discrepancy. The fox's emotions were somehow different from before. You with the strange aura, step aside. I'll taste an arm or leg from the other humans. After pushing me aside with a flick, the fox turned its gaze to Kim Young-hoon, Oh Hyun Seok, Jeon Myung-hoon, Kang Min-hee, Oh Hai Seo, and Kim Yeon. Wait, master of the forest, please take my arm instead. I was used to being mutilated, but for them, it would be their first experience of such terrifying horror. The fox frowned at me and growled. How dare a member of the forest argue with the master of the forest? If you don't want to become my meal, shut your mouth. I want to taste these humans. A member of the forest. What is it talking about? I didn't understand the fox's words. Was there some unknown change in me? The other colleagues were frozen in fear as they sat. The fox then bit off and chewed the arm of Oh Hai Seo, who was closest. Kayak, crunch, crunch, deputy manager O. I quickly ran to her, put her to sleep with a sleeping spell, and applied pain-relieving herbs to the amputated area. Not great, not tasty. I don't want to eat them again. I'll leave now. The fox casually turned around and hopped away, leaving me in shock. I ground more pain-relieving herbs for Oh Hai Seo. It wasn't just the fox that was strange. SSSS, a red snake with two heads. The snake looked at me, flicking its tongue. Peculiar, what are you? You seem human, but maybe not. Confusing. Not human, me. Filled with confusion, I asked the snake. Excuse me, if I'm not human, then what am I? I don't know, I can't figure out what you are. Well, I'll leave you be. Let's taste the blood of the other humans. Like before, the snake sucked a mouthful of blood from Jeon Myung-hoon and left, finding it tasteless. What the hell? Jeon Myung-hoon clutched his bitten arm, gritting his teeth. I'll go gather some herbs, wait here. I entered the woods, using the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Then I quickly ran towards the snake, which was already far ahead. This snake is at the initial level of chi building. Flash, boom, the gang sphere emitted from my palm flew towards the snake. The snake glanced at me for a moment, then, seeing the power of the gang sphere, immediately rolled away to dodge. Mental link. After creating a gang sphere, I absorbed its consciousness into me. The linkage of two consciousnesses doubled my mental facilities. Zip, with one step it felt like space itself had condensed. To the snake, it must have seemed like I had suddenly cut through time to reach it. Boom, I kicked the snake's midsection, sending it flying into the air. The snake screamed and bared its teeth at me. However, after slicing its perception with the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, I approached and delivered a knee strike to one of the snake's heads. Ouch, is that all? The two-headed snake, which previously seemed quite formidable, didn't look so strong. Of course, the fox is still formidable, but at least this one I could handle. Stomp, I stepped on one of the snake's heads and demanded, speak. If I'm not human, then what am I? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake panicked, flicking its tongue. It seemed to be contemplating its words, judging by the color of its intent. I needed to find out why the fox and the snake were acting this way towards me during my return, so I was harsh in my interrogation. If you don't speak right now, this head will be. Okay, I'll speak. The two-headed red snake spoke with a terrified look in its eyes. You feel like one of our own kind. That's why the master of the forest and I didn't harm you severely for no reason. One of their own kind. Hearing this, I felt absurd. How could this snake and I be of the same kind? But the snake looked to be telling the truth. After a moment of contemplation, I took a little snake venom from it and let it go. Unlike the fox, which always greedily went after my arm, the snake could be considered a gentleman, taking only a sip of blood and then leaving us alone. Considering the fox also included me as its kind, maybe they thought of me as some kind of demon, not a snake. But why? Why am I suddenly being treated like a demon? What did I do? Wrapped in these bizarre thoughts, I returned to the vicinity of the cave. Afterward, I began to create a law-transforming dantian and prepare for the arrival of the heavenly being cultivators. 2 days passed. I formed the law-transforming dantian and successfully activated one spiritual meridian by chanting the earthly Sha true words, entering Chi-refining first star. Just as I had succeeded in activating the Earth Leader star, flash, familiar faces descended from the sky again. It was Jin Bayuk Ho, White Bone Ghost Devil, and Sir Chang Ho. Fortunately or unfortunately, nothing here changed. Sir Chang Ho regenerated Oh Hai Seo's arm with his blue healing spell. The three each attracted to their side Jeon Myung-hoon, who had the heavenly golden thunder body, Kang Min-hee, who had awakened the ghostly yin transformation immortal root, and Oh Hyun Seok, who had the unique holy body. When Jin Byuk-ho began to examine my entire body with his unique malignant spiritual root scanner, a look of confusion appeared on Jin Byuk-ho's face. What's this? Are you some kind of demon? Again, why are they calling me a demon? Is it because of the size of my consciousness? Or can the heavenly being cultivators see the soul of their subject, revealing my unique mental world? But Jin Byuk-ho, White Bone Ghost Devil, and Sir Chang-ho all seemed indifferent to me and left me nearby. Interesting qualities. But even if you are respectful, I am already burdened with the unique holy body. I'll grant you a recommendation to the Chungmun clan. Sir Chang-ho flicked his finger and gave me the symbol of the Chungmun clan's recommendation. I politely declined Sir Chang-ho's offer and cautiously asked Jin Byuk-ho, esteemed cultivator, I've always admired the reputation of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, and especially admired Yang Su-jin of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. Could you possibly bestow upon me the grace of replicating the records of ancestor Yang Su-jin? When I asked him in the language of Shengzi, Jin Byuk-ho was startled and replied in the same language. Why should I do that? I wish to receive the records of Sir Jin and preserve them for generations, so that countless lives in the lower realm can praise Sir Jin and the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. Jin Byuk-ho seemed to ponder, then replied briefly, no. Why not HMPH? If I say no, then it's no. You talk too much, but all right. Since you show respect, if you're really curious about our history, go to the Great Mountain Range where the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect used to be, specifically Shattered Heaven Peak Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. There are several caves there with historical records stored. If you find them, they should be quite detailed compared to the scattered histories known to the public. I prostrated before Jin Byuk-ho, and he seemed inwardly pleased, though he pretended not to care. This time he didn't drop any lightning unnecessarily. Anyway, glad that went well. Regarding Jin Byuk-ho and White Bone Ghost Devil, as long as you don't provoke them too much, things usually go well. The next day came. I reimplanted the knowledge I had given to Kim Young-hoon in the previous life, including the records of trials and errors he had added to the record of surpassing path and martial arts the day before. The knowledge would manifest in a few days. Rumble, rumble. The sky was covered with dark clouds. Now, the Sea Dragon King will come to take Ohai Seo. I plan to entrust Kim Yoon to the Sea Dragon King again, send Kim Young-hoon elsewhere, and then leave after practicing an ascension path for about 10 years. Rumble, rumble, storms covered the sky. At that moment, I saw the Sea Dragon King, Seo Hweol, enter the cave and check Ohai Seo's pulse. I am Seo Hweol, the Sea Dragon King. I came out of curiosity because this girl summoned the wind and rain, but you mortals. His words halted as his eyes met mine, startled. He furrowed his brows. He approached me. Interesting. Are you perhaps a demi-human? Excuse me, are you a hybrid of human and demon? There are occasionally such beings. Confused by his question, I blankly replied, no, I am not. Do you sense a demonic aura in me? Then Seo Hweol asked with a puzzled look, not a demi-human. Then what are you? Are you saying you're not a demon when you're carrying a demon core inside you? Excuse me, demon core. I was taken aback by these unexpected words. Extra donated chapter coming in a bit. Demon core? Could he be talking about the inner core? The only relevant core Seo Hweol could be referring to was the inner core, as far as I know. Why do you call this a demon core? This is. As I tried to explain the inner core, I found myself at a loss for words. The inner core was something only high-level martial artists like Kim Young-hoon and I, who had reached the ultimate pinnacle, possessed. In a world where even those at the stage of 5 energies converging to the origin are considered geniuses appearing only once every few hundred years, there were probably only 2 martial artists in the history of martial arts who had reached the ultimate pinnacle, Kim Young-hoon and me. But how should I explain this inner core, which only a martial artist of ultimate pinnacle could create? The demon core is a spiritual essence formed by beings like me, an enlightened demon beast. At the same time, it's the catalyst for regular demons and mystical beasts to start cultivating upon gaining intellect. While humans are born with intellect, most beasts just instinctively absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy, until one day this energy forms a core in their body, which becomes a demon core, gradually granting them intellect and the ability to cultivate. My dragon race, among a few others, can pass down the demon core, so we possess intellect from a very young age. It seems that what is typically known as a demon core is formed by demons and mystical beasts. I now understood why Seo Hweol was referring to my inner core as a demon core. If the aggregation of heaven and earth spiritual energy grants intellect to demons, then their demon cores are essentially concentrations of their own intellect and energy. My inner core was formed by the mingling of Gang Chi with the nature of the Danshin. The Gang Chi was, in turn, another concentration of my own being, a kind of concentration of intellect, so to speak. In other words, it was convergent evolution. though evolved under entirely different conditions and in different ways. The end results appeared similar. This seemed to be the case with my inner core and the demon cores of demon beasts. Humans, typically born with intellect, can't form a separate core of intellect like a demon core. You don't see humans stuffing their brains into their dantian to converge it. Normally, only enlightened demons form demon cores. Occasionally, hybrids of humans and demons can form them. But you formed a demon core and yet didn't know you were a hybrid. The Sea Dragon King, apparently misunderstanding my identity, kept asking me, thinking I was some sort of human-demon hybrid. I wonder what kind of hybrid you are, but it's about time for me to go. I must be on my way to the Ascension Gate. After asking me a few things, the Sea Dragon King clicked his tongue as if in regret. He pushed Kim Young-hoon's body into a spatial rift and, persuaded by me, decided to take manager Kim Yoon as well. He then looked at me. But a human-demon hybrid, that's almost the first in 1,000 years. This is also fate. Here is a demon-beast cultivation manual. One of the decent cultivation methods passed down in my Sea Dragon clan. How can I express my gratitude? Shaking, I took the book he handed me. The book was bound in some beast's hide and emanated a cool aura. And then, I apologize, but could you tell me what these characters are? Ah, that's the demon script. I suppose you, not knowing that you had a demon core or what kind of hybrid you are, wouldn't know the demon script either. Then what are you telling me to do? Maybe he could transmit the knowledge of the demon script using a spell. I looked at him hopefully, but Cohreal shook his head, noticing my gaze. The consciousness of humans and demons are quite different in frequency. Forcibly transmitting knowledge usually results in the weaker mind going insane. Unfortunately, it looks like you'll have to learn the demon script separately. Let's see. If you go to the Black Wind Sea's utmost Chaos Island, there's a descendant of mine, Seo Ran, who's of late-stage chi building. That child is proficient in both human and demon script. If you offer him something in exchange, he might teach you. As my knowledge is not broad enough, what if I turn out not to be a demi-human and get attacked? What are you even talking about? I'm telling you that you're a demon-human hybrid. You've even condensed a demon core, so any sentient demon wouldn't dare treat you lightly. Well, I must be going. That cultivation manual is quite a decent demon-beast method and should be helpful to a demi-human hybrid like you. After saying this, Cohreal picked up Kim Yoon and Oh Hai Seo and left the cave. A while later, I saw Cohreal cutting through the dark clouds and flying away. I bowed my head towards the departing Sea Dragon King. Demon-beast methods, you say? Suddenly, I pondered the origin of martial arts. Most trace the origin of martial arts to cultivators' cultivation methods. The internal energy methods were said to have been born from the cultivator's spiritual energy cultivation. However, martial arts are not composed solely of internal methods and energy cultivation. Techniques. Where did the techniques that martial artists use to move their bodies come from? The movements of beasts are the origin of countless martial arts techniques. From the pouncing of tigers, the galloping of horses, the fluttering of bees, the solidity of turtles, humans imitated those stronger than themselves to perfect their martial arts. They created internal methods by imitating cultivators and techniques by imitating beasts. These techniques and internal methods merged over thousands of years to become fully integrated and become martial arts of today. Thus, martial artists firmly established their existence in this world. Is the gang sphere I created an energy method or technique? It could be seen as a clump of energy, or a collection of techniques, similar to that of cultivators, but also born from the movements of beasts. Therefore, my inner core shared similar traits with the demon cores of demon beasts. That meant perhaps by studying demon beast methods, I could discover the next stage of martial arts. Cultivators' methods have evolved over thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. Demon beast methods likely have a similar history, though not much is known. But martial arts, compared to them, have a much shorter history even at their best. That's why martial arts are weaker and their realms are limited. Kim Young-hoon's continuous effort to pioneer new realms wasn't in vain. Without it, martial arts could never reach new realms. If I learn demon script, interpret demon beast methods, and inform Kim Young-hoon, perhaps he could see beyond much faster. I made up my mind. Yes, first I will recover my past life's cultivation as quickly as possible in Ascension Path. Afterwards, I will set out to find the sea dragon named Seo Ran living in the place called the Black Wind Sea's utmost Chaos Island to learn demon script. This was my goal for this life. The time it took to recover up to the 7th star of chi refining was much faster than in my past life. Just about 7 years. It was almost gaining 1 star per year. Repeating the process of understanding before breakthrough from the beginning, my understanding of the stages deepened, accelerating my recovery. Then I performed the 7 stars ritual again, a ceremony to receive celestial energy from the heavens. This time too, I witnessed something familiar, the inevitable heavenly rejection. Dark clouds blocked my path, but I just smiled and raised my hand. Boom, a burst of light and a hole in the sky. Starlight poured down, bestowing celestial energy upon me. I smoothly reached the 8th star of Qi refining. It took about 3 years to reach the 11th star, 3 talents from the 8th star of Qi refining. Recently, as I reached the stage of 3 talents, I noticed changes in the gang sphere again. Heaven Chinese letter, Earth Chinese letter, man, the gang sphere underwent changes in the 3 talent stage in my past life as well. Back then, the feeling wasn't clear. Now I somewhat understand it. Of course, it was still hard to explain verbally. Whirring. It seemed possible to induce changes in the gang sphere. Bang, the gang sphere split into 2. The left sphere became Earth Chinese letter, the right sphere Heaven Chinese letter, and myself between the 2 spheres became Man Chinese letter, thus making Heaven and Earth revolve around me. The 2 gang spheres stabilized as they rotated around me. I lifted the 2 spheres in my hands. The principle of 3 talents applied and the gang sphere split. Why was that? Why did the principle of 3 talents apply so perfectly to the gang sphere? Whoosh, whoosh, I lifted the 2 gang spheres in one hand. The 2 spheres, representing heaven and earth, revolved around each other and eventually merged into one. The principle of 3 talents. I pondered over the principle of 3 talents and tried splitting the gang sphere again. For now, I could only split the gang sphere into 2. Without proper enlightenment, the 2 spheres would merge back into one if the force was released. I observed the gang sphere for a moment and then continued my practice of the record of surpassing path and martial arts. About a year later, I successfully completed the 12th and 13th stars of Qi refining, yin-yang unity in the unified origin. Bam! All spiritual meridians merged into one, and a single point of spiritual power gathered in the Danshan. Completing the 14th star of Qi refining, infinite spiritual cloud, grants eligibility to attempt Qi building. The stage of infinite spiritual cloud was more like a bridge between Qi refining and Qi building. Therefore, having completed the unified origin and able to enter 14th stage, I had essentially reached the limit of Qi refining. Finally, after about 11 years, I have fully recovered to the 13th star of Qi refining. Crack, clasping my hands, I formed a formation on the ground without even gestures or chants. I could now instantly create simple formations. What remained was to complete the 14th star and enter Qi building. Entering Qi building requires more thought. With my current talent, it might not be achievable even with a lifetime of hard work. Therefore, as I had originally planned, I should meet Seo Ran in the Black Wind Sea to learn demon script, and learn the demon beast methods given by Seo Hrial. 11th year of return. Having reached Qi refining 13th star, I jumped off Ascension path. It was now time to explore the demon beast methods. Having jumped from Ascension path, it took several days to reach Byokra. Having reached the 14th star of Qi refining and possessing sufficient spiritual power, I could quickly cast spells. Perhaps due to this, or maybe it was because I brought a lot more food from Ascension path than before, or perhaps because I didn't waste time searching for traces of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect like last time. Anyway, I managed to avoid the dreadful predicament of running out of water. Of course, it would have been better if I had a little more water. Licking my dry lips, I entered the Chinsik city in Byokra. Next time, after the earth-surpassing path, I should practice the water-surpassing path to the level of 3rd or 4th star of Qi refining. Since I possess the 5 elements spiritual roots, I should be able to master other elements as well. Learning at least the initial part of the water-surpassing path will be helpful for crossing deserts. While purchasing basic necessities and clothing in Chinsik city and about to enter Byokra, I was stopped. Halt for a moment. Which clan's young master are you? A subtle pressure of spiritual power could be felt. Simultaneously, a presence with a slightly larger consciousness than mine enveloped my consciousness. Swoosh. The air shimmered and a middle-aged man adorned with numerous glass bracelets emerged. The man in white was adorned with glass ornaments all over his body, emitting faint spiritual energy from each. Each one is a magic artifact. He must be wealthy to be covered in them. I observed him cautiously, a little tense. Wearing magic artifacts all over meant not only wealth, but also possessing enough spiritual power to activate them all. A cultivator in the Qi building stage. Maintaining my guard, I replied politely to his question. I am a loose cultivator named Seo Yunhyan. May I know the purpose of your inquiry, senior? A loose cultivator, not affiliated with any clan. Yes, not affiliated. The ring-shaped glass artifact around the man's neck turned a clear blue. The fact that the listening ring turns blue means you're telling the truth. You're not a spy sent by another clan to scout the Gongmyo clan's territory then, an artifact that can discern truth and lies. The whirlwind of spiritual energy within the ring was dizzying just to look at. Quite young, aren't you? How old? My physical age was about 40, considering I fell into this world at 29 and about 10 years have passed. I have reached my 40s. You look remarkably young. My aging was slow due to rejuvenation and the inner core, so I still maintain the appearance of my early 20s. Anyway, reaching the 14th star of Qi refining in your 40s implies you have remarkable talent. What is your spiritual root? I possess the 5 elements spiritual roots. 5 elements. At that age, with all 5 elements, you reach the 14th star of chi refining. The chi building cultivator in white looked at me with amazement and then spoke. More talented than expected. Tempting. I am Buk Jung-ho, an external elder of the Gongmyo clan. I was once a loose cultivator too, but a former elder of the Gongmyo clan recognized my talent and recommended me as an external member of the clan. The Gongmyo clan welcomes talented individuals regardless of background. Why not join the Gongmyo clan? It seems he approached me not only to determine if I was a spy, but also to recruit talent. I relaxed my excessive tension while maintaining basic caution. I am deeply honored by your offer, but unfortunately I must decline as there are certain things I cannot do if I belong to a clan. And if you reach chi building, you could become an external elder like me. If you choose to become a son-in-law of the main family, becoming an internal elder is also possible. You know the Gongmyo clan is renowned for refining magic artifacts, correct? Join us and you'll receive high-quality artifacts for free. I am truly sorry, but I really have things to do that prevent me from joining a clan. Well, if that's the case. Buk Jung-ho clicked his tongue, disappointed. If you ever change your mind and want to join a clan, make sure to visit the Gongmyo clan. As an external elder, my sincere dedication to Gongmyo clan speaks volumes of its remarkable life, does it not? The Chungmun clan is nothing but a battleground where one must constantly fight to prove themselves if their strength is unverified. And the Byok clan, they are just wallflowers, dull and foolish. Be sure to seek out Gongmyo clan if ever you grow weary of your loose cultivator lifestyle. Yes, I suppose I will. Why is he so keen on recruiting me? His promotion of the Gongmyo clan was suspiciously earnest. After exchanging pleasantries with Buk Jung-ho, I left Jinsik City and headed towards the territory of the Chungmun clan. I planned to participate in the training conference as before and meet Chungmun Ryong. After all, shouldn't I see how his life is doing at least once? It was when I entered the registration office for the training conference of the Chungmun clan. Wow, what do we have here? A fresh talent. Suddenly, a muscular giant burst out from a corner of the office, a chi-building cultivator, and I knew him. He was Chungmun Ryokshin, a chi-building elder. I occasionally greeted him during my previous life when I studied under my master, a man who was right behind my master in the rankings of the Immortal Combat meeting. As I was flustered, Chungmun Ryokshin approached me, grabbed my shoulder, and exclaimed, "A chi-refining cultivator at the extreme level, and your consciousness is almost comparable to chi-building. What a tremendous talent. You joined the Chungmun clan." Silence, I won't allow any defiance. Do you think talents like you are common? Damn it. Apparently being a chi-refining cultivator at 14th star just before chi-building was more valuable than I thought. I hurriedly fled the registration office. I knew they were all aggressive except for my master and a few others, but I hadn't expected this level of stubbornness. Boom, the entrance of the registration office exploded, and Chungmun Ryokshin charged at me like a madman. Why don't you obediently become a part of the Chungmun clan? I will make you my family's son-in-law. Wait, I only came to meet Chungmun Ryong. What? You came to see my brother. He paused. Chungmun Ryokshin stopped mid-air, then stroked his chin and laughed heartily. Well, it's true my brother has much to teach. All right, so you want to be his disciple. No, that's not what Fine, then you're either going to be his disciple or my family's son-in-law. My head started to hurt. I knew he was stubborn, but when I was Chungmun Ryong's disciple, I hadn't seen such greed. But meeting me now, a 14th star chi refining cultivator, seemed to bring it out in him. Fine. I'll arrange for you to meet him, but you can't go to any other clan. You'll either be my family's son-in-law or his disciple. I felt I had somehow got myself into trouble. Meeting Chungmun Ryokshin was unexpected, but Chungmun Ryong was the same as before, in the territory near the main house of the Chungmun clan. My meeting with Chungmun Ryong happened again. At such a young age, you've reached the extreme of chi refining. With such talent, why seek me? I agreed to meet you because Ryoksin was being a nuisance, but if you have questions, ask them quickly and leave. He hadn't changed. Even if I live several lives, people don't change. I possess the 5-element spiritual roots. I cautiously revealed my spiritual roots and saw a flicker of surprise in Chungmun Ryong's eyes. 5-element spiritual roots. Someone with 5 spiritual roots reaching extreme chi refining at this age. No, don't talk nonsense. Instead of explaining, I recited my understanding of the 72 earthly Sha true words. This time, it wasn't through the victor's privilege of the training conference that I met my master. It was because Chungmun Ryokshin, a chi-building elder, had set the stage for me, a peak chi-refining cultivator with potential. Thus, it seemed appropriate to spend a night discussing with Chungmun Ryong. As I spoke of my understanding and experience of the 72 earthly Sha true words, a glint of interest appeared in Chungmun Ryong's eyes. So it is, with that level of understanding, you've carved your path following the method of understanding before breakthrough. I never thought there would be another like me. We spent the entire day immersed in conversation. Chungmun Ryong, too, seemed delighted to meet someone who understood the method of understanding before breakthrough as well as I did, and he didn't cease our discussion. The next day dawned. Your understanding and realization up to the 7th and 8th stars of chi refining aren't behind me at all. Impressive. You truly are a once-in-a-lifetime talent. I discussed with Chungmun Ryong my realization from the 1st to the 14th star of chi refining. My repeated experiences and insights up to the 7th and 8th stars were, I realized, on par with Chungmun Ryong. I also eagerly inquired about my realization from the 9th to the 14th star, and particularly about the principles and methods of transitioning from the 14th star of chi refining to chi building. I had now become quite learned in these principles and theories. Before we knew it, morning had arrived. Do you not wish to become my disciple? Once again, Chungmun Ryong, having seen my level of expertise of understanding before breakthrough, seemed interested in taking me as his disciple. I replied with a gentle smile, even if one is taught for just a day, they will be a father for a lifetime. You are already my master. Cut the flattery. Being a teacher for a day and whatnot, I truly want to take you as my real disciple. Have you really no intention of joining our main family? I smirked bitterly and bowed to my master. I have duties unaligned with joining a clan. I'm afraid it's not possible. My master fell silent. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. I can't keep someone who wants to leave. Rarely do I come across someone as agreeable as you. Fine then. Just go away. I bowed to my master and left the room where we had been talking. Farewell. Just as I was about to leave the Chungmun clan's territory, thud, a muscular middle-aged man, Chungmun Ryokshin, blocked my path with a stern expression. Where do you think you're going? Excuse me, I asked where you are going. I was just leaving after receiving teachings and saying my goodbyes to Grandmaster Chungmun Ryong. What the? Boom, a powerful surge of power burst forth. How dare you receive teachings from Elder Chungmun Ryong for a whole day and then try to escape without fulfilling your duties as a disciple? No, it's not like that. You ungrateful wretch. You dare to make light of the great Chungmun clan. I cannot allow someone as impudent as you to become Elder Chungmun Ryong's disciple. I'll match you with a suitable branch family and make you my son-in-law. Whoosh, Chungmun Ryokshin's hand thrust towards me. I felt a chill run down my spine. If he catches me, I'll be forced into marriage. Swoosh, I evaded his grasp and leaped into the air. You dare to escape. Rumble. Clods of earth rose from the ground and flew towards me. Each clump transformed into hands trying to grasp me. I immediately extended my gang sphere from my hand. Bang, crack, crackle. The shining sphere revolved around me, bursting all the earth hands attempting to capture me. Vroom, I linked the gang sphere, accelerating my thoughts. Zoom. At the same time, I swiftly rushed through the air, heading out of the territory. I could sense Chungmun Ryokshin's bafflement behind me. Chungmun Ryokshin stood with a dumbfounded expression, watching the direction Seo Yunhyan had escaped. Escape from the hands of a chi-building cultivator. Among cultivators in the chi refining stage, even a single star difference had a significant disparity in power. However, the gap between chi refining and chi building stages is incomparable. The young Seo who just fled, even if he was at the peak of chi refining, shouldn't be able to match a mid-level chi building cultivator from Chungmun. Originally, his plan was to have the young man captured by Chungmun's special technique and forcibly married to one of his descendants. But he broke the spell and escaped, a mere peak chi refining youngster. Chi building, a twisted smile spread across Chungmun Ryokshin's lips. He's immediately a chi building level combatant. Many elders above the nascent soul stage, considered usable talents, ascended to the higher realms, depleting the continent. The disappearance of strong cultivators above the core formation realm had already thrown the four directions into chaos. In such times, a peak chi refining talent with the potential to reach the chi building stage was a rare treasure. Further amongst them, one who could somewhat stand against a chi-building cultivator, despite being only at chi refining. He's a big catch, haha. I'll force-feed him a potion and marry him off to my descendant. Chungmun Ryokshin's eyes went wild. He took out a transmission device and sent a message to some chi-building elders nearby. Then he entered a house in the estate where Chungmun Ryong was located, where Seo Yunhyan had his discussion. Ryong Hyan Nim. Why didn't you capture such a talent? He said he had things to do. What could I do? Hyung Nim, that's frustrating. That guy brushed off my attack and ran away. What, don't you get it? That kid could easily fulfill the role of a chi-building elder if we bring him in. Hyung Nim, it looks like you like that kid too. Why didn't you catch him? Be honest with yourself, Hyung Nim. Weren't you looking for someone who could understand your knowledge? Chungmun Ryokshin continued. Catching him aligns with the clan head's order to nurture talents in preparation for the upcoming chaotic political situation. It also means, Hyung Nim, you could find a disciple to inherit your lifelong wish. This is frustrating. How long will you just wait? It's what you've always wanted, Hyung Nim. Why sit and hesitate? Be honest. Chungmun Ryong remained silent for a moment. Then he looked up, meeting Chungmun Ryokshin's eyes. Chungmun Ryokshin flinched at the intense desire in Ryong's eyes. Yes, you're right, Chungmun Ryong stood up. It aligns with the clan head's order, and I should be more honest with myself. Chungmun Ryokshin felt a tremendous spiritual pressure. It's been a while since I've seen Hyung Nim like this. The towering figure of the Chungmun clan rose. This is the first kid who understands precious knowledge in this muscle-headed clan. Yes. I must catch him now. His eyes flashed with a green light. I kicked off the air and reached the edge of the Chungmun clan's territory. Ahead was the clan's protective barrier. I extended my consciousness. A star of light emitted from my hand. Then, is this the guy Ryokshin told us to catch? A chi-building elder flew towards me. As he formed hand seals, the clan's barrier strengthened. Just surrender. Kuang. Ignoring the elder's words, I sent a gang sphere towards the barrier. A tremendous explosion echoed, and a hole appeared in the barrier. What? The chi-building elder was shocked, and I quickly passed through the barrier, escaping the territory. However, I suddenly felt a chill. Behind me, two immense spiritual pressures were chasing me. Master and Chungmun Ryokshin were rapidly following me. Stop, you. When caught, you'll be married off to my descendant. What nonsense. He's to marry my descendant. Whatever. The first to catch him decides who he marries. He won't escape becoming a member of our family. What madness. Why, I accelerated my mental capabilities and kicked off the air again. In an instant, I widened the gap between us, but as they took to the skies, they closed in again. I must escape to Yangnuo. Once I crossed the Yangnuo border, chi-building cultivators can't follow. I frantically headed east, kicking through the air. Behind me, a tremendous wooden attribute spiritual power whirled, and a giant wooden figure formed in the air, chasing me. You can't escape. Flash, huge restraining spells shot from the wooden figure. I can't be caught. I released a gang sphere. Summoned from the world of intent, a clone identical to me appeared, releasing intent. Whoosh, the gang chi I infused into the gang sphere emerged, forming thousands of sword gang in the air. Chungmun and my master watched in awe. Is this the technique of externalizing spirit? Boom, bang, boom. The sword gang from the gang sphere clashed with the restraining spells, neutralizing them. My desire grows even stronger. What kind of technique has he mastered? No time to wonder. Hyung Nim, he's getting away. The surrounding earth gathered around Chungmun Ryokshin, covering his body. Soon after, a giant earthen figure, identical to Chungmun Ryokshin, stepped onto the earth. Boom. With a powerful slap, dozens of gigantic earthen hands emerged from the ground, reaching towards me. Just get caught and marry. Damn it, I have things to do. I fired gang chi in all directions, but it couldn't scratch the chi-building level spells. The earth hands soon formed a prison, trapping me. Flash, but I had already regenerated another gang sphere. The light swirled, creating an exit for me. I accelerated my thoughts. Dodging another set of wooden restraining spells, I quickly headed east. The pursuit by Chungmun clan elders continued for days. Several other elders, summoned by Chungmun Ryokshin, joined the chase, bombarding me with spells as I fled. On the fourth day of fleeing, I felt a strange sensation. How many times have I used gang sphere? Had I ever relied on it so desperately since reaching the ultimate pinnacle? I floated the gang sphere above my hand, sensing something I hadn't understood before. The gang sphere has always reacted to the principle of 3 talents. I was an unknown reason then, but it seems clear now. Another self resides within the gang sphere. In a way, the gang sphere is a person. But a person isn't made up of themselves alone, born and living under the grace of heaven and earth. A person is formed through countless connections, perhaps even including heaven and earth. This realization came during the pursuit by my master. If a master's grace is like heaven and earth, then heaven and earth have given me something as significant, perhaps. If the many connections I've formed have made me who I am, then what heaven and earth have given is also part of me. The light on my hand vibrated. Centering on myself, I divided the light into yin and yang, heaven and earth. The cycle of heaven and earth began around the person. So that's it. Finally, I glimpsed a path further into the ultimate pinnacle. The gang sphere split into 2. With a burst of energy, I launched both gang spheres to either side, erasing numerous spells in one fell swoop. Raising 2 more spheres, I realized many more possibilities opened up. Accelerate threefold. A multitude of spiritual wooden roots covered the sky and earth, transforming into a prison trying to capture me. However, I delved into that fleeting instant, escaping through a tiny gap just before the prison solidified. This kid, he's gotten faster. Now the border of Yangnuo was within reach. I descended to the ground, knelt, and deeply bowed towards Chungmun Ryong. I had gained this enlightenment through my master's heart. I hadn't formed as deep a connection as in my past life. This person is not the same as that person. Yet even so, I will not forget your kindness. Since my master's grace was as great as heaven and earth, I could understand a bit about heaven and earth. And I'm sorry, I cannot marry or be bound to a clan. What happens if I marry and have children? What becomes of my mind if they disappear with regression? I dreaded to even imagine. Additionally, being bound to a clan, especially since I demonstrated my strength, would mean being treated as an elder and prevented from traveling to other countries. I need to visit Yangluo, go to Shengzi to seek traces of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, and learn demon beast methods in the Black Wind Sea. Being tied to the Chungmun clan will be difficult for me. After the final farewell, I quickly crossed the border of Yangluo, leaving behind the myriad spells that pursued me. Chungmun Ryong seemed to adjust the flow of dragon veins, but only to an extent. Once inside Yangluo, the dragon veins no longer shifted, and the Chungmun elders ceased their pursuit. That was intense. I almost got caught. I let out a small sigh and recomposed myself after crossing a few more mountains. I felt strange. Those who had not paid much attention to me before changed their reactions so dramatically once I reached the peak of chi refining. My stomach feels queasy. Perhaps it was land sickness from having floated in the air for so long and then suddenly walking on stable ground. I feel strange and queasy. Suddenly looking at the ground, I realized tears were flowing from my eyes. Ah, that's it. I understood why I felt strange, why I am queasy. I wanted to be caught. I know the Chungmun clan is a good clan. I know the elders who tried to capture me fiercely are good people. Chungmun clan, known for its strength and pride, is also a place I know well. Maybe I could have married there, become a son-in-law, and receive teachings from my master, interact with the elders and live happily. Indeed, I wanted that. But then what? Everything disappears. Everything becomes nothing, forgotten. Even now, seeing my master and disciples again, I keenly feel how different it is from my previous life's connections. If I were to blend in, have children, and immerse myself in those connections, what kind of pain would I have to endure? From the enlightenment I just gained, I know. Humans are not made up solely of themselves. A being is formed within the connections of man, heaven, and earth. Yet, if all those connections eventually crumble and disappear, what meaning does that being's life have? Farewell. Swallowing this queasy feeling, I bow again in the direction of my master. Someday, in the far, far future, after I get to live a real life, I will greet you again. I went to find Kim Young-hoon. In my previous life, it was only in the twilight years of my life that I finally left Ascension Path and found Kim Young-hoon. At that time, Kim Young-hoon was already pursuing beyond the extreme limits of the ultimate pinnacle. Then what level could Kim Young-hoon, who now has around 10 years of experience, have reached? It appears that for now, the Makli clan still has control over the imperial power. It seems that neither the Jin clan nor Kim Young-hoon had yet usurped the throne. However, according to the rumors, the emperor and the crown prince were assassinated by some mysterious figure. It must have been Kim Young-hoon. From what I've gathered, Kim Young-hoon has not yet made contact with the Jin clan and seems to be on the run. In that case, it seemed unlikely to enter the Jin clan's domain through legitimate means. Still, I have to see their faces at least. I headed to the territory of the Jin clan and released a gang sphere. Whoosh, in the empty air. A hole was punctured in the formation that was spread around the domain. After erasing my presence completely with the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts and the hidden consciousness technique, I entered inside. Whether an alarm was raised or not, the cultivators of the Jin clan were jumping out in all directions to guard, but none could detect me. Leaving the cultivators behind, I headed towards the training ground where the disciples were practicing. There's no one. Both the training ground and the disciples' quarters were empty, covered in dust. It seems that after the Emperor and Crown Prince's deaths, the Jin clan had decided not to operate the assassination unit. Then, I recalled my past life's memories and headed to where the disciples lived within the domain. As expected, the disciples were scattered throughout the territory, learning the work of mortals. Their faces were noticeably younger than in my previous life. Young adults, fresh-faced, were learning various tasks here and there. After watching them aimlessly for a while, I smiled softly and quickly exited through the opening I created. Having left the Jin clan, I decided to look for Kim Young-hoon first. Considering Kim Young-hoon's personality, the pursuit of the Makli clan, and the geographical features of Yangluo, I narrowed down the possible hiding places for Kim Young-hoon by combining information from my past life. Before long, I set out towards a likely hiding place for Kim Young-hoon, in the vicinity of Bakju City in Yangluo among the mountain ridges. He was likely hiding in a settlement there. Tap, tap, tap. I stepped through the air towards the direction of a mountain fort among the mountain ridges. The majestic mountains unveiled themselves, and I could see people bustling below. Indeed, he was here. I enhanced my sight to see what the bustling people were doing and smirked. They were all practicing martial arts. All familiar martial arts. Although not the severing mountain swordsmanship or severing vein saber method, every one of them carried traces of Kim Young-hoon. As I was void stepping and looking down below, whoosh, a flash of light spread in the air and rushed towards me. Thud. But as I flicked my finger, the flash of light dissipated and vanished. This is, centered around me in all 6 directions up, down, front, back, left, right was dyed with clusters of gang chi, dual energy sword control. I floated a gang sphere into my hand. I transferred another consciousness of mine and embedded the gang sphere among the light swarms rushing at me. I usurped control over the gang chi. Whoom, the gang chi coalesced in the air under my will and lined up. Then I distinctly felt it, a martial art that stealthily slashed through my consciousness and cut through my perception. I densified my consciousness and launched the seized gang chi towards the sneaky approacher. Boom, a figure sprang out in the air like an apparition and deflected the bundles of gang chi I had thrown. Who are you? How could a cultivator like you? Haha, a cultivator, you say. That's quite an understatement. I haven't even used any profound cultivation spells yet. It was purely a feat of martial skill. Wooum. As I coalesced thousands of gang chi clusters into a gang sphere in my hand, his eyes widened. Long time no see, Director Kim, you are. And then, as he finally remembered my face, Kim Young-hoon's eyes widened. Deputy Manager CEO. It's been a long time since I've heard that title. However, I focused more on Kim Young-hoon's gaze rather than my title. Really, to what extent has Kim Young-hoon reached at this point of time? What realm has he attained? I think I know, but confirmation is necessary. Whoosh, the gang sphere in my hand splits into two. I absorb one to accelerate my mental capabilities and raise the other at my fingertip. Bang, tearing through the void, I reach Kim Young-hoon and thrust my hand holding the elevated gang sphere. Kim Young-hoon reacts hastily just before my hand can touch him, barely avoiding my attack. He can't accelerate his mental facilities yet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gang chi is layered over the void, but it's chaotic. Whoosh, a powerful aura of control arises around my gang sphere, completely seizing control of Kim Young-hoon's gang chi. Thousands of strands of gang chi wrapped in the void all move under my will. Thousands of sword controls under my command orderly seal the 6 directions around Kim Young-hoon, pressuring him. Kim Young-hoon, although flustered, continuously inputs his intent, calmly trying to regain control of the gang chi I've taken. At the same time, perhaps realizing he shouldn't approach me, he extends and swings the gang chi from a distance. His combat sense is excellent. It hasn't even been 10 seconds since we started fighting, but he's already becoming familiar with fighting against an ultimate pinnacle expert and figuring out the tricks. On top of that, he keeps trying various ways to regain control of the gang chi, and his use of intent is becoming more refined. However, boom, the void is torn apart. A cracking sound resonates, and before I know it, I've reached right in front of Kim Young-hoon. The difference in realm is inevitable. Bang, I swing my hand containing the gang sphere. This time, Kim Young-hoon doesn't hastily avoid it. Instead, he moves fluidly like water, dodging my attack and countering me. This movement it's systematic. Yet it's a movement I've never seen before. There is only one answer. He just created a martial art just to counter me. It may sound crazy, but Kim Young-hoon is someone who saw the Severing Mountain swordsmanship and invented the Severing Vein saber method in just 2 or 3 months of learning martial arts. It's a martial art tailored to me, created on the spot while sparring with me. If it's Kim Young-hoon, he really could create a martial art suited for the situation to oppose me on the spot. Excitement starts to well up within me. I smile brightly and stretch out my hand again. This is so Kim Young-hoon. Kim Young-hoon's movement accelerates momentarily and reacts to my speed, knocking away my attack. Not my gang sphere, but my wrist. In my eyes, having reached ultimate pinnacle, I could roughly guess how he did it. He momentarily accelerated the flow of internal energy in his body, optimizing his movement to the flow, and increased his instant reaction speed for a brief moment. That's the martial art he created on the spot to use against me. At first, he was just busy avoiding. The second clash he fluidly evaded. The third time he knocked away my arm. He is growing with each exchange, second by second. Tingle, tingle. A chilling sensation encircles my entire body. I could guess Kim Young-hoon's realm. Right now, about 10 years in, he's at the realm of 5 energies converging to the origin. He's not a match for me, an ultimate pinnacle, either in terms of experience or pure skill. However, that insane talent of his is continuously creating martial arts to oppose me as he clashes with me. I can't help but admire. Kim Young-hoon swiftly mixes a couple of martial arts and rushes at me. Again, they're martial arts I've never seen. At the same time, I can feel they're aimed and created just for me. It must have been made just now. Nevertheless, it was a martial art excellently prepared to confront someone faster and stronger than himself. However, boom. Without accelerating my thinking with a gang sphere, I float 2 gang spheres beside me and rush towards Kim Young-hoon, dismantling his martial art with pure force. I then reached out to Kim Young-hoon's head and grabbed it. I raise my knee and strike. Kim Young-hoon quickly deploys protective gang chi on his chin to absorb the shock, but I use the moment he loses his balance to flip him over and throw him down. Then, using the 1,000-weight fall, I pressed him from above as we both fall. We started falling together. Kim Young-hoon tries desperately to shake me off in midair, but I stubbornly stay above him. When Kim Young-hoon swings his saber, a sawtooth-shaped gang chi whirls towards me. He spun 3 times in midair, accelerating instantly. Thin threads of gang chi shot out, secretly targeting me in the void. All of these were martial arts I have never seen before, and all of them were obviously crafted to counter me. Kim Young-hoon was creating martial arts in real time, doing everything he could to shake me off. The ground was getting closer. The martial artists training at the fort saw us falling and panicked. Ha! In a brief moment, another martial art he just created activated. Kim Young-hoon's gang chi concentrated at one point, displaying a tremendous explosive power. It wasn't a gang sphere, the principle was entirely different. Only the form was somewhat similar. But that explosive force momentarily separated me from Kim Young-hoon. In that instant, Kim Young-hoon spun his body, accelerating rapidly and blended into the void like a phantom with record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. In a blink of an eye, Kim Young-hoon was above me, grabbing my clothes. The ground was right before us. He intended to smash me right into the ground, in a single moment. I read the flow of energy inside Kim Young-hoon's body and used that flow to reverse the situation. The situation, where Kim Young-hoon was about to smash me into the ground, turned upside down, and now I was about to do the same to him. Boom, dust flew up, shaking the surroundings. Birds in the quiet mountains flew upwards, and the area became noisy. Tingle, I saw a tingling pain in my hand holding Kim Young-hoon and smirked slightly. As a master of 5 energies converging to the origin, I knew he'd protect himself with defensive gang chi when I smashed him into the ground. But in that brief instant, he created another martial art that transferred some of the impact of the descent to me, delivering a painfully sharp counterattack. Such insane talent, no wonder he managed to ambush and kill chi-building cultivators, even when he was just at the 5 energies converging to the origin. He creates optimized martial arts on the spot, depending on who he's facing. A monster, unbelievable, wondrous such terms don't do justice to his talent, which exists in a different dimension. A talent that won't appear again in 1,000 years, before and after. Nonsense. Even in 10,000 years, before and after, no martial artist surpassing Kim Young-hoon's talent will likely appear. I stepped down from above Kim Young-hoon and dusted off my hands. Please get up, director. I believe you must have gained a lot from this spar. Spar? Was that sparring? You were attacking like you wanted to kill me. I was just desperately fighting for my life. Haha, I originally intended to make it feel like a light spar, but your talent is unbelievably great, so I did put in a few serious moves. Kim Young-hoon chuckled and got up, brushing off his waist. Serious moves? You didn't even absorb that mass to accelerate at the end and just drove me with pure force. Are you mocking me? As we talked, the bandits who had fled earlier started to peek their heads out. Seeing them, Kim Young-hoon frowned and shouted, "You lot, there's a guest here. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and prepare to welcome the guest." "Yes, yes, leader. Who are they? Nothing much. They were going to raid the village I was hiding in, so I beat them all nearly to death and reformed them to make use of them. That's commendable." We chatted and slowly unwound the reunion of 10 years. Several days passed. During these days, I taught Kim Young-hoon martial arts and gave him the key to ascend to ultimate pinnacle. At this rate, he'll reach ultimate pinnacle within half a year. The growth rate is insane. Plus, it's only been 10 years. I have about 40 years left until I die. In that time, will he be able to surpass the record of surpassing path and martial arts in this life? Right, let's give some help to Kim Young-hoon. Seeing Kim Young-hoon's talent, I further resolved to study demon-beast methods. If the martial arts of humans are similar to those of demons, perhaps we can also learn from the demon beasts regarding the realm we aspire to reach. Just as humans learned martial techniques from animals, could the next realm also be learned from demon beasts? I have already passed on all the enlightenment and keys of ultimate pinnacle to him. With his talent, he should be able to reach ultimate pinnacle and form his inner core within half a year without my guidance. Then I shall take my leave. Are you not going to stay to see me reach ultimate pinnacle? I considered taking Kim Young-hoon with me, but he declined, expressing a desire to properly enter and consolidate his understanding of ultimate pinnacle. With your talent, Kim Hyung, I know you will surely reach it. However, I wish to seek information about realms beyond ultimate pinnacle elsewhere. I will return later. When we meet again, I smiled and bowed to Kim Young-hoon. I hope next time, Kim Hyung, you can teach me. All right, next time I'll make sure I've reached a higher realm than you. We bid each other farewell and went our separate ways. Leaving behind my intense encounter with Kim Young-hoon, I set out for the Black Wind Sea, as mentioned by Co. Hweol. Black Wind Sea, Utmost Chaos Island. The Black Wind Sea, located to the south of Shaanxi, Yangguo, and Byokra, is a treacherous sea where storms blew unpredictably, and deep within lived numerous demon beast packs. Known as the territory of numerous demon tribes, it was also said that the main headquarters of the Black Ghost Valley was near the Black Wind Sea. There are many islands in Black Wind Sea, but finding Utmost Chaos Island was not so difficult, an island ruled by a sea dragon. Utmost Chaos Island was one of the islands famous for being under the rule of a sea dragon. I sailed to Utmost Chaos Island and inquired with the locals about the sea dragon, Co. Ran. Co. Ran was revered as a kind of guardian spirit of the island, receiving modest offerings each year to protect the ships from storms and the island from demon beast packs. A benevolent sea dragon, it seems. After all, the offerings were just a few food items from Utmost Chaos Island. It wasn't a wicked demon demanding maiden sacrifices, but genuinely seemed like a guardian spirit of the island. Originally, Utmost Chaos Island was just a land full of thorny bushes, not so suitable for living. It wasn't called Utmost Chaos Island but Thorn Demon Island, but our ancestors were pitied by the guardian spirit who came to this land and helped cultivate it. Since then, following the guardian spirit's name, Thorn Demon Island was renamed Utmost Chaos Island. Honestly, where would you find Orchid's Chinese letter on this island? To call it Utmost Chaos Island Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter doesn't make sense when translated, but think of it as a pun. One of the village elders explained the origin of the name Utmost Chaos Island and about the guardian spirit, Seo Ran. Seo Ran was a giant sea dragon about 10 feet in size. It was said to be a wise dragon, interested in human culture and proficient in their language. At the same time, to see Seo Ran, one had to go west of Utmost Chaos Island. At the western sacrificial altar, where offerings are made every year, one could occasionally see Seo Ran swimming in the sea beyond. Is there anything I should be careful of when meeting the guardian spirit? Well, the thing is, the guardian spirit doesn't like sharp objects, so don't bring swords or such in front of them. I thanked the elder and headed towards the western sacrificial altar mentioned in Utmost Chaos Island. The altar was located on a cliff on the western side of the island, a simple altar built 3 feet high on the cliff. I'll be able to see Seo Ran from here. What should I say when I see it? That COH sent me, before I could finish my thoughts. Whoosh, a massive shadow was cast over my head. Bang. At the same time, the Demon Beast Method manual given to me by COH, hidden in my possession, emitted a blue water attribute spiritual energy and vibrated. Simultaneously, through my consciousness, Seo Ran's consciousness echoed. What are you? What brings you here with the skin of a sea crystal beast that only reacts within the embrace of the demon race while in the form of a human? He was a dragon with blue scales, a slender body, silver blue horns, and a white beard like sea foam. I smiled, took out the manual, and introduced myself. I am called Seo Yun Hyan. The sea dragon King Seo told me that I am a hybrid of human and demon, and instructed me to go find Seo Ran to learn the language and script of the demon race and master the demon beast methods. It's now time to study the method of demons. Please teach me, descendant of the great sea dragon king. Seo Ran asked me in a curious tone. The king said you are a hybrid of human and demon. Yes, that's right. Strange. Why do I see you as a demon disguised in human form? I couldn't help but be surprised by Seo Ran's following words. It's not just a feeling of strong demon blood in you. Aren't you just a demon itself? Demon? I asked in bewilderment. I am aware that I possess a demon core, as informed by the Sea Dragon King. However, he called me a demi-human. Why then do you say I am a disguised demon? What I'm referring to isn't the physical aspect. It's more about the mental part. It is from your consciousness that I deduce you are a demon. My consciousness. It was such an unexpected answer that I looked at him, puzzled. It seems you don't understand. First, look at my consciousness with the eyes of your consciousness. If you have opened the divine consciousness, you should be able to do that, right? Yes, that's within my capability. Whoosh. I entered the world of intent and looked at Seo Ran's consciousness. I couldn't help but flinch. The form of the consciousness domain. It's entirely different. In the case of someone like Seo Atrial, the size of consciousness was too vast to even determine its form. But with Seo Ran, the consciousness domain was not spherical but thinly wrapped around the upper part of his body, manifesting in the same form as himself. What is this? I observed the peculiar form of Seo Ran's consciousness domain and simultaneously noticed the colors emanating from various parts of his body. His horns shone with a color that symbolizes pride. His hind legs, for some reason, were tinged with a hue of sadness. It was while I was observing his consciousness and colors. Indeed that you possess a completely different vision from ordinary human cultivators. Human cultivators merely get surprised by seeing the form of my consciousness. But you are definitely seeing something else, aren't you? Yes, that's true, but you have observed the areas that I have always been most concerned about. There are slight differences in vision depending on the race, but fundamentally, the demon race sees a tremendous difference in vision from human cultivators. Seo Ran continued his explanation. The difference in divine consciousness between the demon and human races is mainly in the aspect of heaven and earth. Your human race receives the celestial energy of the heavens, allowing you to read one's lifespan and basic celestial phenomenons when looking at the sky. You can also somewhat read fate, but we, the demon race, cannot read fate just by looking at the sky. Occasionally, some unique demons find ritual methods suited to them and read heavenly phenomenons like humans. Generally, the vast majority of us can't read the heavens, but instead read the spiritual energy flowing over this land. Spiritual energy. There are many different tribes within the demon race, so not all are the same. But fundamentally, all of us in the demon race read the yin and yang of spiritual energy. Seo Ran continued his explanation. Unlike humans, we can't observe celestial energy, but the heaven and earth spiritual energy continuously circulates according to the principle of yin and yang. Aren't we visualizing and observing this circulation of yin and yang? By reading and understanding this circulation, we can obtain information different from human cultivators. Typically, animals can detect danger and flee quickly because of this reason. We might not have the ability to read grander flows like humans, but in terms of intuition, visualizing this yin and yang is the biggest difference between demon and human consciousness. The more I heard, the more I felt a strange sense of dissonance. What I was seeing was not the scene described by Seo Ran. What I was seeing was countless hues based on 7 colors, visualizing the intent of countless beings. I had never saw the circulation of spiritual energy as described by Seo Ran. That's why I judge you as a disguised demon. The unique temperament of your consciousness, which only appears among demon beasts when detecting the circulation of yin and yang, exists in your consciousness. What could it be? Is the world of 7 colors I've entered the circulation of spiritual energy Seo Ran speaks of. But no matter how I look, this scene seemed far too removed from the circulation of yin and yang. Why did the king judge you as a demi-human? You don't seem to be lying, and it's impossible for the king to be mistaken. Hybrids of humans and demons typically follow human consciousness, specialized in reading celestial phenomenons, not the flow of yin and yang. According to Seo Ran, why then did the Sea Dragon King consider me a demi-human? Shouldn't he have seen me as a disguised demon like Seo Ran did right away? Thinking about it, a thought struck me. When I met Seo Hweol, was my consciousness just like a typical human's? Perhaps it was after meeting Seo Hweol that my consciousness underwent a transformation. The biggest change to my consciousness was yin and yang, heaven and earth, the 3 talents. Realizing the principle of the 3 talents in creating, the division of the gang sphere, that was the most significant event that changed my consciousness in this life. I felt like I had grasped a clue. I focused more on that sensation of splitting the gang sphere, not creating it, but as an axis where heaven and earth revolved, buzzing. As I concentrated on that sensation, my head started to hurt unbearably. You didn't know your true identity. By realizing now, your consciousness has become more firmly established. Despite the headache, I knew I was on the right track and focused even more on that sensation. It felt like breaking through something that was blocked. But this kind of sensation, I felt this when reaching the peak and when I reached the 5 energies converging to the origin. Breakthrough. I as man, the 2 gang spheres as heaven and earth. When I realized this, I was able to split the gang spheres stably. That sensation just a bit more. My head felt like it was going to split open, but I clenched my teeth, enduring the pain, and focused even more on the sensation. Blood dripped from my nose and eyes, my ears were buzzing, my senses seemed to fade away, and then, boom, the sensation I felt when reaching the 5 energies converging to the origin and being connected to heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Similar, yet a new sensation completely settled in. No, it wasn't just settling. It was more like awakening the senses that I always had. Heaven and earth are endlessly flowing. Or should I say yin and yang, heaven and earth? No, it should be Teiji. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is flowing everywhere, drawing Teiji. In the leaves, in the water droplets, even in Seo Ran's body. Everywhere, yin and yang is circulating, stabilizing heaven and earth. At that moment, I instinctively raised my hand. A gang sphere rose from my palm. The gang sphere split into 2, following the principle of yin and yang circulation of heaven and earth. But why? When I see the circulation of yin and yang, why did I evolve the gang sphere through the principle of 3 talents? The Teiji of yin and yang circulating in heaven and earth. They are not always in a perfect shape. Sometimes they circulate not in a circle but in an ellipse, a flattened shape, indescribably changing. And these changes originate from beings with spiritual power. I then seemed to understand why my realization was connected to the 3 talents. In the world, there are heaven and earth, yin and yang, but within them, beings are born and the living change heaven and earth. They are the essence of man. Born between heaven and earth, all beings change the world. Change itself is the circulation of heaven and earth, yin and yang. As the 2 gang spheres were rotating, tailing each other, a faint aura connected them. From the 2 gang spheres, a third one split. The 3 gang spheres were rotating above my heart, following the principle of heaven, earth, and man. I had gained enlightenment on the ultimate pinnacle realm. Zing. At the same time, I could no longer cling to the senses of yin and yang and withdrew from it. Akin to when I first entered the world of intent, staying any longer felt like my brain would burn out. Seo Ran looked at the gang spheres with interest. What's that? A trait of your race? Well, let's just say so. Among humans, Kim Young-hoon and I were the first to reach the ultimate pinnacle, so I decided to just go with that. Sure. If the Dragon King sent you, I should help this much. Seeing you now, it seems you hadn't fully awakened your demon consciousness when you met the king. Now you really have no difference from a demon beast, but it's strange. How come a demi-human has a demon's consciousness and not a human's? It's really rare and hard to understand. Isn't it not an absolute rule? Seo Ran shook his head. Sorry, but it's indeed an absolute rule. The fact that human cultivators can read heavens will means that humans found a ritual method suitable for them and became a race that communicates with the heavens. If the consciousness of human cultivators is attuned to the heavens, then the consciousness of a demon beast is aligned with the circulation of spiritual energy, symbolizing the earth. Since heaven suppresses earth, the mixed blood of a demi-human always inherits the divine consciousness of the human race. But what about you? Are you some kind of anomaly where heaven and earth are reversed? How did a hybrid awaken the consciousness of the demon race? Aha! While listening to Seo Ran's explanation, I realized something again. Originally, cultivators specialized in reading the celestial energy with their consciousness, and the demon race in reading the circulation of spiritual energy. But those who reach the five energies converging to the origin base their consciousness on the seven colors of intent. According to Seo Ran, the world of seven colors I've seen so far is completely different from both human cultivators and demon beasts. What does the vision of consciousness I perceive signify? Human, is it just a racial characteristic inherent to humans? But what if it's not? What if it follows the logic of the three talents, the perspective of man? However, the concept of heaven, earth, and man in the three talents is a very human-centric principle. Heaven, earth, and man. Are humans comparable to heaven and earth? It's not just humans who live in this world. I'm not sure. For now, I decided to think of it as a racial characteristic of humans. Even if I find other reasons later, this is the only hypothesis I have now. I organized my thoughts and after dispelling the gang spheres, gave Seo Ran a fist salute. What nonsense are you spouting? You were the one who established your identity after listening to me. Why are you thanking me? It's like thanking someone else for opening your eyes that you rubbed awake yourself. And anyway, since the king sent you to me, it means he wants me to teach you the demon language. I'm fluent in both human culture and language. His words continued. Since you've awakened the same consciousness as the demon race, it will be much easier to teach you. A typical demi-human hybrid would normally need to learn special powers to learn the demon language. I need to learn some kind of power to understand the language. Come with me. Being out in the open at the altar, I can feel the mortals of Utmost Chaos Island approaching. They might offer tributes again if they see me, so let's go to my place first. Whoosh! Seo Ran turned around and started swimming towards the sea. I also leaped off the cliff. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. I stepped on the waves and continued to follow Seo Ran. After following the dragon across the sea for some time, whoosh, Seo Ran stopped swimming on the surface and dived down. I sighed lightly, looking down at the dark sea below. I should definitely learn up to a certain stage in the water-surpassing path in my next life. I took a deep breath and jumped into the sea. With my experience in feeling the patterns in the air, I now sensed the patterns in the water currents, swimming as fast as I could to catch up to Seo Ran. Seo Ran seemed to be going slow enough for me to follow, but in the water, it was still hard to keep up. After feeling the increasing water pressure and descending further, I saw countless coral reefs below, like a garden underneath the sea. In a gap of the coral garden, there was an underwater cave. Seo Ran entered the underwater cave, and I followed him in. The underwater cave went down and then up again. After swimming up for a while in the cave, whoosh. Phew, I was able to finally breathe in the fresh air. The air is surprisingly refreshing. I evaporated the water on me using my internal energy as I climbed onto the ground inside the cave, feeling the remarkably fresh air. Welcome to my abode. There's a special coral here called clear coral that always keeps the air clean. Even ordinary terrestrial beings can live here. The air is as refreshing as in some deep mountains. As Seo Ran activated his spiritual power, the round spirit stones embedded in the ceiling began to emit light. Seo Ran's cave was incredibly large and spacious, with tunnels leading to other places here and there. He laid his massive body in the cave and spoke. If the king commanded you to find me, then it would be better for me to quickly and comfortably teach you. Besides, since you have awakened the consciousness of the demon race, you don't need to learn the special powers I mentioned. First, I should explain a bit about the demon race's language. I listened intently to Seo Ran's explanation. Your human race produces sounds using vocal cords and conveys words by vibrating the air, turning them into language, correct? Yes, that's right. We of the demon race can also make sounds with our voice. However, most of us were animals before gaining spirituality through cultivation. So even if we talked using the sounds we made as animals, other races wouldn't understand no matter what. But there's a reason why we, the demon race, are collectively known as demon. There's something common among us, notably the demon core unique to our race and the consciousness that perceives the circulation of spiritual energy. Whoosh. As Seo Ran raised his forepaw, spiritual energy whirled above it. Realizing he was about to show something important, I reawakened the senses from before. It felt like my head was burning up, but once again I could see the circulation of Taiji in the flow of heaven and earth. Above Seo Ran's forepaw was the circulation of yin and yang. Many demons have agreed upon this common point. Our common language from now on shall be based on this consciousness. Whoosh, whoosh, Seo Ran opened his mouth. Spiritual energy burst from his mouth, drawing numerous Teiji patterns in the air. I heard no sound, nor did I perceive any reaction from the spiritual energy. To an unknowing observer, it would seem like just a slight release of spiritual energy from the mouth. However, I could see it. The spiritual energy whirled and transformed into something. If human speech is conveyed through air as a medium, the demon race's speech is conveyed through spiritual energy. Focusing more on the sense of seeing the circulation of spiritual energy, it seemed like I could hear its sound in my ears. Well, it wasn't exactly hearing or seeing, but more of an intuitive feeling. Strictly speaking, this wasn't visualization at all. I couldn't understand the meaning, but through it I was able to hear Seo Ran's voice. It seems you roughly understand. Now it won't be a problem to teach you some demon language. Seo Ran, realizing I heard his voice, grinned and began teaching me the demon language. Half a year has passed. I earned numerous words and vocabulary in the demon language, as well as the method of speaking it. I became completely familiar with the sense of perceiving the circulation of yin and yang. Now you can probably read most books without any problems. I expressed my gratitude to Seo Ran, who spoke to me using his voice. I had just finished reading a basic cultural book about the demon race given by Seo Ran today. Now you should be able to read the demon beast method given by the king without any problems. There won't be any more confusing vocabulary, so it's safe to read the manual. Haha, no need. I'm glad I could fulfill a favor for the king. We exchanged a few words of gratitude. During the conversation, Seo Ran asked me, actually, fulfilling the king's request was partly because it was from him, but also because I have a favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to help me? Well, if it's Seo Hyung who taught me the demon language, I'll help as much as I can. Inside that barrier, I found something crucial for my cultivation. However, the barrier can only be broken by combining the powers of the human and demon races, and I haven't met a trustworthy human cultivator to attempt it. He politely asked for my help. If you help me, I'll assist with the method you received from the king. Your bloodline definitely contains that of the human race, so it will be helpful in breaking the barrier. I readily nodded. If you need my help, I should naturally assist. I'm also happy to repay the teachings I received from Seo Hyung. I took out the demon beast method I received from Sea Dragon King Seo Hweol. The manual was bound in the hide of some beast. According to Seo Ran, it seems to be the hide of a creature called Crystal Beast. I read the title of this demon beast method. The manual was called Summoning Wind, Dragon Transformation, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Summoning Wind, Dragon Transformation. I read the demon beast method from beginning to end. Whenever I came across an unfamiliar demon script, I asked Seo Ran for clarification, which helped me fully understand the manual. This is completely different from the cultivation methods practiced by humans. Unlike humans who base their practices on the 5 elements, the demon race's methods are based on their inherent primal instincts. It's not about accurately classifying and manipulating the attributes contained in the heavenly and earth spiritual energy. Instead, it involves recklessly absorbing the mixed spiritual energy and then forcibly purifying it within the body, relying on the demon race's primal instincts to control it. That was the foundation of the demon beast methods. As I looked at the technique for indiscriminately absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy, I narrowed my eyes. Isn't this similar to internal energy methods? It was exactly that. The aspect of absorbing mixed spiritual energy was no different from a martial artist's internal energy method. The difference lay in the subsequent activation and purification of that energy. If martial artists also activate and purify their internal energy, could they learn demon beast methods like the demon race? Probably not. The enlightenment directly linked to demon beast methods is the sensation of earth. The world of yin and yang. Martial artists who can perceive such things do not exist. Moreover, if a martial artist were to activate such energy within their body, they would literally tear apart and die. It's dangerous, a literal perfect way to die, but it's worth learning. Fortunately, I had enough of a catalyst in my body to activate the energy. Chi refining 13th star, unified origin completed. From this point, one needs to complete Chi refining 14th star, infinite spiritual cloud, and then challenge the Chi building stage. Generally, once someone completes Chi refining 12th star, merging all spiritual meridians into one, they are ready to enter Chi building. From Chi refining 13th star, it's essentially a preparatory stage for Chi building. Seo Ran Hyung, I'm going to seclude myself nearby to learn this method. Alright, I also need to make preparations to break the barrier, so return within 3 years. Leaving Seo Ran's cave to cultivate, I went to a suitable rocky island nearby. After digging a cave to avoid disturbances, I began my first attempt at Chi building along with summoning wind dragon transformation, Chi refining 13th star, unified origin, a stage where the spiritual power formed in the spiritual meridians is concentrated into a single point in the danshin. To reach the next stage, Infinite Spiritual Cloud, I needed to activate the point of spiritual power in the Danshin and create a cloud of spiritual power inside. I'll activate the point of unified origin. Boom, a thunderous vibration seemed to come from within the Danshin. Bang, the point of chi exploded. In that explosion, the energy within the inner core transformed and became purified. But this isn't enough. After the explosion of the origin point, a cloud of spiritual power flew out. Whoosh. Chi refining 14th star. I entered the infinite spiritual cloud stage. With this cloud, rumble, I condense it, continuously condensing the cloud until it reached its limit. And now I challenge chi building. Flash, a light seemed to ignite inside the Danshin. Then the clouds began to contract. And when the contraction reached a critical point, Kyuong, a powerful explosion sounded as if thunder was striking within me. A blast far stronger than before, potentially lethal if it ruptures the Danshin. However, I drew energy from the inner core to prevent the blast from escaping, thereby preventing a lethal explosion. Phew, is it over? The cloud of spiritual power, created by the eruption of the unified origin point, had lost all its energy and vanished. My cultivation, which had soared to chi refining 14th star for a moment, had returned to the completed level of chi refining 12th star. I can return to chi refining 13th star by repeating the circulation of power. But for now, it was a drop in cultivation. My first attempt at chi building ended in failure. However, whoosh, in the center of the Danshin. Due to the tremendous activation during the breakthrough, the power within the inner core became incredibly purified. With this purified energy, I'll utilize the techniques of demon beast methods. The inner core began vibrating. Simultaneously, my consciousness began to tremble in sync with the vibration, according to the technique in the method. I align my consciousness with the primal instincts described by the method. GRR rumble, my consciousness transforms. Just as Seo Ran's consciousness covers his body in his own form, my consciousness, which had been enveloping me in a spherical form, began to morph into the shape of a dragon. It's somewhat uncomfortable. After all, it was a human trying to learn the cultivation methods of a demon beast. No matter how careful I am, there is bound to be some disharmony. It feels like wearing clothes that don't fit, but still, after aligning my consciousness with the dragon's primal instincts, I began to manipulate the energy accordingly. Rumble, spiritual power began to surge outwards. The demon race's methods do not progressively activate the spiritual meridians in an orderly manner. Instead, it recklessly races towards the final form of the method, without caring for anything else. The practitioner's physique must change towards the final form of the method. Rumble, as the surging spiritual power whirls outwards, the spiritual meridians inside my body gradually adapt and change. Once this transformation is complete, I should be able to use some of the abilities described in Summoning Wind Dragon Transformation. I will become much stronger. However, it's excruciatingly painful. Perhaps because it's not meant for humans to learn, every time my spiritual meridians forcibly adapt to Summoning Wind Dragon Transformation, it feels as though they are tearing apart. I grip my teeth. Crack, inside the cave on the rocky island as I clench my fists, handprints imprint on the cave walls. Gritting my teeth, I continue to cultivate the method. I'll find the next path, the next realm of martial arts, and a way for someone without talent like me to ascend to chi building. I will find it no matter what. A year passed. Above the Black Wind Sea, on a certain rocky island, the quiet rocky island began to undergo changes. Creak, crack, the island started to shake. Rumble, the vibrations emanating from the island grew stronger, and then, crack, the island began to split. Quang, quang, quang. The island shattered and a dragon's ascension began. From within the island, a powerful whirlwind surged, grinding the island from inside out. Rumble, black rocks are torn apart and lifted into the air, swirling in all directions. In the middle of the sea, a small whirlwind strikes. Roar, at the center of the whirlwind there is a shadowy figure. From this being, the whirlwind drew water from the Black Wind Sea into the sky, scattering rain in all directions. At the center of the whirlwind, the shadowy figure inside draws in wind for a while before moving the whirlwind onto a nearby rocky island. Gradually, the wind dies down, and the figure inside uses the wind to step onto the rocky island. I move my consciousness, feeling the wind that placed me on the rocky island. My consciousness, which had transformed into a form akin to a sea dragon, returned to its spherical shape. This is Summoning Wind Dragon Transformation, literally a demon beast method that summons wind. I recall a familiar memory, thinking of the ability I had just displayed. Throughout the time I have been learning this method, a sense of déjà vu has been growing, which exploded when I finally used that ability. It was like, isn't this similar to what the Mackley clan uses? The wind attribute spells used by the Mackley clan. They were so similar to this method that it was uncanny. The difference being, unlike the faint devilish aura in the wind called by the Mackley clan, Summoning Wind Dragon Transformation has a ferocious wildness in its winds. That was the difference between Summoning Wind Dragon Transformation and the wind techniques of the Mackley clan. Come to think of it, most of the Mackley clan's spells are related to dragons. I used to think the Mackley clan's spells were of the yin attribute, but thinking again, all the spells used by the Mackley clan. The river with the smell of decaying bodies, the whirlwinds where wind dragons and wind phoenixes appear, the spells that cover the sky in dark clouds to bring down rain, they are all related to water and wind. Water and wind, these are powers related to storms, and historically dragons have been called the tribes of the storm, especially the Sea Dragon clan, symbolizing the storm of the sea. What is the relationship between the Mackley clan, a devilish clan, and the Sea Dragon tribe? Also, how is summoning wind, dragon transformation related to the devilish arts of the Mackley clan? Could this demon beast method also be a kind of devilish art? No, it's not a devil path method. Those who have learned devilish arts, especially those from the Mackley clan, emit an unpleasant devilish aura, but I don't feel that here. Still, as soon as I realized the connection between summoning wind, dragon transformation, and the Mackley clan, I felt a certain repulsion. The power is certainly outstanding. It seems to suit me well, unlike other methods such as earth-surpassing path, as I achieved it much faster. But still, there's discomfort as if I'm wearing ill-fitted clothes, and the connection with the Mackley clan only amplifies this uneasiness. I'm not sure, no point in worrying about it now. Better to ask Seo Ran later for a clear explanation. After shaking off these thoughts, I pondered what to do next. Should I go to Seo Ran's cave, or should I return to the mainland? After all, Seo Ran said it's fine as long as I return within 3 years. I've just barely learned the basic abilities of summoning wind, dragon transformation. Should I go to Seo Ran to receive further guidance and enhance my mastery of the method? Or should I go to the mainland to search for traces of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect in the western mountains of Shengzi during the remaining time? According to Jin Bayak Ho, there are some records left by the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect in the western mountains of Shengzi. I might find them if I search. What should I do? After pondering for a while, I determined where to spend the remaining 2+ years. Let's head to the mainland. I turned towards Shengzi. Though Seo Ran said the barrier would be safe, it's an unpredictable situation after all. Considering the possibility of losing my life unexpectedly, gathering more information is prudent. Whoosh! As I activate summoning wind, dragon transformation again, my inner core responds, releasing energy. Wind swirls around me, lifting me into the air. I fly north from the Black Wind Sea towards Shengzi. Shengzi is a nation governed by numerous cultivator clans. Because of this, there are many regulations set by these clans that are deeply rooted throughout the country. I found myself caught in one of these numerous rules. In the western capital city of Shengzi, near the western mountains, I was surrounded by several high-level qi refining cultivators in a certain clan's territory. Flying is prohibited. What do you mean? HMPH, you didn't know the laws of Shengzi when you came here. Is that even possible? In various parts of the country, flying is prohibited to prevent large-scale battles among the members of different cultivator clans. Since you violated the rules, you must immediately pay a fine of 100 spirit stones. I asked the stern-looking green-robed man. According to my knowledge, the place where I flew was slightly outside the territory of your clan. Do I still have to pay the fine? HMPH, what are you talking about? The place where you flew was clearly above our clan's territory. If you don't pay the spirit stones, you will have to serve time in our clan's prison. This is preposterous. It's not that I'm completely ignorant of the laws of Shengzi. I've been here in a previous life, so how could I not know? It's true that there are no-fly zones, but the place where I flew was just outside one of these zones. However, this green-robed man is now trying to unfairly impose a fine on me, taking advantage of the fact that I'm a foreigner. I don't have any spirit stones on me right now. Not even the common storage devices that cultivators carry. What should I do? After pondering for a moment, I ask him, what if I can't pay right now but promise to leave it at the front of my clan? Your clan? At my words, the green-robed man and the other cultivators looked at each other. Aren't you a loose cultivator? No, I belong to a clan. And which clan is it? I smile and introduce my clan, the Mackley clan. Silence fell among the crowd at my words. What nonsense! Cultivators of the Mackley clan all wear blue robes, don't they? I had no choice but to come to Shengzi secretly. Secretly? What business does someone from the Mackley clan have in Shengzi to come in secret? I cannot say. It's a clan secret after all. This guy, the more I look, the more suspicious he seems. Pretending to be from the Mackley clan, huh? Pretending, I chuckle lightly. Do you still think it's pretending after seeing this? Rumble. I activate summoning wind, dragon transformation, gathering the wind around me. I am indeed an elder of the Mackley clan. Whoosh, a whirlwind blows around, sweeping up the green-robed cultivators. Ah, this guy, he's attacking us. That's indeed a technique of the Mackley clan. This scoundrel from the Mackley clan is attacking us. Those cultivators, maybe because they were law enforcers of Shengzi, managed to withstand the wind of summoning wind, dragon transformation with their high-level qi refining skills. They even showed signs of counterattacking with other spells. However, this is all a deception. Whoosh. While the whirlwind covers the surroundings and obscures vision, I release a gang sphere from my palm. The gang sphere spins and splits into three, hovering above my hand. Listen well, I am Mackley Hyan, elder of the Mackley clan. Do not block my path, whoosh. Amidst the dusty wind obscuring everyone's vision, the three gang spheres fly towards the green-robed cultivators at the speed of light. Boom, boom, boom. The gang spheres strike the cultivators' defensive spells and magic artifacts, causing great shock but not killing them. Ah, this power. He's a chi-building cultivator. An elder, one of the green-robed cultivators, hastily infuses spiritual power into a talisman. Facing the talisman that seems to transmit messages, the green-robed cultivator yells with a pale face. An elder of the chi-building stage from the Mackley clan has infiltrated Shengzi across the border. The Mackley clan of Yangguo has violated the treaty. Boom. Using the wind, I shake off the cultivators and quickly fly towards the western mountains. Treaty violation. The cultivator clans of Shengzi will formally protest against the Mackley clan. Let them protest. I leave the yelling green-robed cultivators behind and fly through the sky. The western mountains are close. Once I get inside, they won't be able to catch me easily. A protest against the Mackley clan is none of my concern. Flash, flash, flash. Whether it was the effect of the green-robed cultivator's message talisman or not, I saw green lights below starting to chase after me. Those chi-refining cultivators of the clan began to gather below me, forming an unusual formation. From the looks of the formation, it isn't an easy one to deal with. A formation for chi-building cultivators. I pretended to be a chi-building cultivator using the strength of the ultimate pinnacle, but I am only at the extreme level of chi-refining. Getting caught in the formation would be troublesome. I can't get caught. Whoosh, gang chi escapes from my palm. The gang chi splits into three and is then reabsorbed into me. Triple acceleration. Flash. My consciousness, transformed into the form of a sea dragon, becomes even more akin a sea dragon, and the wind of summoning wind dragon transformation becomes even stronger. Flash. Wrapped in stronger winds, I fly even faster towards the western mountains. Soon, I'm out of the range of the formation set by the chi-refining cultivators. Are the western mountains ahead? I take in the sight of the western mountains, preparing to hide. At that moment, rumble. A fearsome presence is felt from behind. That is, a tingling sensation in my limbs, a chi-building cultivator. Still a dot in the distance, but I know how quickly it will approach. I need to push it a bit. Rumble, I increase the wind speed. The whirlwind surrounding me grows larger, showing its ferocity that connects the sky and the earth. Drip. Blood drips from my mouth, but I ignore it and expand summoning wind, dragon transformation even more. The whirlwind of a chi-building cultivator. A huge dragon's ascension absorbs the surrounding dirt and dust, clouding the area. Puff, I break out of the dragon's ascension and form a hand seal. Ha, rumble, the whirlwind moves. The ashen whirlwind flies towards the chasing chi-building and green-robed cultivators. The chi-building cultivator is startled and quickly casts a spell to counterattack. I wipe the blood from my mouth, concentrating my consciousness. I had excessively forced out spiritual power equivalent to chi-building at the level of chi-refining. Such an attack can only be used once, and using the gang sphere might wrongly implicate Kim Young-hoon, who is active in Yangguo. So I will create a disturbance with this attack and then escape. Swoosh. My sword energy cuts through the air and my consciousness vanish, concealed by the hidden consciousness technique. Flash, I quickly descend towards the western mountains, forming a hand seal. Earth-surpassing path. Rumble, the earth opens up to receive me. I fall into the ground beneath the western mountains using the earth-surpassing path. The earth's spiritual energy flowing through the western mountains will maximize my earth-surpassing path. Moreover, Arg, this scum from the Mackley clan. Everyone chase after him. If he's from the Mackley clan, he must have fled into the sky. Their prejudice against the Mackley clan didn't apply to me hiding underground. I hide beneath the ground, watching the chi-building cultivator from the green-robed clan destroy my whirlwind and fly off into the wrong direction in the sky and wipe off the remaining blood from my mouth. Now, let's go find the records of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, a few months later. I found the archive at Shattered Heaven Peak in the Western Mountains, where Jin Byuk-ho mentioned the records of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect were located. Indeed, what is the relationship between the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect and the Ascension Gate, Creek? I open the door of the archive and enter. The interior of the archive is dim and murky. At the same time, the area is permeated with a formation that blurs the senses, making it hard to distinguish where anything was. If it weren't for the clues given to me by Jin Byuk-ho, I might not have been able to find the archive of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect in just a few months. I extend my consciousness, carefully navigating the structure of the archive while avoiding the interference of the formation. After a while, I enter the archive and walk towards the section where the books are kept. Tusk, there's hardly anything left. I click my tongue in disappointment, perhaps because the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect ascended to the higher realms and took all the important items from the sect with them. there were only a few books left in the archive. Let's see the record about the founder of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, ancestor Yang Su-jin. Fortunately, what I was looking for was still there, and I started reading the book without hesitation. The book detailed the life of Yang Su-jin, the founding ancestor of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. It was not much different from what I had read in the Royal Archive of Shengzi. There were minor specific details and differences, but the broader aspects were as I already knew. Of course, there were some shockingly accurate details described. He ascended to the higher realms and really tore through the void to descend back to this world. The book detailed the years when Yang Su-jin ascended and returned. According to the book, it took roughly 3,000 years for him to ascend and then come back. 3,000 years. It seems short compared to the history of 120,000 years, but even mankind's calendar on Earth is roughly only 2,000 years old. What concept of time can 3,000 years represent? In any case, it's confirmed that Yang Su-jin is the cause behind the Ascension Gate. The book explicitly stated that the Ascension Gate was established by our founding patriarch. Of course, the space where the Ascension Gate opened was originally prone to spatial rifts and instability. It was said that never before had such a clear pathway to the higher realms been created. I want to read more about the Ascension Gate, but it seems the rest is just about how he established the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect and governed the sect. I felt a bit disappointed and turned the page. As I reached the end of the book, I furrowed my brows. Yang Su-jin disappeared in his later years. I was surprised to find such a bold statement in the sect's archive, declaring that their founding patriarch had gone missing. It's more credible than a book of wild conjectures, but still, missing. Cultivator who achieved the heavenly being stage and ascended. After reaching much higher realms and tearing through the void to descend, he just went missing. I flipped through the book, but find only statements about how the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect had searched the entire continent and seas, but couldn't find anything about their founding patriarch. I closed the book and picked up another one. This book detailed the lineage of the sect's leaders and their relationships. I scanned it quickly, hoping to find something useful, but found nothing and closed it, moving on to the next book. The next was not useful either, containing the wills and sayings of past sect leaders. As I thought, they took all the important and secret documents and left only what others could see. Feeling slightly irritated, I still hoped to find something useful and kept turning the pages. The collection of wills of the past leaders of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. What use do I have for this? Suddenly, while flipping through the book, I pause. Although Yang Su-jin had disappeared without leaving a will, his last words before disappearing were recorded in the book. There is no place like home. Do the disciples of the sect have a home in their hearts? Home. It was part of a speech he had given before disappearing. My eyes are drawn to the first sentence of the speech. There is no place like home. I shift my gaze to the last sentence. People all have a home in their hearts. We must all strive to reach that home in our hearts. To reach the home in our hearts. A few days later, Yang Su-jin was recorded as having disappeared. Went to find his home. I ponder over these lines for a while, then close the book. My mind is filled with thoughts. With mixed feelings, I picked up the next book. The book was similar to the previous book, but contained a collection of teachings and warnings left by the leaders for future generations. I read a warning left by Yang Su-jin for future generations. Future generations must read the stele erected by the founding master in front of the Void Gate before attempting to ascend to the higher realms. This is a crucial rule that must be followed by all future ascendants of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. Remember, always remember. The Void Gate mentioned here seems to refer to the Ascension Gate, the stele in front of the Ascension Gate. It was a stele inscribed with thunderclouds, floating in the void, absorbing lightning with the words, "Leave something behind for future generations and ascend with a calm heart. Those who do not abide by this will face disaster." But the part about what exactly to leave behind was damaged, so its full meaning remained unknown. I clicked my tongue lightly, guessing that Yang Su-jin's warning had likely not been heeded. It seems it was prepared for future generations, but now that the entire sect has ascended to the higher realms, it probably doesn't matter anymore. After all, it was an event from 120,000 years ago, difficult to maintain till now. The original purpose of the stele remains unknown, but it seems to have served its purpose. After reading the book, I turn my attention to the next one. This book is the last. Perhaps because the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect took everything necessary, there were no more books in the archive. I picked up the last book and read it. Surprisingly, the last book contained a unique technique of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. This technique, called Lightning Predicting Eye, is an eye technique relying on the sense of reading celestial energy to predict tomorrow's weather and where and how lightning will strike. How am I supposed to use this? It seems the sect themselves deemed this book useless and left it behind. Predicting the weather is something cultivators, even demon beasts, could do. With the demon race's senses of earth, one could predict lightning strikes without the need for lightning predicting eye. Sensitive cultivators could even calculate the location of lightning strikes based on the flow of spiritual energy. No, wait. This technique seems designed for the slightly less spiritually sensitive cultivators to calculate the location of lightning strikes based on the flow of spiritual energy, a vague technique created specifically for lower-level cultivators. I skimmed through the book quickly, storing it in my mind. Can't say if it'll be of any use. How often does one encounter lightning in life anyway? Those powerful enough to predict and avoid lightning would defend themselves with their own abilities. For those too weak needing the use of the technique, it would be of no use anyway. I close the last book and look around the archive again. As expected, nothing else is left. I came here thinking it would take years to find what I need, but I had read all the books in the archive in less than a day. There were hardly more than 10 books in total, so much for gaining any knowledge. I didn't learn anything new about the Ascension Gate, just some strange and unsettling conjectures about Yangsu Jin. I leave the archive and explore the area around Shattered Heaven Peak. There were traces of the massive sect and many cultivators' lives, but Shattered Heaven Peak was now empty. Where buildings might have stood, only traces remained, not even foundation stones. It seems the entire sect, including the buildings, had ascended to the higher realms. There was nothing more to see. Sigh. I sat down where a building once stood at the edge of Shattered Heaven Peak. Maybe I should just go back to see Oran. I had originally come to the Western Mountains to investigate the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect for the remaining 2 years. I didn't expect to finish so quickly without much to show for it. Lost in thought, I suddenly noticed the spiritual energy at the peak is incredibly dense. Thinking about it, it makes sense. This was the site of a large sect. The spiritual energy is several times denser than at the main house of the Chungmun clan. There's no need to hurry back to Seo Ran's place, given such a great training ground. After all, I came here because Seo Ran said it would take him 3 years to prepare. If I go back now, I'd just be training anyway. So why not train here, where the spiritual energy is denser than at Seo Ran's place? Yes, this place seems more conductive for trying to ascend to Qi building. I move my recovered Qi refining 14th star spiritual power, sensing the spiritual clouds swirling in my dantian. The decision is quick. I enter a cave likely used by the disciples of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, find a spot, and sit down cross-legged. I spent the previous year learning the summoning wind dragon transformation method. Now, for the remaining time, I should try to reach the Qi building stage and see if I have any chance of achieving it. The spiritual cloud in my dantian began to move. Ascending to the Qi building stage involves condensing the spiritual cloud into a single spiritual star. The spiritual energy must be condensed into the form of a star to truly ascend to the Qi building stage. The spiritual cloud gradually began to rotate, and under my will, started to converge into a single point. Rumble. The spiritual cloud gathered towards the center of my dantian. As it concentrated, it compressed to form a star. Crunch. Driven by my willpower, the spiritual cloud compressed and the temperature at its core rose. At the same time, the fluffy spiritual mist began to merge with each other. Once the fusion of the spiritual cloud inside the dantian is complete and a stable star is born, I can ascend to the Qi building stage. However, cracks began to form in the star. Flash. Suddenly, there was a flash in the dantian, and the forming star exploded. Boom. Arg. I exert all my strength to prevent damage to my dantian. This attempt failed too. I needed to capture and stabilize the slight changes occurring at the moment of the star's birth. Possessing the 5-element spiritual roots, my spiritual power is too chaotic, making it difficult to grasp all the slight changes. There were too many changes to catch them all. Sigh. I sigh and examine the state of my dantian. The spiritual cloud was completely consumed, and my level fell back to the completed 12th star Qi refining. It's frustrating. Using Qi building pills would greatly reduce the difficulty of reaching the Qi building stage. The pure life force in the Qi building pills injects vitality into the spiritual star, significantly stabilizing it. However, knowing what the life force in the pills is made of makes me reluctant to use them. No, it's more than reluctance. It's something that, as a human, I should not consume. As this thought sank in, I let out a wry laugh, realizing the path I am attempting. Attempting to reach the Qi building stage without Qi building pills, despite having the 5-element spiritual roots, is madness. Except for those with heavenly spiritual roots, which cultivator wouldn't use Qi building pills to ascend. The more spiritual roots one has, the more subtle changes accompany the birth of the spiritual star. Even those with true spiritual roots often take Qi building pills due to the crazing shaking of their spiritual star due to the slight changes. For every inferior spiritual root, the number of accompanying changes increases by a square. As someone with 5-element spiritual roots, I need to control 4 times more changes than someone with true spiritual roots. Damn it. I clench my fists in frustration. This is why I even learned demon beast methods like summoning wind, dragon transformation, to try and find another way. However, after learning demon beast methods, I realized that they had no relation to the Qi building process. They don't affect each other. Like oil and water, the two energies flow separately. Even though other realizations might bring some connection, currently they seem unrelated. No choice then. The only consolation was that every attempt at chi building, despite resulting in explosions, refined the energy in my inner core. I sigh and begin to cultivate to reach the 14th star of chi refining again. Months passed, I tried again and again to ascend to the chi building stage. Numerous explosions occurred in my danchin, and I experienced excruciating pain each time. The advantage of being in a region dense with spiritual energy was that, with enough understanding of the stages, I could recover my cultivation from the 12th star to the 13th and 14th star of chi, refining fairly quickly and attempt chi building multiple times. Whoosh. The number of changes occurring in the spiritual star easily exceeded tens of thousands. If I could stabilize all these changes and maintain the fusion of the spiritual cloud, a spiritual star would be born. That is the chi building stage. However, I was overwhelmed just trying to track these daunting changes, let alone catch them all. I had to catch and understand every minute and faint change of spiritual power that's equivalent or smaller than a grain of sand, stabilize them, and then base the fusion of the spiritual cloud on that to create the spiritual star. Damn, it's too difficult. Even when using Gang Sphere to quadruple the speed of my thoughts, I barely manage to observe the transformations without missing them. The only hope seems to be increasing the number of Gang Spheres to further accelerate thought. My consciousness had grown to the extreme level of chi refining and had become almost as vast as it would be in the chi building stage. The larger the consciousness, the more pronounced the acceleration of mental facilities, even more so than Kim Young-hoon, who hasn't practiced cultivation. Maybe if I can handle 9 gang spheres like Kim Hyung, there might be some hope. Boom, the fusion of the spiritual cloud failed again, and an explosion occurred, causing pain in my danchin. Cough. I spit out a mouthful of blood and manage my internal injuries with internal energy. Another failure. With each failure, I find myself focusing more on accelerating thought through the realm of martial arts. And again, I begin to think about the demon beast methods. Martial arts are certainly similar to the methods of the demon race. Of course, they're just similar. They are fundamentally different. Like the wings of insects and birds, two completely different creatures that have simply undergone convergent evolution. But certainly, the results they produced are similar, so they can be referenced. Demon beast methods and cultivation methods are completely unrelated. However, for someone without innate talent to attempt to leap to the next stage, a synergy with martial arts is necessary, and martial arts resemble demon beast methods. Whoosh, a gang sphere emerges from my heart. I invoke the earth sensation that the demons feel. Now familiar with the demon's sensations, invoking them only causes a slight headache. It is no longer painful. This is similar to when I first perceived intent, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The circulation of yin and yang and taiji in heaven and earth enter my sight. I can see, or rather feel, the taiji circulating everywhere in heaven and earth. All the celestial energy is constantly circulating, with yin and yang rotating. I succeeded in manipulating 3 gang spheres by interpreting the yin and yang of heaven and earth, and the changes arising from yin and yang from the aspect of man. Whoosh. Just like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the gang sphere splits into heaven and earth, and between yin and yang, life is born, symbolizing man with the gang sphere. What exactly must be realized to control 9 gang spheres? I recall the ultimate pinnacle that the Kim Young-hoons of my past lives had reached. When I knew nothing, I just admired it as something incredible. I never had the luxury to think about the principle behind it. But now, having reached the stage of manipulating 3 gang spheres, I can't even begin to fathom how it was done. Furthermore, Kim Young-hoon hadn't awakened demon senses through advice like me. Did he just naturally grasp the principle of the 3 talents within the gang spheres and control 9 of them? Looking at it again, it is truly an insane talent, but I refocus my thoughts. Talent is just the quality of realizing quickly. If I can understand what was realized, I too can follow in his footsteps. I've decided. I take a deep breath, concentrate on the unified origin of spiritual power, and stand up with my chi refining 13th star cultivation. I shouldn't waste time here. I need to go to Kim Hyung. I plan to formally teach him the demon senses, explain the summoning wind, dragon transformation to him, and help him gain inspiration. I leave the stone cave of Shattered Heaven Peak, kick off the ground, and race towards Yongyuo. To meet Kim Young-hoon in Yongyuo, I used the same means as last time through the Jin clan. After contacting Kim Young-hoon, he rushed to me in a day. Haha, how long has it been? It's been a while. You've advanced further again in the meantime. Since our last meeting, Kim Young-hoon had completely destroyed the Makli dynasty in collaboration with the Jin clan. He welcomed me, but suddenly sensing something off in my words, he asked. I was startled by his question, but quickly composed myself and answered. I mean, Kim Hyung was a department head, and now you've risen even higher in this world. Haha wahaha. A middle manager in a mid-sized company. What are you talking about? Haha. I control my thoughts and inwardly break out in a cold sweat. I unconsciously got a bit confused with my past life. As memories accumulate, I sometimes get confused like this. Anyway, I refine my intent and question. Have you improved your skills a bit? I ask him with a playful expression. I never thought I'd ask such a question in my life. Instead of answering, Kim Young-hoon suddenly extends his intent towards me. I too smile and extend my intent in response. Flash, light explodes. The sound around us vanishes. In the quiet void, we collide in an instant. Let's start. 2x acceleration. Boom. I dive into Kim Young-hoon's embrace and thrust an attack onto him. However, Kim Young-hoon instantly reacts, repelling my attack and launching a counterattack. Has he realized acceleration? Then, let's see how much he has grown. Boom, I meet him in combat, gradually increasing my speed. If I fundamentally value technique, Kim Young-hoon values speed. Therefore, my Severing Mountain swordsmanship usually focuses on precise techniques, and his Severing Vein saber method is quick and agile. 3x acceleration. Entering acceleration using 2 gang spheres. Kim Young-hoon also manages to keep up with ease. Dozens of clashes occur in a moment. The surroundings become chaotic, not due to gang chi, but due to simple shockwaves from our clashes. I gradually increase my speed even further, but that was it. From then on, Kim Young-hoon only confronts my attacks with his innate instincts. His speed did not increase further. As a person who specializes in speed, when he lost that advantage, I began to see his weaknesses. In the midst of dozens of clashes, crash. Eventually, I managed to penetrate his defense and successfully plant a palm strike on his chest. Cough, ack. Kim Young-hoon chokes and spins in the air before falling. Really, your growth rate is astounding. I had somewhat anticipated that he would reach the ultimate pinnacle in such a short time, but to already be handling 2 gang spheres. Whoosh. Kim Young-hoon laughs, emitting gang sphere from his consciousness, and his gang sphere begins to split into 2 and rotate. Haha, in a few years, I'll surpass you too. Be prepared. Of course you should, but how exactly did you split the gang sphere, Kim Hyung? Kim Young-hoon looks puzzled at my question. Aren't you splitting it too? It seems to me that Kim Hyung and I have not attained the same realization. What do you mean? Although everyone's way of obtaining enlightenment in martial arts differs, are you saying the enlightenment itself is different? I too float a gang sphere and split it into 2, just like him. Then with demon senses, I rotate the gang sphere in perfect sync with the circulation of yin and yang of spiritual energy. If he had obtained the same realization as me, there's no way he wouldn't recognize this rotation. However, Kim Young-hoon still looks confused. His expression seems to ask what I expect him to see from the rotating gang sphere. Seeing his expression, I become even more curious. What principle did he use to split the gang sphere? Kim Hyung, please tell me. What enlightenment did you achieve? What enlightenment, you ask? Now that I think about it, reaching the ultimate pinnacle is bound to be unique to you and me anyway, so it's hard to put into words. He seemed puzzled for a moment, then floated the gang spheres on his palm and continued. The 2 gang spheres were endlessly circling each other above his hand. First, like you, I infused the gang sphere with myself, right? Yes, that's correct. Right, by infusing another part of my consciousness into it, the gang sphere appears almost like an avatar in the world of intent. It's possible to absorb the gang sphere to accelerate thought. You must know this too, since you've split the gang sphere. But a person is not made up solely of themselves. I'm the same up to this point. But from Kim Young-hoon's next explanation, the differences between us began to emerge. A person is completed within relationships with others. Then the enlightenment of the gang sphere must start from the concept of relationships. What is the most precious and valuable relationship to a human? Whoosh, the gang spheres on his hand vibrate. Somehow I felt as if I could hear a heartbeat from the radiance of those spheres. Parents. There was an indescribable nostalgia on his face as he spoke, the most direct cause that brought me into the world. I was born because of my father and mother. I received life from them. I am not just made of myself, but also of my parents. Whoosh. As he verbalized his realization, he seemed to gain something more. Was it from our battle or from observing the 3 gang spheres still floating above my hand? The gang sphere of this martial deity began to change as well. My mother and father met and they had me. Boom. As the 2 gang spheres rotate, a third one begins to emerge within their rotation. As I live my life, I met my wife and will see my children, maybe even grandchildren. Among the countless relationships and connections I'll encounter in life, the most precious ones constitute what I am. I see. I interpreted the gang sphere through the principle of the 3 talents. Having worshipped the heavens and learned the demon senses, the presence of heaven and earth is very clear to me. But Kim Young-hoon's principle seems to be family. Time and time again, whenever Kim Young-hoon reached the ultimate pinnacle, he almost always handled 9 gang spheres. Maybe it was because he kept thinking of his loved and missed ones. Crack, 3 gang spheres, an amazing achievement and realization, but Kim Young-hoon clenches his fist, dissolving the gang spheres and presses his fist to his chest. Such martial arts are unnecessary. I just want to see my family again. We both disperse our gang spheres and stand silently for a while. Both of us are lost in thought for a moment. After a while, Kim Young-hoon lightens the mood with a bitter smile. Enough of this, what's the use of talking about it here? Sorry, let's talk about martial arts instead. He smiles faintly and floats the gang sphere again. Anyway, I realized that I was constantly interacting with the most important relationships in my life. Then I thought that the gang sphere and intent could also be divided within endless interaction and circulation. Endless circulation, that was the principle I found. Is that so? I too came out of my thoughts and listened intently to his story. Endless circulation. This concept also resonates in the world of Teiji, I observed. After all, the yin and yang of the world are constantly circulating and interacting. Although the direction of our enlightenment was different, there is a common ground. He focused on the circulation of intent. I focused on the Teiji of spiritual energy. But even though there was a common point, our realizations are distinctly different. Then perhaps our enlightenments could complement each other. Kim Hyung. Now let me share my enlightenment with you. First, focus your mind and visualize the movement of yin and yang in your heart. Done. In that state, completely forget the flow of intent and concentrate on the flow of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I slowly taught Kim Young-hoon the sensation of Teiji, the sensation of the demon race, and after a while, Kim Young-hoon's eyes widened. He too entered the same vision as me, the yin and yang flowing throughout heaven and earth, the endlessly circulating power, and the Teiji which is distorted and strangely transformed by the reaction of matter, heaven and earth, and man. Fascinated by the new landscape of all things containing the three principles, Kim Young-hoon gazed vacantly into space for a while as if he had lost his soul. Kim Hyung, are you all right? I asked him, seeing that he continued to stare blankly into space. Normally, if one had just awakened to a new sensation, their head would feel as if it was about to split apart in pain. However, Kim Young-hoon just blankly nodded his head. Even after awakening to a new sensation, he feels no pain. His potential is indeed different from mine. It seems he already had some talent for this sensation. As Kim Young-hoon continued to look into space, 3 gang spheres naturally float around him. Whoosh, the 3 gang spheres begin to rotate. They have stabilized completely. When he first created the 3rd gang sphere, it was quite unstable, but at this moment, all signs of instability disappeared and 3 stable gang spheres were just rotating around him. There is even a hint that the gang spheres might split again. It seems like any moment now, the gang spheres could split into 4, 5, or 6. But then, Kim Young-hoon seemed to come to his senses, panting as he dispersed the 3 gang spheres rotating around him. He looked extremely surprised. That's it. You realized the principles of heaven, earth, and man in the Teiji of yin and yang, not in the circulation of intent. You got it right away. I still don't quite grasp what the circulation of intent is. After pondering for a while, Kim Young-hoon, looking at me, spoke. No, I don't think you need to worry about that. Yes, the day I first felt the circulation of intent, I vaguely sensed the limits of the gang sphere. It might not be precise, but the number of gang spheres a human can handle is probably between 8 to 10. That's probably the limit. Also, I felt that just deeply exploring the circulation of intent is enough to reach its end. So you too, if you continuously delve into that Teiji sensation you realized, you should be able to reach the end as well. He reaches out towards the circulating Teiji in the sky while invoking the sensation of the earth. Of course, it isn't tangible, so he can't grasp anything. 8 to 10 is the human limit. Even if we share our enlightenment, it's not like the number of gang spheres will multiply to 81 or something. Even if we have more enlightenment, it's not as if the gang spheres will become stronger. How do you know that? You haven't reached that stage yet, Kim Hyung. Such facts are not recorded in the record of surpassing path and martial arts. It's the intuition of a genius. I have nothing to say. But since Kim Young-hoon has never been wrong about martial arts, he's probably right. Every cycle, Kim Hyung's gang sphere count ended at 9 because that is the limit of humans. The limit of humans. Hearing that made me feel a bit regretful. That meant the end of a martial artist is in the chi building stage. It's a bit disappointing as a martial artist. Inspiration, the end of a martial artist. Kim Young-hoon's words, and a bit of stubbornness. I felt these rising in my heart. Kim Hyung, if you have inspiration, can you surpass the record of surpassing path in martial arts? He frowns. We had talked about the record of surpassing path in martial arts when we first met and shared stories for several days. Kim Young-hoon, who heard my claim that someone had implanted martial arts in my mind, said he had experienced something similar, and we discussed the record of surpassing path in martial arts. And now I was asking him this question. Throughout my life, I have experienced many things and thought about the record of surpassing path in martial arts. I wondered if it's impossible to surpass its secrets, to go beyond the ultimate pinnacle. I traveled around, met the demon race, and learned the sensation of Teiji I just showed you from them. As a result, I came to think that human martial arts were derived from those of the demon race. If you wish, Kim Hyung, I can teach you the demon beast methods I learned and help you research them. My words continue. If I provide you with the enlightenment and information I've gained from my travels, can you surpass the record of surpassing path and martial arts? The record of surpassing path and martial arts. This martial arts scripture, originally known as the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts, hadn't changed its framework, but had only added experiences of trial and error. Could Kim Young-hoon in this life surpass this record of surpassing path and martial arts? From record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, to record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, and then to record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. After 3 major evolutions, could it evolve once more from the record of surpassing path and martial arts, which had only added trial and error? Kim Young-hoon seems to ponder my question for a while. I can't promise anything, but his eyes shine brightly. If, as you say, human martial arts originated from demons, researching the original demon beast methods would be of great help and would significantly reduce trial and error. Is that so, reducing trial and error? Maybe that would be enough. In that case, I will also teach you the details of summoning wind, dragon transformation, and the general characteristics of the demon race's abilities. From that day, I spent the remaining time teaching Kim Young-hoon the aspects of the summoning wind, dragon transformation, and the demon race's techniques. It was time to keep my promise with Seo Ran. Kim Hyung, is there anything you don't understand? No. I've understood everything about the methods, and I will research them to the best of my ability. Understood. I believe in you, Kim Hyung. Kim Young-hoon, after observing the demon beast methods and awakening to their senses, increased the number of gang spheres much faster. Currently, he has a total of 7 gang spheres. He is almost reaching his past life's level, following Kim Hyung's martial path and raising my martial arts to the extreme of the ultimate pinnacle. Through accelerating thought more than tenfold, I will challenge chi building. Thus, I wished for Kim Young-hoon to rise even faster, even higher. We wished each other good fortune in our martial pursuits and parted ways. Swoosh, I flew towards Seo Ran's residence. It seems he was waiting for me, as Seo Ran immediately showed his head from the sea and greeted me. Come on up, I've been waiting. Where is this barrier you mentioned, Seo Hyung? Let's head towards the barrier and I'll explain on the way. Oh right. Climb onto my neck. The sea area we are heading to has fierce storms, so it's better to hold on tight. Yes, I climb onto Seo Ran's neck and hold on. The barrier I speak of is something even the king secretly asked me to enter. There's something important to our sea dragon tribe inside. What exactly is surrounded by the barrier? Swoosh. He cuts through the water, swiftly swimming towards a particular spot in the ocean. In the distance, I begin to see where the currents change dramatically. They seem to have an eerie, ghostly energy. Far away, dark clouds rumble, darkening the sea. A discarded divine object from the Blackbone Valley, among the cultivation sects of the human race. Rumble, huge waves are crashing in the distance. A battleship said to be able to cross even the realm of the dead, the Nether crossing ship. We enter the stormy sea area. After passing under dark clouds and navigating the sea for several hours, something came into view for me and Seo Ran. Is that a barrier? It's not visible to the naked eye. It looks just like any other part of the ocean with waves crashing, nothing unusual. However, when viewed through the perception of the demon race, sensing the flow of yin and yang, the currents in that distant part of the ocean were strangely twisted, unlike the surroundings. Is that the barrier? No, that's just an illusionary barrier. Of course, the formation masters of Black Ghost Valley twisted the space, so if you enter that area, you come out on the opposite side. But I've long since figured out how to break through that. There are several more layers of barriers inside, and we need to break through all of them to find what I want. Swoosh. Seo Ran burst into the sky with demonic power. Hold on tight. Flash. A jade-colored light emitted from Seo Ran's horn, coloring the surroundings. Boom. Simultaneously, I heard a massive sound of breaking air and defended against the shockwave with my protective gang chi. Swoosh, I felt us passing through an invisible flow of spiritual energy, and I gradually opened my eyes. This place is fog, a sea mist covered everything in sight. Instantly, I felt a chill run down my spine. No, it's not just mist. Terrifying yin energy. Gulp, ghosts. Don't open your mouth. This is the second barrier. If the sound of a living human echoes, those things will swarm you. I am from the Sea Dragon tribe, and we can handle the power of yin so they won't attack me. That's why I'm safe, but you need to be as quiet as possible. I nodded in understanding. Seo Ran dived back into the water, surveying the surroundings. These are wandering ghosts released by Black Ghost Valley. With so many ghosts gathered and the barrier of Black Ghost Valley covering the area, storms always rage in these waters. Do ghosts bring storms? It made sense that spirits or ghosts with their yin nature would attract similar dark clouds. While I was lost in thought, holding onto Seo Ran's neck, I heard something. Aha. Kiahaya aha. As we moved forward with Seo Ran, the distant wailing of ghosts became louder. Don't worry, the deeper we go, the more unique ghosts affected by the Nether crossing ship appear. Then it happened. It's a ghost. A very big ghost has entered the waters. Find it. Find the very big ghost. Rumble. The sea mist began to stir. What? This has never happened before. Seo ran in panic, moved quickly and quietly forward. Kiahaak. A big ghost has come to catch us all. Kiahaak, a ghost. Catch the very big ghost. The very big ghost has entered. The once merely hazy mist began to change. SSSHHH. The mist turned pitch black. At the same time, thousands, maybe millions of red lights appeared in the dark fog. What on earth is going on? Seo Ran swam even faster, perplexed. Rumble. The red lights in the black mist started flying towards us. Cough, hold on tight, we're going to fly up again. Demonic power burst out from Seo Ran's body again. Seo Atrial used to fly around at will, but it seems hard for Seo Ran to do the same. Considering his large size, it was actually impressive how Seo Atrial managed to fly as he wished. Swoosh, he leaped from the water into the air. I held onto Seo Ran's mane, holding my breath as much as I could to avoid the eyes of the ghosts. After flying for some time, we're breaking through the second barrier. Swoosh, we broke through a water wall that suddenly appeared in front of us, soaking wet as we looked around. A gigantic water barrier. Hundreds of miles around us were devoid of water, defying gravity, as the seawater formed a giant well-like barrier. At the center of this well of seas, I saw a massive translucent barrier, big enough to cover dozens of miles. Inside the barrier, a powerful ship emitting ghostly energy was visible. You can talk now. Ghosts can't enter this part of the barrier. Phew. Is that the Nether crossing ship? Yes. Swoosh. Seo Ran glided along the water barrier and descended to the bottom of the sea well. Get off now. From here on, there's nothing particularly dangerous for you. I got off Seo Ran's neck and stepped on the air, approaching the barrier. As I got closer to the barrier, the details of the ship inside became clearer. The ship is terribly broken, barely maintaining its shape, and intense ghostly and yin energies emanated from within. The first barrier is to block mortals and ordinary animals. The second barrier of ghostly mist is to stop human cultivators. This last barrier is meant to stop demon beasts like me, Seo Ran explained. Well, the earlier ghosts were sentient beings, causing unusual phenomenons, but this barrier isn't alive, so it won't cause any unpredictable situations. He lifted his tail and brought it close to the barrier. Then, crackle, bang, light exploded, and Seo Ran retreated. His tail was covered in green ghost fire, which went out only after he concentrated his spiritual power. Being a member of the demon race, this is my reaction, but you with human lineage should be different. Try touching it. I cautiously approached the barrier, restraining my inner core's energy, and touched it. Crackle, with a tingling sensation, my hand went smoothly into the barrier. It really goes in. Yes, it's a barrier meant solely to stop demon beasts. I hesitated briefly before stepping into the barrier. Swoosh. My inner core area felt a bit sore, but I could pass through the barrier without much trouble. It was almost too easy to believe. Seo Hyung, this seems too easy. Right, for someone with human lineage like you, it would be easy. Now, to let me in, you just need to pull out all 8 flags near the Nether crossing ship that are keeping the barrier active. Seo Ran points with his claw towards where a flag with a ghost face drawn on it is planted. There is a total of 8 such flags around the ship, standing firmly on the water. I quickly move around the ship, pulling out all 8 flags. Then the barrier surrounding the Nether crossing ship loses its light, and Seo Ran approaches me. It's quite easy, isn't it? Well, up to here, it definitely is easy. After all, it's a discarded divine object. It's just an old relic with no value other than its symbolic significance as a divine object. Black Ghost Valley wouldn't have set such an extensive protection for it. He clicked his tongue as he continued. Actually, it was much more annoying than before. If you entered the mist barrier before reaching here, the ghosts would signal Black Ghost Valley. Then Black Ghost Valley would send core formation cultivators to hunt down demon beasts like me. Even if someone managed to get this far, Black Ghost Valley usually had several chi-building disciples stationed here to hunt. But now that Black Ghost Valley has completely vanished to the higher realm, it'd be strange if the difficulty is higher. I see. Anyway, the real challenge begins after entering inside. Help me find something inside. Sure. It seems that rather than the barrier, Black Ghost Valley had relied on people to guard the place. Now that those guards had ascended to the higher realm, it was like easily jumping over a low wall. By the way, even if it's a discarded divine object, considering they protected it with such a huge barrier and had inner disciples guarding it, it must have been quite a significant object. What happened to it? I ask as we approach the ship. The ship is half destroyed, with one side completely shattered. There are a few intact parts, but not many. It was damaged in a war among human cultivators. What kind of war was it? You probably wouldn't know since it happened before you were born. There was a human cultivator known as the Mad Lord. I don't know the details, but one day the Mad Lord suddenly caused a commotion, wanting to take one of the components inside the Nether crossing ship. Black Ghost Valley naturally ignored him, calling him insane, but due to the Mad Lord's uproar, two heavenly being elders of Black Ghost Valley were killed. In response, Black Ghost Valley went mad as well and mobilized all their power to capture the Mad Lord. The Mad Lord didn't flee but waged war against Black Ghost Valley alone. As a result, 3 of Black Ghost Valley's only 3 Nether Crossing ships were destroyed, and a third of Black Ghost Valley was annihilated. Eventually, the Mad Lord indeed smashed one Nether Crossing ship, entered inside, and took away the core component. No one from Black Ghost Valley could stop that crazy cultivator. What in the world is this terrifying battle record? If it's the Mad Lord, then that hunchback old man. Does he really possess such unimaginable power? After all, if he's just a madman, then other cultivators at the heavenly being stage. Even the usually composed Sea Dragon King shuddered at the mention of his title, showing a clear distaste. The fear and disgust must be because the madman possesses such unbelievable power. Before fighting the Mad Lord, Black Ghost Valley used to roam the seas on 3 Nether Crossing ships, flaunting their terrifying might. But after the war with the Mad Lord, they were stuck to one sea area, staying quiet. Thinking about it, many demon tribes living in the sea held quite positive feelings about that event. Was there some resentment towards Black Ghost Valley? Ran smiled contentedly as we ascended to the deck of the Nether Crossing ship. The ship was made of some incredibly sturdy and glossy material. A considerable amount of yin and ghostly energy was emanating from the deck. Let's go inside. Ran opened the door leading inside the ship from the deck. Whoosh! I was stunned as I looked inside. Just opening the door released an overwhelming amount of yin and ghost energy. The interior was completely shrouded in darkness, obscuring everything from view. Ran became a bit tense too, stiffening up at the door. But Hyung, it seems a bit cramped inside for you to enter. Don't worry about that, let's just go in, swoosh. As he spoke, Ran stepped into the darkness. I followed him, tensely entering after him. Whoosh! Then I witnessed an astonishing sight. It's bigger inside than outside, a colossal space. A passageway thousands of times larger than what it appears from the outside is before me. Ran turns to me and said, Black Ghost Valley used to rule the entire sea with 3 Nether Crossing ships. The reason they could do so was because each Nether Crossing ship itself was a divine object with an unbelievably huge compressed space. The Nether Crossing ship is almost the same as Black Ghost Valley's main base. In fact, their main base, Gui Valley, was merely a port for docking the Nether Crossing ship, so it's more accurate to say that the Nether Crossing ships are Black Ghost Valley. Wow, I was overwhelmed by the sheer size and lost my words for a moment. I heard it was an artifact created by mimicking the immortal treasures of true immortals by one of the talented artisans of the times. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. We continued walking. Passing through the vast corridor, we arrived at a large cavern. In various places, there were statues of ghosts strewn about, and sizable wooden buildings situated here and there. Can you check all the rooms and buildings inside the ship to see if there's anything emitting this kind of energy? Woong. When Ran extended his paw, a bead the size of a fingernail, emanating the energy of the Sea Dragon tribe, floated up. Remember not only the shape, but also the energy. If you find an object emitting this energy, tell me right away. Understood. Shall we go in and look? I remembered the energy he emitted and took a look at a pavilion 4 or 5 stories high. But to think that such a gigantic space, still with plenty of room left, is compressed into just one ship. Is this what qualifies as a divine object of a great cultivation sect? Just when I was looking around. Step. Whoosh! Something flew at me at high speed. Clang! I quickly emit Gang Chi to deflect it. It's a small dagger. Looking closely, a hole opened in one wall, revealing a hidden mechanical trap that had sprung. A mechanical trap, then click-clack, click-clack. Something clicks inside one of the wooden buildings and something walks out. Click-clack, click-clack. They are puppets made of wood. The puppets move awkwardly at first, then suddenly rush at me. HMPH, boom, boom. Without hesitation, I emit Gang Sphere from my palm and completely ground the puppets to dust. Hyung. These things are. I heard that these are mechanical traps left by the Mad Lord when he entered the Nether Crossing ship. I don't know how he does it, but the Mad Lord is said to be capable of filling an area with his mechanical traps in just a moment of sitting. That's when it happened. Click-clack, click-clack. More wooden puppets begin to approach us from a distance. Ran twitches his brows and moves his body. All right, let's break through together. Let's do it. Ran and I charged towards the puppets rushing at us. We broke through the puppets, dodging numerous mechanical traps as we searched inside. The inside of the ship was immensely spacious, rivaling the size of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect that I had seen in the Great Mountain Ranges. Even more so, there were at least 2 more such ships in Black Ghost Valley. One could easily imagine their former glory. The parts of the ship seen from the outside that were half destroyed were either warped in space or completely inaccessible. We destroyed mechanical traps and headed down to the lower part of the ship. SSSHHH. The lower deck of the ship is filled with ghostly energy. There were no ghosts or vengeful spirits, but the formidable ghostly energy was enough to make one's consciousness tremble. Seo Hyung, I'm feeling a bit numb in my consciousness. I felt the ghost energy affecting my consciousness. Seo Ran opened his mouth in response. A small golden bell pops out of his mouth and jingles once. With its clear sound, the surrounding darkness seems to recede slightly, and the pain affecting my consciousness eases a bit. I used a Dharma treasure with the power of exorcism to drive away some of the ghostly energy. I put a lot of effort into empowering this treasure over the past 3 years. However, to completely eliminate the pain, it would be better to compress the consciousness and give it form. Seo Ran advises me while looking in my direction. I utilize the technique of summoning wind, dragon transformation to change my consciousness into the shape of a sea dragon. Since Seo Ran's consciousness already perfectly covered him in the same form, it seemed to put less strain on him from the start. Indeed, giving form to the consciousness allows better resistance to attacks on the mind. I solidify my consciousness and ask Seo Ran a question. Seo Hyung, what exactly is a Dharma treasure? Is it different from magic artifacts? You ask about everything. Magic artifacts are toys used by cultivators from chi refining to chi building stage. Dharma treasures are real weapons used by core formation cultivators. They feed on the power within the core formation, cultivator's golden core, and grow along with the cultivator. He continued explaining about Dharma treasures. If one is not at the core formation stage and below, they would need to accumulate power over several years to use it, but the effect is certainly significant. So Seo Hyung, when you reach a stage equivalent to core formation, will you be able to use a Dharma treasure properly? At my question, Seo Ran hesitated for a moment before responding. Unfortunately, demon beasts don't usually use Dharma treasures. Our fangs, claws, scales, etc. are essentially our Dharma treasures. This treasure is used only in special situations like this and won't be my main weapon. I see. We continued to drive away the Gossel Y energy in the Nether crossing ship, breaking through puppets and mechanical traps as we went deeper. By the way, can the Nether crossing ship really cross the Netherworld? It's a symbolic name. This ship is just an imitation of a true immortal treasure. While those treasures could possibly travel to the Netherworld, this ship can traverse space, but as far as I know, cannot go to the world of the dead. Being able to traverse space alone is impressive. As I shattered an approaching puppet and we continued downward, I noticed something. There are no puppets attacking on this floor. It is quiet and dark. While the previous floors were somewhat visible, this floor is completely shrouded in darkness. It's too quiet and teeming with ghostly energy. Without exchanging words, Seo Ran and I simultaneously fall silent and keep watch. The demon's senses are keen. The circulation of Taiji around us has changed. Yin and Yang are not circulating properly, with Yang energy being suppressed by Yin energy. There is something dangerous on this floor. That's when it happened. What ghost dares to intrude upon the Nether crossing ship? A demon beast and a human. I understand the demon, but what's with this human, coated in several layers of death on his soul? Chill, cough, it's hard to breathe. A chill runs through my body. It's natural for ghosts to coat their deaths. But why does this one have several layers of death? How curious and strange. I recognize this presence. From the Makli clan, Jin clan, Chingmun clan, and others. An unchallengeable disaster. The aura of core formation. A great ghost indeed. A living human cloaked in the skin of a ghost. What audacious business brings you here? Let's escape. Flash, a burst of light emits from Seo Ran's bell. Simultaneously, the pressure bearing down on us vanish. That Dharma treasure, could it be? Quickly to the upper deck. Seo Ran cries out as if in agony, and we frantically climb back up. Ahaha, I see. A bastard of the Sea Dragon King's lineage. The prince of the king family, yet still here when others have ascended. Seo Atrial must have abandoned you. A great ghost and a stain of the royal family. Even a dead old man has exciting days. Rumble. A wave of dark ghostly energy begin to chase us from below. Do you really think you can escape from the grasp of a heavenly being cultivator? The voice of that entity echoes throughout the ship. The mention of heavenly being makes my head spin, nearly causing me to lose my balance and fall. Stay focused. If it was a heavenly being, we wouldn't be feeling so easily. It must be the resentful spirit of a heavenly being cultivator killed by the Mad Lord. At best, it can only exert core formation level strength, and that too only within the ship. Just focus on escaping. I regain my senses at Seo Ran's words, utilize the summoning wind, dragon transformation to cloak myself in wind and flee even faster upwards. How dare you run, you maggots. Rumble. Behind us, a wave of yin energy surge. Kugugugugu, darkness reaches out to us. Thousands of black hands emerge from thin air, stretching towards us. Twisting my body in midair, I narrowly evade all the hands along the optimal path. Using Mountain Lord soaring flight at full display, I manage to escape the ghost hands without a single hair touched. However, for Seo Ran with his large size, escaping is a bit more challenging. Using the power of exorcism and destruction from his golden bell, Seo Ran burns off several hands clinging to him and ascends upwards. Once we break free from the ghost hands, the puppets we previously shattered on our way down started to rise in the air and swiftly charge at us. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seo Hyung, don't stop, just look ahead. I release Sword Gang from both hands, swinging it in all directions. Boom, bang. Following the intricacies of dual energy sword control, my Sword Gang wildly changes trajectory in midair, knocking away all parts of the puppets charging at us. Yet ahead of us, a sea of destroyed parts, emitting intense ghostly energy, are surging towards us. Prepare the strongest attack. Understood. I emit Gang Sphere from my inner core, and Seo Hyung gathers spiritual power at the corner of his mouth. Break through. Boom. 3 Gang Spheres fly from my hand, turning into a storm of light that stops the wave in its tracks. A blue torrent of light erupts from Seo Ran's mouth, striking the wave head-on. Seo Ran's breath carves a huge hole in the wave. We rush towards the gap and manage to escape. We quickly ascend to the next level. Sticky, black darkness surges towards us, trying to grasp us. Seo Ran keeps exhaling breaths, and I continuously emit Gang Spheres, narrowly escaping the pursuit of the core formation level Ghost Spirit. Finally, we see the entrance we came through in the distance. As we're about to escape the Nether crossing ship, numerous black hands emerge from the ship itself. I evade all the hands, but Seo Ran, due to his size, can't avoid them all. There is a reason for the sudden emergence of ghost hands from the ship's hull. Humming sounds emanate from the ship, and the ghost spirit's voice resonates. Escaping well, aren't you? Daring to plunder the Azurebone Valley's treasures like that bastard Mad Lord. While I am here, it will never happen. Even if this ship is destroyed and discarded, it once shared its glory days with the Azurebone Valley's prime. No one can covet the valley's treasures. Azurebone Valley. Before I can ponder, another giant ghost hand surges towards me. I explode the ghost hand with a Gang Sphere from my inner core and approach Seo Ran. Seo Hyung, I'll help. No need. I've gathered enough strength, I can handle this. Seo Ran's body emits a sudden surge of demonic power. Simultaneously, golden energy begins to emanate from between his scales. He looks to be cloaked in a golden protective Gang Chi. Is this the power of that Dharma treasure he mentioned earlier? The ghost hands grasping him explode, freeing Seo Ran. He gnashes his teeth and ascends into the sky, as thousands more ghost hands emerge from the ship, trying to grasp him. The ghost spirit's voice echoes everywhere. That's a treasure of the Azurebone Valley, isn't it? If you leave it behind, I'll let you go. Nonsense. This is my treasure, my own treasure. Seo Ran shouts back at the ghost spirit and signals me with his eyes. I activate Summoning Wind, Dragon Transformation, slicing through the ghost hands with wind and cling to Seo Ran, aiding his flight. Hold tight, we'll break through the barrier in one go. Yes, I blast 2 ghost hands approaching us from both sides with Gang Spheres and grab onto Seo Ran's mane. Blue light emits from between his scales. In an instant, Seo Ran's massive body exerts explosive power, leaping through space, and we find ourselves near the water barrier. Looking back, I see the Nether crossing ship teeming with hundreds of black hands. The next moment, we're soaked again, entering the foggy area. The fog, blackened, follows us. Seo Ran evades the pursuing fog and throws himself towards the end of the mist. There is significant resistance when entering from outside, but there's no resistance when leaving from inside to outside. Once we're outside the barrier, the light between Seo Ran's scales vanishes and he falls powerlessly into the sea. He's exhausted. Seo Ran's condition doesn't look good. His eyes are rolled back and gasping for air. Seo Ran writhes as he floats on the sea. I need to move him, or else he might be attacked by other sea demons. Using my internal energy, I grab Seo Ran's neck and activate Summoning Wind, Dragon Transformation. Seo Ran and I are engulfed in a whirlwind and rise into the sky together. If only I had mastered water attribute spells, I could have just let him float in the sea and swim along. I once again realized the importance of mastering the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation, especially the water path. After carrying his heavy body and flying for a while, whoosh, we finally make it out of the stormy sea. Huff huff. As soon as we're in the sunlight, Seo Ran regains his consciousness. Seo Hyung, may I put you down now? Yes, go ahead, my neck is sore. Splash. I drop Seo Ran into the sea and he emerges from the water. Using Summoning Wind, Dragon Transformation continuously while carrying Seo Ran quickly depleted my inner core's energy. If I had kept flying while carrying Seo Hyung, I might have been exhausted too. If I had floated in the sea unconscious, I would have surely become their prey. Haha, natural to help a comrade, huh? A trace of sorrow momentarily crosses Seo Ran's face and consciousness. Anyway, this attempt was a failure. What will you do now, Seo Hyung? I can't give up on what's inside there. It's something I desperately need. He clenches his teeth, but that place is guarded by a core formation level ghost spirit. It's impossible to investigate further. After a moment of silence, Seo Ran pulls out the golden bell. I didn't expect such a ghost spirit to remain, so I only gathered energy in this treasure for 3 years just to fend off basic ghosts. But if such a being exists, it's a different story. He continues, looking at the golden bell. More than 3 years. I'll invest even more time in this treasure to make it even stronger, so no evil ghost can approach. Then I'll definitely get what I need. Seo Ran looks at me. Yoon Hyan, 10 years. Can you help me again after 10 years? I must obtain it. Without it, I cannot move forward. It's equivalent to my entire life being denied. His eyes reveal an obsession bordering on madness. Previously, he said he needed to find an item to enhance his cultivation. But I can tell, it's not just about cultivation, there's something else. After pondering, I nod to Seo Ran. I will help you. You and the Sea Dragon King have been kind to me. It isn't just out of gratitude to Seo Ran. I owe much to Seo Hwal and wanted to help him. Seo Ran stays silent for a moment, then nods. We arrange when and where to meet again and then part ways. Sigh. I stay floating above the sea with summoning wind, dragon transformation, organizing my thoughts, thinking back a great ghost, the many ghosts in the fog, and the core formation level ghost spirit called me a great ghost. The remaining ghost spirit of a heavenly being cultivator said I had a soul coated with multiple deaths. Do the dead see such things? The Blackbone Valley Grand Elder, Whitebone Ghost Devil, who seemed much more skilled than the core formation ghost spirit, hadn't said anything to me. The influence of being a dead person seems significant. Azurebone Valley, too. I've never heard of it, even in the royal archives of Shengzi. Azurebone Valley. Could it be related to Blackbone Valley's hidden history? After contemplating, I shake my head. There's nothing I can do now. I need more information later. For now, I must elevate my cultivation. I need to enhance my gang sphere to reach the extreme of ultimate pinnacle, and find a way to advance from Chi refining 14th star to Chi building. Whether it works or not, I'll give it my best shot. First, I decided to go to Yangnuo, meet Kim Young-hoon, and find a way to advance to Chi building while gaining martial arts experience. After contacting Kim Young-hoon through the Jin clan, I informed him where I would be staying. I went to the mountains near Yangnuo, Yansan City, defeated all the bandits in the area, and settled down. First, I should master the water-surpassing path up to the 4th star. Considering that in 10 years, I'll be joining Seo Ran to venture deep into the Black Wind Sea and search the nether crossing ship of the Blackbone Valley again, it's essential to at least know the basics of water attribute spells to avoid being a burden. The cultivation manual I acquired, regarded as the basic among the basics in the Taoist community, is 5 surpassing paths to cultivation. It contains the basic techniques for the 5 paths: earth, water, fire, wood, and metal. So far, I had only mastered the earth surpassing path, but I could always learn the other paths if I wanted. Initially, mastering even one earth surpassing path was challenging, so I focused solely on it. To assist Seo Ran in the sea, mastering at least the basics of the water surpassing path is necessary, so I planned to learn it to the minimum extent. I began training in the water surpassing path, replenishing water spiritual energy in a nearby valley. While practicing the water surpassing path, I found it surprisingly easy. Perhaps it's because I've already activated and cleared the meridians with the earth surpassing path. It's just a matter of accumulating water energy along those pathways. The teachings of understanding before breakthrough I learned from my master weren't limited to earth attribute methods. Despite the differences between the 5 elements, I quickly embodied and made the water surpassing path my own. Once I form the water hand seal, the valley's water rises into the air, forming shapes as I envision. Forming the seal again, water droplets form in the air and begin to fall. This will solve any thirst problems in the desert. I smile, feeling the water-surpassing path's spiritual power settling within me. After about a year of diligent practice, the water-surpassing path is close to reaching the 2nd star of Chi refining. I also mastered all 72 earthly Sha true words corresponding to the water element, making them freely usable. Since I always had an overwhelming understanding of the 72 earthly Sha true words, mastering other elemental attributes became straightforward after getting accustomed to them. Now, let's try Chi building again. Even while mastering the water-surpassing path, I haven't neglected martial arts training, and my gang sphere has increased to 4. I can now accelerate my mental facilities by more than 5 times. Woo. I focus, attempting to advance to the next phase from the infinite spiritual cloud. Rumble, rumble. Clouds of spiritual power whirl in my dantian, forming a spiritual energy star. However, like before, the spiritual energy star begins to crack under strain and turbulence. And then, boom, I clench my teeth and endure the pain. The spiritual energy star exploded, and my cultivation fell back to 12th star. Sigh, back to square one. I sigh softly, slowly recovering my spiritual power. But then, something felt off. I focus and activated the earth-surpassing path. I realized the odd sense of déjà vu. The recovery speed has slightly increased. My spiritual power recovery rate has sped up compared to before, a mysterious phenomenon. After some contemplation, I figure out the cause. The water-surpassing path, that's right. not just the earth-surpassing path, but also the recently practiced water-surpassing path's water energy was complementing the earth energy, slightly speeding up the recovery of spiritual power. This was mentioned when I bought the manual. The old man selling the cultivation manual previously explained it. Good, this means I can try the next challenge sooner. Faster spiritual power recovery meant more attempts at advancing to chi building. With a lighter heart, I begin to recover my cultivation state. 4 years passed. I successfully mastered the water-surpassing path up to 4th star and could handle the 4 gang spheres quite stably. Around this time, Kim Young-hoon finally visited. Kim Hyung, have you finally come after I sent a letter years ago? I greet him with a hearty laugh. However, Kim Young-hoon's expression isn't bright. Sorry, I was so absorbed in something that I lost track of time. A few years ago, the cultivator clans in Shengzi started attacking the Makli clan for breaking a treaty. Recently, the Makli clan hasn't been active, so I've been focusing solely on martial arts. And Wuong, Kim Young-hoon releases his gang sphere. The sphere split into 3, then each sphere split into 3 again, totaling 9 spheres orbiting around him. I've also reached the extreme of ultimate pinnacle. But this is the end. His complexion turns ashen. I've made several attempts and errors, yet I can't grasp what to do next. Even after studying the demon beast method to explore the next realm, it isn't enough. There are so many paths before me, yet none seem to lead anywhere. It's completely unclear what I should do next. I have increased my miscellaneous skills, but no matter how much I learn, it doesn't raise my realm. How do I transcend beyond this point? Really, how? After venting his emotions, Kim Young-hoon takes a deep breath and calms down. Sigh, I'm sorry, I'm just too frustrated. I don't know what to do. Up to ultimate pinnacle, it felt like I was following a path laid by others, but beyond this, it feels like I need to create a realm that doesn't exist. I've studied medicine, and even advanced to the 3rd star of Qi, refining with the cultivation method I requested from the Jin clan. I've researched and re-researched the demon beast method you gave me, but how to create the next realm? I just don't know. He sighs, clearly frustrated. Ultimate pinnacle as well was a realm of theory. The realm of 3 flowers gather at the summit is rare. 5 energies converging to the origin is legendary. And ultimate pinnacle was just a conceptual realm imagined by martial artists. What could be stronger than 5 energies converging to the origin? If such a realm exists, what would it be named? The name of a realm born from the frivolous theories of martial artists. That is ultimate pinnacle. And now Kim Young-hoon is struggling to reach a realm beyond imagination. A realm beyond imagination. Even the storytellers, who playfully speak of ultimate pinnacle, have not even dreamt of what lies beyond it. Ultimate pinnacle, after all, was a realm of fantasy, thus it had a name. The world beyond that, even among the storytellers, remains nameless. Kim Young-hoon is struggling to reach a place without a name. I'm sorry, but I can't join him in his struggle. I am slow. So slow, in fact, that I am still at the mid-stage of ultimate pinnacle with only 4 gang spheres. It is uncertain whether I could even handle 9 gang spheres in this lifetime. How can I then discuss what lies beyond ultimate pinnacle? I'm not yet qualified to discuss such a realm. Yes, you're right. Kim Young-hoon isn't a bad person. Normally, in such a situation, he would try to lighten the mood by praising my skills as decent. However, Kim Young-hoon only affirmed my words with a dark expression, evidence of his extraordinary efforts to transcend to the next level. What lies beyond is unexplored, a realm that's never been seriously discussed. The basic requirement to enter it is reaching the extreme of ultimate pinnacle. Even my talent needs to be honed to the absolute brink for this realm. Suddenly, during his speech, Kim Young-hoon pauses, then begins to chuckle. Ha ha ha, it's so infuriating. It might have been better if my talent was mediocre, focused only on reaching existing realms. If the realm already exists, I could have trained diligently. But since I don't even know what to do, it's unbearably tormenting. Being the only pioneer, the pressure that I cannot give up is immense. I look at him with a bittersweet feeling. When I think about it, it's true. Kim Young-hoon ascended to ultimate pinnacle several lifetimes ago, in the past life, and the life before that, and even before that. He ascended to ultimate pinnacle multiple times, wielded 9 gang spheres, and reached its extreme repeatedly. But not once had he mentioned discovering a realm beyond or shown any joy in such a discovery. Does a realm beyond ultimate pinnacle truly exist? I couldn't dare to console his despair. His despair is entirely different from mine. All I can do is silently listen to his despair. After venting for a while, Kim Young-hoon spoke more calmly. I'm sorry. I didn't come here to vent my emotions. I came to give you a warning. What kind of warning? While studying the summoning wind, dragon transformation method you gave me, I realized something. When humans practice it, during its activation, it forcibly transforms the consciousness into the form of a dragon. I thought while studying this technique that it shouldn't be practiced by humans. I listened carefully to his words. Indeed, summoning wind dragon transformation is powerful, but every time I use it, it feels overwhelmingly uncomfortable, like wearing a tight suit of armor. It puts too much strain on the human soul. No matter how powerful your consciousness is from practicing cultivation, cultivating that method is metaphorically like diving deep into the ocean without a diving suit and wearing a dragon's skin. The burden on your soul is too great. There's a reason humans don't practice demon beast methods. I sigh softly. Perhaps humans have their own suitable form of consciousness, but at least it's definitely not in the form of a dragon. I clearly felt that, the form of consciousness fitting for humans. I repeat those words in my mind. The god of the Azure Emperor, etc. for the four constellations has been to change to the spirit of the Azure Dragon and etc. I innately thought the constellations mentioned referred to the five emperors of Chinese myth cause of the Yellow Emperor part, but after doing some research, it turns out the constellations refer to the four mythical beasts. A form of consciousness perfectly suited for humans. Is it merely a warning about the demon beast method I'm practicing, or is it some kind of conundrum you've discovered, Kim Hyung? It was unlikely he brought this up without reason. Kim Young-hoon gazed at me intently, then seemed to ponder for a moment. It's both. If it's both, have you already found the foundation for the next realm, Kim Hyung? What do you think is the reason I came to you and poured out my emotions? If I had found the clue to the next realm through that, I would have told you long ago. He adjusts his posture with a self-mocking smile. Anyway, it seems he has found something. Kim Young-hoon moves in front of a massive rock and takes a ready stance, then slowly reaches out his hand, a hand without any internal energy. No matter how slow, to strike a rock with such a hand looks like an action not caring about shattering the hand. But then, at that moment, flash, my eyes widen as I closely observe Kim Young-hoon's fist. No, his consciousness. His consciousness fluctuates, and suddenly the area around Kim Young-hoon's fist compresses into the same shape as his fist. It's almost like demon beast methods. There is a resemblance to the demon beast methods that altered the domain of consciousness. Kim Young-hoon's fist finally makes contact with the rock. Crack, like burrowing into tofu. Kim Young-hoon's fist digs into the rock, burying up to his forearm. He didn't use internal energy. I rub my eyes and look again, but there is no internal energy in Kim Young-hoon's arm. Look, crack. Zez. Kim Young-hoon pulls his arm out of the rock and shows it to me. Observing his arm, I understand how he burrowed into the rock without using internal energy. It's not internal energy, but the basic chi naturally flowing within the body activated to the extreme. When the consciousness domain momentarily aligns with the fist, the basic energy of the fist is maximally activated. Swoosh. After showing me his arm for a while, he relaxes his focus and returns the consciousness, previously compressed into a fist shape, back to its original form. I can't maintain it for long as it's a recent discovery. Unlike your summoning wind dragon transformation, it's not about naturally altering the consciousness to fit the configuration. I just forcibly compress the area of consciousness. I listen to him and ask. So a form of consciousness suitable for humans means, like you just demonstrated, changing the consciousness domain into a human form. That is my conjecture based on what I had just seen. However, Kim Young-hoon's expression becomes strange. It's ambiguous, perhaps subtle. Yes, I contemplated over hundreds, thousands of false paths laid before me. Among them, I found the method of compressing consciousness into a human form and strengthening the physical energy. I intuitively knew that it was one of the real paths. Then what's the problem? I'm not sure if the path I found truly belongs to martial arts. What does he mean by that? Something about it subtly overlaps with the realm of martial arts. But intuitively, I feel that following that path might eventually lead to a realm utterly unrelated to martial arts. Of course, I also learned it with the intention of informing you, as it's clear that the stage you've reached with your demon beast method is certainly misguided. By the way, is there no way to acquire other demon beast methods besides that summoning wind dragon transformation? Yes, it would be difficult to find others. Kim Young-hoon sighs in frustration. It would be nice to have more reference material. You just said that changing the consciousness domain doesn't belong to the realm of martial arts, didn't you? That's true, but I've only researched the one summoning wind dragon transformation you gave me. Without anything to compare and contrast, it's hard to reduce trial and error. If I could obtain other demon beast methods for research, I'd have much more data. I'll try to find them, but I can't make any promises. That's enough for me. Kim Young-hoon nods, and then we exchange a discussion about consciousness domains. After a while, we achieve satisfactory results. I gained a clue about the fifth gang sphere, and Kim Young-hoon attained enlightenment about the differences and similarities between cultivation methods, demon beast methods, and martial arts. We sat and discussed for several hours before parting ways. I wanted to spar with Kim Young-hoon after not seeing him for so long, but it felt like he was avoiding it due to some concerns he had. Since that day, Kim Young-hoon started visiting me more frequently, especially to hear my insights into cultivation methods and demon beast methods. He is unparalleled in martial arts, but when it comes to cultivation methods, due to his perhaps lesser talent, there was no change in his cultivation. His focus was more on applying the insights from cultivation methods to martial arts to break through to the next realm. Based on the insights of understanding before breakthrough, I taught him cultivation. Kim Young-hoon explained his understanding of the gang sphere in a way that I could easily understand. Years passed like this. Swoosh, the valley around me. The water from the valley flows towards me, swirling around me as the center. Then suddenly, whoosh. Like an explosion of water, it sprays apart and then gathers around me again, forming a large water droplet. Within that water spell, I slowly open my eyes. I am underwater, but the water energy connects with me, allowing me to breathe freely, bubbling. After staying in the water for a while, I form a hand seal and disperse the water droplet. The water-surpassing path to cultivation has now reached the 9th star of the Qi refining stage, the phase of the 5 elements. From the 9th star of Qi refining, one can fully manifest the elements of the learned spell and use the corresponding attributes. Moreover, swoosh, the speed of spiritual energy recovery has increased significantly. I wonder how much the recovery speed of spiritual energy will increase if I fully understand both the earth and water surpassing paths to cultivation. It definitely won't be a small increase. How much help will it be to master 2 methods of different attributes? So far, aside from being able to attempt Qi building more frequently due to the faster recovery of spiritual energy, there are no other noticeable benefits. Once I fully understand the methods, I'll see. After all, in the water-surpassing path, only the stages of 4 images, 3 talents, yin-yang unity, unified origin, and infinite spiritual cloud are left. But since I've already cleared the spiritual meridians with the earth-surpassing path, all that's left is to accumulate more spiritual energy. While gathering my spiritual energy, it's time to think. Thud, thud, someone approaches from afar. By the sound of the footsteps, it's not Kim Young-hoon. They isn't someone skilled in martial arts. The strength of the footsteps suggest a young person, but they don't seem afraid of venturing deep into the mountains. The weight of the footsteps indicate they aren't a child either. Not a martial artist, not a mountain-wise hermit, not an ignorant child and no fear in the footsteps, either a high official or cultivator. One of the two. A cultivator, I guess. A high official wouldn't come alone. They would bring dozens of attendants. Swoosh. I used the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts to hide my presence. Soon after, a young cultivator in red robes emerges from the bushes. This is where that mortal often came. A cultivator from the Jin clan. It seems he had followed Kim Young-hoon and found this place where he often came. I don't want to get involved in trouble, so I'll have to move and contact Kim Hyung later. I assess his strength while hidden. Judging by the size of his consciousness domain and spiritual aura, he is also a Qi-refining 14th star cultivator, likely one of the influential late-stage cultivators of the Jin clan. I seem to have seen him once or twice in passing. I was about to leave him be when he suddenly started. Haha, that damned mortal. How dare a mortal become an external elder with some strange power? Ridiculous. That damned guy, I'll make him suffer a lot. The Jin clan's cultivator begins throwing spirit stones around, setting up a formation. Is he setting a trap? Unfortunately for him, Kim Young-hoon has already awakened demon senses and could see the flow of heaven and earth spiritual energy, so it probably wouldn't work on him. I continue to observe what he is up to. Click, 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 he starts forming hand seals. With each seal, the fire energy starts to rise around him. While observing the changes in his energy, I am startled and step back. Fire embryo formation. Brrrrrrrrrrr. The surrounding area fills with the energy of flames, covering a radius of 3 zhang with fire. Come out, whoever is hiding. Ah, I see. It seems my remaining energy from the water element spell I used before hiding hadn't completely dissipated. He must have sensed someone hiding nearby based on that. Who are you? Come out now. What's your relationship with that mortal, the external elder of the Jin clan? After a moment of consideration, I release my concealment and appear in front of him. He is quite startled when I appear out of nowhere like a ghost. Who are you? He cautiously sizes me up, feeling the pressure of my consciousness and spiritual power. How should I introduce myself? How to do this without causing harm to Kim Young-hoon? I think for a moment and come up with a suitable excuse. I am a disciple who learned techniques from Kim Young-hoon, the external elder of your Jin clan, before he joined the clan. Recently, we have been exchanging insights. What are you trying to do? HMPH, the place you are in now is the territory of my Jin clan. Have you received permission from my Jin clan to train here? Annoying, even though it's not really their territory. I decide not to provoke him unnecessarily. After all, the Jin clan recently usurped the imperial throne and established themselves in this area. There's no need to create a conflict with the Jin clan, especially now when they are already so arrogant, especially if Kim Young-hoon is taking refuge with the Jin clan. I interrupt him and make a proposal. Since we've met here, how about a bet? If you win, I'll teach you this technique. Flash, as I manifest a gang sphere from my inner core, the cultivator flinches and steps back. But at the same time, greed appears in his eyes. What kind of bet? Wait, what happens if I lose? He asks politely, bowing slightly, perhaps recognizing me as a Qi building level figure. If you lose, keep it a secret that I train in this vicinity from the Jin clan. Also, Kim Young-hoon is both my teacher and friend, so stop any intentions of bothering him. He's an external elder of your clan, isn't he? Yes, I understand. The terms of the bet are simple. I will only use pure chi refining level spells to fight you. I won't use any magic artifacts, while you can use all your magic artifacts and spells to defeat me. Yes, all right, Sis. As soon as I finish speaking, the formation he had set up begins to react. Crack, I also activate the earth-surpassing path and spread my own formation around me. A pure fight as a chi refining cultivator, almost a first for me. Because the ultimate pinnacle is almost at the chi building level, the chi refining spells are relatively weak in comparison. Especially after reaching the 14th star of chi refining, I have hardly fought against any cultivators of the same level. Well, let's see how much power I can use. At the 14th star of chi refining, when reaching the infinite spiritual cloud realm, a spiritual cloud forms in the Danshin. Compressing this spiritual cloud into a spiritual star signifies successful chi building, but the spiritual cloud can also be accumulated and utilized in combat. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, both of us breathe out. From his Danshin, a hot red spiritual cloud containing fire energy, and from mine, a heavy yellow-brown spiritual cloud containing earth energy, emerges. Clouds cover the surroundings. The hot red and yellow-brown clouds collide. Queuing, within the range of the clouds, the formations become more active, and several spells emerge above them. Heavenly Leader Chinese letter, Heavenly Gang Chinese letter, Heavenly Machine Chinese letter, Heavenly Leisure Chinese letter, Heavenly Bravery. Earth and fire spells begin to condense in the clouds and collide wildly. Both of us are at a level where we can use spells with just incantations, omitting the hand seals and detailed chants. We clash using the 72 earthly Sha true words and the 36 heavenly gang method decrees. Amidst the collision of flames and clods of earth between the two clouds, a thunderous explosion resounds. Flame Chinese letter, explosion Chinese letter, brilliant Chinese letter. He begins to form hand seals and starts to condense his unique innate ability. Unlike the basic spells learned from the earth-surpassing path, it seems the Jin clan's true essence cultivation methods have their unique innate abilities. Flames gather into the shape of a bird, fluttering and fluttering. The fire-formed bird scatters sparks in all directions and then like lightning darts towards me. So fast, judging by the structure of the spell, it's the type that will explode upon direct impact. Earth Prison Chinese letter. I quickly form hand seals to create a prison of earth, trapping the fire-formed bird inside. Boom, the bird explodes within the prison, but the prison is only slightly charred and not destroyed. How could basic spells counter unique innate abilities? If you can draw out the true power of a spell, it's entirely possible. I continue to use spells while speaking calmly. One who has reached a realm through understanding before breakthrough can dominate others of the same level. Arg, you said I could use magic artifacts. Clang. The Jin clan cultivator pulls out a red magic artifact emitting flames from his storage device. The feathers on the tool flutter in his formation, akin to blazing flames. 12 flame explosive birds. F whoosh. Flames condense and 12 firebirds form in the air. Attack. The birds fly in from 12 directions. However, I start forming hand seals even faster. Inside the yellow-brown cloud, spells begin to condense at an even faster rate. Bang, bang, bang. Basic spells fly out, shattering his unique innate abilities, and new basic spells begin to condense continuously. How can you condense spells faster than before? I formed hand seals until my hands bled and my fingerprints disappeared. This isn't enough to tire me out. The yellow-brown cloud begins to engulf the red cloud. Jin clan cultivator continues to swing his magic artifact, and as he starts to lose, he even takes out talismans to throw. I match him equally with only basic spells, without using any magic artifacts or unique innate abilities. If the battle drags on, my victory is assured due to my overflowing spiritual power, as I wasn't using any magic artifacts or powerful innate abilities. Realizing this, he begins to increase his spiritual power even more, opting for a short battle. Crack! He bites his finger, drawing blood. The red blood droplets rise into the air and soak into his magic artifact. Rumble. His magic artifact blazes even redder, emitting intense heat. Piercing heat Chinese letter, explosive brilliance Chinese letter. The heat breaks through limits, and a giant firebird flaps its wings like a phoenix. Not bad. Is this the strength of a typical grand perfection chi refining cultivator? What? I begin forming different hand seals than before. Heavenly explosion Chinese letter. Simultaneously, the water in the valley behind him begins to churn. Whoosh! A giant wave rises and engulfs him from behind. His formation, clouds, and entire array of innate spells are enveloped by the wave, and the moisture evaporates, spreading steam everywhere. A sudden sneak attack. It's an attack of the 9th star chi refining level, so it doesn't significantly affect his 14th star chi refining formation. However, his prepared spell is significantly weakened. I seize the opportunity, forming 16 hand seals in an instant. 16 spells condense and fly towards him. Boom, 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 splash, His formation and clouds are completely shattered, and the Jin Clan cultivator is swept into the valleys, submerged underwater. Cough, huff, how did you? How did you reach the 14th star of chi refining and master another element method, and even high-level chi refining techniques? How? I won the bet, so please keep my training here a secret as promised. The Jin Clan cultivator, struggling in the valley, climbs onto a nearby rock and looks up at me incredulously. How? No, why? Why bother mastering two element methods? At the 14th star, you should be secluded, preparing for chi building. Preparing for chi building, I chuckle. I've been doing that consistently, for decades, continuously. The smile on my lips is bitter. But I couldn't reach chi building, so I sought other methods by mastering different elements. Isn't it that one without talent must try everything possible, within the bounds of not losing one's way, to reach a higher realm? I am actually thankful to this Jin Clan cultivator. During our intense battle, I felt my spiritual power rapidly depleting and then recovering. Through him, I have an idea. If practicing two element methods has already sped up my recovery rate to this point, what if I fully master them? What if not just two, but three elements, or even four? No, what about all five elements? An absurd and foolish endeavor no one has tried. It would take a lifetime just to fully master them. But I have gained insight from understanding before breakthrough, and I have enough time. If I fully master all five elemental methods, how fast will my recovery rate become? Could I attempt chi building dozens of times a day with that recovery rate? The Jin Clan cultivator, apologizing for daring to disturb me, swears on his clan's honor to keep today's events a secret and quickly flees into the distance. I've decided, for a dullard to reach a higher realm, they must put in many times the effort of a genius. So why not just put in that much effort? Even if I attain enlightenment in the morning and die in the evening, it's worth it. I will fully master the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation. This had been brewing in my mind, and after today's duel with the Jin Clan cultivator, it burst forth. I am resolved to complete all 5 elements to reach chi building. Time passed. Before I knew it, the appointed day I had agreed upon with Seo Ran approached, and I half opened my eyes. As I exhale, the spiritual cloud of the earth-surpassing path rises from my dantian. A yellow-brown cloud covers the surroundings. At the same time, SSSHHH, a jet-black cloud mixes with the yellow-brown, creating a dual-colored cloud swirling around me, black and yellow clouds. The black cloud is the manifestation of the water and yin energy of the water-surpassing path to cultivation. Huff. Inhaling again, both clouds are drawn back into my nose and mouth. Water surpassing path to cultivation, chi refining 14th star infinite spiritual cloud achieved. Since I had already opened all spiritual meridians with the earth surpassing path, there was no need to open additional meridians, I just needed to accumulate spiritual energy. Additionally, having insight into each stage through understanding before breakthrough, I only needed to consider the differences of the 5 elements and slowly open them. Of course, that too took a very long time. It seemed to be unavoidable due to my constitution. At this rate, I won't be able to master all 5 elemental methods in this lifetime. It seems it might even take the next life. Wooum. I open my eyes and summon a gang sphere from my inner core. The gang sphere splits into 5 and circles around me. Finally, 5 gang spheres. Although I had long ago learned to handle 5 gang spheres, stabilizing all 5 is a recent achievement. I wonder if I can handle 9 gang spheres like Kim Hyung in this lifetime. Grasping the clue to the next gang sphere and delving into it, barely forming a new gang sphere, stabilizing the newly formed gang sphere. By repeating this process over and over, I finally reached 5 gang spheres. But for Kim Young-hoon, it took at most a year, sometimes just months, to form 1 or 2 gang spheres. He went through all the processes I did and stabilized the gang spheres in that time. I'm still at this slow pace. I'm far from catching up to Kim Young-hoon. He struggled a lot and said ultimate pinnacle is the end of martial arts, the limit of humanity. But if it's him, he will surely pioneer a new realm. What comes after ultimate pinnacle? I am very curious about it too. But I have no idea how long it will take me to reach that realm. Even reaching the limit of ultimate pinnacle with 9 gang spheres felt like a distant wall. Kim Hyung, I believe you will go further. I can't catch up to Kim Young-hoon, so I just wish him well for the future. I write a letter to Kim Young-hoon using a spell and then start heading to the Black Wind Sea to meet Seo Ran. Whoosh. The waters of the Black Wind Sea are calmer and clearer than ever. Especially as I approach Seo Ran's abode, the sea becomes even more tranquil and serene, giving a clear feeling. At the same time, I am astounded by the dense spiritual energy emanating from Seo Ran's abode. Such power, it feels like enough power to shatter an entire island. If this is the power accumulated over 10 years in the late chi building stage. Splash, I dive into the water and swim towards Seo Ran's abode. I soon see a golden aura blooming below. Golden energy envelops Seo Ran's entire cave. Beautiful. It looks almost divine, leaving me speechless for a moment. Without the water-surpassing path, I would have likely drowned. I enter Seo Ran's abode. Splash. Entering his chamber, I am greeted by a world of golden light. At the center of that radiance, there is Seo Ran's bell, with Seo Ran infusing energy into it. Flash. Noticing my entrance, Seo Ran stopped infusing energy and swallows the bell. The golden light immediately disappears. Have you arrived? Yes, Seo Hyung. That power is truly immense. Immense indeed, Seo Ran says with a self-mocking smile. We might be able to drive away trivial spirits, but we'll have to fight inside the Nether Crossing ship, the stronghold of that being. Against a core formation level ghost, no matter how much power we accumulate in the Dharma treasure, there's nothing we can do but temporarily immobilize it. Seo Ran speaks with determination etched on his face. I must obtain what lies within. Don't worry, though I have a technique that allows at least one of us to escape. Seo Hyung, what are you talking about? If we decide to do this together, we should leave together as well. Seo Ran looks at me with a complex expression. His intent is too convoluted to read. It seems he's feeling complicated. But why is he showing such subtle emotions to me? If his emotions are clear, I might understand his intentions. Well, whether it's goodwill or something else. Thinking of repaying the Dragon King's favor, I decide to stay with him to the end. Right, you're correct. If we're together, we should leave together. Seo Ran agrees with a small nod and heads for the entrance of his cave. Let's go then. Like before, Seo Ran and I headed towards the Black Ghost Valley, where the barrier is located. Unlike before, I didn't ride on his neck, but cast a water element spell to float and move quickly over the water. You've even mastered a water element method in the meantime. You're incredibly talented. Haha no, I've just devoted a lot of time to it. Whoosh, soon we enter the stormy sea area, and from afar we can discern the location of the barrier through the distortion of spiritual energy. Now ride on my neck again. Yes, whoosh. As I cling to his neck, Seo Ran soars again, passing through the barrier. Once more, a misty sea fog surrounds us. The familiar sounds of the scattered ghosts reach our ears. This time, Seo Ran exerts his power from the start. Flash, golden light begins to shine from within him. The Dharma treasure he stored inside him emits a weak but penetrating force. Flash, no, I know that light, I know that light. The ghosts scream and flee in all directions, and a massive path opens in the direction we are heading. Whoosh, we completely break through the second barrier. Once again, we enter the area where the Nether Crossing ship is located. It's the same as before. The Nether Crossing ship looks exactly the same as when we left last time. Still, a sinister, black-colored, broken-down ship. Seo Ran and I cautiously approach the ship. There is no reaction. There is still no response from the Nether Crossing ship as we climb on board. It's quiet. Seo Ran speaks without relaxing his guard. Ghosts often fall into a deep sleep to conserve their energy, clinging to their grudges, ghostly energy, or certain objects instead of going to the underworld. Perhaps the soul fragment of that heavenly being ghost has fallen asleep. We hesitate for a moment, then enter the interior of the Nether Crossing ship. The interior is still dark and massive. There's still no response. We'll have to hope there's no response even as we go down to that level again. Seo Ran brings a slight current with him that lifts his body, allowing him to swim as if gliding inside the Nether Crossing ship. Using a walking technique, I completely silence my footsteps and follow him. Since we had already investigated the upper levels of the ship last time, today we only needed to go down to the lower levels. We quietly head to the lower levels of the Nether Crossing ship, the level we had entered last time. The ghostly energy is still surging as it had been before. After exchanging glances, we enter the lower level of the Nether Crossing ship. We communicate silently with gestures and started moving. That's when it happened. Whoosh. A gust of ghostly wind blows, completely sealing the exit of the level we had descended to with ghostly energy. I've been awake since you set foot on the Nether Crossing ship. I'm currently enduring the pull of the underworld by relying on the ship's ghostly and yin energy. If anything happens to the ship, I can tell immediately. The voice laced with ghostly energy echoes from all directions. I knew you would come back, you fools. And you, the bastard child, I pondered why you came to the Nether Crossing ship, and eventually I found the reason. Tinkle. Far away, the sound of a bell rang. Tinkle, tinkle. In the darkness, a single bell, rusted red, floated and rang in the air. Whoosh. At the same time, next to the bell, a volume of jade slips appears. Jade slips are special jade books that can only be read by the consciousness of cultivators. The deeper and stronger the consciousness, the faster one can read and access the information in the jade slips. Seo Ran's eyes waver at the sight of the jade slips and the bell. The jade slips have the energy that Seo Ran had once told me to remember. Crack. Then, a ghost hand extends from where the voice is coming and shatters the jade slips. The fragments of the jade slips roll on the ground. Now what will you do? Your reason for coming here is gone. Ha ha ha. Show me your despair. What do you think? Seo Ran's aura changes color. His aura flares up with intense anger. Seo Hyung, stay calm. This being is trying to provoke you after sensing the energy of the Dharma treasure you brought. Even though it's a ghost, it too has consciousness with color. I read its color and understood its intents. It seems to mock and toy with Seo Ran while radiating immense wariness towards him. As I pinpoint its emotions, two blazing red eyes and flaming ghostly fire appear in the darkness. Have you, like that demon, learned a special technique to analyze consciousness? I don't respond, just gather my spiritual power and internal energy. All right, I understand. Seo Ran grits his teeth, suppressing his anger. As he opens his mouth, a golden bell, identical in shape to the rusted one, springs from within him. If I just get rid of you, I can immediately obtain what I desire. Flash, golden light spreads in all directions. Simultaneously, the lower level of the Nether crossing ship, hidden by ghostly energy and darkness, becomes brightly illuminated, revealing the interior of the ship. The vast space inside the ship, compressed by spatial magic, becomes visible. Around the ship, shattered ghostly statues and spatial rifts were seen, and remnants of what might have been mechanical puppets lay scattered here and there. In the center of the space, on a throne made of jet black stone, sat a white skull, cloaked in a dark robe. Red ghostly fire flows from the eye sockets of the skull, and the rest of the body seems to be made entirely of ghostly energy, flickering in and out. How dare a mere half-breed unleash the ghost-controlling bell within the sacred artifact of the Azure Ghost Valley? Even inner disciples would face severe punishment, sentenced to labor in the execution grounds of the Ghost Valley Mountain for a month for such an act. And a half-breed dares to do this. The core formation level ghost from the Black Ghost Valley starts to stir up ghostly energy, displeased by the golden bell, already smashed to pieces by that madman, and you call this derelict ship a sacred artifact. It's laughable. Seo Ran's words seem to trigger the ghost, as ghostly energy begins to whirl violently around it. Do not dare speak of that madman's deed in my presence. Whoosh, the interior of the ship, which had been brightened by the golden light, darkens again as the ghostly energy swirls. I will kill you. The ghostly energy surge, attempting to suppress the light of the golden bell. Seo Ran focuses on the bell without showing any tension. Don't worry, I've accumulated power for 10 years. A mere remnant soul like this, barely clinging to life by borrowing the power of the broken Nether crossing ship to avoid being dragged into the underworld, is nothing to fear. Whoosh, the golden bell emits an even more intense golden light, directing it towards the ghost spirit. You think you mere chi building bugs can handle the Dharma treasure of core formation. The ghostly energy seems to push away the golden wave momentarily, but Seo Ran chuck ghostacles. Don't bluff, you old ghost. The ghost-controlling bell was made by your own Black Ghost Valley, specifically to suppress spirits. A Dharma treasure made by you would be the most effective against ghosts. Ag, blinded by the explosive light from the bell, the ghost spirit couldn't open its eyes. Now's the time, it's weakened by the Dharma treasure. Let's attack. Seo Ran and I split in opposite directions and begin our respective attacks. Whoosh, as Seo Ran opens his mouth, a blue breath bursts forth. Boom. The blue light flashes and the ghost spirit groans loudly. Crackle, crackle. The golden bell floating in the air gradually moves above the ghost spirit. It looks like a golden sun moving towards its zenith at noon. Flash, the golden bell hovers above the ghost, shining even brighter and starting to tremble. Tinkle. Sound of the bell seems to further weaken the ghost spirit. It's as if a golden barrier is restraining and sapping its strength. We can win this if we keep pushing. Seo Ran was about to gather energy in his mouth again when, you vermin, whoosh. As the light from the bell hits the ghost directly, the ghost spirit starts to rise. Do you find it amusing that with this body I cannot touch the ghost-controlling bell? Zap, zap. You dare to challenge me with core formation power with your petty tricks. While using its strength to withstand being dragged into the underworld and countering the opposing energy of the Dharma treasure, the ghost conjures up black ghostly clouds, spreading and dyeing the surroundings dark. Give up on your futile dreams. Boom, black ghost claws burst from the clouds, sweeping towards Seo Ran and me. We narrowly dodged the claws, so fast, due to their lack of physical form, the claws move with frightening speed. Bang, boom, black ghostly energy swirls around. Wriggle, wriggle. Black tentacles flow out of the dark clouds. Gang chi, or rather it must be something like pure spiritual force. Thousands of them extend, forming ghost hands and begin to attack us. Accelerate 6 times. Everything around me slows as my movements speed up. I kick through the air, dodging all the ghost hands. Is it time to attack? Whoosh, 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 boom. I spin 3 times in the air, unleashing a sword gang that collides with one of the ghost hands. It's tingling. My sword gang significantly weakened the ghost hand, but didn't penetrate it. Seo Hyung, prepare for a powerful strike. I form a hand seal and begin to cast spells. Dual-colored spiritual clouds burst forth and several spells form within them. I detach a gang sphere from within me, then cover it with gang chi, connecting it with the sphere. I can't divide the gang sphere further. The ghost hands, and especially the claws, are just too fast. Seo Ran, with his tough scales, survived several hits, but I would undoubtedly be split in 2 if hit once. Using Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, 23rd move, Endless Mountains Beyond Mountains. I adopt the Transcending Peaks stance, and with the Gang Chi further connected to the Gang Sphere, swing. Kuang, the ghost hands that collide with the Gang Sphere shatter. 21st move, Severing Mountain. Whoosh. The Gang Sphere grazes the ground, slicing through the ghost hands and the dark clouds inside. I lock eyes with the ghost spirit forming spells in the center of the dark cloud. Crack. As the ghost opens its skull's mouth, a large red skull-shaped spell flies towards me. I return to the Transcending Peaks stance, gather the emitted energy, and switch to an extreme low position using Entering Mountain. Whoosh, my Gang Chi extends below the skull, targeting the ghost. HMPH, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ghostly energy condenses in the air, forming dark tombstones that fall and block my Gang Chi. You dare challenge me with such child's play, whoosh. The ghost completes its spell, and thousands of ashen skulls rise around it. Each skull has the power of a gang sphere, screech. Ghostly wails echo as the ashen skulls fly towards me. A direct hit would be fatal. Stay calm, I can keep using Endless Mountains Beyond Mountains as long as my body endures. With the Gang Sphere and Gang Chi connected, the connected Gang Sphere can withstand multiple collisions without energy loss. I must not face more than 2 skulls at the same time. I have to smash them one by one, thousands of skulls, each one as strong as a Gang Sphere. Moreover, the ghost spirit is forming another set of hand seals in the back. It looks like he's preparing to cast another powerful spell. I'll have to smash all the skulls one by one before he completes his spell. It's just that simple. 3 skulls in front, 16 above, and 22 below opens their mouths. While maintaining Endless Mountains Beyond Mountains, I use Record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts to momentarily cut off perception and disappear in front of the skulls. In the momentary gap when the skulls hesitate, I destroy 3 skulls in front and 1 each above and below using the techniques of Ascending Vein, Entering Mountain, Cliff Edge, Dragon Vein, and Flowing Ridge. My inner core is helping the flow. With the aid of my inner core, the strain of maintaining Endless Mountains Beyond Mountains is not as burdensome as before. I think I can last much longer. The sword moves of Transcending Peaks, Joy of Mountains and Peaks, and Mountain and Valley Transformation naturally flow together, striking each skull one by one. Although it looks like dozens of sword gang are swirling, in reality, I am shattering each skull in the world of an instant. Transcending Peaks, Mountain and Valley Transformation. Mountain echoes, Valley responds. Flowing Ridge, Entering Mountain, Cliff Edge, Ascending Vein, Dragon Vein, 72 lights emerging peak. Dozens of moves naturally connect, forming a single flow. This flow contains tremendous power. 21st move, Heavenly Lake. Like a lake containing the heaves in its waters, my gang sphere encompasses this massive flow. Power many times greater than that of a single gang sphere converges. Originally, the ultimate move of Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Severing Mountain, creates massive energy to store in the sword and concentrates the power to a single point to use a powerful technique beyond its usual strength. However, having reached ultimate pinnacle, I learned to reverse the flow of Severing Mountain. Instead of concentrating on one point, I scatter the accumulated power in all directions. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, ultimate move, Severing Mountain. The massive power stored in the gang sphere shoots out in all directions, striking the skulls directly. Hundreds of skulls shatter all at once. Ignoring their ghostly wails, I return to the stance of Transcending Peaks, forcibly maintaining Endless Mountains Beyond Mountains, resisting the escaping energy. The gang sphere is slightly damaged. Despite maintaining Endless Mountains Beyond Mountains, I had just shattered nearly 1,000 attacks of the same level. It's impossible for there to be no damage. I grip my Gang Chi and stir up my spiritual power. Clouds of yellow and black gather around me. The dual-colored clouds begin to spin around me. Simultaneously, spells of earth and water shoot out from within the clouds at an astonishing speed. Each is significantly weaker than a skull, but by shooting dozens of spells per skull, they dampen their momentum, and I shatter the weakened skulls with my gang sphere. I repeat this process on several more skulls. The ghost spirit watches Seo Yunhyan, who is raging like a thundering beast, forming hand seals. It's foolish. I don't know how a chi refining cultivator can use an attack of the chi building level, but even chi building cultivators cannot stand against me. Yet he dares to buy time in front of me. The ghost spirit already completed the next series of spells. Seo Yunhyan is still dealing with the skulls he had released before. His gaze shifts to Seo Ran, who is gathering energy at the corner of his mouth. Although the breath of the sea dragon tribe is fearsome, to hurt a core formation ghost like me, you'll need to gather much more energy. The ghost spirit completes a new set of hand seals. Dark ghostly energy converges, spewing out a swarm of ghostly insects. The insects, screaming ghostly, fly towards Seo Ran. They resemble a black cloud charging towards him. That's when it happened. Wait a moment. The ghost spirit's gaze turns to Seo Yunhyan. Was he always that fast? Seo Yunhyan, who had been shattering the skulls at a speed comparable to the flying escape technique of a core formation cultivator, began to move even faster. What? And then, Kwang, there is a flash of light, and the skulls around Seo Yun Hyan all shatter. The ghost spirit failed to properly perceive and missed the scene. I'm resisting the pull of the netherworld and resisting the ghost-controlling bell, but to miss that with my consciousness. In an instant, Seo Yun Hyan's figure disappears and appears again in front of Seo Ran, who is facing the swarm of ghostly insects. Each individual insect is much weaker than the skulls he had just resisted, but there are 100 times more of them. Each insect could match a spell unleashed with pure spiritual force. Surely he would be torn apart and killed by the swarm of insects. However, quang 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 quang, Seo Yun Hyan emits sword gang from one hand and begins to dance with it. His sword gang collides with the insects and annihilates them. Hahaha, no matter how fast you are, you can't possibly. Then dual-colored clouds begin to spin around Seo Yun Hyan, clouds of black and yellow. From within the clouds, thousands of basic spells shoot out in all directions. The basic spells are slightly weaker than the insects, but manage to weaken them significantly, and Seo Yun Hyan's sword gang sweeps past the weakened insects. He continuously shatters one insect after another. At some point, Seo Yun Hyan's movements become even faster, transforming into a storm of light. This is madness. The ghost spirit drops its jaw in disbelief as it watches Seo Yun Hyan. He has completely wiped out the swarm of thousands of ghostly insects. You monster-like creature, now I see that you are stronger than the half-dragon. How could you, a mere chi-refining bug, do such a thing? What kind of monster are you? What kind of monster, I ask? The ghost spirit roars, and Seo Yun Hyan, returning to his original stance, looks at it calmly with a faint smile on his lips. Woong. Around him, orbs of light, gang spheres, begin to emerge. There are 6 spheres. Indeed, a warrior grows by transcending the boundary of life and death. Poof. At the same time, endless mountains beyond mountains that Seo Yun Hyan is maintaining is released, and due to the rebound, blood gushes from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Thud. I exhausted all the spiritual power in my danshin and the internal energy in my inner core. I feel like I could die at any moment. Gasping for breath, I move the 6 gang spheres I have successfully split. Flash. 6 attacks fly, but the ghost spirit waves his hand and my gang spheres collapse. At best, they are strikes at the level of a chi-building cultivator. They wouldn't significantly harm him. But, Seo Hyung, I've bought you some time. If it's not a human attack but a dragon's attack, it might be different. Seo Ran's eyes sparkle as he gathers blue energy at the corner of his mouth. Seo Ran opens his jaws. A flash of blue shoots out. A blue flash engulfs the interior of the battleship. For a moment, even the golden radiance emanating from the Dharma treasure is overshadowed by Seo Ran's breath. All around, everything is steeped in a blue light. A terrifying explosion resonates, scattering clouds of dust. With my dwindling spiritual power, I protect my ears and assess the situation. And then I'm able to see the blood-red domain of consciousness. He hasn't fallen yet. As the dust cloud clears, the state of the ghost spirit becomes visible to the naked eye. Heh 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 heh. The ghost spirit's long robe is completely tattered, and its fluctuating ghostly form is more unstable than ever. Above all, there are numerous small cracks on its skull. Heh, haha, that attack was quite thrilling. Hoo huck. Each time the ghost spirit opens its jaw, a clump of black ghostly energy bursts forth. Seo Ran got him good. He's not unharmed. Slowly and cautiously, I gather my spiritual power and internal energy, healing my body. Although not unscathed, he could launch an attack at any moment. That's when it happened. Cuckoo. From the eye sockets of the ghost's skull, thick black ghostly energy pours out, staining the surroundings. Though I had the upper hand in elemental affinity, I underestimated you mere chi-building novices. Now I too shall stake my life, which is limited by time. Oh no, Seo Ran's expression contorts. Hurry up, that old ghost has given up resisting the underworld. What? Until now, it's been dispersing its ghostly and yin energy in resistance to the underworld. But now, it's gathering all of it to fight. If it's given up resisting the underworld, doesn't it mean it will pass on if we just endure? Normally, that would be the case for an ordinary ghost. But this old ghost will resist with its consciousness and try to kill us. After quickly killing us, it can redirect its energy to resist the underworld and avoid death. Cuckoo. A massive ghostly creature emerges from the dark abyss. You fools, will not take. Damn, it's gotten stronger. This is the core formation level, a living natural disaster. None you take the sex treasure. Somehow more mentally unstable than before, the ghost spirit speaks in broken sentences, reaching out its hand. Swoosh. A ghost claw extends from the hand of the ghost spirit. Damn, I roll away with all my strength. Swish. The ghost claw passes by the place I just vacated with terrifying speed. You cannot take. I force myself up, barely managing to stand, drawing on my internal energy. The ghostly monster's hands sprout another set of ghost claws. Mad Lord, you can't take anything from sect. Confused in mind by using its ghostly transformation, it shouts at us, calling us the Mad Lord. As long I hear, you can't anything. Pew quang, I almost died. I barely evade, accelerating my thoughts and pulling out the gang sphere. The ghost spirit lashes out with its claws in all directions, wildly rampaging. I had to retreat outside its consciousness domain, reading its intent to narrowly dodge its attacks. What about Seo Ran? Seo Ran, not as fast as me, is hit several times by the ghost claws and is covered in blood. The speed and power of the ghost claws have increased since before. Each hit causes Seo Ran's scales to be ripped off, spilling blood. Seo Hyung, I dodge the claws and approach him. Let's escape, we can't win, it's not possible. If we leave now, there's no telling what the old ghost will do with what I'm seeking. If only I can readjust the jade pieces. Damn it, is that more important than your life? Seo Ran looks confused for a moment, then closes his eyes tightly. Yes, it's important. I read his intent. His current emotions are too complex to fully understand, but it seems true that it is more important to him than his life. Understood, then I'll go under the old ghost to collect those things. Then we escape. What can you do it? I have to make it possible. I concentrate my energy and focus my consciousness. I simultaneously heighten my perception of intent and the sensory acuity of the demon race. At the same time, I wring out my inner core, accelerating my thoughts to the extreme. If I'm hit even once, I'll die. The power of those ghost claws surpasses even the gang's sphere. Don't even think about blocking them head on, just focus on dodging and getting close enough to pick those things up. Cover me. After shouting to Seo Ran, I step forward, enveloped in extreme concentration. The tension is akin to when I used the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts in the domain of the core formation three-tailed demon fox. A single mistake means death. Death. Though I have been liberated from death, I fear it just as much. To die once means to sever all ties created and seen in this life. A single death is no different from real death. Even if you cheat time and open your eyes again, such a regained life must inevitably differ from the previous one. The people I would meet again wouldn't be the ones I knew. I execute Mountain Lord Soaring Flight. Combining Mountain Lord martial arts and transcending peaks, step into a single body movement technique. The overall flow of Mountain Lord's Soaring Flight resembles a tiger. Moving lightly and nimbly like a great tiger leaping over mountains. Dodging a hunter's arrow like a tiger, I dodge the ghost claws and gradually approach. The remaining distance to the bell and jade pieces Seo Ran wants is about 20 zhang. It's definitely possible. The ghost spirit, seemingly out of its mind, is indiscriminately hurling ghost claws, rendering the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts useless. However, it's easier to read the flow of intent. I see it. The flow of intent, the flow of yin and yang. It is all visible to my eyes. Accelerating my thoughts, I evade the ghost spirit's attacks. I moved 5 zhang, 15 zhang to go. As I approach the ghost spirit, the aura of the ghost claws, even without touching me, seemed to slice through my body. I am clearly dodging, yet still getting cut. It's not deep. I can endure it. Of course, enduring doesn't mean it's easy. Stepping into a storm and not getting hit by a single raindrop would be easier than this. I need to be faster. The deeper I go, the more frequently the ghost claws scatter. Whoosh. Wind gathers around me. My consciousness transforms into the form of a dragon, lightening my body. Summoning wind, dragon transformation. Bang, my inner core vibrates as if it would shatter, but I squeeze out more internal energy and quicken my pace. Like a dragon and tiger, I dodge the ghost claws, closing another 10 zhang. Only 5 zhang left. About 15 steps, 3 ghost claws swoosh towards me. Inside the ghost spirit's consciousness domain, I can't read intent. I can only predict by reading the yin and yang flow with the demon senses. Swoosh, I hastily duck and ghost claws pass over my back. I dodge 3 ghost claws and move 3 steps forward. 12 steps to go. 8 ghost claws wildly lash out. I twist my body to dodge 3, duck to avoid another 3. But the 2 crisscrossing ghost claws are hard to dodge. That's when it happened. Boom, a blue flash burst forth, shattering the ghost claws. Outside the ghost spirit's domain, Seo Ran is bleeding while exuding complicated intent. On his forepaw is an unfamiliar dark-colored bead. It seems to be a separate Dharma treasure he had brought. However, Seo Ran's intent looks darkened overall while holding the dark bead. What's his state of mind? No, focus. Trust Seo Ran, he'll back me up. I walk 7 steps, only 5 steps left. Until now it was hard to interfere because of the ghost claws, but at this distance, whoosh. I project my intent, manipulating the jade pieces and bells with the principle of sword control, making them float up. Swoosh, the bells and jade pieces fly into my arms. I've got them, now just to get out. As I refocus on returning by using Mountain Lord's Soaring Flight, something happens. Wobble. My legs give way. What? My inner core is completely drained. I'm out of internal energy. As the energy forcibly moving my muscles disappear, my body stops responding. A ghost claw quickly approached. I thought it was my 9th return. Swoosh, blood splatters before my eyes. A huge shadow shields me. It's Seo Ran. He looks at the jade pieces and bell in my arms and smirks. But I urgently shout, hurry, dodge, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, several ghost claws strike Seo Ran again. Blood begins to flow profusely from his entire body. It's a fatal wound. Just then, a warm energy begins to flow into my danchin. My inner core, accustomed to the energy of the demon race through summoning wind, dragon transformation, begins to absorb Seo Ran's energy voraciously. Seo Hyung, what are you doing? Hurry. According to fate, feed on my blood and unleash your power. Ghost controlling bell. Boom. Red energy begins to emanate from Seo Ran's body and is absorbed by the golden bell that is suppressing the ghost spirit's strength. Golden chains burst forth from the golden bell, restraining the ghost spirit. Ah! The ghost spirit in agony screams and can no longer wield its ghost claws, struggling in vain. Wait, what are you doing? Seo Hyung, your life is draining away, I know. But Seo Ran continues to transfer his energy to the bell. Stop it right now. If I stop, the old ghost will go berserk and we'll both die. Boom, blue light begins to emanate from Seo Ran's body. Simultaneously, the blue enshrouded Seo Ran begins to shrink. What? Seo Ran transforms into a young man with blue hair, somewhat resembling Seo Hweol. His skin is dotted with scales and a tail protrudes from his buttocks. He wore a tattered blue robe, his complexion dangerously pale. That form is. Originally, members of the demon race cannot transform into human form before reaching the nascent soul stage. So this is my true form. Your true form. Seo Ran smiles faintly. A prince of the great sea dragons and a disciple of the Black Ghost Valley fell in love and had a child. The child was treated as a bastard among the sea dragons, and as a stain born from the filth of the demon race in the Black Ghost Valley, becoming a target for bullying and discrimination. Seo Hyung, stop the nonsense and let's get out of here. My strength has returned somewhat, so I can carry you. No, I know my wounds. I was destined to die from the wounds I received long ago. He shakes his head. Even if you carry me, I'll just be a burden. Even in my demi-human form, my weight is no different from my sea dragon form. Just escape on your own. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't we agree to leave together? Seo Ran smiles bitterly and speaks. Seo Ran. I approach him, intending to drag him away. The energy Seo Ran had shared with me is bubbling inside my inner core. Suddenly, freeze. What's going on? My body wouldn't move. However, maybe because I've been observing others since birth, I naturally observed the king's intentions. Observing him, I came to understand his true nature. Yoon Hyun, the king of our tribe, the ancestor, is incredibly devious. The real name of summoning wind, dragon transformation he gave you is summoning wind, coagulating core transformation. The deeper you cultivate, the more your danchin or demon core turns into a medicinal elixir beneficial for the cultivation and recovery of the sea dragon tribe, turning the cultivator into a slave bound to obey the sea dragon tribe's commands, a type of devilish art. Shocked by this unimaginable truth, I feel as if I had been struck hard on the head. The method Seo Hweol gave me. I couldn't sense any devilish energy. I speak blankly, still in shock. Not all devilish arts must accumulate devilish energy. Any power built on sacrifice is a devilish art. You were in the process of sacrificing yourself to become a palatable elixir for us. How could that not be a devilish art? He looks into the void with a bitter expression. Our sea dragon tribe, generations ago, began to cultivate techniques that involved sacrificing others under the king's lead. We bred numerous races as livestock, teaching them techniques similar to summoning wind, coagulating core transformation, and consuming their danchin as medicinal elixirs for our cultivation. One day, the Mad Lord raided our breeding grounds, destroying them and turning 3 of the royal family managing the grounds into living puppets. Chaos ensued, and many of the livestock escaped. From what I know of history, among the remaining human cultivator clans not yet ascended, the Mackley clan is likely the descendants of the livestock bred by the sea dragon race. I am stunned by the truth of history. The Mackley clan, known for capturing and consuming mortals like livestock, turned out to be the descendants of the livestock bred by the sea dragon tribe. I heard that they managed to escape the influence of our sea dragon tribe by transforming the stolen techniques into real devilish arts, but I'm not sure if it's true. Anyway, the sea dragon tribe once enhanced the overall strength of our kind by creating such elixirs under the king's leadership. Seo Ran continues with a bitter smile. The king probably sent you to me, thinking that the elixir made from the same demi-human would be of great benefit to me. Even now, if I consume your demon core, I could heal most of my wounds and survive this place. Why are you telling me this? I pondered over this many times, but seeing you follow my request without hesitation to retrieve my mother's keepsake, I realized my folly. You are my friend. Who in the world would sacrifice their friend just to save themselves? Seo Ran smiles at me. I'm sorry. I lied to you, saying there was something inside that would aid my cultivation, and I never showed you my true form. I, including the king, have continuously deceived you. Don't forgive me for confessing the truth only when facing death. I always thought the Sea Dragon King was a good person because he always had a smiling face. The king always maintains a dignified, smiling face, but he wears dozens of thick masks, always contemplating how to use even insects. You also earnestly taught me the method, so I thought you were a good person. I'm sorry. You are not a good person. I smile at him. You are not just a good person, you are truly my friend. I knew Seo Ran had his own schemes. It was impossible not to know, with all the complex intent he continuously exuded. But in the end, he chose our friendship over his schemes. Then I must respond to this loyalty with loyalty. How can I, as a friend, do nothing when there's a way to save my friend? Creak, creak. I begin to break free from Seo Ran's control, reaching towards my dantian. Death is frightening and painful. But my life is many, while Seo Ran's life is just one. If I can sacrifice one of my lives to save a friend who has confided everything in me, it's definitely worth it. Seo Ran forms a hand seal. No, crack. The energy Seo Ran gave me spreads throughout my body, completely controlling my movements. Do you think I would be happy if I survived that way? I knew I was meant to die here. He took out a small bead. It's the dark bead he had been gazing at earlier. The king ordered me to find my mother's keepsake and completely destroy the Nether crossing ship using this Dharma treasure. It was supposed to counteract all the spatial techniques of the ship and destroy it, releasing the countless ghost souls trapped inside, including those of our sea dragon tribe. But as I prepared to activate the treasure today, I realized it would certainly kill me. The king probably wanted to get rid of me, a blemish of the tribe, with this opportunity. Tears stream down Seo Ran's face, yet he continues to smile. Only now do I truly understand how cruel and cunning you are, Seo Hweol. Yoon Hyeon, I will die along with my mother's keepsake, so please you must live. Seo Hyeon, must you really carry out Seo Hweol's mission? I've lived clinging to the king's mercy all this time. Now that I know even that mercy was a facade, I no longer wish to live. Boom, he throws a blue bead into my arms, using a technique to force it inside. It's hardly a reward, but here's the key to the secret vault in my quarters. Everything in my quarters is now yours. Seo Hyeon, farewell, my friend. As he finishes speaking, my body involuntarily activates summoning wind dragon transformation. Wind envelops me, and I am forcibly lifted outside. Seo Ran manipulated Yoon Hyeon's summoning wind, coagulating core transformation to forcibly expel him while feeling his vitality escape. The ghost-controlling bell is draining his vitality, and he is bleeding profusely from the ghost claw's fatal wounds. Grandfather Seo Hweol, I won't become like you. He had followed Seo Hweol. When Seo Ran's talents didn't meet Seo Hweol's standards, he was decisively left behind without hesitation. Even so, when Seo Hweol told him about his mother's keepsake and the mission to completely destroy the Nether crossing ship and free the souls of the sea dragon warriors trapped within, Seo Ran followed and respected him. But now, he realized the truth regarding Seo Hweol. Seo Hweol is either heartless or a being whose heart had been long destroyed. Rather than living by devouring my friend, I choose to die here. Perhaps you, Seo Hweol, even calculated this outcome. Memories of Seo Hweol's attitudes and his many heinous acts done behind a gentle mask haunt Seo Ran. I was neither of the sea dragon tribe nor human. He had no one. Seo Ran slowly pieces together the jade pieces that surely belonged to his mother. Click, click. Simultaneously, he begins to activate the breaking space pearl. As I'm going to die anyway, I'll complete your mission as my last act of respect for you. The dark bead starts to tremble and shine. Seo Ran's life force is fading. But at the last moment, Seo Ran successfully reassembles the jade pieces and begins to read them. Wooum, the breaking space pearl radiates shining light. The ghost-controlling bell, which has been consuming Seo Ran's life force and holding the ghost spirit at bay, loses its power, and dark ghost claws target Seo Ran. In his final moments, Seo Ran reads the jade pieces, tears streaming down his face. So it is. As space collapses, numerous black storms envelop Seo Ran. His father had died immediately after his birth, and he had been separated from his mother all his life. The only one who had ever treated him with a smile was Seo Hweol. But today he realized even Seo Hweol was not his family. His life had been manipulated from beginning to end. Yet reading the jade pieces, Seo Ran cries and smiles. I had a family after all. With a burst of white brilliance, Seo Ran endlessly reads the contents of the jade pieces as he perishes. Mother. Father, Seo Ran. I cry out for Seo Ran, flying back towards the Nether crossing ship. But in an instant, light explodes from the ship and numerous spatial storms erupt. A tremendous light scatters, spreading the accumulated ghostly and yin energy in all directions. At the same time, the sources of that energy, the countless souls stored by the Black Ghost Valley, begin to ascend into the sky. Freedom, freedom. We're leaving this cursed ship. This time we're really heading to the afterlife. Numerous souls ascend to the heavens and disappear. I clench my teeth, tears streaming down my face. The Nether crossing ship completely collapsed. Today my friend has died. Was Seo Ran our MC's first native friend? Also, turns out Seo Hweol is actually a hypocrite. Boom, a black miasma of yin energy surge, and the compressed space within the Nether crossing ship bursts open. Rumble, I retreat as far as possible to avoid being swept away. The inner decks of the Nether crossing ship expand endlessly, shattering the barriers. The sea fog barrier is destroyed, and the illusionary barrier shatters. Countless ghosts trapped in the sea fog barrier ascend into the sky, and the mass of yin energy that had accumulated begins to dissipate. As the source of the yin energy vanishes, the nearby dark clouds and storms start to disappear as if melting away. Swoosh, waves cover the debris. I watch the debris, equivalent to the size of the mountain range where the golden divine heavenly thunder sect once stood, and silently mourned for my friend. Seo Ran's body was nowhere to be found, likely swept away by the spatial storm. For days, I searched for his remains, but to no avail. Eventually, I held a small ritual to honor his spirit, and then headed to his abode. Swoosh, gliding over the water, my thoughts were heavy with not only Seo Ran's death, but also the truths he had revealed. Have I, in my ignorance, handed over 2 comrades to a dragon who bred humans like livestock for elixirs? Seo Atrial, outwardly, seemed incapable of such acts. He didn't have a bad reputation like the Mad Lord, and was known for his dignified demeanor. I thought he was the second most likable person after Sir Chang Ho and entrusted my colleagues to him, but it turned out to be the worst decision. Damn, had I with my own hands committed the most dreadful sin. I clenched my teeth, lost in complicated thoughts. In my ignorance, I handed my colleagues over to the worst being possible. I can't afford to be ignorant anymore. I must gather as much information as possible. With that resolve, I head to Seo Ran's underwater cave. Upon reaching his place, the blue bead Seo Ran gave me a emitted light, revealing hidden cave entrances. I cautiously enter the hidden entrances. There are 3 in total. One was Seo Ran's living space, likely used when he was in his demi-human form, with a sturdy bed and human-level living facilities. Another is a space filled with numerous materials, bones, and skins of demon beasts, unique woods, and stones. The last is a library. Inside are numerous, extensive volumes of demon beast methods and books, real techniques of the sea dragon race, not slave or livestock methods like the summoning wind, coagulating core transformation I had learned. I take out the demon beast method books, not only those but also other books, which I began to read. Seo Ran, being a demi-human hybrid, had a collection covering not only Yangnuo, Byokra, and Shengzi, but also other human nations. I pick out the most worn books and read them. Among them are Demon Beast Methods, Histories of the Sea Dragon Tribe, and books about human nations, Culture of Yangnuo. I read one book and then another. Culture of Shengzi. Shengzi's mountainous region culture involves festivals held once a year. The types of festivals include the centuries-old Great Stone Ceremony, Recounting Celebration Ceremony, and Twin Immortals Dance. I move on to the next book, Culture of Byokra. Byokra, bordering the desert, is known for its glass crafts, and there's even a culture of offering glass crafts to the deceased. There are also books about the culture of the upper realms, life of the upper realm people. This book especially seemed to have been read by Seo Ran with great interest. Before marrying in the upper realms, couples share 2 cups of wine with each other. Among the wines of the upper realms are Mo Ryong wine, Jai Ryong elixir, Twin Immortals wine, and white red wine, a symbolic wine for couples made from white lotus and red pear flowers. I read on about the various aspects of the upper realms culture. In a particularly worn page, I read in the upper realms, families wear purple ribbons during family gatherings. Family. This section is particularly well thumbed, as if the reader had lingered on it often. Seo Ran's image of reading the book came to mind. He might have been reading books here for years. I imagine him wandering around the library. The books about the Sea Dragon tribe are also heavily worn by his hands. Especially the records about the mixed blood of the Sea Dragon tribe and the human race are immensely worn. Right behind that record, there is a sentence that seemed to have been written by Seo Ran. Typical mixed blood possesses the advantages of both the human race and the demon race, but I have such strong demon blood that I can't even utilize the human advantages. I'm not entirely wild as a demon. Maybe that's why other members of the Sea Dragon tribe dislike me. Still, the king patted my head, saying there must be something I can do for the Sea Dragon tribe. I will remain loyal to the king and grandfather Seo Atrial. It seems the reason Seo Ran couldn't pass through the barrier of the Nether crossing ship was because of his stronger demon blood. While reading the Pledge of Loyalty to Seo Atrial, I couldn't bear to read more of Seo Ran's records and closed the book. I hope you find peace in the afterlife, Seo Hyung. I gather the demon beast methods from his quarters and head to Yangnuo. I was powerless and weak, unable to do anything, but I will use this as a foundation to reach a new future. Kim Young-hoon, based on the demon beast methods, would be able to reduce many trials and errors again. In the next life, I'll do everything possible to prevent Seo Ran from dying. This is. Kim Young-hoon read the demon beast methods I brought, his eyes nearly rolling back in excitement. That's good to hear. Kim Young-hoon's face brightens as he reads through the pile of methods I brought. With this, I wonder if Kim Hyung will be able to see beyond the ultimate pinnacle in this life. He happily looks through the methods, organizing the many martial arts he had practiced using only summoning wind, dragon transformation. I told Kim Young-hoon that I will practice cultivation and said I would be at the Shattered Heaven Peak in the Great Mountains of Shengzi, then headed there. I've mastered both the earth and water surpassing paths. Now I should fully master the fire, metal, and wood surpassing paths to cultivation. I thought that if I familiarized myself with the other element methods, I could learn them even faster in the next life. But when I arrived near Shattered Heaven Peak, there's a barrier. I stop and examine the barrier. After a while, some figures emerge from within the barrier. Damn, now that I think about it, since the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect is gone, it wouldn't be strange if the noble clans of Shengzi have taken over where the sect used to be. I feel a headache coming on and look around. Shattered Heaven Peak isn't just a single peak. Most of the mountainous area where the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect was located is called Shattered Heaven Peak, and among the many peaks, there are places not occupied by noble clans because the dragon veins are weak. Good, I'll practice there. I went to a small, inconspicuous peak with moderate dragon veins, sat in a lotus position, and began to practice. This time, I planned to master the fire-surpassing path. Years passed. After many years, I finally mastered the fire-surpassing path to cultivation. Cuckoo, cuckoo. 3 colored clouds swirl in my dantian. My recovery power has increased to an amazing level. It's an unbelievable level of recovery. Even if my cultivation falls to 12th star due to attempting chi building, I can recover in a day or two. But I have only about 10 years left to live. It's futile to try mastering all 5 elemental methods. 4 would be my limit, but I won't give up, based on the time of this life. Using the connections of this life as fertilizer, I can sprout new life. No, I must sprout it. Cuckoo, I once again attempt chi building. Again, my spiritual star breaks and my cultivation falls, but the 3-colored spiritual power in my dantian begins to recover. In a day or two, it will all be restored. Honestly, with this level of recovery power, I feel that even with just my chi refining skills, I could compete with those who had just entered the early stages of chi building. Cuckoo. I observe the swirling spiritual power in my dantian and begin to recover my cultivation. 2 days later, I fully recover to 14th star chi refining and immediately start practicing the metal surpassing path. There is no time to waste. I have to elevate my realm as quickly as possible. Chahak, a white metal spiritual power spreads around me. My lifespan is almost over. I have just reached the 9th star in the metal surpassing path, and within my dantian, 4 colors of spiritual power are swirling. Yellow earth energy, black water energy, red fire energy, and white metal energy. Among the 3-colored clouds, the white energy swirls only a bit, but even that slight change lets me feel an increase and decrease in recovery power and time. Now, even if I fall in cultivation due to attempting chi building, I can raise all the elements of the fully mastered spiritual power back to 14th star in half a day. If I fully master the metal surpassing path, perhaps I could restore all my spiritual power in just an hour or two. There isn't much time left. That's when it happened. Pa, the transmission bead I had given to Kim Young-hoon lit up brightly. I'm currently in Shengzi. Let's meet in the capital city of Jingju outside the Great Mountains. The bead turns off after that message, but I immediately get up and head outside the Great Mountains. That voice, it sounded resolute. What could it be? Kim Young-hoon was waiting for me at the entrance of Jingju City in Shengzi. You're here, Kim Hyung. First, let's talk somewhere secluded. Yes, if you wish. I follow Kim Young-hoon to a secluded valley deep within the Great Mountains. What brings you here? He had been busy researching demon beast methods and hadn't contacted me even once. I am happy to see him, but his complexion seems a bit off today. I know that face too well. The face I had seen on many others and the color of their intent. It is the face of someone nearing death. Kim Hyung. Yoon Hyun. Kim Young-hoon smiles bitterly. How long do I have left to live? What? Maybe 10 years, maybe 20 more years, but I'm just a mortal, not a cultivator. I can't live long. He draws a saber from his waist. Even with the demon beast methods you gave me, I had to go through many trials and errors. Through those trials, though time-consuming, I have succeeded in finding the real path, something beyond simply transforming human consciousness into human form. But it's too late. Drip, drip. Tears fall from Kim Young-hoon's eyes. If I knew there was such a realm from the start and focused precisely on it through numerous hardships, now just 10 or 20 years is too little time to reach it. Even I need time. Kim Hyung. Kim Young-hoon's lifespan is a bit longer than mine, but even he has a limit due to being immortal. I'm confident I can reach it, but I don't have enough time. He grits his teeth and raises his head. I dreamt of mastering martial arts to return to my family, but it seems like a vain dream now. But as much as that, I've decided to see the completion of this martial art with my own eyes before I die, even if I can't return to my family. There is a strange madness in his eyes. Yoon Hyun, I came here today to die. I will burn my life, all my talent, even if just for a moment I can reach the next realm before I die. He takes out a book from his bosom. Unlike the record of surpassing path and martial arts filled with his trials, this book is thin, There is no title on the book yet. Is everyone leaving me? Seo ran, and now Kim Young-hoon. I close and open my eyes with a heavy heart. I can't stop him. All I can do is watch. Watch and pass it on in the next life. Whisk, he throws the book to me and I catch it. What is this called? Record of transcending cultivation and martial arts. Record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts. Record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. And the record of surpassing path and martial arts. A new history of martial arts built up by the determination and blood of numerous Kim Young-hoons. What does this record contain? Kim Young-hoon smiles. Somehow his smile feels laced with bitterness. It's not a record. Yes, martial. It's a martial philosophy. Chinese letter, Keek. Kim Young-hoon takes his stance with his saber in hand. What I've poured my entire being, breaking down the old and forging it anew into. His aura begins to change. 9 gang spheres appear around Kim Young-hoon, and I open my eyes wide. Let's call it the Beyond the Path to Heaven martial arts. Chinese letter, the next moment. A bright golden light, too intense to keep my eyes open, illuminates the surroundings. Kim Young-hoon, burning his life to leap towards the next realm, begins his ascent. Early chapter today, as I won't have time to upload later. Enjoy. It's difficult to open my eyes. No, it isn't simply that I can't open my eyes. Just as staring directly at the sun hurts the eyes, facing the excessively abundant flow of intent causes a throbbing pain in my upper dantian. It's painful not just for my eyes, but also for my vision of intent and demon senses. What kind of enlightenment is this? Yet I endure the pain and manage to gaze directly at Kim Young-hoon. He is dancing amidst golden waves. The martial essence of the severing vein saber method unfurls from the tip of Kim Young-hoon's blade. From the 1st to the 17th moves of the severing vein saber method, a martial art born from Kim Young-hoon's longing to cross mountains and return home. However, the 16th and 17th moves of the severing vein saber method shares the same enlightenment with the 23rd and 24th moves of the severing mountain swordsmanship. The 23rd move of severing mountain swordsmanship, the 16th move of severing vein saber method, endless mountains beyond mountains, and the 24th move of severing mountain swordsmanship, the 17th move of severing vein saber method, foolish old man moves mountains. Chinese letter, just as there are endless mountains beyond mountains, no matter how many hardships and adversities life may bring. If one is as persistent as the foolish old man, believing in their martial path, they will surely be able to push aside all mountains in their way. This is the ultimate secret technique of both the severing mountain swordsmanship and severing vein saber method, following endless mountains beyond mountains. It encapsulates the will of the previous cycle's Kim Young-hoon's life. However, Kim Young-hoon has never been the foolish old man. The term foolish old man refers to a foolish and slow-witted person. An ill-fitting term for a martial genius like him. Yet perhaps the previous Kim Young-hoon, having tasted despair in front of cultivators, wanted to say this. Even a genius cannot advance further without becoming the foolish old man. And so, Kim Young-hoon became the foolish old man, no matter how unreachable the path seems, even if Mount Tai stands in his way. After inheriting and passing down, he finally succeeds in breaking through the mountain. Whoosh, whoosh. From Kim Young-hoon's upper dantian, gang chi rises, beginning to burn his dantian. That is, with my eyes, trained in both cultivation and martial arts, I see its flow. The secret technique of the Jin clan, the technique previously used on my disciples, inserting the resentful souls of their relatives into their upper dantians to forcibly awaken their talents. Kim Young-hoon had reinterpreted the Jin clan's secret technique in terms of martial arts, creating something new. Instead of using the souls of others, he burns his upper dantian with his own gang chi, elevating his martial talent beyond its limits. Starting from his upper dantian, Kim Young-hoon's upper body begins to burn with gang chi. Despite the pain, he does not stop this martial technique. Akin to the last light before sunset, burning the brightest, he is burning himself. It's painful to even watch, but I can't miss this scene. Changes begin to occur in Kim Young-hoon's martial arts. Womb. In the world of intent, around the burning, Kim Young-hoon stands 9 versions of himself. 9 gang spheres start to change, emitting brilliance. The gang spheres begin to dissolve not into the air, but into Kim Young-hoon's domain of consciousness. One by one, the 9 gang spheres merge, and the golden luminosity emanating from Kim Young-hoon grows intense. Then, suddenly, FZZT. Merely watching, the sharpness of the energy starts to slice through my body. Simultaneously, Kim Young-hoon's domain of consciousness begins to materialize, merging with the gang spheres. Kim Young-hoon's consciousness domain turns into pure golden brilliance. I have reached it. The materialized domain of consciousness momentarily thins out like a line. I will. The golden line merges into Kim Young-hoon's saber, beyond the heavens. Burning with gang chi, Kim Young-hoon swings his golden lit saber towards the sky. In an instant, his saber surpasses even the rays of light and reaches the heavens. Flash, brilliant light streaks across the sky, splitting the clouds in half as it passes. Ah, I felt something flowing down my cheek, coming from my eyes. When I wipe it with my hand, it's red. Tears of blood, perhaps, shed in the face of such beautiful yet incomprehensible enlightenment. Whoosh. There Kim Young-hoon, having swung his saber towards the heavens, died standing in that very pose. Even as he burned with Gang-chi, it was as if he had finally reached his destination, as if he had at last arrived where he wished. He is smiling. Plunk, thud, whoosh. Gang-chi escapes from Kim Young-hoon's body, and he disintegrates, swept away by his own energy. He becomes a cluster of light, flying off to the heavens, to the place he so longed to reach. I will not forget you. I bow in the direction where Kim Young-hoon had been. This is a tribute to a grandmaster who had once again transcended the limits of martial arts. Maybe because I had just witnessed an enlightenment beyond the ultimate pinnacle. Around me, 6 gang spheres emerge and split into 7 as they rotate. Only 2 more left. With just 2 more, I will meet the qualifications to challenge the realm beyond the ultimate pinnacle, proven by Kim Young-hoon. I examine the book of the Beyond the Path to Heaven martial arts, left behind by Kim Young-hoon. It seems graspable, yet elusive. Perhaps when I reach the extremes of the ultimate pinnacle, I can grasp it through this book. To that place, I will surely reach it. Maybe because of Kim Young-hoon's saber light that had torn the sky, I see people from various cultivator clans approaching from afar. I use the earth-surpassing path to escape underground, mulling over Kim Young-hoon's final moments. My time of death approaches, and with a smile I exhale my last breath. Yellow, black, red, and white clouds appear and circle around me. The earth-surpassing path, water-surpassing path, fire-surpassing path, and metal-surpassing path. Before dying, I successfully mastered these 4 paths, but it seems I will die without mastering the wood-surpassing path, the method of the wood element. I had deliberately left the wood element method for last because it reminds me of my master. I'm not sure if I am good enough soil for a tree to deeply root. My life is nearing its end. All 7 gang spheres have been stabilized after encapsulating the enlightenment. In my next life, with just 10 years of dedicated practice, I can reach the extremes of the ultimate pinnacle. 7 gang spheres and the 4 elemental methods, all nearly complete save for 1 or 2 of each. Have I become good enough soil for a tree to grow now? What will the next life hold? I know nothing. I laugh at myself, absorbing the clouds swirling around me. The sacrifice of Seo Ran, the disintegration of Kim Young-hoon, and my own cultivation, all to lay the groundwork for the next journey. This entire life was nourishment for the next. So tranquil, I contemplate the swirling clouds of 4 colors in my dantian, like the calm before the storm. Yes, this life was just like the calm before the storm. In the next life, I will become the storm that sweeps away everything, because I cannot dishonor those who have nourished me in this life. Thump, thump, my life is fading. Krrrrrrrrrr, I once again challenge the chi building stage. The 4 clouds whirl and compress. Simultaneously, a spiritual energy star, shining in 4 colors, begins to form at the center. How many times have I attempted chi building? I lost count. There had been too many attempts. Krrrrrrrrr boom. The spiritual energy star, on the verge of collapsing, is continuously sustained by the 4 clouds, but the changes are too much. 4 attributes are not enough. Ugh. Again and again I knock on the threshold of chi building, but thump, my heart begins to falter. It has begun. I send gang chi to my heart, forcefully pumping to resist the end of my life. Thump, thump, thump. It's painful, but since it has come to this, I'll see it through to the end. Knowing he couldn't transcend his limits in the time he had left, Kim Young-hoon burned himself up. Even a genius set himself ablaze. How could a dullard like me hesitate at the brink of death? Krrrrrrrrrr. Energy escapes from my inner core. It then transforms into gang chi within my body, starting to burn. F-whoosh, ag. Without the spiritual energy star to control the gang chi and still in chi refining rather than chi building, my body can't withstand the gang chi and is entirely consumed by flames. But simultaneously, the gang chi incessantly stimulates my heart, surging up from the inner core in my lower dantian, reaching and igniting the upper dantian. Kim Young-hoon's martial technique. Being at the ultimate pinnacle and the extreme of chi refining myself, I am able to observe and replicate that technique. I burn my upper dantian with gang chi, elevating my limited talents to their utmost and even beyond. Kung, 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 I knock on the wall of chi building time and time again. Simultaneously, I conjure gang spheres around me, focusing my consciousness to grasp the sensation of the 8th gang sphere, a life spent sending others away. Disciples, masters, friends, I will not lose them again, using this failure as nourishment. Kurung, kururung, dark clouds begin to gather in the sky. I laugh mockingly as I burn within the gang chi. Has it arrived? Ironically, I am now finding the ominous dark clouds somewhat familiar. As if mocking a lowly creature for daring to escape the lifespan dictated by the heavens, the clouds laden with lightning completely cover the sky. I activated the vision of intent and demon senses, along with the lightning predicting eye I discovered at the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, a technique to concentrate on celestial energy and predict the location of lightning strikes. Well, it's not much of a technique, just a knack. It just focuses the sense of celestial energy gained from the 7 stars ritual slightly on the lightning. Yet, observing the lightning-laden clouds, I still think this technique is pointless. If someone is skilled enough to predict lightning, they can just block or withstand it. Conversely, if a weakling can predict but not stop lightning, they won't be able to escape it either. How can one dodge something that strikes at the speed of light? Engulfed in gang chi, I look up at the sky calmly. Boom, boom. The spiritual energy star lasts longer than ever before, a result of mastering the 4 surpassing paths. This strengthens my hope that mastering all 5 elements will lead to chi building. And then, boom, the spiritual energy star explodes, failing to endure. Simultaneously, blue lightning crashes from the sky. Lightning from the heavens strikes a man born of the earth. Engulfed in gang chi, I am struck by the lightning. And in that moment of being struck, with 7 rotating gang spheres around me, at the moment of death, when the energy of the heavens descend to the earth, I seem to understand the principle of gang spheres. One divides into heaven Chinese letter, earth Chinese letter, and man Chinese letter. Just as a person isn't formed alone, perhaps the heavens, earth, and humans aren't formed alone either. Heaven, earth, and man. Each is influenced by the other's aspects. Then perhaps the heavens are influenced by the earth, man, and themselves, containing another cycle of heaven, earth, and man. Similarly, the earth is influenced by the heavens, man, and itself, containing another cycle within. Humans, too, might have a cycle of heaven, earth, and man within them. Kim Young-hoon attained the enlightenment of gang spheres through the principle of endless circulation. Humans are influenced by those who gave birth to them, those they live with, and those they give birth to, endlessly circulating within. Perhaps the principles of the world also circulate, influencing each other. Burning within the blue lightning, I attain enlightenment in that fleeting moment. The heavens punishing humans who surpass their lifespan is in the end to minimize the influence that man has on the heavens, just as Kim Young-hoon influences me, just as Seo Ran influences me, just as I influence them. We all influence each other, a cycle within heaven, earth, and man. The 3 talents divide again into another set of 3 talents. The number of gang spheres increases, 7, 8, and then 9, in that enlightenment. Even as I turn to ash within the blue lightning, I see the 7 gang spheres increase to 9 and close my eyes. That was my 9th return. Flashed, I open my eyes again to the sensation I'm feeling, a new cycle. At the same time, I feel an enormous pain, grrrr. Without even a moment to properly reflect on my past life, my head began to swell. First, I form a water spell and use a sleeping spell to put the people around me back to sleep. Damn, this is dangerous. I try to use the hidden consciousness technique to suppress the size of my consciousness, but the pain only intensifies. The technique isn't for eliminating consciousness, but rather for compressing it within the upper dantian, making the upper dantian endure even more stress. Chi refining 14th star. I even reached the pinnacle of chi refining by mastering 4 elemental methods. Although not much, my consciousness is certainly larger than in my past life, and it feels like my head is going to explode at any moment. I need to get to spiritual plants quickly. Foam forms in my mouth. Trembling, I almost crawl to where the yellow bamboo roots are. Drip, drip, blood begins to flow from my eyes, nose, and mouth. My upper dantian is swelling. I must do something. Gritting my teeth, I perform acupoint sealing all over my body. The acupoints I learned to amplify the body's internal energy during my medical studies. Boom, the internal energy inside my body surges suddenly. I start to infuse my consciousness into the internal energy, pushing it outward. Whoosh. As my consciousness splits, a gang sphere is formed. This slightly reduces the mental strain. Even though I've amplified the internal energy in my body to create a gang sphere, it won't last long because there's too little internal energy. My consciousness will return soon, so I must find yellow bamboo roots quickly. I hurriedly run to where a yellow bamboo root is, suppressing my throbbing head. I dig up the earth and put the herb directly into my mouth. Crunch, crunch. The yellow bamboo root, soil and all, enter my mouth, but I quickly chew and swallow, guiding its energy to my dantian. Boom, boom, the internal energy in my body makes a complete cycle. I try to undergo rejuvenation right away. Boom, boom, crack, crack, crack. My entire body starts evolving according to the 5 energies converging to the origin, achieving perfect harmony in the upper, middle, and lower dantians. The swelling in the upper dantian is soon relieved by harmonizing with the middle and lower dantians. Phew, I finally let out a sigh of relief. I almost died from my head exploding. I absorb the gang sphere I had previously created back into my body and reform my inner core. The inner core takes its place and helps regulate the flow of internal energy throughout my body. I feel completely relaxed. I continue to eat more yellow bamboo roots around me to fill my inner core completely and stabilize the overflowing internal energy. I really need to find a way to handle this consciousness. Even at the level of chi refining, such incidents are happening. If I advance to chi building, each cycle might start with my head exploding. It would be an endless cycle of explosions. Shivering, I shake my head. I really need to find a solution. I became deeply aware of the consciousness issue and finally have time to think about what I gained from my past life. At the end, I realized the essence of ultimate pinnacle. Whoosh, a gang sphere emerges from the inner core. One becomes three. The gang sphere splits into three. If the three influence each other and circulate, focusing on that circulation, everything in the world influences each other. Each of the three gang spheres project onto the others. Flash, the three gang spheres split into three again. Ah, I smile faintly. 7 of the 9 are stable, but the 2 newly acquired ones are still a bit unstable. Stabilization is a matter of familiarity, and it's a problem that can be solved in a few years of training. In other words, I have truly reached the extreme of ultimate pinnacle. Flash, I open and close my eyes, entering the world of intent. Around me stands 9 versions of myself. Come in. Flash, the 9 versions of me overlap with me again. I feel the speed of my thoughts accelerate tremendously. 10 times acceleration. Instantly, the world slows down. Bang, I kick off the air and jump up. Unlike the time of 5 energies converging to the origin, I don't need to sense the flow of air or energy to step on the optimal spot. Anywhere I step feels slow, and I can hop around easily. It feels like I am truly soaring through the sky. Good. I float in the slowed-down world, organizing my thoughts high up in the sky. The path beyond the heavens martial arts that Kim Young-hoon left behind. I feel I am close to grasping the essence of that martial art. The realm beyond ultimate pinnacle involves integrating gang spheres with consciousness, materializing it. But the how of this integration, even when I recall the path beyond the heavens martial arts, remains elusive. It isn't a matter of being a genius or a dullard, experienced or not. It is simply that the martial art is too subjective to Kim Young-hoon. Too much of Kim Young-hoon's subjectivity. Perhaps I should ask him after pulling him up to the ultimate pinnacle. After all, in this life, I have to fully develop the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation, so I could wait for him to reach the ultimate pinnacle. Okay. Then for the path beyond the heavens martial arts, I'll remove Kim Young-hoon's personal touch and pass it on to him again without making it too obvious. As I float in the air with these thoughts, zap, in the realm of intent. A strand of hostile intent reaches out to me. I follow the thread of intent. Below in the forest, a white massive figure is staring right at me. Shiver, a fox. Almost instinctively, I cover myself with protective gang chi, and in the next moment, the fox appears before me, spinning in the air and slamming its tail down. Boom, the sound of air breaking resounds, and I am slammed deep into the ground. You, who dares invade my territory, don't you know I am the master of this forest? How dare you enter without my permission? What are you talking about? I naturally reply in the language of the demon race, which I had learned from Seo Ran, and the fox's eyes narrow. Speaking the demon race's language, you must be a demon as well. To enter my territory uninvited as a fellow demon beast, you must be ready to die. Damn it. Lord of the Forest, this is all a misunderstanding. I was just caught in a spatial rift in the ascension path and fell here. Oh, what a convenient excuse. But how do you explain that the space around here, except for the center of the ascension path, is stable? Are you saying you entered my territory uninvited despite detecting my presence? Is it recognizing me as a demon? It seems different for a demon like me to invade its territory compared to a mere human snack. Please understand that as a fellow demon, I was not aware of the traces of the forest's owner. Carrying a spirit nature close to the peak of chi building in your demon core, and you dare to mock me with such lies. The fox begins to shine brilliantly as it treads the air. Die, intruder. Flash. The demon fox, now a blazing white light, plummets towards me. Damn it. What a mess. I grit my teeth and dodge the fox's attack, starting to move away from where my companions are. I don't want them to be dragged into the fight with the fox, especially since they are still mere mortals. Whoosh, the fox spreads its domain of consciousness. Even from a distance, its massive field of consciousness is palpable. The fox begins to gather strength. Flash. At the same time, the fox's field of consciousness condenses, taking on the same form as the fox. The overlapping of the consciousness and the fox causes it to blaze even brighter. Flash, it seems to turn into white light itself. The fox accelerates tenfold and rapidly approaches and strikes down with its front paw. So fast, I hastily dodge the paw and leap over a small hill. But in the next moment, flash, boom, a white light explodes and the small hill is obliterated. Beyond that, white luminescent figures in the shape of the fox fly towards me. The power to obliterate a small mountain and still target its opponent, a core formation fox. I can't face it head-on. I continue to dodge and flee from the fox's attacks. Flash, the fox transforms into a streak of white light again, chasing after me. Wait for the right moment. The air explodes as the fox reaches me. Its mouth opens wide. I take a stance and shoot a gang sphere from my inner core. Although my acceleration rate drops, I don't care and swing the gang sphere connected to gang chi. Clang, boom, light explodes and the fox is momentarily pushed back. But I frown. Only a slight mark is left. The fox isn't significantly harmed. A surprise attack with a gang sphere could injure an unprepared human core formation cultivator, but it's ineffective against a core formation demon fox, especially one charged with energy and boosted to the max. Engulfed in rage, the core formation demon fox, overwhelmed by my sword gang attack, grows even more infuriated. It gathers more energy and roars, I will kill you." With a burst of white brilliance, several clones of the fox resembling itself appear around it. These massive clones turn into beams of light. With a loud bang, the rivers and lakes in Ascension Path explode, and mountains and hills crumble. The sound of the explosions echo everywhere. I flee frantically towards the edge of Ascension Path, dodging the fox's relentless attacks. Damn, it's more resilient than a human cultivator and is prepared against my gang sphere. There's nothing I can do. At least my speed, enhanced beyond the chi refining stage, allows me to dodge the core formation demon fox's attacks. Nothing works except for speed. Even then, my best strategy is to flee. Occasionally, the fox almost catches me using its strange magic. "I'll throw you out of Ascension Path, intruder." Wait, this is a misunderstanding. As the fox opens its mouth, a white beam shoots out, narrowly missing me. Swallowing hard, I clench my teeth. Damn that fox. Thankfully, I am now far enough away from my colleagues. Even if the fox rampages in its frenzy, they should be safe. Record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. My consciousness enters a blind spot in the fox's perception. To the fox, it must have looked like I vanished into thin air. The record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts allows me to sever my consciousness and hide. The record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts details how to channel one's consciousness into sword control, creating a phantom with one's intent. These techniques, along with others in the record of surpassing path and martial arts, are invaluable regardless of one's cultivation level. Kim Hyung's martial arts are always useful, regardless of cultivation level. Whenever I think about it, I find it amazing. Intruder, show yourself or face the consequences. The fox's voice vibrates with spiritual power, searching for me in its blind spot. As long as I don't dig too deep, it won't notice. With my current strength, I can stay hidden for days using the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, as long as I don't walk right in front of the fox. I didn't expect to be running from the fox right at the start of this life. I was too reckless, especially after reaching the peak of ultimate pinnacle. I should have just made the inner core and stayed quiet. The others should be able to last about 3 days, right? Or I could hide and return with the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Then the fox begins another spell. It glows intensely, and thousands of sharp, white thorns, each as powerful as my gang shear, appear around it. These thorns cover the sky and the surrounding area, randomly plunging towards the ground. Creatures and birds, sensing the ominous flow of energy, flee in all directions. Damn that fox. If all attacks are aimed at me just like the ghost hands and insects, I could fend them off, but this random assault is hard to avoid. The white thorns begin to fall. Amidst the chaos, I accelerate my thoughts and dodge the thorns, stepping on the void. The nearby forest is instantly devastated. Good thing I'm away from my allies. I reappear before the rampaging fox, sweating and exhausted. Even though I am far from my colleagues, I feel I need to go even further. 3 days have passed. I have been running from the fox nonstop. Despite its relentless pursuit, the core formation demon showed no signs of fatigue. "You should be tired by now. Why don't you show yourself?" Hidden by the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, I catch my breath. My inner core is nearly depleted after 3 days of non-stop evasion. Damn this monster, I frown and curse the fox in my mind. The fox's intent is shimmering gold. Initially full of vigilance and anger towards me, the intruder, it seems to have figured out the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts over the past few days. Now it looks to be toying with me, probably planning to deliver a final blow once it gets bored. But I smirk, catching my breath. It's about time. Come out now, you unidentified demon beast. If you come out now, I will overlook your rudeness for brazenly invading my territory by just tearing off your limbs. With a sly smile, I deactivate the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts and stand in front of the fox. "Ah, finally given up, have you? No, watch the flow of yin and yang carefully. Isn't the celestial energy around us trembling? What is this guy talking about?" The fox, who's about to growl at me, pauses and widens its eyes in shock. The celestial energy is indeed trembling chaotically. Kugu kugu. I hadn't noticed when I was weaker, but now that I've grown stronger, it became more apparent. The celestial energy and the flow of yin and yang are quivering and warping. Without doing anything, just by emitting an aura, the mountains and rivers, the grass and trees are trembling. The fox drools and looks up at the sky. Heavenly being cultivators are approaching. He-heek. The fox, trembling with fear, tries to flee, but a person clad in black robe flicks their finger. Kaak. The fox's soul is sucked into the sleeve of the person in the black robe. Kurarung. a golden lightning bolt strikes from the sky, incinerating the fox's body. Only the fox's bones and a radiant orb, seemingly a demon core, remain. A man in a golden robe makes a gesture, and the fox's demon core is sucked into his hand. Ah, I'm too late, then I'll take this. Woong, a giant in blue armor, opens his storage device at his waist, and the fox's bones are absorbed into it. What is this? I saw it from afar earlier. Was running away from the fox. I don't feel any spiritual energy. Perhaps it's a creature that mastered some special technique with chi building level consciousness. But can you give me that demon core? It's Jin Bayak Ho, Whitebone Ghost Devil, and Sir Chang Ho. Jin Bayak Ho and Whitebone Ghost Devil are murmuring to each other, and Sir Chang Ho asks Jin Bayak Ho for the demon core. You're noisy, cultivator Chungmun. Anyway, I feel something like a demon core in that guy's danchin. Is he a human or a demon? If it's a hybrid, some demon traits should be visible, but that's not the case. At nascent soul level, he could be a demon disguised completely as a human, but he was being chased by a core formation level fox. What is this really? Hey, Taoist Jin, are we really doing this? That demon core has an energy that would be perfect for one of my disciples. Ignoring me, Sir Chang Ho keeps pestering Jin Bayak Ho, who eventually shouts in irritation. Didn't I say you're noisy? Behave like the renowned Chang Ho you are. Quarong. Just his anger causes lightning to strike from the sky, hitting Sir Chang Ho. This guy suddenly making a scene. Quagwang, Sir Chang Ho, not one to back down, punches back at Jin Bayak Ho, and Whitebone Ghost Devil, trying to intervene, gets caught in the fight, making it a three-way battle. Kugu Kugu. The celestial energy twists wildly, seeming to bring a storm. Damn it. I'm caught in the storm of the fight and thrown into the air. Ah, wait a minute. There was that guy. As if remembering me, Sir Chang Ho stretches his hand towards me, floating in the air. Then the celestial energy around me moves and naturally brings me before him. Let's stop the fight. What a disgrace in front of a young junior. Sir Chang Ho, with a calm face, grabs the back of my neck and laughs heartily. Soon after, Whitebone Ghost Devil and Jin Bayak Ho stopped fighting with irritated looks. You're the one who started it. What are you talking about? You suddenly lost your mind and struck me with lightning. The three seemed to be fighting but didn't show any real animosity. Were they close from the start? Anyway, what are you? Are you a human or a demon? How and why did you come to the ascension path? Sir Chang Ho asks me through consciousness, and I reply in Byokra language. I'm a human with a slightly unique constitution, not a hybrid. I got caught in a spatial rift while traveling with my companions and ended up in the ascension path. Oh, you speak the language of Byokra. Indeed, you have a unique constitution. Upon closer inspection, your energy slightly differs from that of a demon core. Additionally, the spirit nature of a chi building level demon beast seems to be settled in you, but not to the extent of a real chi building level concentration. Yes, that's correct. A human possessing a demon core and not being a hybrid. What kind of constitution is this? As Sir Chang Ho is examining me, startled, Sir Chang Ho, Jin Bayak Ho, and Whitebone Ghost Devil simultaneously look in one direction. This energy, it's not a mistaken feeling, is it? Let's talk with you later. Let's go, whoosh. The three heavenly being cultivators take me and swiftly moves to one side. In a flash, it seemed as if there was a burst of light, and I found myself where I first woke up. There my colleagues are being drained of blood and dying by a two-headed snake. Ha. The two-headed red snake shivers and looks up, and at that moment, lightning strikes and erases the red snake from existence. From these guys, I felt that energy from them. Sir Chang Ho grabs the back of my neck and descends. Blue energy radiates from his body, seeping into my colleagues. Then my colleagues who were dying from the snake's blood draining are completely healed, their wounds disappearing. Thus the selection process began. As before, Section Chief Jiam Yong-hoon, Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee, and Chief Oh Hyun-seok were each seized by Jin Bayak Ho, Whitebone Ghost Devil, and Sir Chang Ho. Then I seized the opportunity and knelt before them. I can't trust Mad Lord or Cohweol. Of course, they could be no different. But when I read the records of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, they cherished their disciples. The soul fragment of the nascent soul left in the Black Ghost Valley's nether-crossing ship also tried to protect its sect before becoming a remnant soul. Sir Chang Ho is a man of good character. I can't let Cohweol and Mad Lord take the others. Seniors, please listen to what this junior has to say. I have always admired the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. I speak in the language of Shengzi to Jin Bayak Ho, and I have respected the Azure Ghost Valley for its reputation. I say to Whitebone Ghost Devil in the language of the islands of the Black Wind Sea. I referred to the Black Ghost Valley as Azure Ghost Valley, remembering how the Heavenly Being's fragment had called it. Also, the Chungmun clan, the descendants of Sir Chang Ho, is one of the great clans that venerates the Tao of combat, as far as I know. The three Heavenly Being cultivators saw me and my colleagues possessing unique constitutions like the Heavenly Golden Thunder Body, Ghostly Yin Transformation Immortal Root, and Unique Holy Body. They are my originally separated companions, and the rest here also have quite good qualities. I lack the qualifications, and I do not expect to be chosen by the seniors, but please show mercy and consider the qualities of the other two. Upon hearing my words, the three cultivators look at each other and seem to ponder for a moment. You're a polite one, so I'll forgive your forwardness. But qualifications or not, the others you call your companions have no spiritual qualities at all, Jin Bayako scoffs. Rather than testing them, it would be better to test your qualifications, the one who fled from a core formation fox. Whoosh, celestial energy moves, pulling me in front of Jin Bayako. Shortly after, under Jin Bayako's will, the celestial energy rummages through my body and he clicks his tongue. What, you have 5 elements spiritual roots. While your unique ability seems useful, your training speed is too slow. Unfortunately, you're not needed. Hearing the term 5 elements spiritual roots, Whitebone Ghost Devil and Sir Chang Ho also look a bit less interested. Still, your escape from the core formation fox is impressive, so I'll give you a recommendation to join the Chungmun clan anytime. With your skills, you could even receive the position of an elder in one of my remaining branch families. Whitebone Ghost Devil loses interest in me, and Sir Chang Ho draws a blue mark on the back of my hand, making the same offer as before. But I bite my lip and kneel before them again. No, I can't let my remaining colleagues fall into the hands of Seo Atrial and Mad Lord. To the noble 3 heavenly being cultivators, I want to explain the qualities possessed by my colleagues. Stop talking nonsense. Didn't I say your colleagues have no spiritual qualities whatsoever? Jin Bayako speaks with an irritated voice. However, I explain with desperation in my voice the qualities of Manager Kim Yeon and Deputy Manager Oh Hai Seo to the 3 cultivator. After hearing my explanation, the eyes of the 3 heavenly beings change again. Is that really true? It's not some extravagant lie. What a novel-like story. It's too fanciful. But fine. Sir Chang Ho laughs heartily. I've met a pure-blooded human with a demon core in his dantian, and now I've met 3 people with mythical qualities. Let's believe it for now. Hey, Hio Guak. Sir Chang Ho gestures to Whitebone Ghost Devil to start with Oh Hai Seo and Kim Yeon. The most proficient in consciousness techniques among us is you, so you go check that woman first. HMPH, ridiculous. A consciousness that covers heaven and earth. If such a thing existed, that mortal's head would have exploded long ago. Whitebone Ghost Devil approaches Kim Yeon with skeptical eyes, and she tries to step back, but they flick their finger, and dark shadows grab and immobilize her. Kim Yeon, not seeing the black shadows, thinks her body just wouldn't move and screams. Whitebone Ghost Devil place their hand on her head. Then suddenly, ghostly energy from their fingertips enters her head. That flow it's similar to the secret techniques of the Jin clan. It seems that the Jin clan's secret techniques are influenced by the Black Ghost Valley. The next moment, blood drips from Kim Yeon's eyes, nose, and mouth. At the same time, whoosh, boom. Weak spiritual energy bursts from her upper dantian, and consciousness like threads extends in all 4 directions, covering the world. Stunned by the sight, Whitebone Ghost Devil, Jin Bayak Ho, and Sir Chang Ho suddenly rush to her side and shake her vigorously. If you join the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, I'll give you the position of my previous disciple. The same goes for my sect. Become my disciple, and you'll have the same share as the current sect leader. Forget them. I'll feed you as much spirit-enhancing elixir as you want if you join the Heaven Creation sect. I'll even hand over the position of sect leader to you. Whoosh. As Whitebone Ghost Devil manipulates the ghostly energy, Kim Yeon's swelling upper dantian begins to stabilize. Yes, this should do it. Now that Kim Yeon's qualities have been confirmed, they will definitely check Deputy Manager O's qualities. If so, they will not fall into the hands of Seo Atrial and Mad Lord. The Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, Black Ghost Valley, and Heaven Creation sect. They are sects that at least take care of their own, not cunning and ruthless like Seo Atrial, nor insane like Mad Lord, since Seo Atrial and Mad Lord will appear tomorrow if they take them. Suddenly, whisk, 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 the 3 heavenly beings, arguing over Kim Yeon, look in the direction of the Ascension Gate. There something small is flying towards us. What? I recognize the identity of the dot and lose my composure. Not appearing tomorrow. Mad Lord, Jin Bayak Ho shouts as if screaming his name. Cool. In an instant, a giant puppet arrives at our location. The hunchback old man with silver hair sitting on it looks down at us, smiling. Oh, I thought a cultivator from the upper realms had descended. Turns out it's just a small mortal. What unbelievable talent. I must take her as my disciple. Ah, who might this be? Isn't this the trio? It seems like just yesterday when you 3 were at the nascent soul stage, and now you've grown so much, Mad Lord. Whitebone Ghost Devil widens their eyes, scattering dark ghostly energy. Their sharp roar makes the 4 directions tremble and the heavens and earth quake. You. Hey, are we really going to make such a disgraceful scene before the Ascension Gate? Anyway, that old man probably doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble before the Ascension Gate opens either. As Whitebone Ghost Devil is about to erupt, Jin Bayak Ho and Sir Chang Ho holds them back by their shoulders. Mad Lord chuckles at them and then leaps down from his puppet, landing in front of us. Your words ring true. At this auspicious time when the heavens open, I don't want to create unnecessary trouble, so if you hand over that mortal to me, I shall just leave. At his words, the three heavenly being cultivators gave a cold laugh and stood in front of us, blocking his path. Jin Bayako locked eyes with Mad Lord and spoke. Sorry, but they all possess talents beyond imagination, so it's difficult to hand them over. Don't be too greedy, old man. You've already taken the core of our nether crossing ship. What more do you desire? Hearing this, Mad Lord chuckles and strokes his beard. White Bone Ghost Devil's pale face turns crimson with anger. You installed the power source of the nether crossing ship in a mere puppet. That power source, stronger than the combined dragon veins of a major sect in a mere puppet. A mere puppet. Mad Lord's expression hardens. Say it again. She's just a mere puppet. She is alive. She will become a complete being. She's everything in my life. You want me to smash the rest of the nether crossing ships. Kung. Mad Lord takes out a wooden box from his bosom and throws it, making it expand to his size. He places his hand on the lid of the large wooden box. A storage device. The same kind of spiritual energy fluctuation that comes from storage devices is flowing out of the box. At the same time, it feels much heavier, as if it contains far more than a typical storage device. Creak. Just as Mad Lord is about to lift the lid of the wooden box, it's better not to open that, Mad Lord. Chaak. White Bone Ghost Devil opens the storage device at their waist, and black darkness spews out, releasing something huge. Quang. The huge object takes shape in the air and turns into a massive gate about 10 meters in size, landing behind us. On the door of the gate, a giant ghost king is depicted. Creak. The door of the ghost king opens. Inside is filled with pitch-black darkness, and it emits the smell of the ocean breeze. Chaling, chaling. At the same time, it sounds like the space behind the door is filled with water, making splashing sounds. I sharpen my vision to look inside the door and am startled. Inside the door, two huge warships emitting thin ghostly and yin energy are floating above a dark sea, the nether crossing ships. Although it's unclear inside the door, the ghostly energy emanating from the two nether crossing ships is far more chilling than the wrecked one I saw in my past life. Moreover, I could feel the presence of beings with the same aura as White Bone Ghost Devil inside the two ships. So the words about bringing his entire sect in compressed form are true. White Bone Ghost Devil reveals the two nether crossing ships and growls at Mad Lord. If you open that, I'll take it as a declaration of war right here. I warn you, do not open it. Creak. However, Mad Lord looks at White Bone Ghost Devil with a meaningful gaze and opens the lid of the box slightly more. At this, Sir Chang Ho and Jin Bayako's expressions also harden. Mad Lord, the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect also warns you, do not open that. Even if you are a one-man army, do you think you can stand against all of us? I, Chang Ho, also warn you. If you pull out those things, I won't just stand by. Are you really planning to obliterate the ascension path? Crackle. As Jin Bayako brings his hands together, it looks as though lightning energy is gathering, and from within the lightning, a small model of a palace appears. From inside the palace, there are clear signs of many presences. At the same time, Sir Chang Ho also pulls out a scroll from his waist and unfolds it. The scroll floats into the air and unrolls on its own, revealing a landscape painting. Numerous presences are also felt from within the landscape painting. Mad Lord grins wickedly. Creak. The lid of the box is lifted further, you bastard. Do you really think you can wage war against us? Do you not value your life? Are you underestimating us too much? Rumble, rumble. Dark clouds gather in the clear sky and the heavens and earth begin to shake. The three heavenly beings raise their spiritual power, pressuring the Mad Lord. However, Mad Lord remains calm under their imposing aura. You ask if I value my life. Of course I don't. My heart has long been dead. What more is there to living? You better not provoke me further and leave the mortal here. Quickly make your way to the Ascension Gate. HMPH, you could barely destroy one nether crossing ship and ran away when you fought with my sect. In the current situation with the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect and Heaven Creation sect combined, are you saying our three sects are inferior to you? Haha, not obliterating you completely back then and merely giving you a little lesson was my mercy. Did you not realize that? And that was at my weakest moment. If you wanted to confront me, you should have joined forces at that time. Now that her heart is completed, it's even harder to face me than before. Think carefully. Creak. Mad Lord opens the lid further again. Simultaneously, numerous types of spiritual energy burst from the gap in the box, and the three heavenly beings tense up, glaring at Mad Lord. Then, it happened. Swoop. Rain begins pouring around us. Huff huff. At the same time, Deputy Manager Ohaisio suddenly turns red and collapses. Rumble, rumble. There were already dark clouds due to the clash of aura between the heavenly beings and Mad Lord, but the flow of the clouds accelerated. What, she awakened her power today? I'm shocked, guessing why she's reacting like this. This is also a day earlier than planned. Simultaneously, the eyes of the three heavenly beings and Mad Lord turn to Deputy Manager Ohaisio. Oh, what's this? An interesting bloodline. Mad Lord's eyes sparkle as he strokes his beard. The three heavenly beings also looked at Deputy Manager O with interest, reacting to the energy of my living puppets. Ah, I see. There's a puppet made from the royal family of the sea dragon tribe. Is she reacting to the bloodline of that puppet? Haha, makes me want to dissect her. Madlord steps forward towards Deputy Manager Ohai CEO, grinning, and the three heavenly beings raise their aura to block his path. Do you think anyone here will hand over even a single person to you, Madlord? If you don't back down, I'll kill everyone here and replenish them with living puppets. Creak. Madlord lifts the lid of the box further, and the faces of the three heavenly beings become even more distorted with fierce anger. Their aura alone seems enough to shatter heaven and earth. Just then, crash lightning flashes in the sky, and suddenly a new figure appears in the arena. A young man with blue hair wearing a blue robe. A small horn protrudes from his forehead, and he radiates a composed aura. Well, the heavens are twisting and something calls to my bloodline, so I came early. Didn't expect to see familiar faces. See Dragon King Seo Atrial. Ultimately, even he appeared at a different time than in my past life. It's been a while, Golden Heavenly Lightning Sect Master. Elder of Black Ghost Valley, Heaven Creation Sect Leader, and Seo Atrial greets Madlord with a smile in his eyes. Madlord is here too. While rushing over, I heard the wind say that there's a conflict between you and the three. May I mediate? Fighting here in Ascension Path during this auspicious time is something none of you would want, especially you, Madlord. Instead of trying to destroy the Ascension Path, why not close that thing? Upon Seo Atrial's arrival, Madlord smirks in amusement, and the three heavenly beings show delight. Haha, if the respectable Sea Dragon King says so, it must be credible. Yes, the Sea Dragon King has resolved many conflicts and brought peace. We hope you'll advise that old man to keep his composure. I too find the Sea Dragon King trustworthy. Jin Bayak Ho, Whitebone Ghost Devil, and Sir Chango Ho greet Seo Atrial with trust. However, Madlord chuckles mockingly. Jin Bayak Ho refutes. Don't slander the Sea Dragon King, Madlord. Unlike you, who lacks credibility, the Sea Dragon King has been mediating conflicts all this time. Hahaha, all of you are blinded from only looking after your own sex. You must roam freely like me to see the truth. Does he seem kind and reputable? He's a broken man. He wears a thick mask, hiding his true self, even I can't see through him. HMPH, isn't it natural for everyone to hide some of their thoughts? Heh, are you naive because you're young or unbroken? You know nothing. There's something only those with broken hearts understand. I too am broken and know my kind. He's a monster, more twisted and rotten than me. Seo Atrial, did you think wearing your mask would fool everyone? I can see through it. I'm broken like you. Seo Atrial simply smiles gracefully, not responding. Seo Atrial, just because your heart is dead, locking it in a mask will only worsen it. Wouldn't it be better to live freely like me? The conflicts and pain you've caused by following your heart. You're turning more into a monster. Make your choices wisely. Seo Atrial smiles silently without changing his expression. You're older than me, old man. How hypocritical. Isn't it right to consider anyone with something to teach as a senior in life? Whitebone Ghost Devil scoffs at their conversation. See Dragon King, you have a hard time. Such a great person being slandered by that senile monster. A heart disease. More like that mad old man is the one with a diseased heart. He's a lunatic who turns normal people into puppets with his crazy logic. It's not my crazy logic, you fool. I've realized one of the world's principles and evolved others to implement it. Whitebone Ghost Devil looked disgusted and stops arguing with Mad Lord, turning to Seo Atrial. I don't want to fight with that mad old man anymore. See Dragon King, please mediate. Understood. Old man and you three, is this dispute mainly about those mortals? Yes, we found them first, so we have the right to make them disciples. But that wretched old man keeps telling us to leave. Do you think you can teach those kids well? Especially the one with the vast consciousness, only I can teach her the best. From my perspective, the woman using the Sea Dragon tribe's power to control the wind and rain, you as a spiritual beast can teach her the best. Madlord points at Manager Kim, indicating himself, then points at Deputy Manager O, indicating Seo Atrial. What nonsense. Our Azure Ghost Valley lacks no elemental methods. Do you know how long our sect's history is? I don't care how old your Black Ghost Valley is. I know you have plenty of techniques, but do you have a proper teacher? Especially me. I've learned many consciousness-related techniques in various ways. I can teach much more about controlling consciousness. Seo Atrial speaks slowly to them. Firstly, I want to ask you three. Realistically, can you withstand the spatial pressure if you add 2 more people each right now? The 3 heavenly beings look concerned. Seo Atrial continues. I suppose you've all put your full effort into ascending your sects this time. In each sect's building or ship, selected disciples are under the Elder's guidance, resisting the spatial pressure. Right? Adding 1 more person would be fine as you can bear their pressure, but adding more than 2 could disrupt the formation and increase the risk of failing the ascent. Especially since you're attempting the ascent during the widest opening of the ascension gate, failure is not an option. Seo Atrial's calm explanation is met with expressions of regret on the faces of the 3 heavenly beings. However, it is true that the 3 of you discovered these humans first. You acknowledge that, right, old man? I understand that old man's logic is different from the usual, but even in your logic, the sequence of time does not change. Madlord chuckles at Cohreal's words and nods his head. Well, let's just say that's correct for now. So wouldn't it be right for Old Man to offer appropriate compensation to the three of you? In a way, Old Man is trying to snatch away the treasure you discovered, so it's only fair that you receive proper compensation. Upon hearing this, the complexions of the three heavenly men brighten. Indeed, Cohreal, you are a wise judge, a truly excellent response. The future of the Sea Dragon tribe is bright. However, Madlord's eyes sparkle as he lifts the lid of the box further. But what if I refuse? Upon hearing this, the Sea Dragon King frowns as if he has a headache, and the three heavenly beings' faces contort. I belong to no sect and have no living beings to take along, so I bear almost no pressure. I could just smash all of you right here, along with the unique constitution individuals you've chosen, capture them all, dissect, and evolve them for my world. Why should I bother negotiating? At this, the Sea Dragon King takes a deep breath. Wind begins to blow around him. I made the best offer I could. If you continue to ignore my proposal, the Sea Dragon tribe and I will join the three sects in attacking Old Man and retrieve the bodies of my kin whom Old Man kidnapped in the past. HMPH, pretending to care about your kin just to secure a moral high ground. Isn't that just laying the groundwork for your argument? After a brief stare down between Cohreal and Madlord, Madlord smiles and closes the box. Fine, I'll concede a bit today. If it's just the three of you, it's unknown, but with the Dragon King involved, I might indeed lose. I need to ascend and complete her this time, so I'll go along with your proposal. He steps back and points at Kim Yeon. I'll take her as my disciple. The compensation will be discussed later. I swear it in front of her. Thump, thump, thump. Madlord taps on the wooden box and listens closely to its surface. Then, nodding solemnly, he speaks. Did you hear that? She has also witnessed my oath. The three heavenly beings watch Madlord's actions, their faces twisting in disdain. What's this? A puppet speaking. Cohreal sighs and says to the three heavenly beings, you know that Old Man's logic is different from the norm, but from what I've observed, every oath sworn before her by Old Man has been upheld. I guarantee it, so please trust me. At this, the three heavenly beings click their tongues but nod. Then I'll take this mortal as my disciple, and we'll discuss compensation later. What about that mortal? Madlord points at Deputy Manager O. From my insight, Cohreal seems most likely to draw out that mortal's potential, but I'm worried that the young mortal might learn only bad things from Cohreal. How about I take that her too? At this, Cohreal's eyebrows twitch, but soon regaining his composure, he turns to Deputy O High Co with a pleasant smile. To be honest, it would be too burdensome for any of the three cultivators to take two, and it wouldn't be ideal to leave two with Old Man. Would you permit me to take this? I too promise, staking my honor to offer compensation later. Upon hearing this, the three heavenly beings glare at Madlord and speak. Since the Dragon King has mediated, let's do so. They seem displeased that Madlord is gaining more advantage. Then Cohreal approaches Deputy Manager O. At the same time, I feel dizzy. Why has it come to this? I asked them to awaken Manager Kim's talent, and sensing it, Madlord flew in, ready to confront the three heavenly beings. Madlord, having opened the box, released the energy of the biological puppets of the Sea Dragon race's royal family, awakening Deputy Manager O. Cohreal, feeling Deputy Manager O's ability, arrived faster than expected, mediated, and distributed the personnel as originally fated. Everything, strangely enough, is flowing exactly as it should have been, according to the original history. I kneel before them with a hollow laugh. Seniors, please hear my words. These people are my colleagues. Can you just let them stay with me? Upon hearing this, Madlord flicks his finger. I forgot about that. What are you? Why do you, a human, carry a demon core inside? This is new. I want to dissect you. Crack. Simultaneously, my inner core inside my dantian starts to ache as if being pulled out. Under Madlord's will, my inner core is being drawn outward. I feel like my abdomen would rip open any moment. Whoosh. A gentle energy flows between me and Madlord, blocking his energy. Surprisingly, the owner of the energy is Cohreal. How can Old Man torment such a powerless being? It's better to refrain from such actions during this auspicious time. HMPH, such a hypocrite. Fine, it's just a chi-building demon core anyway. It won't be much use for research. I'll leave it be. Tusk, tough luck getting caught by the madman. Sir Chang Ho taps my shoulder. His touch heals the internal injury I sustained from Madlord in my dantian. Cohreal looks at Madlord and speaks. Swear that you won't bother these weak and pitiful beings after we leave. What, have you gone mad, Cohreal? What are you even talking about? Why torment the powerless during such an auspicious time? At this, Madlord bursts into laughter after staring blankly at Cohreal for a moment. Ha ha ha, disgusting, utterly disgusting. It's a pity that you all don't know the atrocities Cohreal has committed while being holed up in your sects. It's so revolting it almost makes me sick. Fine, I swear, impressed by your disgustingness. Even she suggests to just empathize and let it slide. Mad Lord swore to her that he would no longer bother us, then stepped back. Cohrial, with a kind smile, looks at me and says to the three heavenly beings, I've seen on my way here that the three of you have also harmed many spirits of Ascension Path. What's done is done, but please exercise restraint to avoid negativity during this auspicious time. Jin Bayuk Ho, White Bone Ghost Devil, and Sir Chang Ho nod reluctantly. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of the Dragon King. We'll exercise caution. How righteous you are, see Dragon King. Cohrial chuckles, exchanging pleasantries with them, then picks up Deputy Manager O and approaches me, who is managing the pain in my dantian. I don't know the details, but you're undoubtedly of demi-human lineage. Since it's come to this, would you be willing to do me a favor? What is it? Cohrial takes out a dark bead from his robe. Due to sensing this woman's energy and arriving hastily, there is something I couldn't handle. I should have delivered this bead to one of my descendants remaining in the sea, but I failed to do so. Can you deliver this bead to my descendant, Seo Ran, who resides near Utmost Chaos Island? If you agree to my request, as a reward, I will give you a special cultivation manual suitable for someone of your demi-human lineage. Cohrial then takes out a demon beast method bound in demon beast leather and hands it to me. The title of the manual is Summoning Wind Dragon Transformation. Ah, so this was why he saved me. Now I understand Cohrial's intentions. Hiding my rising disgust, I put on a mask of gratitude in front of Cohrial and accept what he has given. You're welcome, and remember, rumble, his gaze becomes fierce and intense. Expressing your opinion like earlier is courageous, but it can also be reckless. Be sure to behave properly in front of those greater than yourself. To answer your question, you and that other person are of ambiguous quality for taking. Leaving your colleagues behind means they are likely to be consumed by their mythical talents and perish. If you have a way to suppress those qualities, it's a good suggestion, but if not, it's better to stay quiet and remember this. Rumble. His presence makes it hard to even breathe. The Dragon King gives me calm advice, then transforms into a dragon and flies towards the Ascension Gate. The other heavenly beings also take my colleagues and fly towards the Ascension Gate. Left in the area are only Mad Lord, who had knocked out manager Kim Yeon trying to escape, and me with Kim Young-hoon. I stare blankly into space. Why did everything turn out this way? As Mad Lord looks at me and Kim Young-hoon, a spatial rift opens. Tusk, such a hypocritical dragon. If he's going to talk like that, he should at least send them outside Ascension Path. Ha ha, in a past life I had managed to send Kim Young-hoon away through Cohrial's hands. But in this life, everything returned to how it originally was, like a rubber band snapping back. Probably Mad Lord will send me and Kim Young-hoon back, again, the same way, to Yongyuo, Sr. I ask Mad Lord, unable to hide my feeling of futility. Does fate really exist? At my question, Mad Lord strokes his beard with an intrigued expression. Fate does exist. I'm not sure if you've learned any special techniques, but when you perform the Chi Refining 7 Stars ritual, everyone realizes that there is such a thing called fate. He points to the sky. What is fated to happen will happen. That is fate. Then can humans not change their fate? At this, Mad Lord smirks. You don't seem to understand the structure of fate. No, that's not the case. Every living being can change their fate. Yes, have you ever wondered why cultivators learn the principles of the 72 earthly Sha, 36 heavenly gang, 7 stars, and the spiritual energy star during Chi building? Why do they learn the principles of the stars in the sky? His finger stabs towards the end of the void. Have you ever questioned why cultivators are against the heavens? Isn't it obvious? Because they defy the lifespan given by the heavens. Then why can cultivators defy the lifespan, the fate given by the heavens? I have never thought about this before. Mad Lord draws in the air with pure spiritual force from his fingertip. You poor thing, let this great being explain the structure of fate to you, as she also suggests. Mad Lord began his explanation. As the most basic example, from the moment a human is born, they are continuously drawn towards death, which is the force of attraction of their fate. Mad Lord draws 2 points in the air and connects them with a line. This is the basic structure of life. It starts here and ends there. The slight differences in each being's lifespan introduces changes in fate. Mad Lord draws several more lines above and below the line connecting the 2 points. Let's say this line represents life. The endings of other lives, represented by these different lines, influence it. Since fate has a force of attraction, it pulls slightly towards where other fates end. Thus, fate is not a smooth, straight line from life to death, but becomes chaotic, influenced by the fates of other beings. The original line becomes uneven, adjusting to the endpoints of the other lines. We call this the play of fate or connections. These connections and fate determine our lives, and what is meant to happen will inevitably happen. So the saying that what is meant to happen will happen means, let's assume there's a close friend. That friend has a different lifespan and fate than me, meeting the fate of death earlier than me. That fate is closely attached to me and also has a force of attraction, so I inevitably get involved in the friend's death. This is why what is meant to happen will definitely happen. So does this mean that events unrelated to death are also fated to happen? No, there are no events in this world that are not related to birth and death. Do you know how many lives are born and die in the air we breathe, even in a single moment? I may have explained fate using simple lines, but the cycle of birth and death in fate is so complex and endless that it can never be simply expressed. I see. As all beings in the cycle of birth and death carry life, it can be said that every event ultimately has a force of attraction. Madlord erases the lines in the air and randomly dots points. Following these forces of attraction in life, every being embarks on a long and short journey. Madlord starts connecting the points from the first one. Eventually, all points are connected, forming a complex and intricate trajectory. What do you think looking at this? A child scribbles. I swallow what I was about to say and reply to him. I don't quite understand. Points creating attraction and lines drawn towards them. Doesn't it resemble constellations in the night sky? Ah, tick, tick, tick. Madlord continues to dot points with pure spiritual force beyond the connected lines. Indeed, it resembles stars in the night sky. I've never reached the stars in the star realm, but ancient texts from cultivators who roam the star realm say that the stars in the night sky also exert a force of attraction. Madlord strokes his chin and continues his explanation. Stars are much like fate, aren't they? Or rather, if those texts are true, it's more like fate resembles constellations. Fate is like constellations. Life is thus a journey of swimming through a sea of stars, finding forces of attraction close to one's fate and events close to one's life. Being pulled by the attraction of fate, these events inevitably happen. Something seems to come to his mind, and Madlord looks bitter. Anyway, if we view fate as constellations and life as swimming through a sea of stars, the principle of cultivators observing the celestial energy and reading their fate is roughly like that, detecting the nearest force of attraction of fate. Additionally, the way for cultivators to escape the force of fate's attraction is simple. When ordinary life goes from here to there, Madlord connects points in the air. The constellation drawn by connecting the points ends at a certain spot. The distance to the next point is quite far. It looks like the line could not be extended further. Between these stars, create a suitable star and head towards the next one. The stages of cultivation, such as the 72 Earthly Sha, 36 Heavenly Gang, 7 Stars Ritual, Chi Building Spiritual Energy Star, Core Formation Star Domain are not there for nothing. They create something similar to a star within the body, artificially creating a flow of fate, thus extending their fate. This is how cultivators extend their lifespan and why they are called beings against the heavens. Madlord smirks as he continues his explanation. Then, if fate is meant to happen but one wants to escape it, how? How to escape this trajectory of fate? Simple. Madlord redraws the constellation. The closest thing in this fate is the next fate, but if the master of the life desires a different fate, he draws a line from one star to another, illustrating the line moving towards a different constellation than originally intended. It's difficult to move to a different fate because the force of attraction of the next fate pulls in the existence. The line tries to move to a different constellation, but is held back by the force of attraction of the determined fate. So what should be done? The method is simple. Escape the force of fate's attraction. Whoosh. The line escapes the force of attraction of the predetermined star and lands in a different one. How do you do that? How, you ask? Power. If there is power to escape the force of attraction, one can escape from fate. As he clenches his fist, all the constellations and drawings he had made in the air disappear instantly. If you can't change fate, it's evidence of your weakness. Overwhelming power to escape the force of attraction of fate, and the bone-grinding effort to escape that force. With just these two, we can reach a different fate than the one predetermined. Things that are meant to happen will happen, but depending on the effort of the being, we may not suffer from those inevitable events. As Madlord continues his explanation, his eyes sparkle with excitement. If fate torments me, then I should become stronger than fate. Where else can you find such a clear solution? I too have strived and strived to escape from my predetermined fate. Madlord clutches the box beside him, gasping for breath. I will escape the fate of never meeting her again and will see her no matter what, by any means. If I keep trying, I will definitely see her again. Definitely with her. Madlord caresses the box with shining eyes, muttering to something inside it. Ah, my love, I love you. Please, please, talk to me again, hold the fan, and dance those steps like before. Not being able to see you is not the fate I want. If I can see you again, I will throw away all my fate and gather strength to leap to a different fate, to a place where I can see you. So please. He scratches the box frantically, speaking crazily to something inside. Certainly, he's not in his right mind. I look at manager Kim Yoon, who had been knocked out by Madlord. Power, the power to escape fate, and effort. Yes, I am still lacking in everything. I simply lack the ability to change the current situation with my power. That's why what is meant to happen happens, and I can only watch as my colleagues are handed over to the madman and hypocrite. Yes, fate will definitely happen, but it can be changed. In this life. No one had their arm torn off by the fox, because I distracted the fox and became strong enough to run away from it for several days. If I become stronger, strong enough to knock down the fox, maybe I can escape the fate's attraction of the fox. Let's become stronger. Stronger and stronger, increase the lifespan through cultivation, and create a constellation to escape all fate. Someday, if I become strong enough to escape even from the grasp of the heavenly being cultivators, then I can truly escape all fate. After scratching the box for a while in a frenzy, Mad Lord looks at me and Kim Young-hoon alternately and flicks his hand. That's enough answers for now. Go on, she is calling me. She needs my help. She says she needs oiling in her joints. She's calling me, she is. Swoosh. Before me and Kim Young-hoon could react, we are pushed into a spatial rift by Mad Lord's gesture. I see the Mad Lord open the box lid and bury his upper body inside, sinking into the darkness. Once again, we found ourselves in Yangwoo, the force of fate's attraction. If there really is such a thing as the force of fate's attraction, even if Mad Lord sends us randomly, ending up in Yangwoo is also because the force of attraction pulls us there. I pondered over fate, chewing over Mad Lord's words. His words made me feel like I could grasp the concept of the Chi Building's spiritual energy star. Before Kim Young-hoon woke up, I transferred knowledge into his mind using a technique. Kim Young-hoon was confused about the knowledge in his head and asked me about my conversations with the heavenly being cultivators. I explained that I had the knowledge in my head too, and that's how I conversed with them. I managed to persuade Kim Young-hoon sufficiently and helped him establish himself in Yangwoo. After raising him to the level of 3 flowers gather at the summit, I taught him the Beyond the Path to Heaven martial arts, the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, and other such teachings, hoping that one day he would surpass the ultimate pinnacle and enter a new realm. Then we parted ways. Afterward, I secretly infiltrated the Jin clan, seeing my disciples, and once again I caught a glimpse of my master from a distance at the Chungmun clan. Finally, I headed towards the Black Wind Sea. Before heading to Seo Ran's abode in the Black Wind Sea, I look at the dark bead Seo Hwal had given me. It was the bead that, in my past life, Seo Ran used to completely destroy the Nether crossing ship in a mutual self-destruction. With a wry smile, I throw the dark bead into the sea. It sinks deep beyond anyone's reach. Seo Ran will remember you as a good king and grandfather. I think to myself, not as a villain with a heart of a beast. That's enough. I glance at the manual of Summoning Wind Dragon Transformation, deciding to use it as a token when I meet Seo Ran. Should I go to Seo Hyung right away? As I ponder in front of the Black Wind Sea, I know if I went now, Seo Ran would urge me to learn Summoning Wind, Dragon Transformation, and challenge the Nether crossing ship again in a few years. No, that won't do, I sigh. Even both of us together couldn't defeat the core formation level ghost spirit in the Nether crossing ship. Seo Ran, unaware of my situation, will probably wait for years. I lack the power to change Seo Ran's fated death. So I'll seek the power to change fate before going to him. No matter how long it takes or what effort is needed, I'll enter Chi Building and then go to him. I make my decision and head to Shattered Heaven Peak in the Great Mountains of Shengzi, where the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect and a mountain with good dragon veins are located. 5 years have passed since my return. With a sigh, the brown clouds swirling around me are sucked into my nose and mouth. Through understanding before breakthrough and repeated insights in each life, my understanding of the earth-surpassing path increased. 5 years to reach mastery this time. The water, fire, and metal surpassing paths, mastered in the past life, will take about 8 years each to master now. If this pace continues, I can master all the methods in the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation in 40 years. It's possible. In this life, reaching Chi Building is achievable. I open my eyes and release gang spheres. Now I can stably control 9 gang spheres. I've consolidated at the extreme of ultimate pinnacle. It's time to move beyond, but materializing consciousness is still challenging. The gang spheres can meld into my consciousness, but it can't hold its essence, and the energy dissipates. How can I materialize this power in my consciousness? Even as I ponder over the Beyond the Path to Heaven martial arts, it remains complex and subjective. Hence, I spend my time continuing to practice the martial art and mastering the water-surpassing path. 8 years later, I have mastered the water-surpassing path, but still haven't deciphered the Beyond the Path to Heaven martial arts. Despite recalling Kim Young-hoon's trials and errors, the martial art remains elusive. It's around this time. Kim Young-hoon came to Shattered Heaven Peak. What brings you here? I'm speechless at his rapid growth. Have you already reached the end of ultimate pinnacle? It makes no sense. We are just in the 13th year since my return. Has he already surpassed the 5 energies converging to the origin, reached ultimate pinnacle, and even its end? As I ask him in astonishment, Kim Young-hoon gives a wry smile. I reached the end of ultimate pinnacle and helped the Jin clan, a cultivator clan, in driving out the Makli clan, a devil path clan, from Yangwoo. I thought I had achieved everything, but only at the extreme of ultimate pinnacle did I realize that if I settled here, I would gain nothing. He looks serious. That's why I left everything, including my external elder position in the Jin clan, to come to you. Together, we need to discuss this beyond the path to heaven martial arts in our minds and move to the next realm. I instinctively know. To reach this realm, I can no longer rely solely on innate talent. It's a realm that can only be achieved through decades of intense training. I understood the bloodied and painful efforts of the creator of the beyond the path to heaven martial arts. He floats 9 gang spheres around him. I have reached the extreme, but honestly, I have no idea how to move to the next realm. Even though the predecessor carved the path forward with their blood, I don't dare to walk it alone. His eyes fill with a somber look. It will take decades of intense practice. Even for someone like me, so walk this path together with me, reach this realm with me. Yet even in his somber state, his eyes tell me he has no thoughts of giving up. Kim Hyung, they say to change one's fate, humans need both the effort to break free from fate's attraction and the power to do so. But perhaps what truly frees humans from fate is not power, but will. Understood, I meet his eyes, reaffirming my resolve for this life. Let's together surpass fate. From that day, Kim Young-hoon and I began our simultaneous cultivation at Shattered Heaven Peak. How I suddenly wake up. Was it a dream of the past? It was a dream about the day Kim Young-hoon and I decided to train together at Shattered Heaven Peak. I shake my head to clear it. I passed out to the point of dreaming. Thud thud. I stand up, dusting off the dirt and stone powder from my body. The vicinity of Shattered Heaven Peak is a mess. There are sword and saber marks everywhere, and craters caused by gang spheres all around. Cough, cough, I use a palm strike to clear the dust and look for Kim Young-hoon. If I remember correctly, during our spar, Kim Young-hoon and I had struck each other and were thrown in opposite directions. I had taken a blow from Kim Young-hoon and lost consciousness momentarily, ending up dreaming about the past. But Kim Young-hoon had taken not only my kick, but also dozens of cultivator spells, so I don't know his condition. Kim Hyung, Kim, huh. While searching, I see Kim Young-hoon below in the valley, half buried. Damn it, if we had just fought using martial arts from the start, it would have been somewhat safer. If Kim Young-hoon hadn't been stubborn about gaining enlightenment in a life and death struggle, insisting we use both martial arts and cultivation techniques, it wouldn't have come to this. Kim Hyung, I use a light body technique to descend into the valley and pull out Kim Young-hoon, who was half buried. Cough, cough. It seems he wasn't seriously injured despite being buried head first, perhaps because he used protective gang chi at the moment of impact. Cough, chuckle. He spits out blood, but at least he isn't dead from the head first crash. Please wait, I'll perform first aid first. I bring the herbs and acupuncture needles I had prepared before the duel and start treating Kim Young-hoon. Tap, 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 tap. I insert needles into Kim Young-hoon's body to activate his life force. Soon after, Kim Young-hoon regains consciousness. Kim Hyung, are you okay? How many fingers am I holding up? 2. You're in bad shape. I clench my fist, tucking in my index finger and click my tongue. I'll do the treatment first and then go to the cultivator's market to buy some healing talismans. For now, no, I mean 2. Kim Young-hoon, waking up from his dazed state, speaks decisively. I gained 2 insights this time. Crack. Kim Young-hoon stands up. Cough, cough. He coughs up blood. On the brink of life and death, I found a clue to the next realm. I've somewhat succeeded in understanding the enlightenment of the beyond the path to heaven martial arts. He wipes the blood from his mouth and grins. One thing's for sure. The beyond the path to heaven martial arts is a martial art steeped in the subjectivity of its creator. The reason is, the realm obtained through the beyond the path to heaven martial arts is different for each person. Really. Beyond the ultimate pinnacle, the realm is reached through different enlightenments for each individual. Up to this point, it was divided only by the type of weapon and martial arts, but beyond this, it differs based on the person. I listen to Kim Young-hoon's insights and my mouth opens in amazement. 35 years into the return, Kim Young-hoon began to gain insights into the next step through the beyond the path to heaven martial arts. Mr. Satino really be burning my stockpile. One more extra chapter coming soon, TT. Are you saying that the realm differs for each individual? I ask, struggling to understand. Kim Young-hoon, wiping his blood, begins to explain. More precisely, while materializing consciousness is the same, what materializes differs for each person. He pauses, seemingly in thought, then continues. Honestly, I've only grasped a clue, so I'm not entirely sure. But one thing's certain, the beyond the path to heaven martial arts continuously speaks about someone's life. I don't know who that someone is, but since the realm beyond is achieved due to someone's life experiences, and since every human life is different, wouldn't there be a unique martial art for each life beyond this realm? A different martial art for each life. That idea somehow tickles a corner of my heart. But you mentioned 2 realizations, right? If one is that the realm beyond ultimate pinnacle differs for each person, what's the other? Oh, the other is just a personal realization. Kim Young-hoon says with a faint smile. I realize that I truly long for home. All this time, my motivation for practicing martial arts was the hope that I might one day return home to see my family. He caresses his chest and closes his eyes, the faces I long to see as soon as possible. I realize only now that I've been madly practicing martial arts to forget that pain, gripping the saber until my hands tore, to achieve that goal. Kim Young-hoon looks up at the sky with a distant gaze. I apologize, this doesn't quite seem like a martial art realization. No, it's not that. I shake my head in disagreement and explain why it can still be a martial art realization. I explain what I felt when I reached the state of 5 energies converging to the origin. Everything I've done is part of my life. Just as heaven, earth, and man influence each other, what I've done has also been influenced by my life. If you've realized something about your life, then it will surely blend into your martial arts, Kim Hyung. Sometimes talking to you feels like speaking with a wise old man, though I'm surely better in martial arts, you have something I don't. He looks at me with a perplexed expression. Maybe you too will reach beyond this realm as quickly as I do. Haha, that's unlikely. How can I match your talent, Kim Hyung? Weren't you fast in reaching the extreme of ultimate pinnacle? That's enough talent. Of course, not as much as mine, but anyway, when I, with my superior talent, observe you, I think that if I'm a bird born to fly quickly into the sky, you are a volcano. A volcano? Do you know how a volcano erupts? Well, I'm not too sure, I've just heard about it. Lava keeps rising beneath a volcano, accumulating until it can't withstand the pressure anymore, and then it explodes. If I'm a bird naturally flying swiftly up high, you are a high mountain, and moreover, a mountain filled with lava, ready to explode with a force much more powerful than any bird when it does. He encourages me with a smile. Reflect well on your life. Perhaps things you've overlooked have accumulated, creating potential you're unaware of. Unknowingly accumulated things. All I've built is merely time. Anyway, let's not stay here. Let's treat you properly, Kim Hyung. I take Kim Young-hoon for proper treatment, and then I start to ponder more about the topic Kim Young-hoon brought up. Time flows on. Before I knew it, I had fully mastered the earth, water, fire, and metal surpassing paths, and the wood surpassing path had also taken root based on my accumulated foundation. The wood surpassing path is the easiest. Perhaps it's because the other 5 elements' power properly supports it. It's smooth sailing. Now the wood surpassing path is at the level of Chi refining 13th star. Unified origin. Just a little more and it will be complete. I am about to fully master the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation. Of course, it's uncertain if I can enter Chi building. Despite all this effort, I might not reach Chi building in this life. Kim Hyung said I have potential, but I am a slow learner, perhaps even more so than he imagines. If I can't extend my lifespan by entering Chi building this life, reaching beyond ultimate pinnacle might remain a dream. It's been almost 5 years since Kim Young-hoon grasped the clue to the Beyond the Path to Heaven martial arts. He dived daily into the Beyond the Path to Heaven martial arts to the point of bleeding from his hands, knocking at the gates beyond ultimate pinnacle. But for me, it's entirely different. Even while practicing cultivation methods, I never ceased to train in martial arts whenever I had a moment. I never slackened for a single moment, never letting go of the sword from my hand. Even after reaching ultimate pinnacle, where a sword becomes unnecessary, I always maintained a sharp spirit, never forgetting the feel of practicing swordsmanship. For the past 40 years, I wasn't just focused solely on cultivation methods, not just in this life, but in the previous ones too. Suddenly, I begin to confuse how many lives I have lived. Is this the 9th, 10th? I've undergone 9 returns. During these returns, how many years did I live? No, don't think about it. How many years did I practice martial arts and how many years did I cultivate? It's the early signs of a heart demon. Don't think more. In each of the 9 returns, I nearly lived close to 50 years in each life. Even considering the lives where I died earlier, when I add up all the lives I've lived so far, no, around 500 years, roughly a lifespan of 500 years. Huff, walquack, blood spills as energy and blood twists. Even after 500 years of practicing martial arts, I still can't grasp beyond this point. Gang Chi uncontrollably escapes from my body, splitting into 9 pieces. In the world of intent, 9 versions of myself surround me, each uttering gloomy words. How about gradually letting go of martial arts now? After all, the initial goal of reaching 5 energies converging to the origin and breaking through divine consciousness has been achieved. Now I'm at least not so weak to be torn apart by a fox. Martial arts are not my talent. Isn't it better to focus on one thing instead of forcing what doesn't work? It isn't that I have a split personality. They are all me. The voices are my own self talking. Honestly, how much of Kim Young-hoon's advice do I even understand? Walquack. I try to control my emotions, but I omit blood again. Even a genius like Kim Young-hoon, unprecedented for 1,000 years before and after, remained at the extreme of ultimate pinnacle for several lives. I've barely managed to pass on knowledge and enlightenment to get to this point, but that's Kim Young-hoon's story. How many more years will it take for someone without talent like me to reach Kim Young-hoon's level? Another 500 years of training. Ugh krghhh. I bleed a little more and then heal my internal injuries. Let's face it, what have I achieved in these 500 years? Haven't I just wasted time? Thoughts storm through my mind. The words being uttered by the gang sphere avatars are the immediate dark thoughts made manifest. Why am I practicing martial arts? Suddenly, such a question echoes in my mind, because I need power. The moment I hear that question, the storm of scattered thoughts somewhat clear. It's simple, isn't it? The words of Mad Lord come to mind. One overcomes fate's attraction with a power that surpasses it. I've just done everything I could. What more do you want from me? Within the boundaries of humanity, I've struggled and tried to overcome fate. That is all, I know. Perhaps entering chi building in this life is just my vain hope. Even if I enter chi building and practice for hundreds of years, I might not even step beyond ultimate pinnacle. I'm no different from dust under this vast sky. But even if I'm just a bug or dust, I cherish each and every life. As I speak and sort out my thoughts, the clouds in my mind seem to clear bit by bit. Martial arts have become one with my life. I cherish them too. I raise my head. The intent avatars that coldly spoke to me disappeared, leaving only the spheres of gang chi in front of me. I disperse the gang sphere and clench my fist. It doesn't matter how many years it takes. I cherish my life. Even if everything goes back to square one, all I will have left is the memory that I did my best. My energy and blood stabilize. I might not have gained a great enlightenment, but I fended off the heart demon. However, I still feel a slight tightness in my chest. I feel like I could have realized something. Not realizing it might also be due to my lack of talent. I can't help it. I have to pour more time into it. As my energy and blood settle, the powers I had cultivated over the years begin to stir. Still, I've finally reached here after pouring in so much time. Kugugugugu, the wood attribute energy surges, creating a point of spiritual power. And then it explodes. Boom! A shockwave erupts from my lower dantian, and a cloud of green energy, the color of the wood element, rises up. Yellow, black, red, white, green. I've fully mastered the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation. Hue. As I exhale, clouds of 5 colors swirl around me. Should I try to break through to chi building? I close my eyes with a smile. The 5 elements are tailing each other, dramatically increasing my recovery rate. I wonder what will happen if I attempt chi building this time. Kugugugu. I absorb the clouds of 5 colors, filling my lower dantian to the brim. The clouds of 5 colors spin inside, converging towards the center. Here goes, Kugugugu. I a fool have climbed up in the most ignorant way, pouring in accumulated time. No matter how thick the wall of chi building might be, can it really stand against all my time? Boom, a star of 5 colors lit up inside me. But the star of 5 colors keep vibrating with slight changes stemming from my 5-element spiritual roots, and once again, cracks form in the star. Crack, snap, boom. Eventually, another explosion occurs, the star shatters, and all the spiritual clouds I have accumulated for the chi building attempt dissipate. The cultivation I had built up to 14th star of chi refining falls back to 12th star. Hew, it's another failure. But then, hew, it was after about 20 breaths. Kugugugu. Power began to surge back into my lower abdomen. When I had fully mastered 4 methods, my recovery rate of spiritual power was already fast enough to restore all my cultivation in half a day. Now that I have mastered all 5 elemental methods, the recovery rate of my spiritual power is so fast that the cultivation of 14th star chi refining can be fully recovered in the time it takes for 20 breaths. Let's go again. Kugugugugu. Having quickly recovered the cloud of 5 colors, I once again attempted chi building. Kung kung kung. With each explosion of the star, I observe the flow of the 5 elements. The changes in the 5 elements correspond precisely to the 5 elemental methods I have mastered. With each failure, I begin to see clear reasons for the failure. A life of nothing but failure upon failure upon failure. The rotten failures are accumulating, and someday will sprout a seed. Simultaneously, each time I observe the flow of the 5 elements, the power of the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation settled inside me seems to gradually find balance. Among the methods I have learned so far, the earth-surpassing path had a little more spiritual power than the others, and there were slight differences in energy according to the order in which they were learned. Although the difference was so slight it was barely noticeable, these tiny differences are gradually being filled, moving towards perfect balance. Every time these small gaps are filled, I found that my recovery rate improved slightly, little by little. From around 20 breaths to 19 and a half, go further. Kuwang, I focused on my lower dantian and continue my training. There are about 10 more years left. Within that time, I must break through. I enter a cave deep in Shattered Heaven Peak and continually challenge chi building, adjusting the slight ratio of spiritual power in the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation. Kim Young-hoon, too, did not come to visit, likely caught up in his own intense training and realization somewhere. And then a few months passed. Yoon Hyun come out. Yes, Kim Hyung. What's? Wow, I startled by Kim Young-hoon's appearance. He's so emaciated that his bones are showing, and dark circles have sunk deep under his eyes, making him look like a living skeleton. His hands are also covered in scabs, gripping a saber so that the scabs seem to merge with the saber, giving the impression that his hand and the saber are connected. For the past 50 or so days, I've survived on the energy of my inner core alone, swinging my saber like a madman. And Yoon Hyun, a single tear trickles down Kim Young-hoon's gaunt face. After 40 years of hard training, finally, I've reached it. Engrossed in my cultivation practice, I have been unaware of Kim Young-hoon's activities. From now on, I will begin my ascent. I came to show you. Yes, I stop my cultivation, rise from my place, and follow Kim Young-hoon. We go to the front of a small peak located at the lower part of Shattered Heaven Peak. Kim Young-hoon, gaunt and emaciated, lifts his saber. Let me explain slowly about the realm beyond. He begins his explanation. The key to reaching the stage beyond lies in finding the form of consciousness that best suits humans. The founder of Beyond the Path to Heaven martial arts tried to transform human consciousness into the same form as humans, like the demon beast methods, but abandoned it feeling it wasn't the way of martial arts. However, he pondered why demon beasts transform their consciousness into the same form as their species, referencing the demon beast methods. He concluded that it was to amplify their inherent wild nature, responding to the energy and thus strengthening the body to its limits. As he explains, he slowly and languidly begins to perform the severing vein saber method. Gradually, his form of consciousness begins to change, stimulating my upper dantian. Why did the founder of Beyond the Path to Heaven martial arts conclude that this was not the inherent form of human consciousness? I pondered this repeatedly, and then realized something while delving into the profound subjectivity of the Beyond the Path to Heaven martial arts. His slow saber dance movements gradually pick up pace. Humans are inherently unique beings. Demon beasts, initially lacking intelligence and gaining it through spiritual awakening, did not need to ponder their lives and thus chose to enhance their wildness. But we, inherently intelligent, are beings who ponder. If we live lives full of pondering, each person's worries and lives will inevitably differ. His consciousness begins to be suffused with light. Therefore, the most suitable form of consciousness for humans is inevitably linked to what each individual has most profoundly pondered in their life. It's a golden light. Unlike the previous life's Kim Young-hoon, who simply burned his life to leap forward, the Kim Young-hoon who had rightly pondered his goal all his life is showing a much more stable level of achievement. I feel like I could glimpse the happiest times of his life through that golden consciousness. Time spent sleeping with his family, eating meals, and leading a normal, everyday life. All those times. Around Kim Young-hoon, 9 versions of himself appear. 9 gang spheres rotate around him. Gradually, they begin to merge into his consciousness. What I most wanted and wished for in my lifelong martial arts training was to cross the sky like a beam of light to return to my family. Yoon Hyun, you said that life melts into martial arts. You were right. The characteristic of my martial arts being swift was imbued with my desire to return to my family even faster. His consciousness materializes and condenses. I thought his consciousness had merged into his blade as a solid line. But looking again, his consciousness itself has become the blade. The form of consciousness that best suits Kim Young-hoon is a golden saber. The blade of consciousness merges with the saber that Kim Young-hoon is holding. The final movement of the severing vein saber method ends. Observing his every move in a flash, not missing even a moment, I watch everything about him. In the world of an instant. In that world, my consciousness communicates with Kim Young-hoon, who holds a blazing golden blade. What is the name of that place? In the world of an instant, my consciousness and his engage in dialogue. What do you think it is? Tell me please. I pondered and pondered, but it was so clear. He smiles slightly. This realm, built upon the blood and tears of the founder of Beyond the Path to Heaven martial arts. I can't ignore it. I can't even imagine the pain and history it took to pioneer this realm. From the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts to reaching the Beyond the Path to Heaven martial arts. The new history of martial arts, forged in Kim Young-hoon's blood. Even though Ultimate Pinnacle was a fictional realm, this surpasses even fiction. Then it's only right that the first pioneer is qualified to name it. I don't have the qualifications. Therefore, this realm shall follow the will of its founder. Just as the saber of golden consciousness and the saber steeped in Kim Young-hoon's blood merge, the image of Kim Young-hoon from past cycles seems to overlap with the current Kim Young-hoon. No, the corpses of Kim Young-hoon from all past lives are behind him. The history of martial arts he created, made from his blood, becomes one with the new realm. It shall be called Beyond the Path to Heaven. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The next moment. In the world of an instant, the saber of light swings at a speed that even my tenfold accelerated thought cannot follow, illuminating the 4 corners of heaven and earth with golden brilliance. Beyond the path to heaven, the surpassing radiant saber. The beam of radiance cuts through space, splitting the peak before us in half. The sound of the explosion follows belatedly, and soon after, the explosion roars. This is my own path of life I have reached. Kim Young-hoon, with tears in his eyes, turns to look at me. Amidst the dust clouds created by the collapsing peak, Kim Young-hoon laughs and laughs again. And there we have it, the next realm of martial arts. Kim Young-hoon should be a writer with his skill in naming. Ah, it's beautiful, so very dazzling. I silently watch Kim Young-hoon. He's shining. Kim Young-hoon is shining so brightly. Amazing you truly are. Normally I would have given him a bright smile, or perhaps show my respect with a bow, but right now I can only quietly admire his achievement. He seems akin to light itself, maybe because of the lingering heart demon of my last ordeal. Compared to him, I feel so insignificant. Really, congratulations. He looks at me and smiles faintly, and then Kim Young-hoon collapses. Ah, that's right. He has reached this realm by swinging his saber like a madman for months without proper rest or food. I hurriedly carry Kim Young-hoon, lay him down, and treat him. Watching him asleep, I let out a bitter smile. Is this envy? No, it isn't. It's a sense of deprivation about my own talent, a bit of emptiness and feeling of insignificance. While he blossoms his talent and continuously progresses, I need many times more time to cover the same distance. Seeing his light, maybe it's because the shadows in my heart seem to deepen. I feel even my hope is fading. Can I reach Chi building within the remaining time? Honestly, I'm not sure. The balance is becoming increasingly perfect and my recovery time shortened, but I still haven't reached Chi building. Continually adjusting the ratio of the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation while trying to break through Chi building is becoming more difficult, both cultivation and martial arts. It feels like even the heavens are forcibly rejecting me. If there is such a thing as the attraction of fate, what kind of force is binding me from reaching the next realm? Can I really overcome the barrier to the next realm in this lifetime? With a heavy heart, I revitalized Kim Young-hoon's vital energy for several days. A few days later, Kim Young-hoon wakes up. Kim Hyung, are you feeling all right? As he gets up, he looks over me for a while. Kim Hyung. When I ask again, Kim Young-hoon finally looks at me and smiles faintly. He nods his head. Any discomfort? He shakes his head. Are you having difficulty speaking? He shakes his head again and looks at me meaningfully with a smile. What's going on? Kim Young-hoon gets up, grabs his saber, and goes outside. He looks at the sky for a moment with a smile, then climbs onto a nearby high rock, resting his chin in his hand, and watches me. He looks like he's observing me. I read Kim Young-hoon's intent. His intent is full of interest, curiosity, and anticipation. Anticipation, could it be? His intuition seems to feel that I would reach a similar realm as him, or maybe he's just expecting me to reach the same realm as him. Kim Hyung, I don't have as much talent as you think, but Kim Young-hoon just observes me without any reaction. After a while I sigh, go inside to adjust my cultivation and practice martial arts. From that day, Kim Young-hoon's strange behavior continued. After reaching the realm of beyond the path to heaven and waking up again, Kim Young-hoon stopped speaking. It wasn't aphasia. Sometimes he went out to buy necessities and spoke then. But even at those times, he did not directly converse with me. He never spoke a word to me, just always looked at me with curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. If I seemed burdened, he would go far away to a distant peak, but I knew he was always watching me, even from afar. It's burdensome, as if he's curious about when I would reach the next realm. No, it was more than that, he's certain of it. Sometimes I would ask him for martial arts guidance or to observe the martial arts of beyond the path to heaven, but he avoided conversation and no longer taught me anything. It felt like he was reluctant to show any thoughts towards me. What does this mean? I was frustrated to the point of madness, but I had to accept his stance and continue to practice martial arts and adjust the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation myself. Time kept passing. No matter how much time passes, Kim Young-hoon maintains his odd observer's behavior around me patiently. I feel like I'm going crazy. He showed no thoughts, didn't teach, didn't offer advice, or even talk to me. He just looked at me with transparent eyes. As if he was certain that one day I would definitely reach the same realm as him, full of significant anticipation. What year is it? How many times has it been? I failed again. I kept observing and re-observing the changes in the 5 elements through repeated failures. As a result, I understand more than 70 of the changes. Yet I still haven't reached the Chi building stage. If I can grasp the remaining 30 of the changes, I will probably be able to ascend to the Chi building stage. But time is really running out. Is it 1 month, 2, 3 months left? My life is nearing its end. With heavy eyes, I look up at the sky. Neither martial arts nor cultivation can take me beyond. I am no different from dust. Yet Kim Young-hoon, like a speck of dust, still looks at me from afar with eyes full of expectation. Thud, thud, I approach Kim Young-hoon and speak. As I said before, my life is slowly coming to an end. Being a cultivator, I am well aware of my own lifespan. Why haven't you spoken to me since you entered beyond the path to heaven? By now, you must realize I lack talent, so can't you at least offer some guidance? He just gives a faint, bitter smile. Fine, I'm about to die. You won't help or advise me. I just came to say goodbye. If I fail to enter the Chi building stage this time, I will truly die. I really don't understand why you, Kim Hyung, are practicing this silent cultivation. Frankly, I'm baffled and frustrated as to why you suddenly stopped talking after reaching beyond the path to heaven. I bow to Kim Young-hoon and slowly head towards a spot on Shattered Heaven Peak. Receiving Seo Yoon-hyun's farewell, Kim Young-hoon watches his fading figure in the distance and sighs softly. Why can't you understand, Yoon-hyun? Maybe it's a matter of perspective. Kim Young-hoon can see it. You're already complete. Beyond just forging a weapon, you're holding it in your hand, ready to swing. So why aren't you swinging it? When he awoke after reaching beyond the path to heaven and saw Seo Yoon-hyun, he was too shocked to speak. The fact that such a thing could be seen in the realm of beyond the path to heaven was truly surprising. But Seo Yoon-hyun's that thing is already complete. Even more towering and solid than Kim Young-hoon had imagined, just a swing away from being used. After seeing it, Kim Young-hoon constantly spoke to that thing in Seo Yoon-hyun's subconscious, stimulating and guiding it. He didn't provide teachings through voice or spars. He feared that such instructions would only obscure the enlightenment. But now Seo Yoon-hyun's death is drawing near. Should I speak to him now? You're complete, just swing and it will work. And he awaken even now if I tell him directly. Kim Young-hoon watches Seo Yoon-hyun practicing cultivation from afar. Suddenly, he sees a reflection of himself in Seo Yoon-hyun's that thing. Enough, Kim Young-hoon decides to trust his intuition. He would continue as he had been, constantly stimulating his subconscious. Let's trust the guy. No, he has no choice but to trust. Anyone who saw that thing would have no choice but to believe. If he really struggles, I'll just show him once. Kim Young-hoon decides to trust his feelings and what he had seen in Seo Yoon-hyun's inner world. Do you know the feeling of not seeing a sprout grow no matter how much fertilizer you give? Repeatedly giving the soil the fertilizer of failure, yet the sprout of success refuses to emerge. Kywoong, kywoong, kywoong. I keep challenging chi building. Stars shatter, the 5 elements adjust, and I fail again. What was once a recovery of 20 breaths has now reduced to 5. Almost perfect. But it feels impossible to reach the end, like trying to find the limit of an irrational number. No matter how much I adjust, it feels impossible to reach the end. What exactly should I do? No matter what I do, the end never seems to be in sight. Kywoong. Once again, the spiritual energy star explodes. Why does it explode every time? Honestly, after mastering the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation and adjusting the ratios to the extreme, shouldn't that have been enough? What more could it possibly want from here? What exactly? Frustration surges within me, and it feels like my blood will burst from my veins. What more do you want from me? Just then, it happens. My eyes twitch and look towards the distance. That's Kim Young-hoon stood up and started performing a sword dance. Yes, it's a sword dance. It's the Severing Mountain swordsmanship. From the 1st to the 24th move, his sword techniques sweep through the air, and after completing all the moves, Kim Young-hoon sheathes his saber and sits down. That is the end. Was he trying to tell me something? What could he possibly mean? Especially since I'm pondering over cultivation, not martial arts. However, I can't shake off the image of Kim Young-hoon performing Severing Mountain swordsmanship from my mind. Why did he show me Severing Mountain swordsmanship? If he wants to enlighten me, wouldn't it be better to show me surpassing Radiant Saber, the pinnacle of his achievement in Beyond the Path to Heaven, to stimulate my upper dantian? No, a lowly person trying to understand the intentions of a master. Then, there must be some reason he showed me Severing Mountain swordsmanship. Strangely, Kim Young-hoon's swordsmanship lingers in my mind for a long time. After some contemplation, I realize the reason. Aha, what he performed wasn't just Severing Mountain swordsmanship. It was my Severing Mountain swordsmanship. He had mimicked my usual stance, gestures, habits, direction of intent, and pacing of energy, my Severing Mountain swordsmanship. That's why I'm deeply impressed by seeing my own swordsmanship through Kim Young-hoon. Why did he show me my Severing Mountain swordsmanship? I think about the problems in my swordsmanship and recall what Kim Young-hoon had shown. There's no problem. Even though I'm a rotten dullard, I'm a master who reached the extreme of ultimate pinnacle. The Severing Mountain swordsmanship Kim Young-hoon showed, without a joke, had no flaws whatsoever. It was perfect and stable in every flow. Is there some hidden problem that I'm unaware of? That might be the case. Seen through the eyes of a genius like Kim Young-hoon, who reached beyond the path to heaven, he might see more than I can. Let's think carefully. There must be a reason he showed me that. There's none, there's no problem. And then in the midst of my contemplation, I understand Kim Young-hoon's intentions. He was showing me that there's no problem with me, to encourage me. I'm perfect, I shake my head. That can't be. He's a master far beyond me, an incomparable martial arts prodigy. There's no way my flaws aren't be visible to him. But if Kim Young-hoon, a master much higher than me, sees no problem, then maybe there really is no problem. Perhaps my martial arts are already complete. Zing. Completion? Somehow, with that thought, something seems to resonate in my heart. This feeling is similar to when I heard Kim Young-hoon's explanation that the realms of beyond the path to heaven vary depending on a person's life. Something touches my heart. Zing. Something is knocking on my heart. I ponder the nature of this feeling. I remember this tingling sensation. When observing the colors of my disciples intense, when studying with my master and affirming his heart, when I saw Kim Young-hoon reaching beyond the path to heaven. This feeling it's the feeling of life being closely experienced. Ah, indeed, the thing knocking inside my chest is none other than myself. Ah, suddenly, I feel tears streaming down. Why did my heart respond to the words completion and life? Perhaps it's because all my past lives are complete in themselves. Just then I am finally able to hear a certain voice felt as a tremor in my heart. I look at Kim Young-hoon, who is watching me from afar. He isn't silent. He has been speaking to me all along. Ah, I feel anger. I feel injustice. How can I be so foolish? Having learned the languages of various countries and the language of the demon race, what good is it if I cannot understand the language of the heart? Kim Young-hoon has been unceasingly speaking to me, stimulating my subconscious, telling me I am already complete, that I only need to wield it. But I lack talent. I clench my teeth and with tears flowing. Talent. Kim Young-hoon sat at the very peak of Shattered Heaven Peak, looking at Seo Yoon-hyan on the opposite peak, shedding tears. Smirking slightly, he muses. What does talent matter at this point? Even if I am heavenly sent talent, and you are a talent abandoned by the heavens, it's not about who has or doesn't have talent. It's about those who have found the meaning of life and those who are searching. I found mine. What about yours? You have something I don't. You surely know your life better than anyone. From heart to heart, influenced by the power of beyond the path to heaven, Kim Young-hoon's will is conveyed. Thump, Kim Young-hoon's will reaches me. Hearing his words, I feel a sudden clarity. That is exactly what I had thought when I saw him before. The past Kim Young-hoons, who despaired among the cultivators, flashed before my eyes, blessed or forsaken by the heavens. We resemble each other as we cry out beneath fate. If we are similar under fate, if we have the will to resist fate, aren't we alike in that too? While listening to Kim Young-hoon's heart, I look into my heart, facing what I have long ignored. Did I unknowingly despair? The ratio of the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation isn't the issue. Such things, once adjusted to a certain extent, can always be resolved. I am more than qualified to challenge the chi building stage. But I haven't, perhaps fearing that my lack of talent means no matter how much my lifespan extends, nothing will change. Escaping the attraction of fate is not just about strength, but also about will. Perhaps I have been tamed by the attraction of my fate. Receiving his heart, I shed my hesitation. So it is. When the inner demon visited last time, I drove it away, saying it's fortunate that martial arts are an important part of my life that I cherish. But the frustration I felt wasn't resolved. Only now do I understand the reason. It's not about cherishing them. I have always been cherishing them. It's not about doing my best. I have been living my whole life doing my best. Whether talented or not, I have strived and cherished all my efforts. The accumulated depression throughout my lives burst out, turning into a heart demon, making me worry about talent. Whether a dullard or a genius, that's not what's important. What matters is how much we cherish life and believe in our own. Goo. All the shadows in my heart wash away swiftly. Cleansing all hesitations, I regain my focus and once again challenge the chi building stage. I have been foolishly standing still under the pretense of adjusting ratios. Ratios, what nonsense. Why should I adjust to the method? The method should adjust to me. 5 spiritual clouds swirl in my dantian. The slightly protruding parts among them, I cut them off without hesitation with my sword gang and expel them from my body. Although my spiritual power decreases, the 5 elements synergize and are forcibly balanced by the cutting of sword gang, fully recovering. The ratio of the 5 elements becomes perfectly equal. At the same time, I feel as if the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation completely merge, a strange sensation. Kyung, I challenge chi building. The completely merged 5-colored spiritual energy forms a spiritual energy star. It shattered soon after but reforms in less than half a breath. Kyung. I concentrate day and night, losing track of time. And then I feel a pain in my heart. Again, my lifespan is ending. If only I have a little more time, chi building is within reach. Take my life if you dare. Looking at the heavens, I declared defiantly. Let's see whether you bring down divine punishment first, or I reach chi building. The perfectly integrated 5 spiritual energy swirls, creating countless changes within. These changes forcefully subdue the fluctuations in the spiritual energy star. Chi building is within reach. Thump. Beating my heart with gang chi, I focus even more. I'm no different from dust, but do you know, stars are formed from clouds of dust. Dust gathers and forms the cradle of stars, the nebula. The 5 elements of spiritual energy shine in the star, shattering several times within the cloud ray emerge. Here I go. Is it due to my intense focus? Before I know it, the starry night has passed and dawn is breaking. Soon after, dark clouds cover the sky. Will the heavenly lightning strike, or will I reach chi building? A critical situation. Roar, blue streaks flash between the clouds and the sky brims with the power of lightning. Thump, heavens above. Thump, I will break free from fate. Flash, the sky turns blue in the next moment. From afar I can hear Kim Young-hoon's heart reaching out to me. as if he is speaking right in front of me. Yun Hyan, swing, it's already in your hand. Ah, only at the edge of life and death did I understand his words. Due to his longing and desire to return to his family, Kim Young-hoon created his surpassing radiant saber that transcends space and light. That is the meaning of his life. Then what's the meaning of mine? I wanted to break free from fate. How many times have I struggled miserably under fate? Like Kim Young-hoon, who flies like a bird in the sky, I wanted to fly beyond and escape fate, seeking freedom. Kim Young-hoon's longing for home melded into his martial arts, achieving a speed that transcends even space. I meld my desire to escape fate into my martial arts, endlessly liberating my techniques. In an instant, I find the optimized form of my consciousness, a sword. The sword, longing to escape fate, transcends its form, becoming formless, dispersing into transparent consciousness. Shuak. Suddenly, the gang spheres that leave my body merge with the consciousness, materializing it. Quararung. A bolt of blue lightning falls towards me, and I precisely locate its falling point with my lightning-predicting eye. Holding the colorless void in front of me, I swing towards the heavens. Beyond the path to heaven, the sword of formlessness cuts through the heavenly lightning and splits the thick clouds beyond. Formless sword. The sky splits vertically, and light of dawn pours through the gap. Ku gung, kku gung, kku gu gu gung. They say the danshan is the field of the heart, mind, emotion. From the field of my heart, where I have rid myself of all hesitations and nourished the soil with fertilizers, sprouts start to emerge. It has been a long journey, but finally I have arrived. The 5 elements form a perfect circle, 5 surpassing paths to cultivation, surpassing the 5 elements, truly entering the path of cultivation. The 5 spiritual clouds of yellow, black, red, white, and green start to rotate and compress in the danshan. Gu, here we go. A spiritual energy star forms. The twists of spiritual energy from the 5 elements' spiritual roots are blocked by the changes of all 5 methods of the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation. Suppress them. The changes of the 5 elements rotating in the danshan gradually expand their reach. Soon, the transformations of the 5 elements begin to consume the twists of the 5 elements' spiritual roots. My achievements devour the fetters I am born with. Woo. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of times. I've challenged chi building countless times. I've understood all the changes of the 5 elements. Gu. All transformations of the 5 elements ascend to my hand, and the 5-colored star begins to stabilize. A dazzling orb of light, different from the mere point of spiritual power I've been cultivating, shines within my danshan. The words of Mad Lord come to mind, creating the flow of fate, extending lifespan. Through the unified spiritual meridian, spiritual power circulates and gets absorbed by the spiritual energy star. And the spiritual energy star compresses it into pure spiritual force. The pure spiritual force then circulates through the entire spiritual meridian, making the whole body accustomed to it. Since the spiritual energy star itself prevents the pure spiritual force from running rampant, it's safe even if it flows to sensitive areas like the upper danshan or heart. Gu. Gang chi, or pure spiritual force, starts flowing throughout my body. Thump. I no longer need to forcefully compress the heart with gang chi. Gang chi naturally flows through the spiritual meridian, extending my lifespan. Changes occur in the celestial energy. Beyond my fated star, a new position forms, granting me an additional 300 years of lifespan from the heavens. If the path of cultivation is about creating a continuation of fate, like the stars, perhaps cultivation is ultimately a process of becoming like the heavens. I gain a slight insight into the path of immortality. Through it, my ability to read celestial energy has slightly improved since the chi refining stage. Now, just by looking at the sky, I can get a sense of great fortunes and misfortunes. From now on, the concept of time will change a bit. After reaching core formation, I'll receive another 300 years, totaling 600 years of lifespan. At nascent soul, I'll get an additional 600 years, making it about 1200 years in total. Starting from now, having received an extra 300 years from the heavens, my lifespan will be significantly longer. Roar. The dark clouds that gathered around shattered heaven peak dissipate and soon vanish. Ha. I sort through my thoughts and laugh loudly, resonating throughout the entire peak. Finally, after several lifetimes, I have overcome fate. Surpassing fate, overcoming lifespan, Kuroruk. I deeply understand Kim Young-hoon's words that life is joy. Through martial arts, I have redefined myself and gained higher enlightenment. Having overcome fate, I have been granted an additional 300 years. Once again, I confirm my achievement of reaching the chi building stage, releasing pure spiritual force throughout my body. Currently, I can only produce a slender thread of pure spiritual force, as there is only one source of conversion, the single spiritual energy star. But undoubtedly, it is pure spiritual force, and with gang chi flowing in my body, it's like having constant defensive gang chi activated. Up to the chi refining stage, cultivators, though capable of using spells, still feel somewhat human. but from the chi building stage, one truly begins to transcend humanity. With gang chi flowing throughout my body, attacks from martial artists with sword energy or sword silk will not even break my defenses. Even sword gang should have no effect if the concentration of pure spiritual force is increased. Unless it's an attack at the gang sphere level, the defensive gang chi flowing normally should be sufficient. Additionally, pure spiritual force is circulating throughout, boosting vitality, like the one chi building expert in pill refining from the Mackley clan. Even if several organs are torn out, pure spiritual force will keep them functioning for days, making it unproblematic unless the head, heart, or abdomen is severely injured. Furthermore, covering internal energy with pure spiritual force forms sword gang. In that case, freely pouring the pure spiritual force flowing throughout my body into my inner core should allow me to produce infinite output of gang chi. Frankly, any energy flowing through my body can be scooped up in whatever amount I wish and utilized in my inner core without any noticeable impact. As I ascend to chi building, most importantly, my consciousness has grown even more. Swish, I release my formless sword. Then my consciousness returns to its original spherical domain, enveloping me. Whoosh, around me within a radius of about 3 zhang, approximately 9 meters, becomes covered with my consciousness. As I continue to cultivate in chi building, the domain of my consciousness will only grow larger. If I didn't reach chi building in this life, the size of my consciousness would remain the same, so my head wouldn't explode right away in the next life. But now that I've reached chi building and been granted more life, thinking about the current size of my consciousness. However, after pondering and moving my consciousness for a while, I quickly found the answer in the realm of beyond the path to heaven. Swoosh. My consciousness changes into the formless sword, and as I activate my will, it completely splits and begins to swirl around me. This is possible even without internal energy. My skill in handling pure consciousness had greatly increased, having reached the realm of beyond the path to heaven. In the next life, if I wake up and immediately split the formless sword, it seems I'll be able to avoid overload in the upper danshan. I can at least stay relieved for now. For now, I am greatly relieved that I wouldn't be trapped in a cycle of my head constantly exploding. Of course, I don't know what will happen if I continue to cultivate and my consciousness grows, but for now I have extinguished the urgent fire. Swoosh. I revert the formless sword back. I ponder over the cultivation methods I will learn in the future. Now that I've been given 300 years, I should think slowly. Until now, I always felt rushed due to the constraint of a 50-year lifespan, but now that I've been granted 300 years in a single life, I feel incredibly relaxed and peaceful. The stages of chi building are broadly divided into 4. Many people casually call them early, mid, late, and grand perfection, but there are official names for each stage of chi building. Unlike chi refining, where each stage is called star, it is called constellation in chi building. First constellation, horn, neck, root, room, heart, tail, winnowing basket. Second constellation, ladle, ox, girl, emptiness, rooftop, chamber, wall. Third constellation, legs, bond, stomach, hairy head, net, beak, triple stars. Fourth constellation, well, ghost, willow, star, extended net, wing, chariot. They are called by these names. They corresponds to the 28 stars existing in the astral realm. Chi building cultivators start from the spiritual energy star corresponding to the first constellation and go up to the 28th spiritual energy star corresponding to the 4th constellation. Creating all 28 spiritual energy stars in the danshan signifies reaching the grand perfection of chi building. The 7 stars ritual performed during the chi refining phase is of great help in chi building. The 7 stars ritual involved receiving heaven and earth spiritual blessings by borrowing the names of 7 out of the 28 constellation stars. Depending on the type of constellation chosen at that time, it can either assist in the practice of the first constellation, second constellation, third constellation, or the 4th constellation. I performed the ritual for the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon this time, so I should have an advantage in the practice of the first constellation. Suddenly, I recall an interesting fact. Typically, the vast majority of cultivators perform the 7 stars ritual only twice in their lifetime, unless they choose the wrong time for the ceremony, causing it to fail, or some extraordinary rare phenomenon like heavenly rejection occurs. Originally, the blessings received during the 7 stars ritual are only for 7 stars, and depending on which constellation one chooses, the timing of the help received in chi building changes. Usually, those with insufficient talent receive blessings from the stars of the first constellation or second constellation, hoping for help in the early to mid stages of chi building. Those with outstanding talent receive blessings from the stars of the third constellation or the 4th constellation, aiming to quickly pass through the early to mid stages and focus on the later stages. This cursed regression ability might be helpful sometimes. In my case, every time I regress, the state of cultivation is completely reset, and I have to perform the 7 stars ritual again. Then, if I receive blessings from the first constellation in the early stage, refresh my understanding of that stage, and in the next life, skip the first constellation with prior knowledge and receive blessings from the second constellation. Reaching the grand perfection of chi building by receiving blessings from all four constellations doesn't seem like a far-fetched idea. Maybe chi building might be a bit easier than chi refining. I am lost in thought regarding chi building when, Yoon Hyunal, Kim Young-hoon approaches me, after nearly 10 years speaking with his voice. It seems that cultivators from various cultivator clans that have settled in Shattered Heaven Peak are coming this way. Ah, that makes sense. With lightning striking and clouds splitting, it's natural for them to come here, then Shah. Just as I am about to utter the word Shattered Heaven Peak, crackle, a flash of lightning sparks before my eyes and the entire surroundings are engulfed in a strange glow. I realize in an instant that I have been transported to some bizarre place. What's this? I am about to go on alert, but then I realize that my physical body has disappeared. I have been sucked into this strange world in the state of consciousness. What's the situation here? As I look around in confusion. Whoosh, crackle, crackle. The bizarre space begins to fill with lightning of all colors. Red, blue, gold, white, jade, pink, dark red, and across the world of lightning, a shadowy figure emerges like a dark shadow. I tense up at this incomprehensible situation and watch the figure. The figure has no discernible outline and its entire body is a dark shadow, almost ghost-like, but it doesn't feel like the aura of a ghost, it's more akin to a bizarre phantom. As I observe the entity, drip. From the face area of the shadow, blood begins to flow from where I assume the eyes would be. It looks like a resentful spirit shedding bloody tears. I am Yang Su Jin, the first sect master of Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, the remnant shadow of the fate left behind. You, the next generation's ender. Entering this space means that you've miraculously achieved the conditions I set. Before realizing your fate, entering Shattered Heaven Peak, surviving the heavenly lightning, and uttering Shattered Heaven, all enders who miraculously achieve this near impossible probability can come here. Yang Su Jin, I, the founder of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, Yang Su Jin, have created an attraction of fate within Shattered Heaven Peak that inevitably draws in enders. Therefore, an ender will inevitably come to Shattered Heaven Peak at some point. However, for an ender who is less than a bug before realizing their fate, to be struck by heavenly lightning here and survive against all odds, and to then utter Shattered Heaven would require an unbelievable miracle. Such an event is impossible, but without a miracle, there will be no escaping its notice. Thus, I leave this warning here for future generations, relying solely on the possibility of such a miracle. Crack, sizzle, around the figure introduced as the remnant of Yang Su Jin. The lightning that surrounds us starts turning blood red. Future generations, whether you are the next ender, or the one after, or even thousands or millions of generations later, never reveal the fate you have been given. I don't know what gift you may have received, but under no circumstances should you ever speak of it. No matter where you go in the 3,000 worlds, it will know what you have received. Keeping your fate a secret is the only slim chance you have. Crackle, sizzle. The entire area fills with blood-red lightning. More and more blood tears flow from the eyes of the figure introducing himself as Yang Su Jin's remnant. If you have already revealed your secret, then, future generations, even that slim chance has vanished. Do not even think of returning to your homeland or escaping the curse of fate. Just give up on the thought of cultivation, live ordinarily among mortals, and die an ordinary death. Forgetting your homeland forever and living and dying that way is the only way to find happiness for an ender who has revealed their own fate. Drip, drip, his shadow starts to bleed and then begins to dissolve into the blood-red lightning. Everyone living their fate feels averse to revealing it. Especially for an ender, this feeling is much stronger. Yet many take their fate lightly and end up revealing it. I too once revealed my fate and ended up like this, so future generations heed my warning. Even if you don't reveal your fate, it will be after you, but if you do reveal your fate, any means of resistance against it will completely disappear. Future generations never take my warning lightly. Never, crackle, sizzle. Eventually, completely dissolving into the blood-red lightning, he vanishes. Flash, the next moment. It's time to leave. I return to the real world and Kim Young-hoon arrives in front of me. What happened in that strange world occurred in less than a second. Ender, it caught what shouldn't be revealed, right? But are you okay? You don't look well. Oh no, it's nothing. I guess I pushed myself a bit too hard to reach chi building. But anyway, I look around and click my tongue. It looks like we're surrounded, indeed. Dozens of chi building cultivators from various clans of Shengzi surround us at Shattered Heaven Peak, each wielding their own magic artifacts and standing on their flying artifacts. Who are you to occupy Shattered Heaven Peak, jointly selected as a sacred ground by the clans of Shengzi? What are you plotting? Speak the truth now. One of the older chi-building cultivators points at us angrily and shouts. I step forward and bow. Greetings, I'm a cultivator who has just reached the stage of chi building. The phenomenon just now was due to a special method I was practicing. In my ignorance, I only thought this land belonged to the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, not knowing it was part of the territory of the Shengzi Clan Alliance. So please forgive my mistake. I will not set foot in the Great Mountain Range again. With the recent massacre near the Heaven-Treading Desert and the war predicted to happen in 200 years, the entire continent is in chaos. You lot seem suspicious. And to be a loose chi-building cultivator at this time. No, this won't do, we're taking you in. Could you please forgive us just this once? I really have just broken through to chi-building, and the recent phenomenon was due to a special method I practiced. The leading chi-building cultivator scoffs at my words and begins to channel his magic artifact's power. He seems not to listen anymore. Surrender quietly. Sigh, I look at Kim Young-hoon. I tried to let this go peacefully, but that's not going to happen. Can't be helped. None of them seem to be at core formation, so let's just warm up. You need to get used to beyond the path to heaven anyway. That's true. As we speak, the cultivator with the magic artifact yells out, "What nonsense are you spouting?" A first constellation chi-building cultivator and a chi-refining third or fourth star losing their minds. In the next instant, Kim Young-hoon grabs his saber. Ha! And the chi-building cultivators around us shudder. If they have performed the 7 stars ritual and have the ability to read celestial energy, they will have felt it. A great misfortune appears right before them. Flash, Kim Young-hoon's consciousness turns golden. Simultaneously, gang spheres rise around him. My consciousness also transforms into the shape of a sword, and 9 gang spheres rise around me. These bastards, using some bizarre and grotesque sorcery. Do you really think you two can defeat all of us? Clan leader, they're using bizarre methods we've never seen before. Could they be core formation seniors? Nonsense. They do not have a core formation senior's consciousness. Everyone, take out your magic artifacts. The next moment, Kim Young-hoon's golden consciousness merges with his saber, becoming tangible. My colorless consciousness disperses like mist before solidifying. Kim Young-hoon grips the golden saber, and I grasp the formless void. As I ascended to beyond the path to heaven, Kim Young-hoon's intent became much clearer and more vivid. Our intents intersect. Beyond the path to heaven, beyond the path to heaven, surpassing radiant saber, formless sword. Back to back, we swing our respective surpassing radiant saber and formless sword at the surrounding chi-building cultivators. In a flash, a golden radiance sweeps through too swiftly for anyone to react. In a flash, something colorless whips around, sweeping the front with an unstoppable force. Boom. This is insane. What is this? They're not just chi-building cultivators. A hill in front of me is violently torn away, and a peak behind is cleanly sliced diagonally. Severing mountain swordsmanship, flowing ridge. I thrust smoothly with the formless sword gang, my hand clutching the void. The ridgeline of the mountain in front is smoothly carved away, targeting the chi-building cultivators who desperately dodge the formless sword gang with all their might. The formless sword isn't just about combining 9 gang spheres. The power unfolding from my hand is overwhelmingly greater than the sum of the 9 spheres. The formless sword gang freely transforms, stretching far and wide according to my will, and morphing into the most fitting shape with each sword technique. Moreover, due to its origin from gang spheres, just being in contact with the formless sword allowed me to accelerate thought as much as I wanted. The gang spheres are gone, but the effect of tenfold acceleration remains. Seniors, we apologize for our rudeness. Please calm your wrath. The leading chi-building cultivator, who had been aiming at us with his magic artifact, pleads for forgiveness with disheveled hair after dodging the formless sword gang. However, my goal isn't to annihilate these cultivators, but to scare them away, so I swing the formless sword even more relentlessly. Arg, the core formation senior is enraged. Run. While swinging the formless sword, I make sure not to cause casualties. If these cultivators return to their clans and bring back core formation seniors, it would become quite troublesome. Without casualties, core formation cultivators will be less likely to personally come after us. Anyway, from the sensation of swinging the formless sword, there might be no need to swing with my hand. The formless sword, the epitome of freedom, breaks all limits and conventions of sword techniques. However, I continue to perform sword techniques, gripping the formless sword gang. Even if it's unnecessary, the essence of this power is still that of the sword, which shows its greatest might in the hands of a swordsman. Boom! The ultimate move of severing mountains slices through the peak before me. A chi-building cultivator who narrowly escapes, turns pale and flees far away on his flying artifact. This is the feeling, the realm of beyond the path to heaven. I retract the formless sword back into my consciousness and look towards Kim Young-hoon. I can't see him. His version of beyond the path to heaven is specialized in speed, seen only as a flash of golden light. Even with accelerated perception from holding the formless sword, I can only catch fleeting afterimages. Boom. A golden ray of light shatters the last remaining chi-building cultivator's defensive spell and pure spiritual force, sending him flying with a mouthful of blood. Flash. In a blink, Kim Young-hoon is already by my side. It's quite difficult to react properly. I think to myself, How does it feel to wield this power in this realm? I remember the sensation of swinging the formless sword and answer his question. It's a realm that requires more attention to the fundamentals. Wielding such immense power could lead to losing the essence of martial arts. Despite its boundless nature, I feel the need to impose restrictions and continue practicing swordsmanship deliberately. This is a realization from my intuition as a martial artist who has practiced for 500 years. Kim Young-hoon nods at my response. You understand well. Despite ascending to a new realm, the foundation is martial arts. Losing sight of martial fundamentals can lead to total collapse. As you said, more than any previous stage, this realm demands focusing on grounding ourselves. He clicks his tongue while speaking, knowing so much about martial arts and yet belittling yourself for lack of talent. It was infuriating to see you suppress yourself with such talk. What about other insights? Did you notice anything else? I shake my head at his question. I was focused on grasping the essence of the formless sword, so I didn't have the chance to observe anything else. Of course, it would be difficult to pay attention to details in that chaos. He looks at me. Upon reaching 3 flowers gather at the summit, one begins to see the colors of intent. And with Beyond the Path to Heaven, this ability deepens, allowing one to read the heart essence of others. As per Kim Young-hoon's explanation, I focus on the flow of intent, and soon after, I can see his soul emanating the flow of intent from within his body. Focusing on the flow emanating from the soul itself, I am soon able to perceive the essence of Kim Young-hoon. Golden light, a vast river of golden radiance. No, it's not just a river, it's part of something larger. Numerous rivers intertwine, forming a massive entity of golden brilliance. It's a peng bird Chinese letter, a peng bird formed from golden rivers, flapping its wings. That is the foundation of Kim Young-hoon's martial arts and simultaneously, the essence of Kim Young-hoon as a person. As you get accustomed to seeing heart essence, you can approach and stimulate others' subconsciousness with your heart essence, or even cultivate them. You can send a much more fundamental heart language than through telepathy or consciousness. Like this, Kim Young-hoon's heart essence changes. The golden peng bird makes eye contact with me. The next moment, I understand intuitively what Kim Young-hoon is thinking, feeling, and trying to convey to me beyond words. I learn a few more minor things about Beyond the Path to Heaven from Kim Young-hoon. You seem to have learned it all, and you might want to take a look at your own heart essence. My heart essence isn't the formless sword, is it? Is my heart essence the surpassing radiant saber? It's a peng bird formed of golden rivers. Heart essence and your realm are certainly connected, but they're different. It will be good for you to explore your heart essence to understand yourself. I nod at Kim Young-hoon's words, close my eyes, and contemplate my heart essence. How long have I been observing my own intent and following my heart essence? Suddenly, my heart essence appears before my eyes. Deep within my subconscious, I immediately feel as if my lower body is pierced by something sharp. It isn't that my physical body is actually stabbed, it's just my consciousness in the world of heart essence mistaking it for an injury. But the pain is vivid. Ignoring the pain in my lower body, I look at the world of my heart essence. Is this my heart essence? As I walk through the world of my heart essence, I sustain wounds on my arms and legs. Despite the pain, I continue to walk. The pain is familiar. As the pain has already seeped into every corner of my heart, I walk through my heart essence in peace. My heart essence is a mountain, a vast and immense Mount Tai, and on this Mount Tai there is no room to step because of densely packed swords planted upside down. Ironically, these swords are all colorless, utterly transparent. The surface of these swords are clear as glass, reflecting my image. A mountain of swords, a purgatory of a mountain of clear and pure swords. That is the world of my heart essence. Throughout countless lives, I have suffered pain and more pain. Always striving upwards, I have constantly endured pain like walking through a field of blades for that goal. Yet I have tried to uphold human virtues. This is the result. Pristinely clear and pure to the core, but the one walking within suffers excruciating pain, a hellish mountain of swords. This is me. I continue to climb to the top of this mountain of swords, wounded but undeterred. The peak of this transparent hell is always out of reach, no matter how far I walk, so my heart essence reflects what I've always felt about this world. Pain piercing through my body from all directions, the distant and unreachable goal no matter how far I walk, yet a clear pride for not having shamed myself. Ha 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 ha, I laugh. Then I leave the world of heart essence. Kim Young-hoon looks at me and asks, how was it? I think I understand a bit more about who I am. The pristine hell I just saw is the foundation of my formless sword, the driving force of my desire to escape my fate. This mountain is the very image of my life that I find torturous, and at the same time a mountain I built with my own hands. Pain and effort built this representation of my entire life. Yes, that mountain is my sword. Kim Young-hoon nods at my words and then smiles slightly. Please tell me. He draws his saber. Let's have a match. Somehow it seems like the most fitting request from him. Do you know how frustrated I've been these past 10 years? Even when I sent you heart essence to stimulate your subconscious, you didn't take them in, all because of your absurd inferiority complex about talent. And it's not like you really couldn't grasp the essence of beyond the path to heaven. You had all the conditions to reach it, but just kept doing stupid things. Again, all you had to do is realize what you built up, and you'd have reached it, but you kept barely missing it. He lifts the corner of his mouth and raises his saber towards me. Do you think I liked following a guy around for 10 years, straining my eyes? I kept doing it because it drove me crazy that you were about to reach it, but didn't. Whoosh. Golden light seems to flow from his eyes. I feel like there's madness mixed in that glow. I waited in frustration for 10 years, longing for you to reach the same realm. I can't tell you how much it ached waiting for that. Now, Seo Yoon Hyun, let's have a match. Make it interesting for me. Kim Young-hoon's martial madness bursts forth and his momentum surges. Sigh. I sigh and materialize my consciousness again. No rest for the weary. Right after teaching me about beyond the path to heaven, he wants to spar, leaving no time to breathe. But I welcome it too. I guess I'm a martial artist through and through. Then first I'll equalize my internal energy and consciousness with Kim Hyung's. What nonsense is that? He speaks sternly at my words. Didn't you use all your techniques and everything against me during Ultimate Pinnacle? This time it's the same. I've been in this realm 10 years longer than you, so I should show at least that much leniency. Doesn't that make it an unfair martial arts duel, considering the few spells you dabbled in during chi refining? Haha, be quiet. Can't I overcome even that? I sigh and slowly materialize my consciousness. Kim Young-hoon also starts materializing his consciousness at the same time. Before we start, I have a question. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Kim Young-hoon hadn't learned any spells. His consciousness also remains the same size as when he achieved 5 energies converging to the origin, almost a tenth of the size of my consciousness, which covers a radius of 3 zhang. Assuming we are in the same realm, what do you have over me besides speed? Experience is limited by time. Output is limited by the pure spiritual force of chi building. Consciousness is limited by size. And in terms of precision and freedom, my formless sword is more specialized. Even talent is becoming less influential in this realm. I look at him and let the gang chi rise throughout my body. If I go all out, Kim Hyung and I are no longer on the same level. Receiving the momentum from the sheer weight of my consciousness, Kim Young-hoon looks excited and tense. Isn't overcoming all that the true essence of martial arts? As I grasp the air, I smile brightly from ear to ear. Yes, that's so Kim Young-hoon. The next moment, a golden flash and a formless void collide. This and the next chapter are among my list of favorites. I just find the concept of heart essence really cool, and the fact that Kim Young-hoon's heart essence is a frickin' giant golden peng made of shining gold rivers, and Seo Yoon Hyun's heart essence is a mountain of clear pristine swords is just so cool. Kim Young-hoon always found Seo Yoon Hyun irritating. I'm a man without talent. When was it? It was after Kim Young-hoon had reached the ultimate pinnacle and sparred with Seo Yoon Hyun. Indeed, to Kim Young-hoon, Seo Yoon Hyun seemed inferior in the realm of martial arts talent, especially in reading the flow of martial arts or creatively disrupting that flow. Yet, ironically, Seo Yoon Hyun had reached the ultimate pinnacle before Kim Young-hoon. After falling into this world, Seo Yoon Hyun had conversed with the monstrous heaven-being cultivators. Kim Young-hoon, since waking up in Yangwoo after an old hunchback opened a spatial rift, had various martial arts and linguistic knowledge in his head, so he assumed Seo Yoon Hyun was similar. However, Seo Yoon Hyun reached the 5 energies converging to the origin faster, using just his martial arts knowledge. He even helped pull Kim Young-hoon up by teaching him martial arts. Considering his colleague's immense talents and his own natural sense for martial arts, he accepted this reality. After proudly reaching the ultimate pinnacle, he found out that Seo Yoon Hyun had reached the extreme of that realm. Kim Young-hoon thought Seo Yoon Hyun, though different in approach, had a natural talent too. However, what Seo Yoon Hyun said after their fight was astonishing. He claimed he had no talent. If he has no talent, what does that make me? Someone who's not even garbage. Kim Young-hoon nearly burst out with those words, but held back. Moreover, Seo Yoon Hyun was simultaneously mastering cultivation methods. Not just one element with heavenly spiritual root, but all 5 elements. His pace in mastering these methods was similar to the promising late-stage chi refining cultivators of the Jin clan, where Kim Young-hoon had briefly stayed. But even those late-stage chi refining cultivators hadn't mastered multiple elemental methods simultaneously. Upon reaching the